The rain was pouring as Mu Qingci exited the museum, caught in a sudden downpour. As a senior editor for Ancient and Modern Times, she enjoyed a great deal of flexibility in her work. Unperturbed by the weather, she strolled into a nearby cafe, choosing a seat by the window. She put on her headphones, opened her laptop, and began organizing her notes. Fortune favored her. By the time she finished her work and removed her headphones, the rain had stopped. Just as she was about to pack up and leave, a commotion in the cafe caught her attention. She heard a waitress exclaim softly, "So handsome. So handsome." Instinctively, Mu Qingci glanced up. A man had just taken a seat diagonally across from her, his back turned. He wore a crisp black suit, broad shoulders, and a commanding presence that was evident, even seated. His relaxed posture exuded an air of calm confidence. Across from him sat a woman in an elegant dress, her makeup immaculate, a shy smile playing on her lips, clearly impressed by the man's appearance. Then the man spoke. His deep, authoritative voice sent a jolt through Mu Qingci. It was unmistakably similar to the voice of the drill instructor from her military training 7 years ago, Feng Lie. He had been infamous for his rigorous discipline, transforming their class into the school's finest. Mu Qingci, chosen as the leader due to her striking appearance, had received more than her share of his special attention. Intrigued, Mu Qingci decided to linger and observe the date. She watched as Miss Wang, overwhelmed by the man's aura, struggled to speak coherently. When the topic of marriage conditions arose, she brazenly demanded 2 million as a dowry, control over bank cards, property transfer, no housework, and no child-rearing responsibilities. Unexpectedly, the man let out a cold chuckle. "Miss Wang, I'm looking for a wife, not someone to idolize," he retorted. His words incensed Miss Wang, who stood up in a mix of shame and anger, retorting, "What's so great about a 30-year-old man driving a beat-up truck? If you can't afford it, don't get married." With that, she stormed out. As Mu Qingci mused over the man's unfortunate encounter, he suddenly turned around, their eyes locking. His chiseled features and penetrating black eyes met hers, as if he had known all along she was watching. It felt as if time stood still. Mu Qingci's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man before her. That chiseled face, those piercing eyes, it was indeed Feng Lie, the instructor from her military training 7 years ago. He was as unapproachable as ever and just as strikingly handsome, yet now he seemed even more mature and composed than in her memories. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Mu Qingci straightened her back, her cheeks flushing. She hesitated about whether to look away, worried that doing so might make her appear even more uneasy. So she held her breath and bravely met Feng Lie's gaze. It was a habit of hers since childhood. The more nervous she felt, the more determined she was to maintain eye contact. Just as Mu Qingci was about to falter, Feng Lie looked away first and headed to the cashier. Once he had paid and left with his umbrella, Mu Qingci let out a long sigh of relief and quickly picked up her phone to message her friend, Su Qingming. The two exchanged messages, reminiscing about the demon instructor and his antics from back in the day, until Mu Qingci had to gather her things and leave the cafe. Meanwhile, Feng Lie stood under the cafe's awning, calling his grandmother. The elderly lady was so excited, bombarding him with questions, she barely gave him a chance to speak. Calmly, Feng Lie relayed Miss Wang's conditions, much to his grandmother's displeasure. As he spoke, Feng Lie noticed Mu Qingci exiting the cafe. She wore a knee-length dress, and as the breeze swept by, it highlighted her graceful figure. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances, their eyes filled with admiration. Feng Lie mused to himself that this seemingly gentle woman wasn't as meek as she appeared. After Mu Qingci drove away, Feng Lie told his grandmother, "Grandma, I have plans about marriage." Despite her disgruntled chattering, he firmly assured her that he wouldn't remain a bachelor. As night fell, Mu Qingci returned to her rented apartment after work. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she saw her landlady, Aunt Li, waiting by the door. This plump, 50-something lady lived with her husband in the old town, enjoying a leisurely retirement while their son worked as an executive abroad. Mu Qingci greeted her politely, "Good evening, Aunt Li." Mu Qingci took out her key and gently pushed open the door to her home. She had just returned from the supermarket outside her apartment complex, carrying plastic bags filled with groceries. "Qingci, you're back. Good evening. Have you eaten yet?" Auntie Li's voice came from behind her. Mu Qingci turned around to see Auntie Li standing at the door with a kind smile on her face. She invited Auntie Li inside while replying, "Not yet. I'm planning to cook something myself." She shook the plastic bag in her hand, making the vegetables inside rustle. "Auntie Li, please have a seat." "I'll get you some water," Mu Qingci said as she headed towards the kitchen. "No need, no need." Auntie Li waved her hand, but her eyes held a hint of admiration. Looking at this pretty, gentle, and capable young woman, she couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if Mu Qingci were her daughter. However, remembering the reason for her visit today, Auntie Li's face showed a hint of apology. "Put the groceries down first. I need to talk to you about something." Mu Qingci sensed the seriousness in Auntie Li's voice and felt a bit tense. She quickly placed the groceries in the kitchen and brought a bottle of mineral water for Auntie Lee. They sat on the sofa and Auntie Lee took her hand with an apologetic look and said, "Qingci, I'm really sorry, but I need to take back this apartment by the end of next month. My son and his girlfriend have been transferred back here to work by the main office in Country M, and this place is conveniently close to their workplace. I want to make it available for them." Auntie Lee continued, "There's still a month before they return, so don't worry. I'll compensate you with a month's rent for breaking the lease, and I won't charge you for next month's rent. Take your time to find a new place, and if you can't find anything suitable, I'll help you look." Mu Qingci nodded understandingly. "There's no need for compensation. I'll try to find a place and move out as soon as possible so you can renovate the apartment." No, take your time," Auntie Lee insisted. "Make sure to find a place with a good environment and safety. It's dangerous for such a pretty young girl like you to live alone if the neighborhood isn't safe." Mu Qingci softly acknowledged, but in her mind, she was already planning how to find a new apartment that was equally close to her workplace. The next day during her lunch break, Mu Qingci sat at her desk browsing rental websites. Her colleague, Ms. Lee, noticed her screen as she walked by and stopped to ask, "Xiaomu, are you looking for a new place?" This question caught the attention of other colleagues, who gathered around and started discussing. Mr. Zhang asked curiously, "Didn't you just move into your place 6 months ago? That area is great in terms of environment, safety, and transportation. Why are you thinking of moving?" Mu Qingci briefly explained the situation. Her colleagues understood but expressed their sympathy. Ms. Lee said, "If that's the case, there's nothing you can do. But finding another place as nice as that one might be tough." Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. "I think so too. That's why I'm considering looking further out, as long as it's close to a subway station, safe, and the commute doesn't exceed an hour." Her colleagues all offered to keep an eye out for suitable listings for her. Over the next week, Mu Qingci spent every evening after work searching for an apartment, but she was constantly disappointed. The rent was either too high, or the environment wasn't good, leaving her feeling exhausted. On Friday afternoon, just as she was planning to take the high-speed train home, Mu Qingci received a call from Su Qingming. Su Qingming said, "It's been a month since we last got together. Let's have a gathering tonight with some friends we know. Also you, our academic star, can help us with our thesis outlines, or we're going to go crazy over them." Mu Qingci thought it over and decided that meeting up with friends might relieve the stress of house hunting. She agreed to join them. She knew Su Qingming's current circle of friends, and they occasionally met up. Every time they saw her, they admiredly called her senior, even though Mu Qingci was actually a bit younger than them. This feeling of respect gave her a small sense of pride, and she happily accepted the invitation. The dining location was an elegantly styled Chinese restaurant. Each table was surrounded by exquisite screens, creating a private dining atmosphere. As Mu Qingci stepped into the restaurant, she immediately noticed Su Qingming and a few others eagerly waiting by the cashier. "Qingci." Su Qingming called out excitedly. Mu Qingci walked over calmly, and the others greeted her respectfully. "Hello, senior sister." Their respectful demeanor drew the attention of other diners, making Mu Qingci feel a bit embarrassed. She instinctively wanted to cover her face, feeling as if they were the center of attention in the restaurant. However, she quickly composed herself and offered a modest nod to everyone. Su Qingming warmly took Mu Qingci's arm and said, "We've already ordered the food, just waiting for you. While we wait, let's discuss our graduation thesis." With the guidance of a waiter, the group made their way through the screens to their reserved table. At that moment, a man about to enter the adjacent private room withdrew his gaze and casually remarked to Feng Lie, who was already seated, "Those girls just now looked really good, especially the pretty one. They seem like students." Feng Lie gave him a cold glance. "Did you ask me here just to look at women? If so, there's no need for this meal." Hey. "Boss Feng, that's not it," the man quickly clarified. "I called you for something important. It's just that those students were so eye-catching, and I wasn't the only one looking. You didn't see it, but several people called that pretty one senior sister. Quite the scene." He sighed. "I really envy those students, but no matter how much they study, they'll end up working for us." Feng Lie looked at him coldly and bluntly pointed out, "Don't flatter yourself, and if you don't know how to use idioms, don't try." Zhou Lei shrugged. "I'm not wrong though." However, he did have another important matter to discuss with Feng Lie and quickly got to the point. Meanwhile, Mu Qingci and her group had settled at their table. The students eagerly bombarded her with questions. By the time Mu Qingci felt parched and her stomach growled, the dishes finally arrived. Yet, apart from Mu Qingci, the others remained focused on their thesis discussion, their notebooks filled with dense notes, while their plates remained almost untouched. Mu Qingci couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Let's eat first. Afterward, we can find a place to discuss thoroughly, and I'll stay with you all night if needed." With her words, they immediately put down their pens and happily began to eat. Mu Qingci couldn't help but wonder if they had been waiting for her to say this all along. Just then, a call from the real estate agent came through. Mu Qingci told the group, "Take your time eating, I'll take a call," and walked outside with her phone. The restaurant's lounge was located near the restrooms, adorned with several potted plants, and was currently empty. Mu Qingci walked to a corner before answering the call. The agent informed her of a rental that met her requirements, with the landlord only available on weekends, asking if she'd like to view it tomorrow. "This place fits your needs well. It's just behind Donghu Community. However, it's a shared apartment, the rent is a bit high, and the landlord has several conditions," the agent added. Mu Qingci was intrigued. Donghu had beautiful scenery, and she would occasionally go there for walks when she worked overtime on weekends. More importantly, it was closer to her workplace than her current residence. She asked, "Is it a shared apartment with females or males?" "Well, the landlord didn't specify," the agent replied, "but you can check it out yourself tomorrow." Mu Qingci thought for a moment and agreed. They arranged a time for the viewing and ended the call. Next, Mu Qingci called her mother, Meng Milan. "Mom, I'll be back a bit late tomorrow. I have to view an apartment in the morning." Since starting her job in S City, Mu Qingci had rented a place near her office. Every weekend, unless on a business trip, she would take an hour-long train ride home to spend time with her mother. Meng Milan advised, "Make sure to find a good place. It's okay if the rent is a bit high, safety is the most important. If you need more money, I can send some to you." Mu Qingci would send most of her salary home each month for her mother to save, so Meng Milan always worried about her being too frugal. "I have enough money, don't worry, Mom," Mu Qingci reassured her. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Mu Qingci didn't return to the table immediately but paused for a moment. Her father had passed away from a severe illness when she was in middle school, and her mother had borrowed money from everywhere to cover medical expenses. During that time, they experienced the harsh realities of life. This experience drove Mu Qingci to excel academically, graduating high school at 16 and completing her university degree in just 2 years. Just as she was about to pursue further studies, many advised her to start working instead. Some people say that educating girls is pointless because they will eventually end up as housewives. They argue that it would be better for them to marry a man with good prospects. When Meng Milan heard this, she was furious. Clenching her fists and with a determined gaze, she declared, "As long as Mu Qingci wants to study, she will study as long as she wants. Anyone who dares to speak nonsense in front of her again will have to deal with me." Mu Qingci did not disappoint her mother. She dedicated herself to her studies, completing her master's degree in 2 years and then moving straight into a doctoral program. Her outstanding performance not only earned her various scholarships, but also allowed her to cover her tuition and living expenses, even helping her family pay off all their debts. At the beginning of her doctoral studies, Mu Qingci received a rare opportunity. Her advisor recommended her for a position at the Ancient and Modern Agreements website, the only one established by the National Cultural Heritage Administration for international promotion of cultural relics. This job allowed her to work while pursuing her PhD and provided a stable income. The job also offered substantial benefits, and with additional part-time work recommended by her seniors, her earnings were quite impressive. Despite her substantial income, Mu Qingci and her mother remained low-key about it, never revealing her actual salary. They understood the principle of wealth should not be flaunted and did not want to attract unnecessary attention. Her ability to secure a government job while still a student was enough to silence those who once doubted her. As her circumstances improved, Mu Qingci began considering buying a property in the expensive real estate market of S City. She put away her phone, ready to leave the rest area, when she noticed a tall man not far away, speaking on the phone with his back to her. Without giving it much thought, she walked out. After she left, the man turned around, glancing thoughtfully at her departing figure. The next day, Mu Qingci went to view apartments with a real estate agent. The complex had a prime location, just shy of the Villa District and Donghu Community, offering lakeside views and only 8 subway stops from her workplace. As she walked through the neighborhood, she was quite satisfied with what she saw. However, meeting the landlord changed the situation. The landlord sized her up with a scrutinizing look and immediately asked, "Young lady, do you have a boyfriend?" Mu Qingci frowned and replied, "What does that have to do with renting the apartment?" The landlord seemed prepared and explained, "It's not that. I'm planning to rent to just one person. If you have a boyfriend and he moves in, I need to charge for 2 people." After a brief silence, Mu Qingci simply said no. The landlord nodded with satisfaction and continued with a smile, "The rent here is 12,000 a month. Of course, you're sharing with someone else, so it's 6,000 each." Hearing the rent was 6,000, Mu Qingci felt a bit tight. She wanted to buy a house in S City, and such high rent would make it harder to save. Even so, she carefully examined the apartment layout. It was a cleverly designed 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit in a high-rise building, offering a view of Donghu Community and easy access to Donghu. Gritting her teeth, Mu Qingci asked, "Has the other tenant been found?" Yes, it's my son," the landlord replied, suddenly enthusiastic, launching into a detailed introduction of her son. "My son works at Shui Corporation, the Fortune 500 company. He earns 600,000 a year and is very handsome. Many women admire him, but he's not interested. If I didn't think you looked pleasant, I wouldn't rent to you for just 6,000. The landlord paused and added, but after you move in, I have a few requests. My son works very hard, so you'll need to handle the cleaning. Can you cook? By this point, Mu Qingci was exasperated. She replied bluntly, no. The landlord looked disappointed and muttered, pretty young women today are all looks and no skills, and they don't even learn to cook. Mu Qingci thought, isn't this practically an insult? The landlord's gaze turned a bit critical, but she continued, even if you can't cook, you can learn. Auntie Mu Qingci finally interrupted, are you looking for a tenant or a maid for your son? The landlord was taken aback. What do you mean? Mu Qingci smirked, if you're looking for a tenant, why must they clean and cook? It sounds like you're hiring a maid. But that's not right either because you should be paying the maid, not the other way around. Why would a tenant pay rent and also cook and clean for your son? The landlord's face turned sour, and her gaze became hostile. She retorted, I'm renting to you because I felt sorry for a young girl like you. You people who come to S City from elsewhere, working your whole life, will never afford a house here. Whether or not I can afford it is none of your concern, Mu Qingci calmly said to the agent standing beside her, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She turned to the landlord, her tone calm yet firm, please, when you have agents helping to rent out your place, make sure to ask if you're looking for a nanny for your children or genuinely renting out the property. This kind of behavior puts people in a difficult position. The landlord immediately became aggressive. Hey, what are you saying, young lady? With your looks, if... Mu Qingci interrupted her before she could finish, ma'am, please watch your words. If you say anything defamatory, I can take legal action against you. Her expression remained calm, but her eyes showed determination. The landlord, infuriated by her attitude, became even more arrogant. How dare you, an outsider, threaten me, a local? Let me tell you, with just a word, I can make sure you can't stay here. Mu Qingci thought to herself that this was the first time she had encountered such an arrogant landlord. Recalling the strategies taught by her seniors, she responded calmly, but I am a registered employee in S City, working in a state-affiliated organization. I doubt your family has the influence to make me leave. These words left the landlord speechless, her expression a mix of emotions, unable to utter another harsh word. Ultimately, she rudely ordered them out. I'm not renting to you anymore. Leave my house immediately. Without another word, Mu Qingci turned and left. Once outside the complex, Mu Qingci made a new request to the agent. If it's a shared apartment, I prefer to share with a female. Actually, she added after a moment's thought, I'd rather rent a small studio by myself, even if it's a bit more expensive. The agent quietly noted her preferences. The two parted ways, and Mu Qingci headed toward the subway station. On her way, she had to pass by Donghu community and walk another couple of hundred meters. She couldn't help but think that Donghu, one of S City's famous scenic spots, was surrounded by picturesque scenery, with the largest leisure and entertainment center opposite. This place was the perfect blend of tranquility and vibrancy, with convenient transportation and a well-connected subway system, making it her ideal place to live. Unfortunately, the high property prices were daunting. Just then, Su Qingmeng called. Qingci, how's the house hunting going? Su Qingmeng asked. Mu Qingci sighed and briefly recounted her recent experience. After listening, Su Qingmeng was at a loss for words. I think she wasn't just looking for a nanny for her son, but a nanny-like girlfriend as well. I thought so too, Mu Qingci replied, sounding weary. Su Qingmeng sighed. The world is too harsh. Qingci, you should save up quickly and buy a house, then you won't have to rent and deal with such bizarre landlords. Mu Qingci chuckled wryly. I'd love to, but the property prices here are sky-high, almost 100,000 per square meter. After expenses, my monthly salary can only buy a fraction of a square meter, so it'll take years to save for a down payment. Su Qingmeng half-jokingly said, with that in mind, I don't even want to graduate anymore. Staying in school is better. But you have a good chance. With your salary, company benefits, and part-time work, you could save for a square meter each month, so it won't take long. Just as Mu Qingci was about to respond with, unless I stop eating and drinking, she noticed an elderly lady whose bag had torn, and apples were rolling everywhere. The elderly lady gasped, looking flustered. Qingmeng, I have to go, Mu Qingci said hurriedly, hanging up and quickly moving to help the elderly lady pick up the scattered apples. While picking up the apples, the elderly lady kept thanking her. Once all the apples were collected, Mu Qingci suggested, Grandma, your bag is broken. Maybe you should have your family come pick you up. The elderly lady, who looked well-maintained, kind-hearted, and fashionably dressed with a sun hat, frowned with a hint of difficulty. I'm here to bring my eldest grandson some fruit. He's probably busy at this time, and I don't want to disturb him. As she spoke, she handed an apple to Mu Qingci. Young lady, thank you. This apple is from my own garden, have a taste. Mu Qingci was about to politely refuse when the elderly lady seemed to sense her hesitation and smiled. Just take it home, wash it, and eat it. If you're worried, you can throw it away later. It's just a token of my gratitude. Mu Qingci accepted the apple and thanked her. The elderly lady explained, "No need to thank me. My back hasn't been great lately, and I can't squat down. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do." Mu Qingci insisted, "You should have your grandson come and pick you up. It's not convenient for you to carry so many things alone, and if something happens, your grandson would be worried and feel guilty." The elderly lady agreed and took out her phone to call her grandson. Once connected, she said, "Grandson, come and pick me up outside your complex." Hearing the response, the elderly lady complained, "If I didn't come secretly, you wouldn't even know to visit me. Seeing you is harder than meeting a VIP. You should think about where you've gone wrong." This made Mu Qingci chuckle. It seemed the person on the other end was defeated by the grandmother's playful scolding. The elderly lady hung up the call with a smile and said to Mu Qingci, "You young people are always so busy. If we old folks didn't come to see you, you'd always be preoccupied." Mu Qingci wasn't about to take the blame. She was well aware that many young people often make time to visit their elders. The elderly lady nodded slightly, a hint of approval in her eyes. "That's true. My eldest grandson is already quite good. He visits whenever he can. But my younger grandson is never around. Every time I call, he's either in one country or another. Seeing him is as hard as climbing to the heavens." Hearing this, Mu Qingci imagined the two outstanding grandsons and couldn't help but admire the family's exceptional younger generation. Since the eldest grandson wouldn't arrive for a while, Mu Qingci helped the elderly lady to a nearby bench and thoughtfully placed a bag of apples beside her. The elderly lady was quite the conversationalist, and once she started talking, she couldn't stop. She told Mu Qingci that she had only one daughter, who had two sons, 3 years apart. Although her children wanted her to live with them, she couldn't bear to leave the place she'd lived her whole life. She laughed. "The neighbors here are great. We visit each other, and I join in on the square dancing. It's so much fun. My daughter's place is so quiet, there's not even a neighbor to talk to, and we have nothing in common. It's so boring." As they chatted, the elderly lady suddenly turned to Mu Qingci and asked curiously, "Young lady, do you live around here too?" "No, I'm just renting a place here," Mu Qingci replied honestly. "Have you found a place yet?" Seeing Mu Qingci shake her head, the elderly lady enthusiastically said, "Perfect. My eldest grandson knows this area well. When he arrives, you can talk to him and see if he can help you find a place." Mu Qingci felt a bit awkward. "I don't want to bother your grandson. I can just use a real estate agent." "It's no bother at all. Just a small favor," the elderly lady insisted, then added considerately, "Are you worried your boyfriend might misunderstand? Don't worry. Just ask my eldest grandson if there are any rentals in their community. If you're worried we're scammers, we can talk at the security booth." Touched by the elderly lady's understanding, Mu Qingci nodded and thanked her. The more the elderly lady looked at Mu Qingci, the more she liked her, and she couldn't help but sigh, "I wonder why my grandsons haven't been lucky enough to meet a nice girl like you." Mu Qingci quickly reassured her, "Your grandsons are so outstanding. I'm sure they'll find equally amazing girlfriends." The elderly lady was not convinced. What's the use of being outstanding if neither of them wants to date anyone? "It worries me to no end," Mu Qingci advised. "Grandchildren have their own blessings. Grandma, you should just be happy every day and leave these worries to their parents." "Haha. You're right, young lady," the elderly lady agreed with a laugh. Just then, Mu Qingci's phone rang. It was Lee from her company, sounding urgent. "Xiao Mu, are you home yet?" "No, I'm planning to head back soon," Mu Qingci replied. "Do you have the detailed information on the golden eagle head? Can you send it to me?" Lee asked. Mu Qingci agreed. "It's on my computer. I'll send it to you once I'm back." Lee reminded her, "Okay, but please hurry. I need it urgently." After hanging up, Mu Qingci apologized to the elderly lady. "Grandma, my colleague needs my help urgently. Will you be okay waiting here for your grandson alone?" "No problem, no problem. He should be here any moment," the elderly lady said with a smile. As Mu Qingci was about to leave, the elderly lady called her back. "Wait, take my eldest grandson's number. You can call him directly to ask about the rental. His number is XXX. His last name is Feng." As Mu Qingci took note of the number, she wondered why there were so many people with the surname Feng in S City. After jotting it down, she hurriedly left. Just as she departed, a tall figure rushed over. The man was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, and the hot weather had soaked his chest in sweat, making the fabric cling to him and outlining his perfectly toned abs. He looked at the elderly lady with a helpless expression. "Grandma, I told you not to come here alone. If you want to come, just call me, and I'll pick you up." "Humph." The elderly lady stood up, looking at her handsome grandson with slight annoyance. "I just wanted to see what you're busy with all day." "I don't care. You need to find me a granddaughter-in-law who's both pretty and polite." She added, "I really liked that young lady who helped me earlier, but unfortunately she has a boyfriend. I gave her your number. If she calls you for help finding a place, you must help her." Feng Lie, who had just picked up the bag from the chair, was momentarily speechless. left with no choice but to look helplessly at his grandmother. After Mu Qingci sent the documents to Sister Li, she boarded the high-speed train back home. As the train raced forward, the scenery outside flew past in a blur, and her thoughts drifted toward home. During dinner, mother and daughter sat at the table. Meng Milan, while serving her daughter food, brought up an old topic. You've had your driver's license for years now, yet you still haven't bought a car. Wouldn't driving make it much easier for you to come back? Mu Qingci swallowed her food and explained helplessly, Mom, you should experience the traffic in S-City during rush hour before saying that. Most people in our company often take the subway. It's much faster than driving. Plus, I don't really want to drive. Taking the subway or a taxi means I don't have to worry about parking. You know, I'm not good at parking. Seeing her daughter's firm stance, Meng Milan decided to drop the subject. Not long after dinner, Meng Milan's phone rang. It was Mu Qingci's grandmother. After a brief conversation, Meng Milan turned to her daughter and said, Your grandmother wants us to go over for dinner tonight. Hearing this, Mu Qingci felt a wave of reluctance. She had never been close to her grandmother's family and always felt out of place there. Being a high-achieving student, she was often compared to her cousins by her uncles and aunts. Over time, her cousins began to view her with disdain, as if she were an enemy. Particularly her second aunt, who often made unpleasant remarks like, What's the use of studying so much? And Meng Milan borrowed so much money back then, she ended up so burdened that no one would dare marry her. Although Mu Qingci was annoyed by these comments, she refrained from retorting out of respect for her elders. After she paid off all the debts with scholarships and her salary, her second aunt shamelessly tried to get close to her. This only made Mu Qingci more averse to her, to the point where she didn't want to interact with her second uncle's family at all. However, considering they were her mother's relatives, she couldn't make her feelings too obvious. Sensing her daughter's reluctance, Meng Milan considerately said, If you don't want to go, I'll go alone tonight. You can hang out with your friends. Mu Qingci thought for a moment and decided to go along. I'll go. We should at least visit Grandma and Grandpa. Our eldest uncle and aunt have always been kind to us. Besides, we need to dispel any ideas second aunt might have about borrowing money from us. Though Mu Qingci's father was an orphan with no relatives on his side, she couldn't avoid visiting her grandparents and eldest uncle's family, just because of her strained relationship with her second uncle's family. Both mother and daughter knew that this dinner was likely arranged by the second uncle's family, with the intention of borrowing money. That evening, the family gathered at a restaurant in town. The private room had 2 tables, one for the elders and one for the younger generation. As soon as they sat down, her second aunt began to praise Mu Qingci. Qingci is truly outstanding, not only landing a great job but also working for the government. Milan, you're so lucky. In a few years, Qingci might buy a house in S-City and bring you there to enjoy life. Mu Qingci expressionlessly picked up her cup and drank, feeling the complex gazes from her cousins. Usually, they didn't have much to say to her, but this time her second cousin, Meng Chengwei, was unusually enthusiastic, pushing a plate of sunflower seeds toward her. Cousin, have some seeds? Mu Qingci thanked him politely, but Meng Chengwei didn't seem bothered by her indifference. Instead, he started boasting about his latest big business. You probably don't know who I'm partnering with for a business venture, do you? His sister, Meng Wanzhu, chimed in eagerly, Brother, you've been keeping it a secret. Since we're all here today, you should tell us. Mu Qingci watched him with his smug expression and quietly continued sipping her tea. She heard him say with a mysterious air, You must have heard of the Shui Group, right? Brother, you mean the one owned by the richest family in S-City, the Fortune 500 Shui Group? Meng Wanzhu exclaimed. Yes, Meng Qingwei confirmed with a nod. Their eldest cousin, Meng Yichen, who worked at a regular company, was surprised. Second brother, you're partnering with someone from the Shui Group? Others also looked on in disbelief. The second aunt beamed so widely it seemed her smile would stretch to her ears, and she deliberately added for Meng Milan and her daughter's benefit, we wouldn't trust anyone else with Xiaowei's investments, but with the Shui Group, it's a surefire profit. We're only telling you this because we're family. Finally, Meng Chengwei revealed, I'm partnering with a relative of Shui's second master, someone named Wang. Mr. Wang said if I invest $1 million, he'll take me on board. As you know, Shui Group is a Fortune 500 company. By collaborating with them, I'll earn back my investment within a year, and after that, it's all profit. Whoa. Meng Wanzhu looked dreamily at him. In a few years, we'll be able to buy a house in the best area of S-City. Others joined in the praise, reminding him not to forget them once he made it big. The room buzzed with dreams of a prosperous future, while Mu Qingci sat quietly in the corner, fully aware of the borrowing scheme about to unfold. Meng Chengwei was feeling elated from all the praise and inadvertently glanced at Mu Qingci, who had been quietly sipping her tea. Unable to resist, he asked, Qingci, what do you think of this partnership? Mu Qingci slowly set down her teacup and nodded slightly. It's good. Despite her suspicion that the so-called Mr. Wang seemed like a fraud, she knew voicing her doubts would only invite criticism. It was better to just go along with them. As expected, Meng Chengwei became even more pleased with himself upon hearing her response. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Qingci felt a cold smile form in her heart. She recalled how, when her father was gravely ill, other relatives had lent some money, but her second uncle's family refused to lend even a penny. Her second aunt had even said that treating someone destined to die was foolish, and that Mu Qingci and her mother would never be able to repay the debt once he passed. What she resented most was that her second uncle had been a silent bystander. Mu Qingci was not one to forget a grudge. She quickly put on a sincere expression and looked at Meng Chengwei, cutting him off before he could ask for money. "Second cousin, my mom and I fully support you in spirit," she said earnestly. Then, with an expectant tone, she added, "Our house hasn't been renovated in years, and it gets quite damp when it rains. Since your project is so profitable, could you perhaps lend us 100,000 next year to fix up our house?" Meng Qingwei had planned to ask Mu Qingci for money, but her words made his smile freeze instantly. Frowning, he asked, "Didn't you pay off your debts a few months ago? You earn at least tens of thousands a month, don't you? Surely you've saved up 100,000 by now." Mu Qingci inwardly smirked, realizing he had calculated her salary precisely and was ready to take advantage of her. But she feigned surprise and said, "Second cousin, how could you think I have so much savings? You're well aware of the rent and cost of living in S City. My rent alone is over 3,000 a month, and with utilities, food, daily expenses, and transportation, almost 10,000 is gone each month. Plus, I'm just a history graduate working in a government unit, so I don't earn much. The most pressing issue is my landlord's son and daughter-in-law are returning from abroad, so I have to vacate the apartment. I spent last week searching for a new place, and you wouldn't believe anything within an hour's commute to my office costs at least 4 to 5,000 a month, and nicer places are close to 10,000, not to mention the deposit and 3 months rent up front. I have no idea where to find that money." Meng Qingwei's enthusiasm vanished instantly, and he asked irritably, "Do you really have no savings?" Mu Qingci was grateful for her convincingly innocent face and replied sincerely, "If I did, I'd surely lend it to you, second cousin. After all, we're family, and your success would be ours too." Meng Qingwei was left speechless and had no desire to continue the conversation. The table fell silent, and even the elders' table grew quiet. Second aunt's expression was particularly noteworthy, but she'd clearly learned from past mistakes not to make snide comments about Mu Qingci and her mother, even though she was displeased. As they finished their meal, second aunt couldn't help but remark, "I thought working at such a good company in S City meant you earned a lot, but it seems it's not as much as Chengwei." Mu Qingci calmly responded, "Indeed, I can't compare to second cousin." With that, second aunt headed to the cashier to settle the bill, and Meng Qingwei took a phone call and left first. Mu Qingci followed the other elders out of the restaurant. Her uncle asked with concern, "Qingci, is it really that hard to find a place to rent over there?" Mu Qingci nodded. "Yes, it's really tough, especially having to pay 3 months rent up front." Her aunt sighed, "We don't have any spare money either. We lent what we had to Chengwei. If you'd mentioned it earlier." Mu Qingci knew they were saving for her cousin's wedding, and whether they'd lent all their money to her second cousin was uncertain. But she didn't intend to borrow from them anyway and said, "Don't worry, uncle and aunt. If it comes to it, I can always borrow a little from my colleagues." As they chatted and walked out, they saw Meng Qingwei standing by a BMW, excitedly talking to someone inside. Meng Wanzhu called out loudly, "Brother." Meng Qingwei turned slightly, inadvertently revealing the person in the BMW. The man appeared to be in his 30s, wearing glasses and sporting a shrewd expression. His gaze landed on Mu Qingci, and the calculating look in his eyes made her uneasy. Even more unsettling was the smile he directed their way. After a brief exchange with Meng Chengwei, the man invited everyone to join him at a karaoke bar. Upon hearing that the person in the car was Mr. Wang, second aunt immediately perked up. "We can't let Mr. Wang treat us. We should be the ones treating him. Besides, you young folks should go have fun. We older ones can't keep up." Second uncle agreed, "Yes, yes." Meng Qingwei turned to Mu Qingci with renewed enthusiasm. "Cousin, come with us. It's not often we get to hang out together." Recalling that Mr. Wang had specifically asked about his cousin, Meng Qingwei thought bringing Mu Qingci along might please Mr. Wang. If Mr. Wang was happy, perhaps he could invest a little less and still reap the same rewards. Mu Qingci firmly shook her head, indicating she wouldn't join them for karaoke. Before she could speak, Meng Milan interjected, "Qingci won't be going. There's something at home I need her help with." Meng Qingwei chimed in immediately, his face displaying an enthusiastic smile, and "Whatever needs doing, we can handle it later. Just let cousin Qingci come and have fun with us tonight." As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to Meng Wanzhu. Catching on, Meng Wanzhu approached, attempting to take Mu Qingci by the arm, speaking in a light-hearted tone, "Cousin, come on. Besides Mr. Wang, it'll just be our family. Are you really worried Mr. Wang has any intentions towards you?" Mu Qingci subtly moved closer to Meng Milan, linking her arm with hers. A faint smile played on her lips, her tone calm yet slightly mocking. "As you all said before, I've studied history so much that I've become boring. I don't like places like karaoke bars, they make me uncomfortable. Cousins, please don't make it difficult for me." At this moment, their grandfather spoke up with an authoritative voice. If Qingci doesn't want to go, she doesn't have to. Whoever wants to play can go. Meng Milan immediately agreed. Dad, you're right. Then she addressed the group. Qingci and I will head back now. She's leaving tomorrow afternoon, and I plan to buy some groceries in the morning to make some snacks for her to take along. With that, she took Mu Qingci to the street to hail a cab. While waiting for a taxi, Meng Milan could keenly feel Mr. Wang's intense gaze and instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Mu Qingci. Once in the car, Meng Milan's expression turned serious as she warned that Mr. Wang doesn't seem like a good person. Be cautious, Qingci. Mu Qingci softly acknowledged. The next day after lunch, Mu Qingci took the high-speed train back to City S, spending the following week apartment hunting. On Tuesday, she received a call from Meng Chengwei. His voice carried a forced enthusiasm. Cousin, I'm in City S for business. Where are you staying? I can bring you something. Mu Qingci knew their relationship was never close enough to warrant such gestures, especially since she had just returned over the weekend and didn't need any help. She replied coldly, there's no need. I'll be working overtime these days, so it wouldn't matter if you knew where I lived. She added, I'm busy here, so I'll hang up now, and promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mr. Wang observed Meng Chengwei's call getting cut off, swirling his wine glass with a hint of intrigue in his eyes as he asked, couldn't get your cousin to come? Meng Chengwei, slightly annoyed, replied, my cousin has always been arrogant because she excelled in school. Mr. Wang smirked. Gifted students tend to be a bit proud. Others joined in teasingly. Is young Master Wang interested in the scholarly cousin? Meng Chengwei also looked on inquisitively. Mr. Wang's smile deepened. Indeed, I am. But winning over such a talented and beautiful woman would be something to boast about. He then inquired, where does your cousin work? Meng Chengwei hesitated, knowing Mr. Wang's reputation as a playboy. Then Mr. Wang casually draped an arm over his shoulder, speaking in a brotherly manner. Haven't you been short on funds? If I win over your cousin, money won't be an issue. Besides, I've fallen for her at first sight. A beautiful and intelligent woman like her would make my family very happy as a wife. Hearing this, Meng Chengwei quickly calculated. If Mr. Wang married his cousin, they'd become relatives. Collaborating with Mr. Wang to make money would be a breeze. With this in mind, he readily divulged Mu Qingci's workplace. The others were amazed. She's truly talented. Working for Gujin Yuyue, a magazine directly under the National Cultural Heritage Administration, requires real skills. Exactly, with a government job like that, marrying such a woman would definitely bring honor to the family. Old Meng, why didn't you mention having such an impressive cousin before? For the first time, Meng Chengwei felt having a brilliant and beautiful cousin wasn't so bad. However, he failed to notice the dark gleam in Mr. Wang's eyes. Mr. Wang thought to himself, a beautiful, intelligent woman must be even more fun to pursue. On Wednesday, Mu Qingci left work early to view another apartment. Although commuting from there to her office would be under an hour, it required a subway transfer. She disliked transferring because she enjoyed reading on the subway. Just as she was about to head back, she received another call from Meng Chengwei. He straightforwardly asked when she finished work, saying he wanted to treat her to a meal. Growing impatient, Mu Qingci directly declined. I left the office early today, so I can't make it. After more calls from him, she decided not to answer. She maintained a high level of caution, even with her cousin, when it came to unsolicited kindness. By Friday afternoon, her supervisor announced, prepare yourselves, a batch of artifacts has been unearthed in Ji province. Your team will head there on Monday. Upon hearing about the business trip, Mu Qingci realized she had to find an apartment by the end of the week. So she called Meng Milan to let her know she wouldn't be able to return home this week. Afterward, Mu Qingci contacted the real estate agent, asking them to show her more properties in the next couple of days. On Saturday and Sunday morning, Mu Qingci spent so much time viewing houses that she felt dizzy, yet she couldn't find one that met her standards. The agent was almost driven crazy by her high expectations and couldn't help but say, Miss Mu, your standards are really high. There aren't many listings that meet your criteria. He thought about suggesting she lower her expectations, but seeing her refined appearance and considering her professional background, he felt that her demands weren't unreasonable. During lunch, the agent, holding on to a glimmer of hope, called a few colleagues he knew. Surprisingly, one of them had a property that seemed to match Mu Qingci's requirements perfectly. After lunch, the agent immediately took Mu Qingci to see the house. Its location was a pleasant surprise, just 13 subway stops from her company on a direct line. Even better, it was in a high-end neighborhood with beautiful surroundings, tight security, and a decent layout. When they arrived, another agent was there. They worked for different branches of the same company. This agent explained, the landlord, Mr. Lee, doesn't live here. He's looking for a tidy and tasteful tenant. I thought Miss Mu would certainly meet his requirements, so I brought you here to see it. Mu Qingci looked around carefully. Although it didn't captivate her like the properties near East Lake, it was the best she'd seen so far. She inquired about the rent. It's a 1-month deposit and 3 months rent up front, $5,000 a month. If you're interested, I can contact Mr. Lie right away and arrange a meeting for you to discuss further, the agent replied. The price was within Mu Qingci's budget, so she nodded in agreement. The agent immediately made the call, nodding repeatedly, yes, okay, understood. After hanging up, he turned to Mu Qingci and said, Mr. Lie is currently unavailable, but if you're genuinely interested in renting, you can meet him at the Dizun Club around 5 this afternoon. Upon hearing the word club, Mu Qingci frowned. The accompanying agent quickly explained, Dizun is the largest and most reputable club in S City, with complete facilities and ample security to ensure guest safety. Many wealthy people like to entertain there. The other agent added, Mr. Lie said he has a dinner engagement tonight and can meet with you before it. But if it's inconvenient for you, that's fine. He's flying to the US tomorrow and will be on a business trip for at least 2 months. Mu Qingci hesitated. She wasn't sure how long her company's business trip would last, and if she didn't find a place today, she might really have nowhere to stay. Seeing her uncertainty, the agent suggested, Miss Mu, if you decide to meet Mr. Lie, I can accompany you. It would be ideal if we could sign the contract on the spot. After weighing her options, Mu Qingci agreed. At 5 in the afternoon, Mu Qingci arrived at the entrance of the Dizun Club. It was her first time at such a luxurious venue, surrounded by people who were either fashionably dressed or exuded an air of professionalism. In contrast, she felt out of place in her loose cotton t-shirt and cropped pants, with her hair casually tied in a bun. The accompanying agent said, Miss Mu, I just spoke with Mr. Lie on the phone. He said you can go straight in to find him, but he only has 20 minutes to meet with you. Mu Qingci nodded and followed the agent inside. As soon as she entered, she was awestruck by the sight of a massive atrium, a 10-meter-high crystal chandelier, a grand spiral staircase, and elegantly dressed guests moving about. She felt as if all eyes were on her, and if it weren't for this being the only satisfactory property she'd seen, she would have turned around and left immediately. As they headed towards the elevator, Zhou, who was talking with a middle-aged man by the railing on the second floor, noticed Mu Qingci downstairs. He whistled and said smugly, What a coincidence. I ran into that pretty scholar again. It seems like fate is on my side. The middle-aged man followed his gaze, and while he agreed the girl was beautiful, he cautioned, They're about to arrive. You'd better put away those flirtatious thoughts, or don't blame me if you get into trouble later. Zhou dismissed the warning and headed towards the staircase. The middle-aged man asked, Where are you going? Without turning back, Zhou replied, I'm going to see where that girl is headed, so I can pretend to bump into her. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. Mu Qingci and the agent were led to a private room on the 3rd floor. The room was filled with a subtle aroma of tea, and an exquisite fruit platter was laid out on the table, hinting at the upscale nature of the place. The landlord, Mr. Lie, had yet to arrive. As soon as they sat down, the agent's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and said to Mu Qingci, Miss Mu, please wait here for a moment while I take this call outside. If Mr. Lie arrives, you can go ahead and discuss the rent with him. With that, he handed her the rental agreement and hurried out of the room. Just as Mu Qingci took the contract, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit entered with a friendly smile. His eyes fell on Mu Qingci, and he asked warmly, Are you Miss Mu? Mu Qingci stood up to respond, and after a brief handshake, they both sat down to discuss the rental matters. Mr. Lie was talkative and humorous, explaining with a smile, I originally bought that apartment for my son who's in high school, but it's been empty for a while. I thought renting it out might bring some life to it, but I didn't want to rent it out carelessly, so I took my time before giving it to the agent. Mu Qingci nodded in understanding. Mr. Lie continued, Although I want to rent it out, I do have a few requirements. Miss Mu, do you mind if I ask some personal questions? After a moment of thought, Mu Qingci agreed. Do you have a boyfriend, Miss Mu? Mr. Lie inquired. Seeing Mu Qingci frown, he quickly explained, Please don't misunderstand. I just want to know if I'm renting to a single lady or a couple so I can set the appropriate conditions. Plus, I need to inform the security. As you know, the neighborhood has strict security. Mu Qingci replied briefly, I'm alone. Mr. Lie nodded, indicating he would ensure the security kept an extra eye out for her. His thoughtfulness made Mu Qingci feel more at ease, and she softly thanked him. Mr. Lie waved it off, It's only right. Since you're renting my place, I should ensure your safety. Besides, you're about the same age as my daughter, and I hope someone looks out for her in the future. Following this, Mr. Lie outlined some reasonable conditions, like taking care of the property and discussing major renovations beforehand, all of which Mu Qingci agreed to. They went over the rental details thoroughly, and Mu Qingci found Mr. Lie to be one of the kindest landlords she'd encountered, second only to her current landlady. Their conversation lasted several minutes, but the agent hadn't returned. Mr. Lie glanced at the time and apologized. Miss Mu, if everything's in order, shall we go ahead and sign the contract? Here's the payment QR code. You can transfer the amount directly. Just as Mu Qingci was about to sign, the door to the room was abruptly flung open. A man in a floral shirt with a frivolous demeanor stood at the entrance. Mr. Lie immediately stood up and respectfully greeted, Young Master Zhou. The man ignored Mr. Lie and addressed Mu Qingci directly. "Good evening, beautiful scholar." His tone was filled with an uncomfortable familiarity. Mu Qingci watched him warily, feeling a sense of unease. Zhou Lei paid no mind, striding over to the coffee table and picking up the contract. He glanced at it with a smirk. "So, beautiful scholar, you're looking to rent a place?" Seeing Mu Qingci's silence, he added, "Do you know who owns this apartment?" Mr. Li attempted to speak, but Zhou Lei silenced him with a sharp command. Zhou Lei leaned in and whispered something to Mr. Li, leaving him trembling with fear. "Get lost." Zhou Lei suddenly kicked Mr. Li's backside. Mr. Li fled the room without a sound, leaving Mu Qingci in shock. She instinctively called out. "Don't bother, beautiful scholar," Zhou Lei interrupted, feigning concern. "He's not a good person." Mu Qingci turned to him, her eyes filled with suspicion. "What do you want?" Zhou Lei flashed his nonchalant smile again, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Don't get me wrong, I'm a good guy." Mu Qingci scoffed, clearly not buying his act. Zhou Lei put down the contract in his hand and looked at Mu Qingci with a serious expression. "The house you're planning to rent doesn't belong to the person who just left, but to Wang Jitao," he said, his voice carrying a hint of warning. Upon hearing the surname Wang, Mu Qingci immediately connected it to her cousin's partner. A chill ran down her spine, but she still found it hard to believe. "But I saw the information posted by the agency, and it clearly stated it was Mr. Li's house," she said, frowning. Zhou Lei sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. "That one guy is capable of all sorts of shady dealings," he said, looking directly at Mu Qingci. "Wang Jitao has connections in the industry and must have conspired with the agency." Mu Qingci's face turned pale as she realized that Mr. Wang was setting her up, and his intentions were becoming painfully obvious. Noticing her change in expression, Zhou Lei continued to explain. "Wang Jitao is notoriously infamous in the circle. He can't resist chasing after beautiful women. With your looks, he's definitely got his eye on you. Knowing you're looking for a place to rent, he set this trap." Zhou Lei recalled earlier when he had eagerly gone downstairs, hoping to run into Mu Qingci, only to overhear Wang Jitao and his cronies plotting to ensnare her. Their plan was to trick her into signing the contract, and once she moved into Wang Jitao's territory, he would have free reign. Fearing the influence of Madame Shui, who backed Wang Jitao, Zhou Lei had to seek help from Boss Feng. To his surprise, Boss Feng not only intervened but also gave Wang Jitao and his lackeys a harsh lesson. Zhou Lei felt deeply grateful, realizing that despite Boss Feng's cold exterior, he considered Zhou Lei one of his own. He even imagined that if he ever wooed the beautiful, scholarly sister, he would owe Boss Feng a debt of gratitude. "It's normal for someone like you, who's had a smooth journey as a beautiful scholar, not to see through this kind of scheme," Zhou Lei reassured her. "But don't worry, since I found out, I'll definitely handle it." Although Mu Qingci felt both angry and frightened inside, she managed to maintain a calm exterior and softly thanked him. Zhou Lei grinned. "No need to thank me." Suddenly, remembering she was looking for a place to stay, he decided to make a good impression to win her over. "Hey, beautiful scholar sister, what kind of place are you looking to rent? Let me help you out," he offered enthusiastically. Mu Qingci looked at him, her eyes full of skepticism. Zhou Lei laughed awkwardly, reassuring himself that her caution was a good thing. "Honestly, this is the second time I've run into you," Zhou Lei continued. "The last time was at that Chinese restaurant, and I was thinking, how could there be such a classy and beautiful girl like you? I thought it would be amazing if you could be my girlfriend. I can't believe we met again so soon." After speaking, he vainly flicked his bangs aside, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. Mu Qingci looked at Zhou Lei with a teasing expression, as if watching a monkey trying to show off. Oblivious, Zhou Lei continued to boast about his virtues. Just as he was about to finish, there was a sudden knock at the door, interrupting his self-praise. Both turned to see a man in a light gray casual suit standing at the doorway. He had a calm demeanor, exuding a laid-back aura, and a faint smile played on his lips. The man smirked at Zhou Lei and said, "The boss wants you upstairs." At these words, Zhou Lei immediately dropped his frivolous attitude and became serious. He hurriedly said to Mu Qingci's smart and beautiful sister, "I'll head up first. Why don't you wait here, and I'll take you home later." The man at the door added leisurely, "He said if you're not in front of him in half a minute, you will." Before he could finish, Zhou Lei dashed out of the room like the wind, leaving Mu Qingci looking bewildered. The man chuckled softly, drawing Mu Qingci's attention to him. He spoke slowly. "The one who helped you was Feng Lie, not that kid. Don't mistake your benefactor." He paused and added, "Be cautious if someone invites you to clubs or bars. After all, your looks could tempt some to commit crimes." With that, he turned and left, not giving Mu Qingci a chance to respond. The name Feng Lie hit Mu Qingci like a hammer, leaving her momentarily stunned. By the time she snapped out of it and wanted to ask more, the man had vanished down the corridor. She stood by the door, suddenly recalling how she had bumped into Feng Lie during a previous blind date. She had been caught watching the scene, and he pretended not to recognize her. The thought made her heart race with a hint of annoyance. Clearly, he had recognized her all along but chose to act like a stranger. Was he worried she'd embarrass him for being too harsh back then? As Mu Qingci was lost in thought, a woman with a manager's badge approached. She politely said, "Hello, Miss Mu. I'm Lu, the manager of the third-floor guest rooms. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. If you'd like to leave, I can arrange a car for you." Mu Qingci immediately asked, "Do you know where Feng Lie is?" Since Feng Lie had helped her tonight, she felt she should at least thank him in person. However, the manager shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Mu Qingci frowned, and Manager Lu added, "If you want to have fun here, all your expenses are covered by young Master Wang." Mu Qingci was at a loss for words, and eventually decided to leave. Manager Lu then made her way to a suite on the top floor, where several imposing men were seated. Although there were drinks in front of them, no one was drinking, and the room was filled with a tense atmosphere. Approaching Feng Lie, the manager respectfully reported, "I've arranged for Miss Mu to be taken home." Before Feng Lie could respond, the laid-back man next to him, Shen Yuxuan, asked, "Did Miss Mu spend anything here?" Seated on the other side, Xiao Mo chimed in, "A bookworm like her probably wouldn't know how to spend money here." But the manager replied, "Miss Mu took 5 bottles of wine worth 50 to 60,000 each." This left Xiao Mo speechless, unsure of what to say. Feng Lie's lips curled slightly, as if he had anticipated Mu Qingci's actions. Shen Yuxuan leaned back in his chair, smiling. "Indeed, the girl who pulled you out of your demons is extraordinary." His eyes shifted, and he asked, "Since she's looking for a place, aren't you going to help her secretly?" Feng Lie remained silent, and Shen Yuxuan understood, knowing that Feng Lie had already made arrangements, so he said no more. Mu Qingci returned home with 5 bottles of fine wine, still feeling conflicted. She hesitated over whether to tell her mother about the incident, ultimately deciding against it to avoid worrying her. However, she planned to mention her second cousin's frequent invitations to her mother, Meng Milan, knowing her mother would be more cautious about their relatives. Sure enough, Meng Milan was furious and sternly warned her not to meet Meng Chengwei. Mu Qingci solemnly promised not to meet him, and then the mother and daughter discussed the issue of finding a rental. Meng Milan suggested, "If it's really hard to rent a place, I could sell this house." Mu Qingci quickly interrupted, "Mom, don't even think about it. This house is what you and Dad worked hard for. We can't sell it. Besides, selling it wouldn't be enough for a down payment here. It's actually easy to rent a place here. I just got greedy wanting something cheap and nice, which is why I haven't found anything yet. As for buying a house, I'll save up for the down payment slowly. Don't worry, and please don't secretly take on more jobs." Meng Milan felt a pang of sadness. "It's because I haven't been capable enough." Mu Qingci quickly reassured her, "The most amazing mom in the world. How else could you have such a smart and adorable daughter like me?" She did her best to cheer her up until her mother finally smiled, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and end the video call. After putting the wine in the cooler, Mu Qingci took a shower and lay on the bed, picking up her phone to message Su Qingming. Her fingers quickly glided across the screen. "Su Qingming, did you manage to rent a place?" Half-jokingly, Mu Qingci replied, "I feel like buying a lottery ticket and winning 5 million so I can pay the down payment." Su Qingming immediately sensed her friend's predicament. "So you haven't found a place yet. You're going on a business trip next week, and who knows how long it will last. If it's 10 days or 2 weeks, you might return just in time for the deadline to move out as agreed with your landlord." Mu Qingci could only sigh helplessly, say. Su Qingming, picking up on her friend's low spirits, teased, "Our confident genius Mu sighing? You must have had a rough day. Come on, tell me about the weirdos you encountered today so I can avoid them in the future." "It's a long story," Mu Qingci had just replied when a video call request from Su Qingming popped up on her screen. Upon answering, Mu Qingci briefly recounted her afternoon ordeal to Su Qingming. Hearing the story, Su Qingming was ready to roll up her sleeves in anger. But when she heard about Feng Lie stepping in to help, her expression turned to surprise. "So that devil instructor hasn't forgotten you." Mu Qingci was about to nod when Su Qingming gave her a knowing look. "You gave him quite a hard time back then. I always said someone with your talent for driving people crazy and that innocent face would be unforgettable." Mu Qingci protested, "What do you mean I drive people crazy and deceive them with my face?" Su Qingming persisted, "Isn't it true? When Instructor Feng pulled you out for special training, you insisted on having him quiz you on history. You claimed you couldn't waste time, skipped from freshman to senior year, and if you didn't pass, it would be his fault." Mu Qingci mimicked her tone in response, "Wasn't it? While everyone else was resting, I had to endure his grueling training. I wanted to read, but he wouldn't let me, so I had him read to me instead." Su Qingming laughed, exposing her. "Was that reading? After a few words, you'd bombard him with questions. He wasn't a history major, so he didn't know the answers. Then you'd put on that innocent, sad face, making him feel guilty enough to study with you." At this, Su Qingming burst into laughter, reminiscing about one of S University's favorite stories. After the laughter subsided, she curiously asked, "How did you manage to get Instructor Feng to consult our professors?" That's one of S University's unsolved mysteries. Spill the beans. Mu Qingci pouted, thinking about how every minute was precious back then. As for how she did it, both of them were a bit embarrassed about those times, so she kept it to herself. They chatted a bit more about Feng Lie before Su Qingmeng returned to the main issue. Qingci, what will you do if you can't find a place to rent? Mu Qingci felt down again but suddenly remembered a phone number. She quickly told Su Qingmeng, how about I contact the grandson of that elderly lady I met at Donghu? Su Qingmeng was a bit worried. Aren't you afraid he might have bad intentions? Mu Qingci explained, I'll start by texting him, then have a colleague from work check out the place. This time, I'll make sure to see the property deed and ask around about his character. Su Qingmeng agreed to the plan, and they ended the video call. Mu Qingci found the number she had noted and sent 3 text messages. Hello. Last Saturday, I met an elderly lady at Donghu Community. She gave me this number and said I could contact you if I hadn't found a place to rent. Is there any property available for rent in your community? After sending the messages, Mu Qingci felt inexplicably nervous, fearing a reply of no. The wait felt endless, but fortunately, the response came fairly quickly. Mr. Feng, yes. Seeing this brief reply, Mu Qingci felt a bit of relief. Early the next morning, Mu Qingci and her colleague set off for a business trip to Ji province. As they traveled, Mu Qingci's mind wandered to the province's illustrious past, once home to numerous famous tomb clusters. However, in recent history, these precious relics have suffered under the forces of power and grave robbers, leaving very few artifacts well preserved today. Upon arrival, Mu Qingci and her team immediately got to work. Their tasks included translating ancient texts for the archaeological team and writing descriptions and promotional content for each artifact. Days blurred into one another as they busied themselves with their duties. After 10 days, they finally returned to S City. Eagerly, Mu Qingci inquired about the housing situation from her senior colleague. The response was promising. The house and landlord were reliable, and most importantly, the landlord offered multiple options, either renting through a reputable agency or registering at the police station first. Excitingly, the apartment was on the 8th floor of the outermost building in Donghu Community, with a room overlooking Donghu Lake. Mu Qingci was puzzled, recalling that while Donghu Community was a mid-rise complex, the 8th floor should not have a view of Donghu Lake. She tentatively asked, Senior, are you sure you're looking at Donghu Community, not Jingsexiake behind it? Her senior colleague confirmed, it's definitely Donghu Community. Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless. The senior added, the landlord is a man. If you want to rent, you'll need to share the apartment with him. However, he hardly stays there, so it's more about having someone to look after the place. Only one room is up for rent, and you'll need to discuss further details and rent with him in person. Mu Qingci felt conflicted. She already thought the rent behind Donghu Community was high, so the rent at Donghu Community itself would likely be exorbitant. Sensing her hesitation, her senior added, he said you can contact him anytime if you're interested in renting. After thanking her senior, Mu Qingci left work early and headed home. Sitting in her living room, she checked the date and realized she had overstayed her agreed move-out time with Aunt Lee. Just as she was indecisive, Aunt Lee sent her a message asking if she had found a place. Faced with this message, Mu Qingci was at a loss for words. After a moment of biting her lip, she decided to call Mr. Feng. When the call connected, she politely asked, Hello, Mr. Feng. This is Mu Qingci. I'm interested in renting your apartment. Are you available today to meet? His response was brief, yes. Hearing his deep, cool voice, Mu Qingci felt a shiver run down her spine. Uncertain, she asked, So, when can we meet today? I've left work early and can adjust to your schedule. He replied, Come directly to 8001 Donghu Community. You can take another look at the apartment. Only then did Mu Qingci confirm his identity, exclaiming, Your instructor Feng. Feng Lie simply replied with a nonchalant Mu Qingci hesitated, pondering whether to continue her search for another apartment. She feared that living with him might mean being treated like one of his trainees again. Crying at 16 was one thing, but at 23, it would be embarrassing. However, Feng Lie's next words dispelled her doubts. Rent is negotiable under 10,000. Mu Qingci quickly changed her mind. Okay, I'll be there soon. She encouraged herself. Being trained might not be so bad, it could boost her physical fitness. Besides, getting a place in Donghu Community for less than 10,000 was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. Remembering Feng Lie's previous help, Mu Qingci bought some fruit and headed to Donghu Community. Upon arrival, the security guards seemed to have been informed, as Mr. William, claiming to be the manager of Building 8, personally led her to apartment 8001. Mu Qingci pressed the doorbell, and as she waited, she suddenly felt nervous. Memories of being trained by this devil instructor resurfaced, her muscles recalling the pain. She wondered if renting from him would mean waking up at 5 every morning for training or adhering to military-like rules. Lost in thought, the door opened. Mu Qingci looked up at the tall man standing inside and blinked. Though she'd never admit to being starstruck, this was the second time his appearance had left her in The first time was during military training when she first saw him. Clad in camouflage like the other instructors, his tall stature made him stand out. His strikingly handsome face and commanding presence were irresistibly captivating. Now, dressed in dark casual pants and a black t-shirt, his seemingly casual attire, combined with his perfect proportions and cool, aloof demeanor, made it impossible to look away. While Mu Qingci was momentarily stunned, Feng Lie merely glanced at her and said succinctly, "Change your shoes and come in." Mu Qingci snapped out of her daze, handed him the bag of fruit, and gratefully said, "Thank you for helping me at the club last time." Feng Lie acknowledged her with a nod, too indifferent to exchange pleasantries, and turned to lead the way inside. Mu Qingci instinctively glanced towards the shoe cabinet and noticed a pair of brand new disposable slippers. She quickly slipped them on and quietly followed into the room. As she stepped into the living room, an enticing aroma greeted her. It was the scent of lotus root and pork rib soup. At this moment, Feng Lie had already taken the fruit she brought into the kitchen. A moment later, he emerged with a plate of sliced fruit and placed it on the coffee table. With a blank expression, he asked, "Do you want to look at the house first or talk now?" Mu Qingci gazed at Feng Lie's stern face and unexpectedly felt a sense of calm. 7 years had passed, yet this man remained as cold and terse as ever. "I'd like to see the house first," she replied. "All right," Feng Lie answered briefly, then led her towards the guest room. The guest room was on the other side of the living room and was quite spacious. There was at least a 2-meter wide area from the bed to the bay window, enough space to place several items. Mu Qingci's eyes lit up as she imagined working by the window while enjoying the view of East Lake. The room was already equipped with a built-in wardrobe, a bed, and a desk. She would only need to add some personal touches if she moved in. After viewing the guest room, Feng Lie showed her another room and the bathroom. "Back in the living room," he said. "Except for my bedroom and study, you can use the rest of the space. The public bathroom is yours. I won't use it anymore." Mu Qingci felt increasingly interested and asked, "What rules do I need to follow if I want to rent this place?" Feng Lie, expressionless, listed the conditions. No revealing clothes in common areas. No bringing questionable people back. If you get a boyfriend and want to live together, you must move out immediately. Mu Qingci frowned. "What do you mean by questionable people? And what about having to move out if I get a boyfriend?" Feng Lie didn't explain, simply saying, "If you think the rent is too high, we can lower it." Mu Qingci's eyes sparkled. How much lower? Although the rules were a bit strict, she felt she could manage them. Feng Lie stared into her eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly turned and headed to the kitchen. Mu Qingci instinctively followed. In the kitchen, a pot of soup was steaming. Feng Lie approached the stove, added some salt, and then ladled a bit of soup into a small bowl. He turned to Mu Qingci and with an undeniable tone said, "Can you taste if it's seasoned well? Help me try it." Mu Qingci intended to refuse, but the aroma was too tempting, stirring her appetite. She found herself walking over and taking the bowl. The soup wasn't too hot anymore, and she carefully sipped it, nodding under Feng Lie's gaze. It's just right. In her mind, though, she thought, "It's delicious. I want another bowl." Feng Lie turned off the heat and placed the prepared base into the steamer. His body blocked the sink area. After setting the steaming time, he took the empty bowl from Mu Qingci and set it aside. "Follow me," Feng Lie said, striding out of the kitchen. Mu Qingci glanced at the bowl, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him out. As they emerged from the room, Feng Lie went straight to the fridge and grabbed a bottle of water, handing it to Mu Qingci. She accepted it, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Feng gestured for her to sit on the sofa opposite him while he took a seat on the other side. "I inquired about the rent for this place," Feng said, getting straight to the point. "The whole apartment costs over 30,000 a month. Since you're sharing it with me, we can calculate by room. Considering you have access to the common areas, how about 8,000 a month?" Mu Qingci shook her head, doing the math in her mind. Apart from Feng's bedroom and study, she could freely use the other areas and even had a private bathroom. This price was a steal. "I'm quite busy with work and seldom home," Feng added. "If you decide to rent here, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on the place." Mu Qingci was about to nod when she realized that such a high-end community likely had professional caretakers. Why would he need her to house sit? Feng continued, "My grandmother visits occasionally. She might have mentioned wanting me to find someone to marry." Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless. "If you rent here, I'd like you to help me with that," Feng said calmly. Mu Qingci furrowed her brows, suddenly realizing, "You want me to pretend to be your girlfriend for your grandma?" Feng remained unfazed. "You could put it that way. It's just to stop her from constantly setting me up. If you're willing to help, I'll cut the rent in half." Mu Qingci turned her head, conflicted. "Grandma, I'm sorry," she thought. "It's your grandson who doesn't want to date, and I'm just a working stiff trying to save up for a house. Feng's place is too tempting, and the deal is too good. If you find out the truth, blame your grandson." She turned back, her almond-shaped eyes bright as she looked at Feng. "How do we sign the contract? Can we do it now?" 3 months deposit, 1 month's rent up front. Feng replied succinctly. Mu Qingci smiled and extended her hand. Deal. Feng's large hand lightly touched her slender fingers before they parted. He then called Butler William to arrange the rental contract. After hanging up, Feng asked, "Do you need to go through an agent?" Mu Qingci shook her head. Despite Feng being a recurring figure in her dreams for years, she trusted his character. Besides, agent fees would be another significant expense. Feng nodded. The butler will take a while to come up. Feel free to look around. With that, he stood up and walked to the kitchen, leaving Mu Qingci alone in the living room. Once Feng disappeared into the kitchen, Mu Qingci eagerly headed to the balcony. In this 150,160 square meter apartment, the balcony was undoubtedly the most captivating spot for her. She bypassed the living room and dining area, ignoring the gym equipment near the entrance, and went straight to the balcony. The spacious balcony offered a panoramic view of Dong Lake through a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. As the sun set, the fiery clouds painted the entire lake in vibrant hues, resembling a richly colored oil painting. The area around Dong Lake was mostly residential, with other parts being themed attractions. To the left stood a giant windmill, while a bustling commercial district lay across the way. The lakeside was lined with scenic steps, where flocks of pigeons occasionally landed, fed by visitors, creating a scene where fantasy and reality intertwined. Mu Qingci silently vowed to work hard, save money, and eventually buy a small apartment near Dong Lake. Strolling by the lake and enjoying the seasonal views would surely be one of life's great pleasures. She had no idea how much time had passed when the sound of a sliding door brought her back to reality. She turned to see Feng carrying dishes to the dining room. Suddenly, she felt awkward, unsure of what to do next. Feng made a few trips back and forth with the dishes. On his final trip, carrying the rice cooker liner, he turned to her and ordered, "Get the bowls and chopsticks." Mu Qingci instinctively responded, but as she was about to head to the kitchen, she stopped abruptly. Was he actually inviting her to eat here? That would be too embarrassing. Seeing her hesitation, Feng glanced over. His deep, dark eyes seemed to silently question why she wasn't moving. Fidgeting with the hem of her shirt, Mu Qingci quietly said, "I'm just here to rent a room." Without a word, Feng went into the kitchen and quickly returned with 2 sets of tableware. He said expressionlessly, "I don't have the habit of having someone watch me eat." After a pause, he added, "The butler will come up after I finish eating." Mu Qingci hesitated for a moment but decided to accept the landlord's kindness. After all, her military training 7 years ago had given her a thick enough skin, and having dinner with the instructors was no longer a big deal. The two of them approached the dining table, where the aroma of 4 dishes and a soup greeted them. Mu Qingci couldn't help but exclaim, "Instructor Feng, you're amazing, truly a jack of all trades." Feng Lie showed no reaction to her flattery, and served her a large bowl of rice with a blank expression. Mu Qingci wrinkled her nose and said, "I can't finish all this." Without looking up, Feng Lie ladled half a bowl of soup for her and said coolly, "You didn't seem to have a problem finishing when you and your classmates sneaked in takeout." Mu Qingci felt a wave of embarrassment. She recalled the restrictions during military training at S. Universitino leaving campus. No snacks, no takeout, and only one cafeteria open at specific times. As the team leader, she was often left starving after extra training sessions. Despite knowing the instructors and teachers were vigilant, she and Su Qingming took a risk and ordered takeout once, only to be caught red-handed. After being taken away by Feng Lie, the no-nonsense instructor forced them to finish their takeout on the spot and punished them with an hour of standing at attention. Remembering this, Mu Qingci wished she could take a knife to him. However, Feng Lie was already eating, his movements quick yet graceful, finishing half his bowl in no time. Mu Qingci awkwardly withdrew her gaze and focused on her own dinner. She particularly enjoyed the steamed base, her chopsticks reaching for it more than once. Noticing that Feng Lie hadn't touched the dish, she ended up overeating. "Instructor Feng, the food you make is really delicious," Mu Qingci praised sincerely. "If you open a restaurant, it would definitely do well." Feng Lie glanced at her, looking disinterested as he stood up to clear the dishes. Mu Qingci quickly followed to help. At that moment, Feng Lie said casually, "There's a call button by the door. Press 1, and the housekeeper will come up." Mu Qingci instinctively turned her head towards the door upon hearing Feng Lie's words. Sure enough, there was a call button installed on the wall. As she returned her gaze, she noticed that Feng Lie had already efficiently cleared away the dishes. Watching him head to the kitchen, Mu Qingci guessed that he preferred handling things himself, so she moved to the door and pressed the number 1 on the call button. Afterwards, she began to carefully observe the spacious living room. Besides a set of modern-style sofas and a TV cabinet, there was a large display shelf behind the sofa, filled with various models of cars, tanks, planes, and aircraft carriers, showcasing the owner's keen interest in military models. Her gaze shifted to the dining area, which featured a simple dining table and chairs, along with a small, elegant bar. Behind the bar was a wine cabinet, with a few bottles of different types of wine reflecting a soft glow. After looking around, Mu Qingci suddenly noticed that the entire room lacked any greenery. She couldn't help but think of her own cute succulents at home and made a mental note to ask Feng Lie if she could bring them over. Just as Feng Lie finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen, the doorbell rang. He quickly went to open the door, where stood Butler William and a man with an air of professionalism carrying a briefcase. Butler William respectfully said, "Mr. Feng, the rental contract you requested is ready for your review. I've also brought Lawyer Sue as per your request." Lawyer Sue nodded at Feng Lie. Feng Lie took the contract and simply said, "Come in," before turning back towards the living room. The butler and lawyer put on their shoe covers before entering, first politely greeting Mu Qingci, then sitting down by the sofa. Mu Qingci looked at this legal expert, feeling a bit dazed. She looked at Feng Lie in confusion, who seemed to sense her question and explained, "With legal protection, both parties can feel assured." Mu Qingci nodded, finding it reasonable. The contract was drafted according to their previous discussion, and after signing, Lawyer Sue and the butler signed as witnesses. The butler then took out a small sensor and asked Mu Qingci for her ID. As he operated it, he explained, "I'm now entering Miss Mu's information into the community system, so you'll have direct access. If needed, you can contact me directly. I'll also send a detailed list of the butler services to your phone via text message. Is that all right?" Mu Qingci was impressed by the comprehensive services of this upscale community, but maintained her composure, nodding slightly and saying, "That's fine." Once all the formalities were completed, the butler and lawyer took their leave. By now it was past 7 in the evening, and Mu Qingci was also getting ready to leave. Just as she was about to reply to Su Qingming's inquiry about the rental situation, Feng Lie suddenly asked, "When are you planning to move in?" Mu Qingci thought for a moment, then looked up and replied, "I plan to move in tomorrow." Feng Lie merely responded with a faint without further comment. Sensing his aloofness, Mu Qingci wasn't sure what to say, so she stood up and said, "I'll be heading back now." She walked towards the door, and Feng Lie followed her. As Mu Qingci stepped out, Feng Lie also came out, calling after her, "Record your fingerprint and image." Mu Qingci paused by the door and followed his instructions to register her fingerprint and image in the entry system. They entered the elevator together, and Mu Qingci looked at him with a puzzled expression, clearly wondering, "Instructor Feng, you don't need to be so polite. You can stop here." Feng Lie glanced at her and said expressionlessly, "I'm going for a run." Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless. As they approached the community gate, Mu Qingci asked, "Instructor Feng, do you have work tomorrow?" "Yes." "When do you get off work?" Feng Lie turned to look at her. Mu Qingci explained, "I have quite a few things, and I'll need some time to get organized after moving in tomorrow. If you find it too messy, I'll try to have everything sorted before you get home." "No need." "No rush." "Oh." The conversation suddenly paused, and Mu Qingci turned her attention to the flower bed by the road. The community had excellent landscaping, with the flower beds filled with rare and thriving plants. Looking at these, Mu Qingci thought of the plants she had accidentally killed and the succulents that were still relatively healthy, feeling a bit disheartened. She unconsciously slowed her pace, and Feng Lie stopped alongside her, asking, "What's the matter?" Mu Qingci turned to him, her expression conflicted. "I was wondering if I should bring my succulents over." Then she asked, hopefully, "Can I keep them at your place?" Feng Lie met her gaze and, in a calm tone, nodded yes. Mu Qingci's voice softened, her brow furrowed with concern. "I hope they won't die from not adapting to your home's environment." She paused, then added firmly, "If they do die, I will definitely not admit it was my fault." Just as she finished speaking, a sleek silver sports car roared past them. It screeched to a halt a few meters ahead, then slowly reversed. The window rolled down, revealing a chiseled face. The man's earrings sparkled in the sunlight as his piercing gaze swept over Feng Lie and Mu Qingci. A look of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly averted his eyes and sped off. Mu Qingci blinked in surprise and turned to Feng Lie, asking, "Do you know him?" "He's from the same neighborhood," Feng Lie replied succinctly. They soon reached the entrance of the community. Out of nowhere, William the butler appeared, smiling as he inquired about Mu Qingci's moving plans. Mu Qingci, impressed by the attentive service of the upscale community, candidly replied, "I plan to pack in the morning and move in the afternoon." William nodded in agreement, explaining the moving process and service details. Once he was done, he took his leave. Mu Qingci and Feng Lie continued walking along the edge of East Lake towards the subway station. When they arrived at the entrance, Feng Lie turned and ran ahead, while Mu Qingci entered the station. On the subway, Mu Qingci sent a message to Su Qingming, "I got the place and the landlord is Feng Lie." Su Qingming immediately replied, "I'm coming over right now. Let's talk more then." When Mu Qingci arrived home, she found Su Qingming anxiously waiting outside the door. Grabbing Mu Qingci's hand, Su Qingming bombarded her with questions. "Zai, what's going on? How did Feng Lie become your landlord? You rented his place? You're so brave." Mu Qingci replied with a straight face, with the rent cut in half. "What's a devil, instructor? Besides, he's retired now, and I'm not a freshman. What reason would he have to make me train? Saying this, she opened the door, and the two entered the apartment. Su Qingming looked thoughtful for a moment, then worriedly asked, Feng Lie is still a young, single man. Aren't you afraid of living alone with him? If he tries anything, with your small frame, you wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Mu Qingci said seriously, I don't think Officer Feng is that kind of person. Su Qingming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do you really trust Officer Feng that much? Yes, Mu Qingci nodded, recalling past events. I remember seeing the prettiest girl in our year confess to him, and he turned her down. Not long ago, I saw him drive away a blind date. Plus, from what his grandmother says, he doesn't seem interested in having a girlfriend at all. Su Qingming's eyes lit up as she teased. What do you mean by the prettiest girl in our year? Wasn't that you? Mu Qingci immediately shot her a glare. Su Qingming quickly surrendered. All right, you're not pretty. It's your grades that are impressive, okay? She couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Qingci was indeed the prettiest girl of their year, and was even voted the campus queen. But she hated people commenting on her looks, and had skipped from freshman to senior year based on her abilities. Eventually, everyone started calling her the academic goddess. Satisfied, Mu Qingci continued. So when I found out my landlord was him, I felt relieved. I think. She paused, her expression turning a bit strange. Su Qingming, intrigued, asked, What do you think? Mu Qingci's tone was complicated. I think Officer Feng either has some issues or he's gay. Su Qingming was so shocked she was speechless for a moment. Mu Qingci nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. He's already 30, and even his grandmother is worried about his future, but he doesn't seem to care at all. It must be one of those reasons. Especially since he offered me a rent discount just to pretend to be his girlfriend in front of his grandmother. Still in shock, Su Qingming subconsciously asked, How much is the rent for his place? 4,000. Su Qingming was silent for a while, then couldn't help but speculate. Maybe he's interested in you and is trying to lure you into his home? 4,000 for a place in Donghu community? Unless the landlord is a saint. Impossible. Mu Qingci briefly explained her encounter with Feng Lie and the conditions he set. If he had any intentions towards me, would he have said I could move out if I decided to live with the boyfriend? And he was still going on blind dates when we ran into each other recently. Su Qingming thought for a moment and agreed, but still felt a bit uneasy. What if he has some ulterior motive? Mu Qingci didn't believe Feng Lie had any ulterior motives, so she joked, with his looks and physique, unless he's not capable or is gay, I wouldn't be at a loss. Su Qingming burst out laughing, suddenly remembering something, and asked, Do you remember what you said during the night talk session after that grueling day of military training? Mu Qingci thought for a moment but couldn't recall. We were exhausted every day and had those talks every night. Which night are you talking about? The night it rained. Other classes trained indoors, but we were out in the rain. Mu Qingci finally remembered. Su Qingming continued. Back then, we all joked about someone winning over Officer Feng, hoping he'd go easier on us. Everyone voted for you. I was only 16 then, still a minor, and you guys still had the heart to do that, Mu Qingci complained. Who else? You were the only one daring enough to quiz him on history during training and approach him during the instructor's breaks. Who else would we pick? Su Qingming retorted. Do you remember what you said? What did I say? Mu Qingci genuinely couldn't remember. You said you'd wait until you grew up to pursue him, and once you caught him, you'd have 10 or 8 kids with him to show him how wicked people can be. Mu Qingci was stunned. Did I really say something that outrageous? Thinking back, Mu Qingci finally recalled. She had been reading while listening to their complaints about Feng Lie, and when asked, she had casually repeated their earlier joke. Didn't you all say the best revenge on a man was to have a bunch of kids with him? At this, Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh. Remembering their night talks, where they'd jump from discussing funny online memes to criticizing Officer Feng's cold demeanor, Su Qingming also laughed heartily. After calming down, she said, You had a point. Although we only interacted with Officer Feng for a month, his aloof, ascetic vibe was strong. He was cold and indifferent to everyone. I wonder if he's changed after 7 years. He hasn't, Mu Qingci said decisively. All right, it seems you're really safe, Su Qingming said. I happen to be free tomorrow, so I'll help you move. It'll be a good chance to see if Officer Feng still matches the image in my head. After a few more jokes, Mu Qingci called Aunt Li to discuss the move. Then she video called Meng Milan to inform her about the move as well. Meng Milan's questions came rapid fire, and Mu Qingci dared not reveal the fact that she was sharing an apartment with a single man, so she had to be vague. Fortunately, Su Qingming was there to divert attention, and Meng Milan didn't become suspicious. After the video call ended, Mu Qingci felt relieved and slumped onto the sofa. Su Qingming raised an eyebrow and said, You can hide it for now, but not forever. What will you do when the truth comes out? Mu Qingci frowned, clearly troubled by this. Su Qingming, her eyes twinkling with mischief, suggested, Why not just say Instructor Feng is your boyfriend when the time comes? No way, no way. Mu Qingci shook her head repeatedly. My mom would never allow cohabitation before marriage. If she found out, she'd break my legs. After pondering for a moment, she said, how about this? I'll just say I live alone and have Instructor Feng avoid being seen during video calls. That's the best plan for now, Su Qingming nodded, so you should focus on earning more money and buy a place of your own as soon as possible. The next morning, the two of them got up early to pack their things. Su Qingming glanced at the succulents Mu Qingci had carefully tended and couldn't help but tease, I really don't get why you're so into succulents. You often travel for 10 days or more, and I can help take care of them. But now that you're moving to Instructor Feng's place, I dare not go there to water them. Mu Qingci grinned and said, succulents are the only plants I can't kill. Besides, the Donghu community has its own concierge, so you don't need to worry. Upon learning how luxurious the Donghu community was, Su Qingming was instantly filled with envy, her expression screaming jealous. Just as they were nearly done packing, their landlady, Aunt Li, came by. She asked about the rental situation and insisted on waiving the rent for the month when settling the utility bills. Mu Qingci couldn't refuse and had to accept. Before long, Butler William arrived with movers to help. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Aunt Li, Mu Qingci and Su Qingming left in the moving van. As the car drove into the Donghu community, Su Qingming once again marveled. The world of the wealthy. However, when she saw Feng Lie standing under the building of Block 2, she grabbed Mu Qingci's hand and exclaimed, Qingci, Instructor Feng hasn't changed a bit. Mu Qingci scrutinized Feng Lie, also surprised that he was off work so early. She replied, how could he not have changed? He's much more mature than 7 years ago. Su Qingming rolled her eyes. Men in their 30s are like blossoming flowers. Such a composed man is even more attractive. Oh my, I think I'm falling for him again. Mu Qingci withdrew her gaze and teased. Why don't you go after him then? Su Qingming immediately dropped her starstruck expression and said seriously, a man like that is best admired from afar, not to be trifled with. I can't handle him. Besides, I don't want to court trouble. Hearing this, Mu Qingci nodded silently to herself. There's some truth in that. The two quickly composed themselves just before the car door opened. As Su Qingming got out, she immediately adopted the demeanor of a well-behaved student and respectfully greeted Feng Lie. Hello, Instructor Feng. Mu Qingci, on the other hand, casually asked, Instructor Feng, why are you off work so early today? Feng Lie remained expressionless and merely nodded slightly at both of them. Seeing this, Mu Qingci turned to supervise the moving company's work. Su Qingming followed closely, occasionally sneaking glances at Feng Lie and whispered to Mu Qingci, his presence is so intimidating. It reminds me of the fear during his drills. Mu Qingci whispered back, get a grip. Su Qingming grimaced, I can't help it. I just want to leave, afraid he'll suddenly call for a gathering. Mu Qingci shook her head helplessly. The moving company hired by Butler William was quite professional, carefully transporting packed items to the elevator without needing much direction. Mu Qingci pulled the still nervous Su Qingming along as they followed. As they passed by Feng Lie, Mu Qingci paused and was about to say, Instructor Feng, the living room might get a bit messy later if you... Before she could finish, Feng Lie interrupted, we won't go there. They can't enter the elevator otherwise. With that, he led the way inside. Mu Qingci hesitated for a second before quickly pulling Su Qingming along. Remembering Feng Lie's previous request, she instinctively asked, Instructor Feng, can I bring my friend up to help me pack? Meng Meng isn't someone unreliable, right? Feng Lie didn't turn around, only giving a faint. Mu Qingci breathed a sigh of relief. At the elevator, Feng Lie scanned his fingerprint, and the doors opened. He gestured to Mu Qingci, head upstairs first. Mu Qingci acknowledged and entered the elevator with Su Qingming and the movers. Once the elevator doors closed, Su Qingming suddenly remarked, I think Instructor Feng isn't so bad. Seeing Mu Qingci's puzzled look, she explained, though he seems cold, he's helping you watch your luggage downstairs. Mu Qingci nodded thoughtfully, you have a point. Downstairs, as soon as the elevator doors closed, 2 men approached. The younger one, wearing an earring in his left ear, tried to ingratiate himself. Feng, should we go up and help? Feng Lie ignored him and looked at Shen Yuxuan, who stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. He insisted on coming, I couldn't stop him. The young man with the earring was Shen Yuxuan's younger brother, Shen Jun. Despite their 6-year age difference, their personalities were entirely different. Shen Jiuan continued to fawn, Feng, I haven't told anyone about your place here. Can I come over to hang out more often? Feng Lie remained expressionless. What for? To hang out with my brother, Shen Jiuan chuckled awkwardly. Shen Yuxuan, disliking his brother's behavior, told Feng Lie, Jiuan brought news that your family's old man is arranging another matchmaking event for your brother. Shen Jiuan nodded repeatedly, looking resigned. Ian is still abroad on a project, yet Grandpa Shui is having Aunt prepare a matchmaking event for him. Being an heir isn't easy. Feng Lie didn't respond. When the elevator reached the first floor, he walked straight in. Shen Jiuan instinctively tried to follow, but Shen Yuxuan grabbed him by the collar. Do you think you can ignore what old Feng says? Shen Yuxuan said lazily, if you get beaten up later, don't say I didn't warn you. Watching the elevator doors close, Shen Juan shrunk back, not daring to follow. The brothers turned to leave, with Shen Juan asking as they walked, brother, why do you think Feng suddenly let a woman live in his place? He always seemed so indifferent, and now he's moving fasto. Why did you hit me? Shen Yuxuan withdrew his hand, warning, don't speculate about things you shouldn't. You might get in trouble. Shen Zhiyuan was taken aback, wondering if Feng wasn't housing her because he liked her. That didn't seem right. Seeing his brother still lost in thought, Shen Yuxuan quickened his pace. Shen Zhiyuan hurried to catch up, changing the subject to avoid mentioning Feng Lie. Brother, do you think Grandpa Shue's matchmaking event for Yin will also involve Feng, making them both find someone to marry? Do you think Feng would follow Grandpa Shue's arrangements? No, especially since Feng took his mother's surname. Grandpa Shui already said he wouldn't let someone outside the family inherit the Shui Corporation. Exactly. But if Feng doesn't go, other branches of their family might start rumors about the brothers' relationship again. Feng and Shui already. Shen Yuxuan abruptly interrupted, you seem to have a lot of free time. Should I ask Dad to find you a job at the company? No. I'm not going to the company. I want to start my own business, just like you guys, Shinjuan declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yuxuan gave him a scrutinizing look from head to toe. Although Shen Yuxuan said nothing, his skeptical gaze was enough to be insulting. Feeling indignant, Shinjuan protested, brother, you look down on me. Shen Yuxuan retorted coldly, tell me then, what do you have that would make me think otherwise? Starting your own business, what are you skilled in? Where will the startup capital come from? Well, Shen Juan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm here to discuss it with you, aren't I? No discussion, Shen Yuxuan replied decisively, quickening his pace as he walked away, clearly unwilling to entertain his brother any longer. Unwilling to give up, Shen Zhiyuan trailed behind him, continuing to argue, don't underestimate me. Who knows, I might just become a leader in my field like Feng and Yin.
CSK?
Shen Yuxuan clicked his tongue dismissively. Hey, you don't believe me, do you? Shen Zhiyuan was getting anxious. If you don't believe it, sponsor me a bit, and I'll show you what I can achieve. As the brothers continued their debate, they turned the street corner and soon disappeared into the bustling crowd. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of a high-end apartment complex, the moving process was nearing its end. Butler William stood in the box-filled living room and asked Mu Qingci, Miss Mu, would you like them to help arrange your things? No need, Mu Qingci replied with a smile, I can handle it myself. She then asked, how much do I owe the moving company? I can pay them now. Saying this, she took out her phone to make a transfer. Butler William quickly stopped her, no payment is necessary. Helping with the move is part of the services provided by the community for its residents. Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng both widened their eyes in surprise. Su Qingmeng couldn't help but exclaim, this service is amazing. William explained with a smile, residents pay significant monthly fees, so it's only right that we provide excellent service. He glanced around and asked, if there's nothing else Miss Mu needs, I'll lead them out. Thank you. Mu Qingci expressed her gratitude sincerely. Butler William politely replied, you're welcome, and then led the moving company staff out. The living room was left with just Mu Qingci, Feng Lie, and Su Qingmeng. Reflecting on William's words, Mu Qingci, not wanting to take undue advantage, suggested to Feng Lie, Instructor Feng, maybe I should cover half of the property fees in the future. Feng Lie glanced at her, then at the boxes around the room, and said calmly, no need. This year's fees are already paid. Changing the subject, he asked, which boxes can I help with? Feng Lie's offer to help left Mu Qingci unable to refuse. After a moment of thought, she decided to be straightforward and pointed to a few boxes. Could you help me assemble the shelf for succulents and place them on it? Seeing this, Su Qingmeng discreetly tugged on Mu Qingci's sleeve, signaling with her eyes, girl, is it really okay to be so direct with Instructor Feng? However, to Su Qingmeng's surprise, Feng Lie, without a word, picked up the boxes Mu Qingci indicated and headed straight to the balcony. Su Qingmeng was left dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Mu Qingci had several small shelves that needed assembling, and with Feng Lie's help, what would have taken hours was completed in just over an hour by the three of them. During this time, colleagues and seniors from the company called to offer help upon hearing that Mu Qingci was moving, but she politely declined their offers. After everything was organized, Mu Qingci placed a small ceramic pen holder on her desk and turned to look at Su Qingmeng, who was lounging on the bay window. The windowsill was already set up with cushions and a small laptop desk, and Su Qingmeng was enjoying the beautiful view of Dong Lake with great interest. Since Instructor Feng helped us so much today, how about we go out for dinner tonight? Mu Qingci suggested. Su Qingmeng turned her head with a complicated expression and said, if this was an Instructor Feng's place, I'd definitely stay here with you tonight. Sitting on the bay window and enjoying the Dong Lake view is just amazing, especially at night with the light show and music fountain across the lake. Mu Qingci squinted at her and said, if you want to stay? No. Su Qingming immediately showed a terrified expression. I can't handle the fear of living under the same roof as Instructor Feng. It would make me feel like I'd be dragged out for a morning run at 6 a.m. You know, I'm hopeless at sports. Getting up at 6 is like a death sentence for me. Mu Qingci was speechless, thinking that Su Qingming was indeed her good friend. Suddenly, Su Qingming ran to her bag, rummaged through it, and solemnly handed Mu Qingci a small bottle about the size of a palm. This is a self-defense spray specially made for you by a friend in the chemistry department. Consider it a housewarming gift. She explained how to use it and added, even though I don't think Instructor Feng is that kind of person, we should have some self-defense awareness, right? Especially with your petite frame, you wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. With Feng's build and skills, he'd pin you down with just one finger. Mu Qingci looked at the bottle with the words, self-defense spray, scrawled on it and said, thanks for the housewarming gift. You're welcome, you're welcome. That's what good friends are for, Su Qingming grinned. Mu Qingci was about to toss the bottle into a drawer when Su Qingming stopped her. Keep it in your bag so you can use it anytime you encounter danger. My friend said one spray is enough to make someone wish they were dead. Even if Instructor Feng isn't a bad person, you might need it someday. Feeling touched, Mu Qingci put the small bottle into her handbag. Then she changed clothes, grabbed her bag and said, let's go invite Instructor Feng out for dinner. As they left the apartment, they noticed Feng Lie wasn't in the living room. Exchanging glances, Su Qingming guessed. Maybe he went back to his room? Why don't you go call him? Mu Qingci thought knocking on the door directly might be inappropriate, so she took out her phone and called Feng Lie. After just 2 or 3 rings, he emerged from the bedroom, looking at Mu Qingci expressionlessly, clearly waiting for her to explain her call. Mu Qingci hung up and smiled sincerely. Instructor Feng, thank you so much for today. Let me treat you to dinner. Feng Lie remained expressionless, his lips tightly sealed. Worried he might refuse, Mu Qingci added, I don't like owing people favors. If you don't agree, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Standing beside her, Su Qingming whispered, girl, it's okay if Instructor Feng doesn't agree. You can treat him another time after I leave. All right, Feng Lie replied briefly, then walked toward them. Mu Qingci sensed Su Qingming take a small step back, secretly mocking her friend's timidity. As Feng Lie approached, Mu Qingci felt the pressure from his tall stature and quickly led Su Qingming toward the door. Once inside the elevator, Mu Qingci was about to press the button for the first floor when Feng Lie said, press the basement level. Seeing her puzzled expression, he explained, there are no restaurants nearby. We'll need to drive. Mu Qingci promptly pressed the basement level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Feng Lie pressed his car keys. Not far away, a car beeped and its lights flashed. Mu Qingci and Su Qingming, unfamiliar with cars, glanced at the unfamiliar logo and then looked away. At the car, Feng Lie went straight to the driver's seat. Mu Qingci hesitated about whether to sit in the front passenger seat or the back. Su Qingming, being quicker, slipped into the back seat and shut the door. Mu Qingci glared at her through the window, wondering what kind of friend she was. Then Feng Lie, sitting in the driver's seat, looked over and simply said, get in. Okay, Mu Qingci replied, resigning herself to the front passenger seat. Mu Qingci settled into the passenger seat, catching a glimpse of Feng Lie's rolled-up sleeves and noticing for the first time that he was wearing a black shirt. As she reached for her seatbelt, she suddenly realized her mistake and hurriedly fastened it. Through the rearview mirror, she shot a sharp glare at Su Qingming, who immediately looked down, pretending to be engrossed in her phone, avoiding eye contact. Where do you want to eat? Feng Lie's question interrupted Mu Qingci's thoughts. Let's check out the area across the lake. There are more options there, she suggested, pulling out her phone to browse the food recommendations at Donghu Commercial Center. Officer Feng, what do you feel like eating? There's Chinese, Korean, Japanese. She listed a few options she found acceptable. Anything's fine, Feng Lie replied succinctly. At that moment, Su Qingming, sitting in the back seat, sent a message. Say, I want to eat French. Let's go to that place on the top floor of Jinswa. They say the food is great, and you get a panoramic view of Donghu at night. Mu Qingci replied curtly, no way, you don't get a say. She thought to herself that her sister, who had been abandoned, should be grateful to even get a meal, let alone be picky. Su Qingming quickly sent a series of pleading emojis. Sai darling, I'm sorry. Please, take your sister out to see the world. Mu Qingci sent back a disdainful emoji and then turned to Feng Lie. How about we go to the top floor of Jinswa for some French cuisine? Sure, Feng Lie agreed. The car soon entered the Donghu commercial district. The 3 of them took the elevator from the Jinswa underground parking lot directly to the top floor French restaurant. Since it was not yet peak dining time, the restaurant was not crowded. They were seated in a 4-person booth by the window. After ordering, Su Qingming, intimidated by Feng Lie, pretended to be amazed by the view, leaning against the window to admire the sunset over Donghu. Mu Qingci sat across from Feng Lie, who maintained a straight posture, hands on his lap, eyes looking straight ahead, exuding an air of seriousness. Feeling uneasy in the tense atmosphere, Mu Qingci tried to make conversation. Officer Feng, I thought you'd be off work after 5 today. Feng Lie finally turned his gaze to her, answering calmly, I'm not busy lately. Oh, Mu Qingci replied, trying to ease the awkwardness. She then inquired about his grandmother. Does your grandmother visit your house often? Not very often. Mu Qingci felt a bit relieved and continued. The last time I met her, she mentioned her back wasn't doing well. You should take her to the hospital for a checkup. She's already been checked. So, is her back better now? Just as Feng Lie was about to respond, a sharp, sarcastic female voice cut in from the side. Isn't this the Mr. Feng who drives a big truck and can't even afford a bride price at 30? Upon hearing this, the three of them simultaneously turned their heads. They saw a couple approaching. The woman was holding the man's arm, her striking red dress catching the eye, while the necklace around her neck sparkled under the lights. The man was dressed like a corporate executive, exuding an air of authority. Mu Qingci immediately recognized the woman as Miss Wang, the one who previously went on a blind date with Feng Lie. It was clear that Miss Wang still bore a grudge against Feng Lie for what he said that day. She deliberately used a sarcastic tone as she addressed the man beside her. Akai, this is Mr. Feng whom I mentioned to you. The man, referred to as Akai, gave Feng Lie a once-over. Being a seasoned corporate executive, a flicker of disdain and superiority flashed in his eyes, though his face remained politely smiling. Mr. Feng, hello. I heard you're the owner of a long-distance transport company. Miss Wang quickly interjected, Owner? I looked up his company, and you can't even find it online. As she said this, her gaze was fixed on Mu Qingci, who couldn't help but feel puzzled. Suddenly, Miss Wang turned to Mu Qingci, her tone flippant. Are you here for a blind date with him too? Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless, and Miss Wang took her silence as confirmation, adopting a sisterly concerned stance as she continued. Since we're both women, I'll kindly warn you. This Mr. Feng not only can't afford a bride price, but his company is fake too. You're so pretty. Be careful not to be deceived by him. There are too many scammers these days. Sitting next to Mu Qingci, Su Qingmeng tugged at her sleeve under the table, looking perplexed. Mu Qingci turned to look at Feng Lie, trying to gauge his reaction. Unexpectedly, she met his deep, inscrutable eyes. Feng Lie remained expressionless, making it hard to discern his thoughts. Seeing Mu Qingci staring at Feng Lie, Miss Wang added fuel to the fire. Not only did he start a fake company and can't afford a bride price, but he also expects women to support him financially and… Mu Qingci finally couldn't hold back and interrupted. Wait a minute, Mississippi. Did Mr. Feng ever ask you to support him financially? She thought to herself, is this woman just making things up? Miss Wang was adamant. He did, and he even hits women. Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng exchanged glances, and Mu Qingci couldn't listen any longer. She seriously said, Miss, I happened to be sitting at the table behind you during that blind date. I heard everything you said. Not hitting it off just means you have different values. You can just be strangers. There's no need to slander him like this. Miss Wang was momentarily stunned but then retorted with sarcasm. Since you were there, you should know what he said. I really don't understand why a woman as beautiful as you would go on a blind date with him. You must be in your early 20s, and he's already 30. At 30, he's still resorting to deceit for blind dates, and yet you dared to date him. Well, I wish you both the best. With that, she turned away, looking like someone whose good intentions were misunderstood, and left with her partner. Mu Qingci, feeling a bit annoyed, replied, Well, I wish Miss Wang all the best in finding a man who doesn't require you to work and allows you to be a lady of leisure at home. Hearing this, Miss Wang shot Mu Qingci a fierce glare before disappearing with her companion to the other end of the restaurant. Once they left, Mu Qingci glanced at Feng Lie, wanting to ask something but feeling it might be inappropriate, considering it was his private matter. Unexpectedly, Feng Lie spoke first, saying thank you. Mu Qingci shook her head and earnestly advised, blind dates can be risky, Instructor Feng. You should try to learn more about the person's character next time. Feng Lie withdrew his gaze, gave a slight nod, and said no more. Meanwhile, Su Qingmeng was nearly bursting with questions but didn't dare to speak up in front of Feng Lie. So she took out her phone and sent a message to Mu Qingci. Hearing the notification, Mu Qingci glanced at Su Qingmeng and signaled with her eyes for her to hold her curiosity for now. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes they had ordered. By now, the restaurant was filling up with more guests. This place was a famous spot in S-City, especially in the evenings, offering views of the East Lakes light show and musical fountains. Naturally, dining here was not cheap, attracting mainly affluent patrons, many of whom were couples. A piano stood in the center of the restaurant, with the pianist's fingers weaving a gentle melody, creating a romantic atmosphere throughout the space. Other patrons were engaged in low conversations, enjoying their meals. Only Mu Qingci and her companions ate silently, focused on their plates. Feng Lie ate quickly and had already put down his utensils while Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng were still halfway through their meals. Just then his phone rang and he said to them, I'll take this call, before getting up and heading outside the restaurant. Mu Qingci was worried that Feng Lie might leave early and settle the bill, so she only looked away after watching him exit the restaurant. As soon as Feng Lie left, Su Qingmeng lost her appetite and eagerly turned to discuss with Mu Qingci. Qingci, what do you think about that woman saying Instructor Feng is a fraud and that she couldn't find his company? Su Qingmeng asked with a frown. Mu Qingci pondered for a moment and then said slowly, I guess Instructor Feng deliberately concealed his status before the blind date, which led Miss Wang to misunderstand him as a fraud. Su Qingmeng clicked her tongue. Someone who can afford a place in the Donghu community can't possibly be poor. It makes sense that Instructor Feng would hide his financial status. Nowadays, there are too many materialistic people and those romance scammers. But I didn't expect him to hide his company as well. Mu Qingci speculated. Perhaps his company is very well known, and once you look it up, you'll see it's quite profitable, so he intentionally kept it a secret. Su Qingmeng nodded in agreement and sighed. It seems whether you're rich or not, you can't escape the fate of blind dates. But a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. I'm suddenly very curious about the real name of Instructor Feng's company. Why don't you ask him later? Mu Qingci glanced at her. Why don't you ask him yourself? I'm too scared, Su Qingmeng said, shrinking her neck. And I'm not. Mu Qingci raised an eyebrow. Of course you are. You're the famous Mu the Brave, the academic prodigy. Su Qingmeng teased with a smile. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Feng Lie stopped in a secluded corner and returned a call he had missed earlier. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end reported, a special order came in from above, and it requires your personal attention. Feng Lie responded briefly, I'll handle it later. Just after ending the call, Feng Lie's phone rang again. It was his mother calling. He answered with a calm mom. Madame Shui got straight to the point. Shall I come home this Sunday? Feng Lie looked out the window, maintaining a steady tone. There are things at the company. I might not be able to make it. Madame Shui's displeasure was evident. Every time I ask you to come back, you say you're busy. Don't forget this is your home. Your grandmother mentioned introducing a girl to you the other day, but I've told her not to anymore. And about your brother? Mom, Feng Lie interrupted. Xiaoying can make his own decisions. You don't need to worry. This obviously sparked Madame Shui's anger, and she raised her voice. How can I not worry? Xiaoyin is following your lead. Every time we suggest a girl to him, he goes abroad. Your grandfather and the board are already very displeased. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Do you know how hard it is for me in the social circle among the ladies? Other families' kids, younger than you, already have children. Look at you too. If I don't intervene, do you plan on staying single forever? In the restaurant, Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng were quietly discussing Feng Lie, occasionally glancing warily at the door, worried he might suddenly appear. As dusk fell, the lights around East Lake began to glow, adding an extra touch of charm to the upscale restaurant. The two young women, visiting for the first time, couldn't help but gaze out the window, captivated by the beautiful view. Su Qingmeng sighed. No wonder this place is ranked #1 on the recommendation list. It's truly stunning. I hope Instructor Feng comes in later, so we can enjoy it a bit longer. I also want to see the light show and the musical fountain. Mu Qingci instinctively glanced at the door, and seeing no sign of Feng Lie, she hesitated before suggesting, how about we order a cup of coffee? Su Qingmeng withdrew her gaze and teased, coffee at night? Are you planning to stay up all night? Mu Qingci shrugged indifferently. I still have some writing to do. Besides, coffee doesn't affect me anymore. Even if I have a strong tea later, I can still fall asleep. Su Qingmeng gave a thumbs up, impressed. You're amazing. Then she looked worriedly at Mu Qingci's hair. Aren't you afraid of going bald? I've lost a lot of hair working on my thesis lately. Mu Qingci nonchalantly replied. If it happens, it happens. I can always buy a wig. Su Qingmeng was left speechless. Just then, Mu Qingci noticed Feng Lie entering through the door. Despite the growing crowd in the restaurant, his tall stature and commanding presence made him stand out. Feng Lie glanced in their direction, and Mu Qingci quickly gestured that she wanted to stay a bit longer. To her surprise, Feng Lie headed directly to the cashier. Mu Qingci abruptly stood up, startling Su Qingmeng. What's wrong? Su Qingmeng asked, puzzled. Instructor Feng is at the cashier. You stay here, I'll go check. I can't let him pay, Mu Qingci explained hurriedly. Oh, then you better go. Mu Qingci strode quickly to the cashier and, sure enough, saw Feng Lie handing over a card. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his, protesting, Instructor Feng, what are you doing? I'm treating you to dinner. Both Feng Lie and the cashier looked at her. Her eyes were wide with annoyance on her otherwise gentle face. Feng Lie pressed his lips together, speaking calmly, remove your hand. Realizing her action, Mu Qingci quickly pulled her hand back but insisted, it's not right for you to pay. I said I'm treating you tonight, and you can't secretly settle the bill. Feng Lie didn't argue, withdrawing his card. Mu Qingci sighed in relief and told the cashier, I'll pay with my phone. As the cashier prepared to scan, Feng Lie suddenly asked, didn't you want to stay longer? Would you like to order some desserts and drinks? Mu Qingci remembered and nodded quickly. Yes, let's order. She proceeded to order a few desserts at the counter. After placing the order, they walked back to their table. As they walked, Mu Qingci chastised him. I know many men are used to paying, but it's not a rule or an obligation. When I say I'm treating you, you shouldn't go and pay. It puts me in a difficult position. She turned to look at Feng Lie, trying to convey her dissatisfaction with her eyes. At that moment, two people approached from the opposite direction, seemingly unaware of their path. Seeing Mu Qingci about to bump into one of them, Feng Lie's hand gently guided her by the shoulder. Before she realized it, she found herself standing in front of Feng Lie, and the man bumped into Feng Lie's shoulder, stumbling slightly. The man was momentarily stunned and ready to flare up, but his expression changed upon seeing Feng Lie's imposing figure. Feng Lie simply said, "Watch where you're going," in a cold tone. The man shivered, apologized repeatedly, and hurried away. Mu Qingci looked up at Feng Lie, realizing she barely reached his chin. She couldn't help but notice his chiseled jawline, the prominent Adam's apple, and the faint woody scent he carried. It made her heart race uncontrollably, especially as his stern expression reminded her of him from 7 years ago. Just then, Feng Lie looked down at her. Seeing Mu Qingci instinctively stand up straight, like a student receiving a lecture, his tone softened slightly. Watch where you're going next time. Mu Qingci avoided his gaze, nodding obediently. Understood, Instructor Feng. Feng Lie acknowledged with a soft sound, gesturing for her to continue walking. Mu Qingci quickly turned and moved forward. But as she turned, her ears inexplicably turned red. The two returned to their seats, and as soon as Mu Qingci sat down, Su Qingmeng excitedly grabbed her hand. At that moment, the waiter brought over exquisite desserts and drinks. As Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng savored the restaurant's proud sweet treats, they admired the dazzling light show and musical fountain outside the window. From this new perspective, both of their faces reflected amazement and excitement. Feng Lie rested one hand on the table and tilted his head to gaze out the window as well. Mu Qingci watched for a moment before her eyes inadvertently shifted to Feng Lie. She noticed that although he was facing the window, his gaze wasn't focused on the scene below, but rather staring into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing that something might be on Feng Lie's mind, Mu Qingci softly called out, "Instructor Feng?" Feng Lie turned his head at the sound, his eyes landing on her. Mu Qingci said, "If you have something to attend to, you can leave first." Feng Lie pressed his lips together, paused for a couple of seconds, and then replied briefly, "It's fine." Mu Qingci smiled at him and pointed downstairs. "Then why aren't you watching the musical fountain? It looks great from this angle." Only then did Feng Lie lower his gaze to look below. The three of them didn't stay long. After Su Qingmeng received a phone call, she got up to leave. They took the elevator downstairs, with Su Qingmeng heading straight to the subway station, while Mu Qingci took Feng Lie's car to return home. When they were 2 or 3 kilometers from Donghu community, Mu Qingci said to Feng Lie, "Instructor Feng, I'd like to get off and walk back." Feng Lie nodded in agreement and pulled over. After getting out, Mu Qingci waved goodbye to him. "Goodbye, Instructor Feng." Feng Lie gave a slight nod and drove off once she closed the car door. This was Mu Qingci's first nighttime stroll around Donghu. Even near the residential area, there were still quite a few pedestrians. A gentle evening breeze brought a refreshing coolness. She wasn't in a hurry to get home, and when she got tired, she rested on a bench by the lake, replying to messages in the meantime. Su Qingmeng sent a flurry of excited messages after getting on the subway. "Oh my gosh. Cece darling, that moment when Instructor Feng helped you in the restaurant was so cool and handsome. Especially when you two stood so close, the height difference was perfect. If I didn't know it was impossible between you two, I'd totally be shipping it. What did you feel at that moment? Tell me, I'm dying to know." Mu Qingci bit her lip and replied, "What could I feel? He looked so stern, I was too scared to say a word." Su Qingmeng believed her. "All right, but the fact that he didn't scold you makes me think you're special to him." Mu Qingci was at a loss for words. Su Qingmeng then asked, "Just joking, but Cece darling, you're going to be living under the same roof with Instructor Feng tonight. Aren't you nervous?" Mu Qingci corrected her, "We're just staying under the same roof. Take back those words about living together." Su Qingmeng pressed, all right, but are you nervous or not?" Mu Qingci didn't want to answer anymore. Wasn't it obvious? Of course she was nervous. Otherwise, why hadn't she gone back yet? But she wasn't about to admit that. By the time Mu Qingci reached the entrance of the Donghu residential complex, night had already blanketed the entire city. She looked up at Building 8, Unit 8001 on the 8th floor, noticing the apartment was completely dark. The complex was heavily guarded, with security personnel in uniform wielding batons, exuding an air of authority that suggested rigorous training. Mu Qingci hesitated for a moment, thinking, Instructor Feng wouldn't go to bed this early, would he? Maybe he's out for a night run like last night. Although she trusted Feng Lie's integrity, the sudden prospect of living with a man made her feel a bit uneasy. Seeing that Feng Lie wasn't home, she sighed with relief and stepped into the complex. Once home, Mu Qingci headed straight to the bathroom. To her surprise, all of Feng Lie's belongings had disappeared. After a moment of thought, she returned to her bedroom to gather her toiletries and arrange them in the bathroom. As she showered, she lit her favorite scented candle, filling the room with a delicate fragrance. After her bath, Mu Qingci sat cross-legged on the window seat, opened her laptop, and began translating foreign literature. Between tasks, she occasionally glanced out at the night view of Donghu. The lake shimmered with colorful reflections under the lights, exuding a peaceful tranquility. This beautiful scene strengthened her resolve to buy a home there. It wasn't until 2 in the morning that Mu Qingci finished her work. She stretched and suddenly remembered the clothes still in the washing machine. She quietly made her way to the bathroom, careful not to make any noise. Considering her living arrangement with Feng Lie, she decided to hang her undergarments by the bathroom window. On the living room balcony, Mu Qingci found the clothesline unexpectedly high. Unable to locate the remote for the automatic system, she fetched a stool. Just as she was about to step on it, she heard the door open. Turning her head, Mu Qingci saw Feng Lie entering. His sharp eyes quickly noticed her on the balcony, focusing on her as she stood on the stool. The dimly lit room, with soft light from outside, outlined her figure. She wore cotton pajama pants and a short-sleeved top, her long hair cascading freely, and stood barefoot on the stool, a hint of surprise on her face. Yeah, They both began simultaneously. Mu Qingci, feeling nervous, wobbled slightly, about to fall off the stool. Careful. Feng Lie called out in a low voice. Mu Qingci gasped, her face turning pale as she instinctively closed her eyes. The anticipated pain never came. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in Feng Lie's strong arms, leaning against his chest. Blinking in disbelief, Mu Qingci tried to calm her racing heart. She caught a faint woody scent from him and felt his warmth. Confused, she asked, "Instructor Feng, how did you get here so quickly?" With the light behind him, Mu Qingci couldn't see his expression. His voice was slightly deep. "Why were you so careless?" With that, he gently set her back on the stool. Mu Qingci looked up at him, still unable to discern his expression. She explained, "I was just about to hang the clothes when you came back. Seeing you startled me a bit." Feng Lie suddenly averted his gaze, his voice taking on a slightly dark tone. "Sorry." He bent down to pick up the clothes that had fallen, saying, "They're dirty now. Wash them again in the morning." "I can't get up that early," Mu Qingci replied softly. After Mu Qingci said that, she regretted it, fearing Feng Lie would suggest morning exercises. She quickly added, "I just finished work." Feng Lie gave a soft and noticing the clothes in her hand, said, "If you don't mind, I can put them in the washing machine for you in the morning. You can hang them up to dry before going to work." Although the bathroom and laundry area were separate and the washing machine was outside, Mu Qingci felt it was too much trouble for him. She shook her head and said, "I'll wash them now. It won't take long to do it by hand." With that, she put on her slippers, took the clothes from him, and headed to the bathroom. Feng Lie didn't stop her, merely watching her leave. After Mu Qingci finished hand-washing the clothes, she found that Feng Lie had already returned to his room. She carried the damp clothes to the balcony and was pleasantly surprised to see that the clothesline had been lowered significantly. She could easily hang the clothes from the ground, and a remote control was thoughtfully placed nearby. Carefully, she hung the clothes, raised the clothesline, and put away the remote before quietly heading to her own room to rest. As she walked through the living room, she instinctively paused, glancing at the closed door of the master bedroom across from her. A strange feeling stirred in her heart. Shaking her head, she continued to her room to get some rest. The next morning, Mu Qingci was awakened by her alarm clock. After getting up, she noticed the house was quiet. Clearly, Feng Lie had left early. Checking the time, she remembered she had a meeting at 10. She quickly freshened up, made herself a quick bowl of white fungus soup, and ate it with some bread before rushing out the door to work. It was Friday, and the week was almost over. Just as Mu Qingci finished her weekly summary and was about to leave, Chief Editor Jiang Zheng called her into his office. Inside, Jiang Zheng handed her a gilt-edged invitation and said, "There's an antique enthusiasts gathering on Sunday. I want you to come with me. Many valuable antiques are in private hands, and seeing them will be beneficial for your work." Mu Qingci took the invitation, her eyes forming crescent moons as she smiled at Jiang Zheng. "Thank you, senior brother." Jiang Zheng smiled back, his eyes full of affection. "You're our professor's treasure. Even though he's in Egypt, he often calls to remind me to take good care of you and make sure you're not wronged. If I didn't take you to such events, he'd surely scold me when he returns." Their mentor, the esteemed Professor Peng, was a highly respected figure in the history department, now 65 years old. His temper was as renowned as his reputation. In his younger years, he was willing to mentor students, but later he only taught public courses, no longer taking on students personally, making his few protégés distinguished figures in the field. It was assumed the professor would never take another student, so it was a surprise when, a year ago, he announced Mu Qingci as his last disciple and directly placed her in an internship at the prestigious Gujin Yu magazine. This decision made Mu Qingci an instant rising star in the industry. After work in the afternoon, Mu Qingci hurriedly packed her bags and boarded the high-speed train back to her hometown. As the train sped along, the scenery outside the window seemed like a film reel playing in reverse, but her heart was already homeward bound. When she opened the door, Meng Milan's face lit up with a surprised smile. "Qingci, didn't you say you had plans this Sunday and wouldn't be coming back this week?" Despite her words, she was already making her way swiftly to the kitchen, where two more fragrant dishes were soon sizzling away. Mu Qingci followed closely behind, deftly setting the table. "I didn't come back last week, and I have no plans on Saturday, so I can leave tomorrow night." "All right then," Meng Milan replied, already planning tomorrow's menu in her mind. "I'll go to the market in the morning to buy some meat and make you some meat sauce to take with you." "Sounds great," Mu Qingci replied with a smile. After dinner, the mother and daughter strolled through the streets of the small town. As night fell, the tea houses and mahjong parlors by the river buzzed with chatter, while the elderly focused intently on their chess games. Meng Milan subtly guided Mu Qingci through the crowd, and at every stop, admiring and envious glances followed them. Mu Qingci understood her mother's intention and amiably exchanged pleasantries with the town's elders, showcasing her polite and educated demeanor. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted their walk. The town's well-known matchmaker blocked their path, enthusiastically introducing a good match. "Meng, your Qingci is at the age to discuss marriage, isn't she? Let me introduce Sumani, a young master from the Liang family who runs a building materials company in the city. He's educated abroad, successful, and quite handsome. How about exchanging contact information so the young people can chat?" Mu Qingci felt a headache coming on and glanced into the distance. She had been through this scenario countless times, but it was particularly frequent this year. Though Meng Milan felt irritated inside, she maintained a polite smile. "Aunt Yang, Qingci has only been working for a year and plans to pursue a PhD. We're thinking of considering this when she's 27 or 28. The matchmaker persisted. "It's not like they have to get married right away. Let them date first." Young Master Liang said he plans to expand his business nationwide and isn't in a rush to marry. You could let them date for a few years. Qingci's work keeps her busy, with frequent business trips. We wouldn't want to inconvenience him." Meng Milan tried to decline tactfully. Seeing the matchmaker was about to continue, Meng Milan decided to be direct. "Aunt Yang, I'll be frank. It's not easy to support Qingci's PhD studies. I hope she finds someone with a similar educational background. Besides, Qingci works in a stable job with benefits, and I wish for her to find someone similar, even if the pay is less." This effectively silenced the matchmaker, and Meng Milan took the opportunity to pull Mu Qingci away. Behind them, the matchmaker grumbled. "If it weren't for your daughter's education and stable job, the Liang family wouldn't even consider you." Once they were out of earshot, Mu Qingci teasingly said, "Mom, you're getting better at turning down matchmakers." Meng Milan replied sternly, "If you marry just anyone, they'll surely expect you to stay home and raise a family. I can't let my daughter, who has studied so much, end up just being a housewife." Mu Qingci felt a warmth in her heart and hugged her mother's arm. "You're the best mom in the world. You're too old to be acting like this, and in front of all these people too." Meng Milan pretended to scold, though her eyes twinkled with amusement. "No matter how old I get, I'll always be your little darling. Let them laugh if they want," Mu Qingci said nonchalantly. They strolled a bit longer and arrived where the chess players were gathered. The elderly invited Mu Qingci to join a game, and she gladly accepted, sitting down at a chess table. Meng Milan stood behind her, watching her daughter's skilled play draw admiration from onlookers, unable to suppress a proud smile. It wasn't until after 10 at night that the mother and daughter reluctantly returned home. However, early the next morning, Mu Qingci was jolted awake by the sound of Meng Milan's angry voice. "How dare you come looking for Qingci? We owe you nothing. If you don't want to be relatives, just say so. I won't acknowledge you as my sister-in-law and nephew anymore." Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Mu Qingci wondered what could have caused such a commotion so early in the morning. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingci jumped out of bed, hurriedly dressed, rinsed her mouth, and wiped her face with a wet tissue before rushing out of the room. Outside, her second aunt and cousin Meng Chengwei had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Her second aunt, trying to suppress her anger, put on a friendly facade and said, "Little sister, we just want Qingci to meet Mr. Wang with Chengwei. Mr. Wang has taken a liking to Qingci. That's why he said that. Don't think of people as being so bad." Hearing this, Meng Milan was furious and shouted, "How dare you say such things? Get out of here, all of you." With that, she moved forward to push her second aunt. Meng Chengwei instinctively reached out to block, causing Meng Milan to stagger back a few steps. Mu Qingci quickly ran over to support her mother, her expression turning icy cold. She said sharply, "What are you trying to do? Are you here to cause trouble early in the morning? Do you want me to call the police?" The faces of her second aunt and Meng Chengwei changed drastically upon hearing this. Her second aunt's voice rose sharply. It was Mylan who pushed me first. Chengwei was just protecting me. By now, the neighbors had gathered around, curious about the commotion. Seeing this, Mu Qingci decided not to hold back any longer. She spoke coldly, "Why don't you tell everyone why my mom would push you?" Before her second aunt could respond, Mu Qingci continued, "All the neighbors know that our families haven't been close since my father's incident. I have never contacted my cousin privately. But ever since I returned 2 weeks ago, my cousin suddenly became very enthusiastic, inviting me to karaoke. I didn't go. After I went back to S City, he kept calling to ask me out. Isn't he up to something? Especially with that Mr. Wang he knows, who set a trap to lure me to a club because he heard I was renting an apartment in S City. If it weren't for someone rescuing me, who knows what would have happened." Mu Qingxi's rapid and clear words left her second aunt and Meng Chengwei unable to defend themselves, and the neighbors quickly understood their malicious intentions, starting to criticize them. Meng Mylan, hearing this, completely lost her temper. She yelled, "Wang Xinzhi, Meng Chengwei, I'm going to fight you today." With that, she lunged at them. Seeing this, Mu Qingci immediately shouted, "Uncles, aunts, please help my mom. My second aunt and cousin are about to hit her." The crowd, not caring who started it, rushed forward to separate them. However, due to Wang Xinzhi and Meng Qingwei's disgraceful actions, the neighbors clearly sided with Meng Mylan. In the chaos, Meng Mylan managed to scratch Wang Xinzhi and Meng Chengwei several times, and Mu Qingci took the opportunity to stomp on them a few times. By the time the crowd finally pulled them apart, Wang Xinzhi and Meng Chengwei were in a sorry state. This incident quickly reached the ears of Mu Qingci's grandparents, and a bigger storm was about to unfold. Wang Xinzhi was about to defend herself, but Meng Mylan gave her no chance. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she choked out, "We don't want relatives like you anymore. If you dare to target Cici again, I will fight you to the end." Grandfather and grandmother were also furious, unleashing a torrent of scolding at Wang Xinzhu's family. However, deep down, they still hoped for family harmony. When the second uncle stepped forward to apologize, they began to consider letting the matter go. Meng Mylan, however, was not ready to forgive and forget. She firmly stated, "In the future, if you and your wife have any issues, don't call us. We won't ask for your help either." With that, she took Mu Qingci's hand and said, "Cici, let's go." The mother and daughter left without looking back. On the way home, Mu Qingci noticed her mother's somber expression. She gently wrapped her arms around Meng Mylan's arm and softly said, "Mom, don't be angry. I can take care of myself." Unexpectedly, this seemed to touch a nerve, and Meng Mylan's tears flowed again. She choked up, saying, "If it weren't for your friend's help back then, who knows what that Mr. Wang would have done to you. It's my failure for not being able to protect you." Mu Qingci's eyes reddened as well. She stopped, hugged her mother tightly, resting her chin on her shoulder, and said, "Mom, I didn't tell you before because I didn't want you to worry. It was my own carelessness, but now I've rented a place with good security. I'll be extra careful from now on." Meng Mylan hugged her daughter back tightly, and after a long moment, she said, "Cici, if you ever want to date someone, make sure to bring him home so I can see what he's like. And find someone who can protect you, someone who has his heart set on you." "Okay," Mu Qingci replied softly. After a brief embrace, they headed to the market together to buy groceries. At noon, while Meng Mylan was cooking, Mu Qingci arranged for someone to install surveillance cameras at home. Meng Mylan glanced at them, remaining silent. At 5 in the afternoon, after having dinner at home, Mu Qingci left for the high-speed train back to S City, with a few jars of meat sauce her mother had prepared for her. By 8 in the evening, Mu Qingci returned to Donghu Community. The apartment was dark, indicating Feng Lie hadn't returned yet. She placed the meat sauce in the fridge and noticed it was stocked with ingredients, suggesting Feng Lie hadn't cooked at home recently. Just then, Su Qingmeng called via video chat. As Mu Qingci answered and walked into the kitchen, Su Qingmeng eagerly requested some of the meat sauce upon learning about it. Mu Qingci pretended to reluctantly agree, even though her mother had already set aside 2 jars for Su Qingmeng. As they chatted, Mu Qingci recounted the morning's events. Su Qingmeng was furious, cursing the second aunt and cousin. Leaning against the stove, Mu Qingci expressed her worry. "What I fear most is that my second aunt and cousin might secretly do something to my mom. I feel like they're capable of it. What should we do? Why not hire a bodyguard for Aunt Meng?" Su Qingmeng suggested. Mu Qingci shook her head. "Mom wouldn't agree to that. Besides, I don't even know where to find a reliable bodyguard. Hiring one to stay in town would cost thousands a month. I send most of my salary to Mom every month. I can't afford it. Then what can we do?" Su Qingmeng asked anxiously. "I had surveillance cameras installed at home this afternoon and asked the neighbors to keep an eye on my mom. If they really dare to trouble her, I'll know right away. Then I won't show them any mercy." "Exactly. You can't be lenient with relatives like that." "Yeah." With that, Mu Qingci prepared to head to her bedroom, phone in hand, as she left the kitchen. Unexpectedly, She bumped into Feng Lie standing in the living room. She paused, instinctively saying, "Instructor Feng, you're back." Feng Lie, dressed in camouflage pants and a military green t-shirt, exuded a powerful presence with a stern expression, making Mu Qingci stand a little straighter. Su Qingming, hearing Mu Qingci's words, wisely stayed silent. Feng Lie simply nodded slightly and headed to his bedroom, carrying a package. Once he was inside, Mu Qingci returned to her room. After a brief chat with Su Qingming, Mu Qingci ended the call and got ready to shower. As she left her room with her pajamas, she heard noise from the kitchen and walked over. She saw Feng Lie boiling water, seemingly to cook noodles. Mu Qingci said to him, "Instructor Feng, I brought some meat sauce my mom made. You should try it later." Feng Lie turned to look at her. With a hint of pride, Mu Qingci continued, "My mom's meat sauce is really delicious. Whenever I took it to school, it would be gone in one meal, no matter how much I brought. Sometimes when I don't feel like cooking, I just eat it with rice." Mu Qingci, worried that Feng Lie might feel awkward about taking the pajamas, placed them on a nearby chair. She walked over to the fridge, opened the door, and asked, "Do you prefer pork sauce, chicken sauce, or beef sauce?" Feng Lie paused for a moment before replying, "Any is fine." Mu Qingci then took out a jar of beef sauce, set it beside Feng Lie, and left the room. After her shower, Mu Qingci dried her hair and exited the bathroom, finding that Feng Lie had already finished his meal and returned to the bedroom. She also went back to her room to rest. The next morning, Mu Qingci didn't wake up until after 8. The antique enthusiasts gathering was scheduled for noon, and she had arranged to meet Jiang Zhang at 10:30, so there was still plenty of time. When she opened her door, the apartment was empty. She guessed Feng Lie had already gone to work. This relaxed way of cohabiting made her feel comfortable. After washing up, Mu Qingci intended to make breakfast but discovered a note on the stove. The handwriting was bold and flowing. The beef sauce was delicious. "As a thank you, I've prepared breakfast. There's porridge in the pot, and eggs and steamed dumplings in the steamer." With a slight smile, Mu Qingci lifted the steamer lid and indeed found dumplings and eggs, with porridge in the adjacent pot. She served herself a bowl of porridge, set the table for breakfast, and went to the fridge for the meat sauce, only to find that half of the jar she gave Feng Lie was still there. After a moment's thought, she wrote a note and stuck it on the fridge. "Instructor Feng, feel free to eat the meat sauce. I brought plenty and will bring more over the weekend. Otherwise, it will go to waste." She ended the note with a smiley face. After breakfast, Mu Qingci went through some documents. By 9:30, she dressed, put on her makeup, and headed out to catch a taxi to the antique gathering venue to meet Jiang Zhang. Such gatherings were typically exclusive to the wealthy and influential, making it hard for ordinary people to gain entry. However, Jiang Zhang, as the editor-in-chief of Ancient and Modern Encounters, came from a prominent family and easily secured an invitation. Today's gathering was held at the famous private garden Yuan in S City. When Mu Qingci got out of the taxi, she saw Jiang Zhang waiting at the gate. He looked her over and complimented, "You look great today, and it's perfect for this kind of gathering." Mu Qingci wore a Chinese-style embroidered shirt paired with a navy blue skirt with blue and white porcelain patterns. Her hair was simply pinned up with a wooden hairpin, and she wore pearl earrings, resembling a lady from an ancient painting, graceful and scholarly. As they walked and talked, Jiang Zhang explained, "Today's attendees are all big names in the antique world. Since we're early, I'll introduce you to the host first." Upon entering the garden, they were greeted by a classic Jiangnan garden scene. Small bridges over flowing water, pavilions, and towers, all exuding an ancient charm. After passing several scenic spots, they arrived at a courtyard where a plaque reading Huixiong Residence hung above the main hall door. Standing at the entrance were two people, a middle-aged man in a deep purple tang suit and a young woman with a high ponytail, wearing a similar skirt, exuding a commanding presence. The two walked over, and Jiang Zhang warmly shook hands with the middle-aged man. "President Chen, it's been a while," Jiang Zhang said with a smile. "Haha, Mr. Jiang, long time no see." "Welcome, welcome," President Chen responded heartily. During the handshake, Mu Qingci noticed the woman next to President Chen staring at her. She politely nodded and smiled, and to her surprise, the woman's eyes lit up and she returned the smile. After the two middle-aged men exchanged pleasantries, Jiang Zhang turned to introduce, "This is my junior apprentice, Mu Qingci. I brought her along to broaden her horizons. So, you're also a student of Master Peng's." "Welcome, welcome," President Chen said warmly. Mu Qingci maintained a graceful smile. "Hello, President Chen." "Haha, good." President Chen laughed, then gestured to the woman beside him. "This is my daughter Zi. She should be about the same age as Mu. You young folks can hang out together later." Upon hearing this, Chen Zi immediately walked over to Mu Qingci and familiarly took her hand. "It's just us young ladies at this event today. Come on, before the other guests arrive, let me show you around." Instinctively, Mu Qingci looked at Jiang Zhang, who nodded with a smile. "Go ahead." The two young women set off together. Chen Zi was cheerful, especially since they both wore traditional Mamian skirts, which made her even more enthusiastic. You wouldn't believe it, but none of my peers like wearing Mamian skirts. They say I'm an oddball. Mu Qingci was puzzled. Mamian skirts are traditional attire from our culture, passed down by our ancestors. How could wearing them make you an oddball? That's what I said, but they just think it's strange. Well, they lack taste. I think so too. They exchanged a smile, and a unique friendship between women began to blossom. Their conversation flowed from Mamian skirts to antiques. Chen Zi's family was in the antique business, with several jewelry and antique stores across the country. Besides antiques, my family also deals in jade and gemstones. I have two brothers in the gemstone business, while I help my dad with antiques. Both had a wealth of knowledge about antiques, and the more they talked, the more they clicked, until guests began to arrive, and they went out to greet them together. At the exchange event, Mu Qingci was amazed by the variety of private collections. She stopped to admire a Southern Song Dynasty celadone vase with 8 strings and a flared mouth. Chen Zi explained from the side, I didn't know the Yao family had such a piece. We have one too, and my dad treats it like an ancestor. We can only look at it from a meter away. Mu Qingci laughed. These ceramics are rare and fragile, so they must be well protected. Indeed, such ceramics are becoming rarer in our country. Does the Cultural Relics Bureau have many? Not many, a lot are in museums abroad. Hearing this, Chen Zi snorted and declared, just wait, one day when I can stand on my own, I'll hire a team of mercenaries to bring all those cultural relics back from foreign museums. Mu Qingci looked at her seriously and said, when you do, let me know. I'll write the narratives for them. I want the world to know that only we truly understand the treasures left by our ancestors. Chen Zi, excited, grabbed her hand. All right, it's a deal. They shared a knowing smile. At lunch, Mu Qingci and Chen Zi sat together. While others discussed antiques, Chen Zi received a call and raised her voice in annoyance. I'm not going. Even if the second young master of the Shui family were choosing a bride, I wouldn't make the cut. Going there just to be a backdrop. Watching women act like clowns vying for attention, it's an eyesore. The person on the other end seemed to say something else, and Chen Zi's displeasure grew. If you want a marriage alliance, let my elder brothers do it. If you push me again, I'll become a nun. Hearing this, Mu Qingci looked at her with bright eyes. Chen Zi hung up, shrugged at Mu Qingci's gaze, and complained, growing up is such a hassle, constantly being pushed to marry. Then she asked, Qingci, does your family push you to get married too? No, I'm still working on my PhD. My family isn't in a rush. Jealous I've been nagged by my family for years. Mu Qingci gave her a sympathetic look. Chen Zi didn't seem too bothered and suggested, this event should wrap up by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Let's go out and have some fun tonight to celebrate our friendship. Mu Qingci nodded with a smile, sure. The exchange event concluded as scheduled at 3:30, and the Chen family prepared small gifts for each guest. Chen Zi even gave Mu Qingci a jade hairpin, saying, I wanted to swap your hairpin the moment I saw it. A jade hairpin will definitely suit you better, Qingci. The jade hairpin was smooth and lustrous, with a vibrant green hue and intricately carved patterns that seemed to come to life. Mu Qingci instantly recognized its significant value, and was about to politely decline when Chen Zi swiftly reached out and removed the wooden hairpin from her hair. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall as Chen Zi teasingly handed her the jade hairpin, saying, if you don't wear it, I won't give your wooden hairpin back. With no other choice, Mu Qingci accepted the jade hairpin and carefully pinned it into her hair. Chen Zi's eyes lit up with admiration, exclaiming, Qingci, you look perfect with a jade hairpin. Next time, I'll take you to try on a jadeite hairpin. I'm sure it would look amazing too. Startled by the suggestion, Mu Qingci quickly waved her hands. No need. These are too expensive. She was already contemplating how to reciprocate the generous gift, knowing it required careful thought. Chen Zi dismissed her concerns, saying, it's just stone. The high prices are all due to the rich driving up the market. She then linked arms with Mu Qingci, enthusiastically suggesting, come on, let's go have some fun. With you and me wearing traditional Mamian skirts out, I feel super confident. Mu Qingci smiled and agreed. Let me inform senior brother first. After receiving Chen Zi's approval, she quickly approached Jiang Zheng, who was conversing with President Chen and others. After explaining the situation, Jiang Zheng smiled and reminded her, all right, but be safe and don't stay out too late. Bidding farewell, Mu Qingci left with Chen Zi. Chen Zi drove a vibrant red sports car that matched her bold and striking personality. She grinned at Mu Qingci and said, tonight, let's turn heads and show everyone how stunning the traditional Chinese Mamian skirts can be. Their first stop was the antique market, where, with Chen Zi's help, Mu Qingci managed to acquire several exquisite antique trinkets at incredibly low prices. It wasn't until dusk that they sought out a restaurant for dinner. While waiting for their food, Chen Zi scrolled through her social media and vented to Mu Qingci, I'm so glad I skipped the Shui family banquet today. It was a complete farce. Apparently, the eldest son didn't attend, and the second son had a stern face the whole time, ignoring all the women trying to catch his attention. The whole thing was a joke. Mu Qingci, not well versed in high society gatherings, speculated, was it a matchmaking event? Exactly. Chen Zi's gossip instincts were fully engaged as she elaborated. You know the Shui family, right? They're an influential family with a large clan, but surprisingly, none of the second generation are business prodigies. The old master hasn't settled on an heir. However, the third generation has some remarkable individuals, especially the two sons of Master Shui. She paused before continuing. The eldest is the most outstanding, but he took his mother's surname from a young age, joined the military in his teens, and established his own business after years of service. It's rumored his company has military ties, and although officially retired, he still maintains strong connections. The old master is said to have always wanted him to revert to the Shui surname. Mu Qingci was surprised. Isn't it rare for the eldest grandson to take the mother's surname in a prominent family? Does his mother's family wield significant influence, even intimidating the Shui family? Chen Zi shook her head. That's the mystery. According to my mother, the First Lady's family isn't particularly notable, making it an unsolved enigma in social circles. She then shifted to talking about the second son. The second son is also a business genius, groomed by the old master as the heir. But he declared he wouldn't marry unless the eldest did. Now they're 30 and 27, both still single, which worries the old master and the first family greatly. Chen Zi explained further. The Shui family frequently hosts matchmaking banquets, but the eldest rarely shows up, and the second son is dismissive of everyone, infuriating the old master. Mu Qingci mused. I always thought marriage in wealthy families was dictated by elders. I didn't expect the Shui brothers to be so rebellious. Chen Zi laughed. Exactly. But they're incredibly talented. The eldest is beyond control, and the second son lands billion-dollar deals effortlessly. Despite the elder's anger, they don't dare act rashly. The old master can only limit the second son's power by not granting him the CEO position. Interestingly, other branches in the Shui family are eager to dethrone the second son as the heir. Mu Qingci spent almost the entire evening listening to high society gossip, which was truly an eye-opener. Before she knew it, the clock struck 10:30, and she decided it was time to leave. Chen Zi insisted on driving her home. I wouldn't feel comfortable with you taking a cab alone. Besides, I brought my car, she said, leaving no room for refusal. Mu Qingci hesitated. She knew Feng Lie might not appreciate her bringing too many people back, but it would seem rude not to invite Chen Zi up if she drove her home. No need to drive me, Mu Qingci tried to decline politely. I live nearby, and it's easy to get a taxi or take the subway. You should head home too. Your family must be worried since it's so late. Chen Zi waved her hand dismissively and practically pushed Mu Qingci to the passenger side, opening the car door for her. I finally met a friend I really get along with, and if you don't let me drive you, it's like you don't want to be my sister, she said with a playful threat in her tone. Mu Qingci had no choice but to get in the car. Once inside, Chen Zi immediately pulled out her phone and opened the map app. Qingci, where do you live? Give me the exact location so I can set the GPS. Just set it to the east gate of Donghu Community, Mu Qingci replied. Chen Zi suddenly turned her head, her face full of surprise. Did you say Donghu Community? Not understanding her excitement, Mu Qingci simply explained. I rented a place there. Chen Zi's expression turned a bit peculiar as she muttered under her breath. Who would rent out a place in Donghu Community? Mu Qingci didn't catch it. What did you say? Nothing, Chen Zi brushed it off, already planning in her mind. Knowing her good friend lived in Donghu Community meant she could visit often, and might even have a chance encounter with someone special. The thought made her quite happy, so she didn't press Mu Qingci further about how she managed to rent there. I'll be visiting you often from now on, Chen Zi said cheerfully. Mu Qingci opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. Chen Zi, oblivious to her hesitation, happily hummed a tune as she drove. Suddenly, Chen Zi's phone rang. She answered using the car's hands-free system. Little sister, where are you? Why aren't you home yet? Came a man's voice. I'm driving my new best friend home, Chen Zi replied. The other end was silent for a moment before speaking again. Don't hang out with dubious people. Mu Qingci felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Chen Zi retorted indignantly. What dubious people? Qingci is amazing. She's a PhD and works at Guji Nyue. She came with Mr. Jiang to attend the antique exchange my dad hosted today. There was another pause. Apologies. Humph, as long as you know you're wrong, Chen Zi said triumphantly. Don't underestimate my social skills. Let me tell you, Qingci is not only the prettiest girl I've ever met, but also. Listening to Chen Zi's endless praise, Mu Qingci wished she could disappear. Why couldn't this brother and sister discuss her when she wasn't around? And she'd never met anyone who enjoyed complimenting others as much as Chen Zi did. After a string of compliments, Chen Zi suddenly turned to Mu Qingci and asked, Qingci, do you have a boyfriend? Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless. Chen Zi grinned. The person on the phone is my second brother. He's 26 and doesn't have a girlfriend. If you don't have a boyfriend, why not consider him? Mu Qingci looked at her blankly, just about to speak. A warning voice came through the phone. Chenzi, do you need a lesson? Try matchmaking again and see what happens. Mu Qingci seized the opportunity to say, I'm focusing on my studies and work right now, so I'm not considering that. The voice on the phone suddenly became low and ominous, like the calm before a storm. Chenzi, did you put me on speaker? Chenzi shrank back a little and whispered, I used the car's speakerphone. Mu Qingci could sense the person on the other end taking a deep breath, then speaking through gritted teeth. I'm hanging up. Get home soon. Then the call ended. Mu Qingci felt that the get home soon likely had an unspoken, or else tacked on. Chenzi seemed to realize she might be in for it when she got home and fell silent for the rest of the drive. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the east gate of Donghu Community. Mu Qingci got out, and Chenzi seemed ready to follow. But Mu Qingci stopped her. It's too late today. You should head home. We can talk or text later, Mu Qingci said. Chenzi glanced longingly at the community's entrance, then nodded and said eagerly, I'll come find you tomorrow then. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Mu Qingci waited for Chenzi to drive away before turning toward the community entrance. She hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when a deep, familiar voice called out, Mu Qingci. She instinctively stopped and turned around to see Feng Lie jogging over in camo pants and a military green tank top. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin and outlining his perfectly chiseled abs. His arm muscles gleamed under the lights, exuding both agility and strength. Though his hair was slightly disheveled from running, and his breathing wasn't visibly labored, his chest rose and fell more rapidly than usual. At that moment, he radiated a unique allure that was both restrained and wild. Mu Qingci felt her heart race as she looked at Feng Lie. When he walked towards her, she swallowed instinctively. Feng Lie soon stood in front of her, gazing down with an intensity that felt deeper and more commanding than ever before. Overwhelmed, Mu Qingci averted her eyes, feeling flustered. She tried to appear calm and asked, Did you go for a run, Instructor Feng? Yes, Feng Lie replied curtly. They walked side by side into the complex, enveloped in silence. Unable to bear the tension, Mu Qingci spoke up, Did you see the note I left you on the fridge? Yes. If you like the food, feel free to help yourself, Mu Qingci added. After a moment of silence, Feng Lie responded, Okay. As they chatted, they soon reached Building 8. At the elevator, they both reached for the button simultaneously. Mu Qingci was a fraction slower, and her fingertip brushed against Feng Lie's. He turned to look at her, his gaze unfathomable. Embarrassed, Mu Qingci quickly withdrew her hand and gave a nervous laugh. When the elevator doors opened, Feng Lie stood still. Mu Qingci entered first, and he followed. Despite the spacious elevator, the half-meter distance between them wasn't enough to ease the tension Mu Qingci felt from Feng Lie's presence. She instinctively touched the jade hairpin in her hair. The hairpin suits you, Feng Lie suddenly remarked, startling Mu Qingci. Her fingers slipped, and her long hair cascaded down, a few strands brushing against Feng Lie's arm, creating an indescribable tension. Mortified, Mu Qingci quickly explained, this hairpin was a gift from President Chen's daughter when my senior brother and I attended the antique exchange today. She said it matched my outfit. She could feel Feng Lie's gaze lingering on her, and she tightened her grip on the hairpin. Just as she was about to meet his eyes, the elevator reached the 8th floor. Feng Lie remained still, seemingly waiting for her to exit first. Understanding his intention, Mu Qingci stepped out, with Feng Lie following closely behind. It truly suits you, he said. His words sent a tremor through Mu Qingci's heart, and her cheeks flushed. She murmured a soft acknowledgement, quickly unlocked her door, and darted inside like a startled rabbit. Feng Lie stood for a moment, watching her retreat, before slowly making his way to his own room. Mu Qingci hurriedly ran back to her bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Leaning against the door, she lightly patted her flushed cheeks, silently reminding herself, Mu Qingci, get a grip. Don't be swayed by how Instructor Feng looks right now. Remember, at his core, he's still that cold, unfeeling, and oblivious man. If he realizes you're blushing and your heart's racing because of him, he'd probably kick you out immediately. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. This affordable yet ideal apartment wasn't easy to come by, and she couldn't lose it over a moment of impulse. Mu Qingci closed her eyes, taking a few deep breaths, feeling her heartbeat gradually return to normal. Finally, she couldn't help but objectively acknowledge, I must admit, Instructor Feng does have an impressive physique. Shaking her head, Mu Qingci grabbed her pajamas, ready to take a shower. The next afternoon, as work was about to end, Mu Qingci's phone suddenly rang. It was Chenzi calling. Qingci, there's an underground auction tonight, Chenzi's cheerful voice came through. I heard from an insider that there's a piece of Ming Dynasty Chenghua official porcelain with underglaze red. Do you want to check it out? Mu Qingci's heart skipped a beat. The craftsmanship of underglaze red is extremely complex, and it was difficult to achieve such a high level during the mid to late Ming dynasty. It wasn't until the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty that there was a breakthrough in this technique. Therefore, genuine Ming dynasty underglaze red pieces are exceedingly rare, with many having been lost overseas. "Where is the auction?" she asked eagerly. "At the Emperor's Club." Mu Qingci fell silent immediately. The name Emperor's Club reminded her of a previous near-miss experience. "Qingci, what's wrong?" Chen Zi asked, puzzled. Mu Qingci was too embarrassed to mention her past ordeal, so she vaguely replied, "I just feel the Emperor's Club isn't very safe." Chen Zi pondered, "You're right. With your looks, it might not be safe for just the two of us. How about I get a bodyguard from my family to accompany us, just to be safe?" Mu Qingci hesitated. She really wanted to see that underglazed red porcelain in person, and having a bodyguard would indeed be safer, so she didn't oppose the idea further. After work, as Mu Qingci stepped out of the office building, she saw Chen Zi waving at her from beside a long black sedan. "Let's grab some dinner first," Chen Zi said with a smile, then head straight to the Emperor's Club for the auction. Mu Qingci instinctively glanced inside the car, meeting a pair of calm eyes. A young man in a sharp suit, bearing some resemblance to Chen Zi, but appearing more mature and composed, nodded slightly at her. Mu Qingci suddenly recalled Chen Zi mentioning introducing her second brother the day before, and she had a hunch. She turned and asked, "Zi, where's the bodyguard?" "In the front passenger seat," Chen Zi replied, pulling her towards the passenger side door. The window rolled down to reveal a stern, serious face. Everything about this person, from his attire to his expression, fit the image of a bodyguard. Chen Zi then led Mu Qingci to the back seat, introducing, "Qingci, this is my second brother, Chen Yiming. You can just call him second brother like I do. I initially intended to borrow a bodyguard from him, but since he's also going to the club tonight, he offered to take us along." Mu Qingci felt a bit awkward, but seeing Chen Yiming's calm expression, she suppressed her discomfort and politely said, "Thank you, Brother Chen." Chen Yiming had been observing Mu Qingci discreetly since she appeared. He always felt his sister was not discerning enough in choosing friends, often mingling with those with ulterior motives. This time, his sister unexpectedly asked him to accompany a new friend, so he was curious. However, when he first saw Mu Qingci, he was taken aback. This girl was indeed beautiful, but it was her gentle yet scholarly aura that was most captivating. Still, many people sought to attach themselves to their family, so Chen Yiming only nodded slightly, indicating they should get in the car. Throughout the drive, Mu Qingci and Chen Zi animatedly discussed the underglazed red porcelain, while Chen Yiming remained silent. When the car stopped outside the club entrance, Mu Qingci asked, puzzled, "Aren't we going to eat first?" "We'll eat right at the club," Chen Zi explained, "then head straight to the auction." Mu Qingci nodded, following them towards the club. At this time, the club was bustling with guests coming and going. Chen Zi, linking arms with Mu Qingci, excitedly talked about the upcoming auction. "With my brother here, if you fancy something, just have him pay for it." Mu Qingci simply smiled, thinking it would be satisfying enough just to admire the items. As soon as they entered the lobby, someone approached to greet Chen Yiming. He had to stop and exchange pleasantries, leaving Mu Qingci and Chen Zi waiting on the side. This happened several times, and eventually, Chen Zi grew a bit impatient. She whispered to Mu Qingci, "That's the downside of going out with my brothers. They always run into acquaintances and have to stop for small talk." Mu Qingci merely smiled faintly, not expecting Chen Yiming to suddenly turn his head and glance over at them. He politely excused himself from the conversation and gestured for the two girls to continue walking. As the three of them entered the elevator lobby, an elevator door opened, revealing a familiar figure to Mu Qingci. Zhou was loudly talking on the phone, "Only cowards don't come." Before he finished speaking, he noticed Mu Qingci and her companions. His eyes lit up with delight, and he quickly told the person on the other end, "Gotta go," then strode over to the three of them. He warmly greeted Chen Yiming first. "Chen you're here too?" Then he shifted his gaze to Mu Qingci and Chen Zi. He nodded at Chen Zi, "Zi, you're here as well." Finally, his eyes lingered on Mu Qingci's face. "What a coincidence, beauty and scholar, we meet again." Mu Qingci had long wanted to correct his address and calmly said, "You can just call me Mu Qingci." Zhou immediately flashed a toothy grin and replied, "Your name is lovely, I'll call you Qingci." Mu Qingci sighed silently, at a loss for words. Undeterred, Zhou continued, "A lot of people are here tonight, we're about to have dinner. Why don't you join us?" Chen Yiming simply asked, "Who's here?" The names Zhou listed were unfamiliar to Mu Qingci. Fortunately, Chen Yiming politely declined the invitation. "No need to join for dinner, but perhaps we can have a drink later." With that, he led the two girls into the elevator. Yet, Zhou followed them in, shamelessly grinning, "Then I'll join you. Dinner's on me tonight." He made no secret of his interest in Mu Qingci and added, "Qingci, I know this place well. After dinner, if you want to explore, I can be your guide." The Chen siblings noticed Zhoulei's interest in Mu Qingci. Chen Zi, recalling Zhoulei's usual carefree demeanor, instinctively stood in front of Mu Qingci and said, "Zhoulei, we don't need you. Qingci is with me tonight." Zhoulei seemed oblivious to Chen Zi's protective stance and continued to smile at Mu Qingci. "Then I'll join you guys." Chen Zi felt her anger rising and was about to retort when Mu Qingci spoke first. "I appreciate your offer, Mr. Zhou, but Zi and I have plans tonight, so we can't join you." "Don't call me Mr. Zhou. That sounds too formal. Just call me Zhoulei or Lei Go." Zhoulei insisted eagerly. Mu Qingci looked him straight in the eye and, under his earnest gaze, seriously said, "Mr. Zhou." Zhoulei was momentarily speechless, while Chen Zi couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even Chen Yiming's lips twitched into a smile. He thought to himself that his sister's new friend seemed quite interesting. The elevator arrived at their floor, and the four of them stepped out together. Unrelenting, Zhoulei enthusiastically told a nearby server, "Get us a private room." The server then led them in one direction. As they walked, Zhoulei animatedly gestured and described the various entertainment options at the venue, trying to persuade Mu Qingci to let him join. "There's a performance at the bar on the first floor later, Qingci, you should." They turned a corner following the server, and suddenly, a group of imposing men approached them. Zhoulei's words trailed off, and a subtle tension filled the air. Mu Qingci was about to smile at Feng Lie when she saw Zhoulei suddenly dash over to a group of men with the enthusiasm of an excited puppy, greeting them warmly. "Feng Shen Xiaoqin, you're here too? What a coincidence! Are you heading for dinner? We were just about to go ourselves." Following closely behind, Chen Yiming spoke respectfully, "Boss Feng, I didn't expect to see you here. I actually have something I'd like to discuss with you." Feng Lie's gaze briefly met Mu Qingci's before he nodded slightly and looked away. Mu Qingci also averted her eyes, focusing on Chen Zi, who was holding her hand tightly. Sensing something was off, she asked softly, "Zi, aren't you going to say hello?" Chen Zi's cheeks flushed instantly as she stammered, I don't dare." Despite her words, her eyes remained glued to the group of men. Just as Mu Qingci was about to follow her gaze to see who was making her so shy, Zhoulei suddenly suggested, "Why don't we all have dinner together?" The suggestion left everyone in a brief silence. Chen Zi muttered under her breath, "There's no way they'd have dinner with us." No sooner had she spoken than Shen Yuxuan glanced over, a smile playing at his lips. "Zhou's idea isn't bad. Feng, since Manager Chen wants to talk to you, let's eat together." He turned to the two women, asking politely, "Ladies, you don't mind, do you?" Mu Qingci felt Chen Zi's grip tighten and instinctively looked at her. Seeing the anticipation in Chen Zi's eyes, Mu Qingci nodded gently, sure. With their agreement, the waiter led the group to a spacious private room. One side was a lounge area, while the other had a large dining table. Zhoulei hurried ahead to a chair, making a gentlemanly gesture to Mu Qingci. "Miss Qingci, please have a seat here." All eyes were on them, and Mu Qingci felt a wave of awkwardness. She hadn't expected Zhoulei to act so warmly, as if they were close friends. With a grin, Zhoulei said to everyone, "You probably don't know Miss Qingci yet. Let me introduce her. She's a top student at—" "Mr. Zhou," Mu Qingci interrupted him, unable to hold back. Zhoulei paused, looking at her in confusion. Glancing at Feng Lie, who stood nearby with an indifferent expression, Mu Qingci worried he might misunderstand. She said to Zhoulei, "I know Instructor Feng, so there's no need for an introduction." "What?" Zhoulei looked shocked, glancing between her and Feng Lie. After meeting Feng Lie's sharp gaze, he quickly turned his attention back to Mu Qingci, still in disbelief. At this moment, Shen Yuxuan, standing next to Feng Lie, chuckled and said, "Not only does Feng know Miss Mu, but I do too. No need for introductions." With that, he signaled the waiter to pull out all the chairs. Once the chairs were arranged, Shen Yuxuan pointed to two seats. "Miss Mu and Miss Chen, please sit here." Mu Qingci nodded in gratitude and led a still-dazed Chen Zi to the indicated seats. Shen Yuxuan then said to Feng Lie, "Feng, have a seat." Although he didn't specify a spot, he stood by the chair next to Mu Qingci, stepping aside as Feng Lie approached. Feng Lie sat down silently, with Shen Yuxuan taking the seat next to him. He then addressed the rest, "Everyone take a seat." "Why are you all standing?" The others finally took their seats. Chen Yiming sat beside Chen Zi, while Zhoulei had to choose a spot farther from Mu Qingci, looking perplexed. His gaze shifted between Mu Qingci and Feng Lie, trying to discern something. However, Feng Lie was engrossed in discussing company logistics with Chen Yiming, while Mu Qingci quietly sipped her tea, with seemingly no interaction between them. As the dishes were served, the men continued their business discussion, and there was still no exchange between Mu Qingci and Feng Lie. Zhoulei finally couldn't hold back and called out, "Miss Qingci." His call immediately caught the attention of the other men, making him feel a bit pressured. He quickly added, "Miss C." The two girls looked at him, and Zhoulei, trying to maintain his composure, asked, "Where are you planning to go after dinner? Any plans?" Clearly annoyed by Zhoulei's persistence, Chen Zi replied bluntly, "Qingci already said we have things to do later, so we can't bring you along." Zhou said earnestly, I'm just asking, not joining you. Besides, with someone as beautiful as Qingci, those clubs can be quite chaotic. Wherever you plan to go, make sure Boss Feng arranges for someone to protect you. As soon as he said this, Mu Qingci immediately felt Feng Lie's gaze on her. She instinctively turned her head and sure enough, met his deep eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up, we're planning to attend the auction here later. Upon hearing this, Zhou suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement. What a coincidence. I'm planning to go to the auction too. Though no one knew if this was his original plan, once he said it, there was no refuting. After all, his fondness for Mu Qingci was well known, and creating opportunities to be near her was only natural. Hearing this, Mu Qingci couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, gripping her chopsticks a little tighter. Feng Lie noticed her reaction and glanced at her but said nothing. The group continued dining. The spacious round table could be rotated, but the men were engrossed in conversation and rarely turned it. Chen Zi seemed preoccupied tonight and barely touched her food. Mu Qingci, feeling hungry but too shy to frequently rotate the table, had to make do with the dishes in front of her. She would wait for the table to turn to eat something she preferred. Soon, Mu Qingci noticed that Feng Lie was also eating quietly. He would occasionally turn the table, allowing her to enjoy a wider variety of dishes. Interestingly, she found that the dishes she liked were often adjacent to those Feng Lie preferred, so they lingered in front of her a bit longer. Feng Lie's actions were so subtle that no one else noticed this considerate gesture. During the meal, Feng Lie's phone rang, and he stepped out to take the call. By then, Mu Qingci had nearly finished eating. She turned to Chen Zi, noticing her friend's nervousness despite being in the presence of a gentleman she fancied. She whispered, Zi, do you want to go to the restroom? Chen Zi, feeling relieved, nodded quickly. The two of them stood up and explained to the others, we're going to the restroom. The men acknowledged this and continued their conversation. Once outside the private room, the two women found a quiet corner near the restroom. Ensuring no one was around, Chen Zi let out a deep breath. I was suffocating in there. Seeing this, Mu Qingci directly asked, do you like Mr. Shin? Chen Zi was surprised at how easily her feelings were read, her cheeks turning crimson as she stammered. Was it that obvious? Mu Qingci nodded slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. You become unusually quiet and reserved whenever you see them, not like your usual self at all, she said bluntly. If you really like Mr. Shin, why don't you confess your feelings to him? Chen Zi covered her face, her voice trembling slightly. I don't dare. Every time I see him my heart races, and I can't bring myself to get close. Besides, other women have confessed to him before, and were all rejected. When someone asked him what kind of woman he liked, he said he preferred someone who could stand side by side with him and be gentle and ladylike. Mu Qingci was silent for a moment, unsure how to respond, so she changed the subject. What does Mr. Shin do for a living? He's in business with Mr. Feng, Chen Zi replied. Does he drive a big truck too? Mu Qingci pressed on. This question caught Chen Zi off guard, but after a moment's thought, she nodded, thinking it wasn't entirely wrong. Mu Qingci furrowed her brows. If they run a long-distance trucking company, why would he want a girlfriend who can stand side by side with him? Does he want someone to drive long-haul trucks with him? Chen Zi was momentarily speechless, then burst into laughter. She countered, Zai, aren't you and Mr. Feng acquainted? How come it seems like you don't know what they do? Mu Qingci looked puzzled. Isn't it a long-distance transportation company? She knew Feng Lie had hidden many things during their matchmaking, but she hadn't expected him to conceal even the nature of his work. To her surprise, Chen Zi nodded affirmatively yes. Mu Qingci became even more perplexed. Seeing this, Chen Zi began to explain in detail, their long-distance transport company is very different from ordinary ones. They only handle big business, and it's rumored they have connections with the military. No matter how dangerous the location, they guarantee 100% safe delivery of goods. They have air, sea, and land transport teams, as well as a special escort team, kind of like bodyguards. I've heard even the drivers are former soldiers. Mu Qingci's eyes widened in astonishment. Instructor Feng, is that impressive? Chen Zi continued. When Mr. Shen said he wanted a woman who could stand side by side with him, he probably meant someone with exceptional skills who could travel far and wide with him. Most women in our circle are delicate and wouldn't meet his expectations. What about you? Mu Qingci thought that given Chen Zi's personality, if she truly liked him, she should give it a try. Chen Zi lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I can't be a gentle and ladylike person. Mu Qingci was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After leaving the restroom, Chen Zi seemed to regain her usual energy. Whenever I see him, my mind goes blank, and I can't bring myself to say anything. You're right, I should confess to him. Even if I don't meet his requirements, at least he'll know how I feel. Mu Qingci smiled encouragingly. That's right. Chen Zi began planning. It's hard for me to run into him. I was thinking of using your name to accidentally meet him at Donghu Community, but missing such a good opportunity tonight would be a shame. I'll find a chance to speak to him alone and confess. She suddenly remembered something and quickly added, when I became friends with you, I didn't know you lived in Donghu community. I never intended to use you to get close to him. I know. Mu Qingci reassured her, patting her arm. Good luck later. Chen Zi nodded with a smile. Okay, even though opportunities to be alone with him are rare, I'll do my best. With that, the two headed to the restroom. Mu Qingci hadn't even stepped out when she received a message from Chen Zi. See, you go back to the private room first. I ran into some people from our circle, and there's a bit of trouble. I'll try to get rid of them. As Mu Qingci exited the restroom, she saw Chen Zi and a few women turning a corner. She hesitated, thinking it might be inappropriate to approach abruptly, but she was also concerned about Chen Zi, so she decided to return to the private room to inform Qin Yiming. After taking a few steps, she ran into Zhou Lei, who greeted her with a grin. Qingci, I thought you and Zi got lost. I came out to look for you. Mu Qingci just nodded, eager to return to the private room. However, Zhou Lei blocked her path, smiling. Qingci, how about I show you around? Mu Qingci frowned but remained polite. Zi ran into some trouble, and I need to inform Chen Ergo. Zhou Lei seemed unbothered. Zi has learned some martial arts. As long as she doesn't bully others, she'll be fine. Don't worry. Seeing that Zhou Lei was not letting her leave, Mu Qingci felt annoyed but maintained a courteous demeanor. Mr. Zhou, can we talk privately? About what? Zhou Lei's eyes twinkled with interest, his affection for her unmistakable. Mu Qingci glanced around and noticed an empty corridor by the window not far away. She turned and headed in that direction. Zhou Lei eagerly followed Mu Qingci, a warm smile plastered on his face. Qingci, when you head to the auction later, let me join you. I'm quite familiar with the process here, and if anything catches your eye, I'll buy it for you. He spoke as he walked, his tone filled with an attempt to ingratiate himself. Mu Qingci didn't respond. Instead, she quickened her pace towards the window. After taking a few more steps to ensure they were alone, she stopped and turned to face Zhou Lei. Her expression was unusually serious, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Mr. Zhou, Mu Qingci began, her voice calm yet firm. I appreciate your help last time. However, I'm sorry you're not my type. Please stop saying things that make me uncomfortable. Zhou Lei's smile froze, a flicker of hurt crossing his eyes. Undeterred, he asked, so what type do you like? I can change for you. He stepped forward, his expression growing more earnest. Instinctively, Mu Qingci sidestepped, her eyes now filled with caution. Seeing this, Zhou Lei halted his steps. Taking a deep breath, he sincerely said, I really like you. From the moment I saw you, I thought, how could someone be so beautiful and elegant, like my dream girl? Qingci, give me a chance. Whatever kind of man you want, I'll strive to be that. Mu Qingci frowned, feeling annoyed by his persistence despite her lack of interest. But since Zhou Lei hadn't crossed any lines, she suppressed her annoyance and bluntly replied, there's nothing about you that I like. Zhou Lei was momentarily speechless, his expression akin to being doused with cold water. Mu Qingci continued, my ideal partner is someone strong and upright, who can support and understand me. Zhou Lei opened his mouth, struggling to find words before saying, except for the last part, your requirements sound a lot like Feng Lie. Mu Qingci felt a jolt in her heart and quickly denied, don't jump to conclusions. As the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Lei was used to getting his way and was well connected in his social circles. This was the first time he had been so bluntly rejected by a girl, especially one he genuinely liked. In his panic, he instinctively reached out to grab Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci hadn't expected Zhou Lei to make such a move, but her body reacted faster than her mind. She swiftly caught Zhou Lei's wrist and, with a quick spin, threw him over her shoulder onto the ground. Thud. The dull sound of impact echoed. Oh. Zhou Lei cried out in pain. He lay on the ground, writhing in pain, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just happened. Looking at Zhou Lei grimacing on the ground, regret surged through Mu Qingci. She realized she might have gotten herself into trouble if Zhou Lei, the wealthy heir, decided to retaliate. Even with her self-defense skills, she might not handle a prepared adversary. In her panic, Feng Lie's face suddenly flashed in her mind. She remembered Zhou Lei seemed to fear Feng Lie. With this thought, she turned and quickly headed towards the private rooms. As she reached the hallway leading to the private rooms, she happened to see Feng Lie and an unfamiliar man turning the corner from another corridor. The two men walked side by side, sharing some resemblance in appearance and height but exuding vastly different vibes. Feng Lie radiated a commanding and steady aura, while the unfamiliar man emitted an air of aloofness and nobility. Feng Lie's expression was one of deep, worldly detachment, while the stranger's face bore a coldness that seemed to look down on the world from the top of a pyramid. At that moment, the unfamiliar man was speaking to Feng Lie, his voice chilly. Grandfather and the board are pressuring me to find a woman again. Is it impossible to develop the company without one? Feng Lie didn't respond, but he suddenly noticed Mu Qingci. Seeing the panic on her face and the glimmer of tears in her eyes, he immediately strode over, asking with concern, "What's happened?" The unfamiliar man also approached but remained silent, his gaze coldly fixed on Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci watched Feng Lie approach, feeling a mix of relief and a hint of grievance. She wanted to mention that she had hit Zhou Lei and feared retaliation, but found it hard to voice. She lowered her eyes and murmured, "I had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with Mr. Zhou earlier. He must be quite angry." Feng Lie didn't respond immediately, so Mu Qingci glanced up to gauge his reaction. His face was expressionless, lips tightly pressed. When their eyes met, he tersely said, "Let's head back to the private room." Mu Qingci hesitated but eventually nodded and followed. As they reached the room's entrance, she heard Feng Lie's cold inquiry from behind, "Who is she?" Before the words fully registered, the door had already closed, shutting out the outside world. Inside the room, Chen Zi rushed over, grabbing Mu Qingci's hand. "Cici, where did you go? I called and messaged you, but you didn't reply. I was about to go look for you." Mu Qingci then realized her phone was somehow set to silent. She apologized, explaining, "I must have accidentally put it on silent, so I didn't hear anything." "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just worried," Chen Zi replied, then pressed on, "So where did you go?" Mu Qingci, reluctant to divulge details, simply mentioned she ran into an acquaintance and changed the subject. "Did you have a run-in with those people earlier?" Successfully diverted, Chen Zi led Mu Qingci to the lounge area. Once seated, she explained her history with Wang Jiakan, starting from a friendly relationship, helping her find calligraphy and paintings, to Wang Jiaqin's sudden change in attitude. The more Chen Zi spoke, the more upset she became, lamenting Wang Jiaqin's ingratitude and unreasonable behavior. Mu Qingci listened, baffled, and speculated, could it be that Miss Wang only befriended you to get access to those artworks at a discounted price? Chen Zi, feeling a pang of realization, admitted her previous naivety and acknowledged her family's skepticism about her choice of friends. Mu Qingci comfortingly patted her hand. Just then the door to the room opened. Feng Lie entered, followed by Zhou Lei, but the other man from earlier was absent. Feng Lie's gaze immediately found Mu Qingci, then shifted meaningfully to Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei, intimidated by Feng Lie's glare, trembled slightly and hurried towards Mu Qingci. She instinctively straightened, watching Zhou Lei approach warily. He stopped in front of her and suddenly bowed deeply, sincerely saying, "Miss Mu, I'm sorry. I won't bother you again." Mu Qingci scrutinized Zhou Lei, trying to gauge his sincerity. Chen Zi looked puzzled, and everyone else in the room turned their attention to them. Mu Qingci glanced at Feng Lie, who gave a slight nod, indicating Zhou Lei had likely been warned. She addressed Zhou Lei, "Mr. Zhou, I was also in the wrong earlier." No, you weren't," Zhou Lei quickly interjected, glancing nervously at Feng Lie before adding, "You were just defending yourself." "It's understandable." He was still astonished by the strength hidden beneath Mu Qingci's gentle demeanor, but under Feng Lie's intimidating presence, he dared not say more. To show his sincerity, Zhou Lei picked up a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from the table, filling them and offering one to Mu Qingci with both hands. Feeling Feng Lie's piercing gaze, he said with a tingling scalp, "To show my apology, I'd like to toast to you. I promise not to say anything that would make you uncomfortable again. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll help if I can." At that moment, Shan Yuxuan's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, came through. "Zhou Lei, apologize to the lady. It's best if you pour her some tea." Zhou Lei snapped back to reality, quickly put down his wine glass, and clumsily picked up another cup to pour a steaming cup of tea for Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci accepted the cup, gently clinking it against his, signaling her acceptance of his apology. After setting the cup down, Zhou Lei swiftly turned to look at Feng Lie. Although he didn't speak, his eyes clearly asked, "Boss Feng, is this all right?" Only when Feng Lie gave a slight nod did Zhou Lei breathe a sigh of relief, almost fleeing towards the dining table, as if worried that if he lingered, Mu Qingci might change her mind, and he'd be in trouble with Feng Lie again. Feng Lie followed closely, walking steadily toward the table. Watching them sit down, Chen Zi, looking puzzled, turned her attention back to Mu Qingci and asked, "Qingci, what did Zhou Lei do to you? Why did he have to apologize?" Mu Qingci glanced at the group of men and, lowering her voice, briefly explained what had happened, conveniently omitting the detail of her flipping Zhou Lei over her shoulder. "I saw him reaching out to me, got scared, hit him and then ran back." Chen Zi, assuming Mu Qingci had merely swatted Zhou Lei's hand away, immediately felt indignant on her behalf. "I should have come out to find you sooner. If I had seen him lay a hand on you, I would have given him a good beating." Mu Qingci chuckled. "Luckily, I ran into Instructor Feng outside. He helped me deal with Zhou Lei." "You call Mr. Feng Instructor Feng?" Chen Zi looked surprised, as if she had heard something unusual. Mu Qingci pressed her lips together and glanced at Feng Lie sitting there, explaining, "He was our instructor during freshman military training." Chen Zi looked incredulous, contemplating the idea that someone like Feng Lie had once been a university instructor. She laughed and said, "No wonder you know Mr. Feng. I didn't realize you had that kind of connection." Then she asked, "Is the place you're renting Mr. Feng's?" Mu Qingci nodded. Chen Zi realized, "I knew it. I was wondering why someone in East Lake community would rent out their place. Turns out you've known Mr. Feng for so long." Mu Qingci was worried Chen Zi might ask why she had kept this a secret, but to her surprise, Chen Zi's focus was entirely different. She leaned closer to Mu Qingci, lowering her voice and speaking with admiration. "Qingci, you're amazing. You actually dare to live under the same roof as Mr. Feng. Aren't you afraid of him?" Mu Qingci shook her head slightly, indicating that her impression of Feng Lie was rather ordinary. This gesture made Chen Zi admire her even more. The two of them tacitly avoided continuing the discussion about Feng Lie, especially since he was nearby. At the dining table, a few men were still enthusiastically discussing transportation business matters. Chen Zi sighed inwardly, thinking that there might be no chance to get closer to her crush tonight. Mu Qingci noticed her friend's disappointment and, despite being a novice in matters of love herself, wanted to do something for Chen Zi. She noticed that Chen Zi had barely touched her plate and suggested, "Why don't you eat something first? Otherwise, you'll definitely be hungry later." Chen Zi glanced over at the men and touched her stomach, reluctantly admitting she was indeed a bit hungry. However, she hesitated, saying, "But sitting at the same table as him makes me too nervous to eat." Mu Qingci had an idea and suggested, "How about we go out and grab a bite first? After you eat, we can head straight to the auction. How does that sound?" Chen Zi thought it was a good idea, so the two of them got up to leave. Chen Zi approached Chen Yiming and whispered, "Second brother, Qingci and I want to go for a walk first, and then we'll head straight to the auction." She didn't forget to add, "Make sure you find us when the auction starts, okay?" Implying a reminder for her brother not to forget about paying for the evening. Chen Yiming, wanting to continue his in-depth conversation with Feng Lie and the others, gave a perfunctory response. Just as Mu Qingci and Chen Zi were about to leave, Shen Yuxuan suddenly spoke up, "It's probably not very safe for two ladies to wander around the club. Why not have a bodyguard accompany you?" This made both girls pause and turn to look at him. Shen Yuxuan, with a smile, lazily leaned back in his chair and glanced at Feng Lie, asking, "Don't you think so, old Feng?" Before Feng Lie could respond, Chen Yiming chimed in, "It's a good thing I brought a bodyguard today. Zi, call the bodyguard and have him protect you." Chen Zi acknowledged and left the room with Mu Qingci. Once the door closed, Chen Zi excitedly grabbed Mu Qingci's hand, exclaiming, "Qingci, don't you think Mr. Shen is especially considerate? He actually worries about the safety of us two women and wants us to have a bodyguard." She clasped her face, dreamily adding, "If a man like that were to pursue me, I could enjoy his kindness every day." Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh at her. Although Chen Zi said this, she obediently called the family's bodyguard to wait downstairs. The two chatted as they headed down. Mu Qingci learned that the club not only offered common services such as baths, saunas, bars, KTV, dining, and lodging, but also had a gym, beauty salon, karaoke rooms, foot massage, chess rooms, and a tea and coffee lounge. Surprisingly, there were also exclusive areas like a real casino, a fighting arena, and an auction house that regular guests couldn't access. Chen Zi led Mu Qingci around the various snack areas, filling not only her own stomach but also allowing Mu Qingci to sample quite a bit. After eating, they headed to the auction. The auction was located on the third basement level, guarded by a group of burly security personnel in club uniforms holding electric batons. Normally, one needed an invitation to enter, but as the Chen family's daughter, Chen Zi's identity served as her pass. With only a few minutes left before the auction began, most guests had already entered. Besides the security guards, it was just the two of them at the entrance. As per the rules, bodyguards were not allowed inside the auction, so the Chen family bodyguard had to wait outside while Mu Qingci and Chen Zi went in together. They had only taken a few steps when a respectful greeting suddenly sounded from behind. "Second young master." Mu Qingci and Chen Zi stopped in unison and turned around. They saw an extraordinarily handsome man flanked by bodyguards walking toward them. Mu Qingci was surprised that he would attend the auction, but Chen Zi gently tugged her, and they both stepped aside. Shui Yin, with a stern expression, strode confidently under the protection of his bodyguards. Surprisingly, the security at the door did not stop his bodyguards. He exuded a powerful aura of a domineering CEO, as if even his walk was commanding. When he passed by the two, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at them. Mu Qingci didn't understand why he was looking their way but maintained her composure and met his sharp gaze. Chen Zi politely greeted him, "Second young master Shui." Shui Yin ignored her greeting, withdrew his gaze, and continued on with his entourage. After they walked away, Chen Zi grumbled softly, "That's why I don't like attending his matchmaking parties." Although Mr. Feng's presence is also intimidating, this CEO has become the king of arrogance. Mu Qingci looked at her intently, and Chen Zi flashed her a grin, adding, but his presence means there will definitely be some special items at the auction tonight. Mu Qingci picked up on some information from her words and curiously asked, "Who is he?" "He's the second young master of the Shui family," Chen Zi replied. "Why do you ask?" Mu Qingci's expression became a bit complex. "So that means Instructor Feng is the eldest young master of the Shui family?" She had thought that Feng Lie's impressive long-distance transportation company was already remarkable, but it turned out he had an even more distinguished background. "Cici, you didn't always know that Mr. Feng is the eldest son of the Shui family, did you?" Chen Zi's words left Mu Qingci stunned. She blinked, a look of confusion crossing her face. Seeing this, Chen Zi was also a bit surprised and continued to ask, "You don't know Mr. Shui either?" Mu Qingci shook her head and admitted, "I didn't know before, but now I do." She explained that she had always been focused on history and artifacts, so even if Feng Lie was a business genius who frequently appeared in financial magazines or websites, she would at most glance at it and then forget. Although Chen Zi was surprised by Mu Qingci's lack of awareness, she patiently explained, "Actually, outside of our circle, not many people know that Mr. Feng is the eldest son of the Shui family. Mr. Feng's abilities don't rely on the Shui family's connections. But I thought you would know." Mu Qingci smiled, thinking to herself how could she have known. Although she still didn't have a clear idea of Feng Lie's long-distance transportation company, after hearing Chen Zi's constant praise over the past couple of days, she guessed that Feng Lie's company must be quite substantial. Suddenly thinking of something, Mu Qingci asked, "Do you know what Feng Instructor's company is called?" "Lie to." Chen Zi answered in surprise, "Cici, you didn't even know the name of Mr. Feng's company? Aren't you living at his place? Haven't you asked him about it?" Mu Qingci was at a loss for words, secretly thinking, "I should have known, but after that matchmaking woman, I thought even the company name Feng Lie mentioned was fake." The two didn't linger by the door and headed straight into the auction venue. Inside was a spacious circular hall with seats arranged in a circle. Shui Yin was already seated, surrounded by a crowd of people exchanging pleasantries. Chen Zi led Mu Qingci to a seat not too far or too close and whispered, "Every seat here has ultra-high-definition glasses, so it doesn't really matter if you're at the front or not." On the small table in front of each seat was a pair of futuristic-looking glasses and a brochure detailing the items up for auction tonight. Mu Qingci picked up the brochure and began to browse. There were nearly 20 items to be auctioned tonight, plus a hidden auction item. Curious, Mu Qingci asked, "Why is there a hidden auction item?" Chen Zi glanced at her and replied, "It's just a gimmick for the auction, but this item is likely more valuable than the others." Just as she finished speaking, a commotion erupted behind them. The two instinctively turned to see a group of young men and women filing in. Mu Qingci recognized Mr. Wang among them, and couldn't help but frown. With a displeased tone, Chen Zi said, "What bad luck, Wang Zhiqin and her group are here too." The group headed straight for Shui Yin. Chen Zi quietly introduced to Mu Qingci. The one leading is Shui Wenhao from the Shui family's second branch, fifth in line. He has an older brother and a younger sister. His brother is considered the most outstanding of the third generation in their branch. The others are from their maternal grandfather's side or close acquaintances. Shui Wenhao and his group approached Shui Yin. Shui Yin remained seated, while they stood, creating a tense atmosphere. Shui Wenhao spoke first, his voice deliberately friendly, "Second brother, if we had known you were coming to the auction tonight, we would have come together." Shui Yin didn't even bother to look at them and coldly spat out a single word, "Leave." Instantly, the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere became intensely awkward. Mu Qingci initially expected Shui Wenhao to be furious, especially since Shui Yin had shown him no courtesy. However, to her surprise, Shui Wenhao merely twisted his face into a cold sneer and said through gritted teeth, "Second brother, I assume you're here tonight to bid on that auction item." "Coincidentally, I have the same intention." Shui Yin finally looked at him directly, but his words were as sharp as a knife. "Do you think you have what it takes to compete with me?" Shui Wenhao clenched his fists, a flicker of violence in his eyes, as if he might lash out at any moment. Yet, he restrained himself, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "We'll see about that." With that, he and his entourage moved to the seats on the side, his back showing a hint of dejection. As she watched Shui Wenhao and his group leave, Mu Qingci frowned. It's clear that this young master can't compete with the second young master Shui. Why does he bother to humiliate himself? Chen Zi, resting her chin in her hand, pondered for a moment before explaining, "The Shui family is in constant conflict, openly and secretly, over the position of family head. This Shui Wenhao doesn't have much skill, but he enjoys playing the fool in front of Shui Yin." Mu Qingci's gaze moved thoughtfully between the dignified Shui Yin and the flamboyant Shui Wenhao. Could he be trying to provoke Shui Yin on purpose? Chen Zi nodded in agreement. That's very likely. He probably thinks that if he can anger the second young master Shui, it might draw attention and create an opportunity for his brother to deal with Shui Yin from another angle. Mu Qingci sighed. Indeed, internal strife in wealthy families has always been the most intriguing. Isn't it? Chen Zi laughed. For Mu Qingci, this kind of scheming was just something to listen to and then forget. Soon, the auction officially began, and her attention was entirely drawn to the auction items. A parade of rare treasures amazed her, and she couldn't help but feel conflicted about her role with the Cultural Relics Bureau. She could only comfort herself, as long as the buyer treasures the item, it will be fine. As the auction proceeded, with only 2 items left before the blue and white underglaze red porcelain piece came up, Chen Zi suddenly took off her glasses and pulled out her phone. Mu Qingci noticed her actions and removed her own glasses to look at her. Sensing Mu Qingci's gaze, Chen Zi complained, "I can't believe my second brother isn't here yet. If he doesn't come soon, the blue and white underglaze red will become someone else's." Mu Qingci glanced at the starting price of the blue and white underglaze red porcelain in the booklet. The figure of 200,000 was daunting enough, not to mention that during intense bidding, the price could easily soar to the millions. This was a game for the wealthy, and she could only watch. Before Chen Zi finished sending her message, Mu Qingci put her glasses back on and focused on the next auction item. She noticed that the Shui family hadn't bid on the previous items, guessing their target must be the mysterious hidden item. Soon, the 2 preceding items were concluded, and the staff carefully brought the blue and white underglaze red porcelain to the auction stage. It was a vase with a small mouth and a large belly, its lines smooth, adorned with a pattern of rich peonies. The blue and white leaves set off the underglaze red peonies, creating a stunning visual effect. The auctioneer detailed the vase's provenance, while the audience below buzzed with conversation. Mu Qingci sensed someone approaching, but she was too engrossed in the blue and white underglaze red vase to pay attention. As the explanation ended and the auction officially began, Mu Qingci removed her glasses to witness the bidding spectacle. Turning her head, she saw Chen Yiming now seated next to Chen Zi. She secretly hoped the siblings would win the vase, giving her a chance to admire it up close. At this moment, the Chen siblings huddled together to discuss their bidding strategy. After reaching a consensus, Chen Zi raised her paddle, pushing the price to 1 million. Someone immediately countered with 1,100,000, and another bid 1,200,000. Mu Qingci couldn't help but clench her hands. Even though she wasn't the one bidding, the tense and exciting atmosphere made her heart race. Moments later, Chen Zi raised her paddle again, calling out 1,500,000. The other bidders seemed hesitant, and just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Wang Jiaqin, seated on Shui Wenhao's side, suddenly raised her paddle, 1,600,000. After bidding, she gave Chen Zi a provocative glance. By this point, no one else raised their paddle. Chen Zi fumed. Is she crazy? She's definitely doing it on purpose. Mu Qingci watched as Chen Zi's face flushed with anger. Chen Zi snorted. Even if it's on purpose, I'm going to win this vase. With that, she raised her paddle again. 1,700,000. Wang Jiaqin was not to be outdone. 1,800,000. Chen Yiming's voice echoed through the auction hall as he reminded Chen Zi, "Zi, this blue and white porcelain with underglaze red shouldn't go over 1.8 million. Chen Zi gripped the bidding paddle tightly, her face showing reluctance. Mu Qingci chimed in at the right moment. "Zi, if the price of the porcelain exceeds its actual value, don't let emotions get the best of you. Besides, your family is in the antique business, so it's not like you absolutely need this overpriced piece." Both Chen Zi and Chen Yiming turned to look at Mu Qingci. She smiled at them and explained, "If I had the money, I might fight to the end for it. As someone who studies historical artifacts, I have a passion for these antiques that goes beyond their monetary value. But it's different for you. If you buy it today, you'll probably regret it later." Chen Yiming nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we're business people. It's best not to let emotions drive decisions that go over budget." Chen Zi lowered her gaze, reluctantly agreeing. As soon as she stopped raising her paddle, the auctioneer began inquiring if there were any further bids, preparing to announce the final result. From the front row, Wang Jiaqin glanced back at them again. Mu Qingci noticed that her eyes weren't filled with pride but rather a hint of panic. She suspected that Wang Jiaqin might only be trying to provoke Chen Zi and had no real intention of purchasing the porcelain. The auctioneer's voice echoed in the hall. "Number 25, 1.8 million once. Number 25, 1.8 million twice." Mu Qingci gestured for Chen Zi to look towards Wang Jiaqin. They saw Wang Jitao visibly scolding Wang Jiaqin, who appeared flustered. Chen Zi felt a sense of satisfaction. "Serves you right, trying to compete with me without the means." Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a steady, powerful male voice came from behind Mu Qingci, 1.81 million. All eyes immediately focused on the area behind Mu Qingci. She turned to see that Feng Lie and a few of his friends were seated right behind her. It was Feng Lie himself who had raised the paddle. Many people recognized Feng Lie, and after a brief silence, the room buzzed with whispers. "Mr. Feng is at the auction too. Could it be that Mr. Feng is interested in this porcelain? Maybe it's because Shui or Xiao is here. Aren't they said to be at odds? Possibly, otherwise, why wouldn't they come together, and why is Mr. Feng sitting so far back?" Amid the murmurs, the auctioneer asked, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" This question sparked another round of hushed conversations. Besides Xue Ershao, no one here likely has the means to bid against Mr. Feng. Everyone's gaze turned to Xue Yin. At that moment, Xue Yin was coldly watching the proceedings. Most assumed he was looking at Feng Lie, but Mu Qingci inexplicably felt that his gaze was directed at her, carrying a hint of hostility. This puzzled her, as she couldn't understand how she might have offended him. Just then, Feng Lie's sharp gaze swept across the room, prompting everyone to instinctively avert their eyes. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer declared, 1.81 million once, 1.81 million twice, 1.81 million thrice. With a clear strike of the gavel, the auction concluded. The blue and white underglaze red porcelain was swiftly acquired by Feng Lie, drawing the curious glances of everyone present. Mu Qingci was no exception, her gaze involuntarily drawn to him. As the subsequent auction items were unveiled, Chen Zi found it hard to focus. She gently held Mu Qingci's hand, whispering in her ear, "I didn't expect Mr. Feng to have a passion for antiques. However, I'm relieved that this treasure ended up with him. If Wang Jiqin had won it, it would have been a real waste." This vivid metaphor brought a smile to Mu Qingci's face. Mu Qingci subconsciously glanced at Wang Jiqin in the front row and noticed the Wang siblings turning to look in their direction. Wang Jiaqin's gaze was clearly fixed on Feng Lie and Chen Zi. However, Wang Jitai's eyes were locked on her, filled with a disturbing, naked desire. Even more unsettling was the smile he suddenly shot her way, reminiscent of a snake eyeing its prey with certainty. Chen Zi, quick to notice the scene, frowned. "Qingci, does Wang Jitai know you? I feel like he's staring at you, and his gaze is downright disgusting." Mu Qingci admitted frankly, "Yes, he does." Chen Zi was instantly incensed. "That guy is a total creep. With your beauty, he'll never leave you alone. We need to find a way to make him give up." Mu Qingci recalled Mr. Shen mentioning that Feng Lie had helped her before, and she instinctively turned to look at Feng Lie. Although he wasn't wearing glasses, his attention seemed fully on the auction. Yet, when he sensed Mu Qingci's gaze, he immediately looked her way, his deep, introspective eyes silently asking if she needed something. Just as Mu Qingci was about to speak, Chen Zi gently tugged her hand. Mu Qingci redirected her attention to Chen Zi. Chen Zi whispered, "How about you leave with Mr. Feng later? With him around, Wang Jitai wouldn't dare make a move. If Mr. Feng is busy, my brother and I can take you home. If that guy dares to stop you, I'll teach him a lesson." Mu Qingci felt a warmth in her heart and nodded, "Thank you." Chen Zi laughed heartily, "No need to thank me, we're best friends like sisters." She paused before teasing, "Of course, if you became my sister-in-law, that would be even better." Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless. Seeing her reaction, Chen Zi grinned. "Just kidding. If you don't like my brother, that's fine. Anyway, my brother doesn't have many redeeming qualities. Just stay my sister." Mu Qingci was again at a loss for words. Soon, the final hidden auction item was revealed, a set of jewelry worn by a 15th century Queen of England, with a starting bid of 8 million. The bidding quickly soared to 20 million. Mu Qingci was amazed. "I can't believe such jewelry is being auctioned here." Chen Zi explained, "If it's here, the current owner probably ran into trouble. Going through formal auction channels would yield much less." Mu Qingci found this reasoning sound. The jewelry's bid continued to climb, reaching 50 million. She suddenly recalled a saying, "To truly wealthy people, money is just numbers." At that moment, she felt a bit numb, echoing Ming Ming's sentiment, "Damn those rich people." When the bid reached 80 million, only Xue Yin and Xue Wenhao were still bidding. As Xue Yin called out 100 million, Mu Qingci couldn't help but glance at Feng Lie again. Noticing his expression remained calm, she turned her gaze away. Chen Zi remarked, "Indeed, the infighting among the wealthy is more thrilling. 100 million is nothing to second young Master Xue." Mu Qingci curiously asked, "What about the other Mr. Xue?" Chen Zi gestured for her to observe the surroundings. Mu Qingci looked around, catching a glimpse of Xue Wenhao on the phone. Chen Zi explained, "He's calling for backup. It seems 100 million is his limit." After Xue Wenhao hung up, he raised his paddle again, though his voice lacked the earlier decisiveness. 110 million. Xue Yin calmly followed. 120 million. Xue Wenhao glared at Xue Yin, his eyes fierce as a starving wolf, and gritted out, 130 million. Xue Yin responded, 150 million. The auction hall fell into sudden silence. Xue Yin turned to Xue Wenhao, his words echoing clearly throughout the venue. "Xue Wenhao, only take on what you can handle or you'll be ridiculed." Xue Wenhao, seething with anger, slammed the table and raised his paddle, shouting, 160 million. The room remained silent, everyone waiting for Xue Yin's response. However, Xue Yin simply placed his number card gently on the table, elegantly resting his hands on his lap, exuding an air of noble restraint. "Anything beyond the budget isn't worth having." Xue Wenhao was immediately provoked by these words, his anger flaring up. He sprang to his feet, fists clenched, ready to confront Xue Yin. "Xue Yin, you're playing me," he shouted through gritted teeth. Xue Yin merely cast him a cold glance, not bothering to utter a single word. He stood up gracefully, signaled his bodyguards to follow, and walked straight towards the exit. Seeing this, Xue Wenhao became even more enraged, his face turning red and veins bulging on his forehead. "Xue Yin, stop right there," he yelled, his voice sharp with fury. Xue Yin ignored him, continuing to walk away. Xue Wenhao lost all composure, screaming as he charged at Xue Yin. "Xue Yin, I'm going to fight you." Those around him hurried to restrain him, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst the commotion, Mu Qingci suddenly heard a deep voice behind her. It was Feng Lie. "We can leave now," he said. She quickly turned around and noticed that the men around her were already on their feet. Feng Lie was now closer to her, and she could catch a faint whiff of his cologne. At this moment, Chen Zi gently tugged on Mu Qingci's sleeve. "Qingci, let's go," she suggested. Mu Qingci nodded and followed the others out. Behind her, Xue Wenhao's furious shouts could still be heard. After leaving the auction house, Xue Yin glanced at Feng Lie indifferently and departed with his bodyguards without so much as a greeting. The people around them began whispering, discussing the discord between the brothers. Mu Qingci recalled the calm atmosphere she had observed earlier between Feng Lie and Xue Yin upstairs, feeling puzzled. She turned to Chen Zi and asked quietly, "When Xue Shao gets home, will their family and his second uncle's family fall out?" Chen Zi chuckled softly and explained, "Not everyone in the Xue family's second house is as impulsive as Xue Wenhao. Even if they're angry, they won't openly fall out. At most, they'll resort to some underhanded tactics." Mu Qingci frowned. "Isn't that scarier than having an open confrontation?" she remarked, adding, "I thought people from wealthy families, no matter how angry, wouldn't lose their composure like Mr. Xue Wenhao." Chen Zi gave a knowing smile. "Let's just say Xue Wenhao couldn't come up with the 160 million and is desperate. Xue Shao has a knack for driving his family members to desperation." Mu Qingci was silent for a moment before asking, "Given the intense infighting in the Xue family, won't Instructor Feng get dragged into it?" "No, he won't." Chen Zi shook her head. "Mr. Feng lost any claim to the Xue family inheritance when he took the Feng surname. Besides, with his current capabilities, the rest of the Xue family wouldn't dare provoke him." Mu Qingci sighed inwardly. This world of affluent families was not what she had imagined. Just then, she felt a chill down her spine, as if a pair of eyes were blatantly staring at her. She frowned, not needing to turn around to know it was Wang Zitao, the scoundrel. This ticking time bomb needed defusing, and she had to find a way to stop him from bothering her. Mu Qingci's gaze unconsciously fell on Feng Lie's back ahead of her, and an idea suddenly struck her. Whether the plan would work depended on whether Instructor Feng was willing to help. She quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Feng Lie, who was walking in front. "Instructor Feng, Wang Zitao has his eyes on me. Could you do me a favor? Please." Feng Lie was engaged in a conversation with a middle-aged man and didn't seem to notice the message notification. Feeling Wang Zitao's gaze becoming more brazen, Mu Qingci continued typing. "You're my landlord. Landlords should ensure their tenants' safety, right? If Wang Zitao bullies me, I might do something drastic." She didn't notice that Feng Lie had already taken out his phone to check the message. Just as Mu Qingci was about to type, "If I do something drastic, I might become a troubled youth," she received a reply. Eagerly, she opened it to find Feng Lie's concise response. "What do you want to do?" Mu Qingci received a message and instinctively glanced at Feng Lie ahead. Her fingers flew across her phone as she quickly outlined her plan to him. When the group reached the first floor lobby, everyone prepared to leave. Mu Qingci sent several messages, but Feng Lie maintained his usual aloof demeanor, responding with just, "Lead them to the back of the club." Feeling reassured, Mu Qingci saw Feng Lie still engaged in conversation, and made an okay gesture before putting away her phone. Chen Zi noticed Mu Qingci frequently texting but didn't realize she was communicating with Feng Lie. Concerned, she suggested, "Cici, why don't you ask Instructor Feng to escort you back? That way, Wang Zitao won't dare make a move." Not wanting to involve Chen Zi, Mu Qingci nodded and replied, "Don't worry. I just messaged Instructor Feng, saying I want to leave with him. He agreed but has a few things to wrap up, so he asked me to wait." "Really?" Chen Zi recalled seeing Feng Lie check his phone and reply, feeling somewhat reassured but still puzzled. "He's right there. Why not just tell him directly? If Wang Zitao sees you're close with Mr. Feng, he might not dare to target you. There are too many people here. Speaking directly could raise suspicions," Mu Qingci explained. Chen Zi found the explanation reasonable and stopped questioning, turning her gaze to the back. At that moment, Xue Wenhao and his group emerged from the elevator. Xue Wenhao wore a dark expression, and those around him were silent. As they walked briskly, Wang Zitao cast a lecherous glance at Mu Qingci. Chen Zi glared back, while Mu Qingci averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Wang Zitao continued following Xue Wenhao. As Xue Wenhao passed Feng Lie, he unexpectedly stopped and politely greeted cousin. Only after Feng Lie nodded in acknowledgement did he stride away, with his entourage in tow. Watching them leave, Chen Zi remained worried. That Wang Zitao is definitely waiting for you outside. No way, creeps like him deserve a good lesson. Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Chen Zi was about to say more when Chen Yiming called her. Zi, it's time to go. Turning to Mu Qingci, Chen Zi advised, even though you're safe with Mr. Feng tonight, there's no guarantee about the future. He won't dare approach your workplace, but after work, who knows? Be extra careful. Mu Qingci nodded. I understand. I'll be cautious. Besides, given my job, even as a relative of the Xue family, he wouldn't dare act brazenly. Chen Zi agreed and left with Chen Yiming. After the siblings departed, Mu Qingci looked towards Feng Lie, still talking with a businessman. Feng Lie happened to glance her way, and Mu Qingci gestured that she was leaving, then headed outside the club. Outside the club was a spacious plaza, with the subway station just a few hundred meters to the right. The plaza featured a fountain and several flower beds. It was bustling with people, many young folks coming by subway to visit the club's entrance. Mu Qingci pretended to be in a hurry to catch the subway and walked quickly in that direction. Suddenly, two burly men in black suits approached her, blocking her way. One of them said, "Miss Mu, please come with us." Mu Qingci's face showed alarm as she quickly stepped back, about to shout. The other man lowered his voice, threatening, "You'd better not shout, or your family might suffer." Hearing this, Mu Qingci was furious and said coldly, "Try touching my family and see what happens." "Then please, Miss Mu, come with us," one of the bodyguards said, reaching to grab her arm. Mu Qingci turned and ran, blindly fleeing to the side. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance, a knowing smile on their faces. Those familiar with such places knew that the more glamorous and opulent the venue, the darker the shadows. Particularly, the back of the club often had broken streetlights and cameras. If their young master wanted to do something to this woman, it would be easier behind the club. One of the bodyguards pulled out his phone and called Wang Zitao, informing him of Mu Qingci's escape direction. Then they leisurely followed, clearly intending to drive her into the club's rear. Mu Qingci didn't disappoint them, running straight into the darkness. As she entered the shadows, the air seemed to grow tense. The footsteps behind her no longer pursued closely. Mu Qingci slowed her pace and walked further in when suddenly, a parked car switched on its high beams, the blinding light forcing her to raise her hands to shield her eyes. At that moment, the sound of a car door closing came from ahead, followed by approaching footsteps. Wang Jitao's mocking voice rang out. "Miss Mu, why are you in such a hurry? Is someone chasing you? Need my help?" Mu Qingci lowered her arm that was shielding her eyes, squinting as she assessed Wang Jitao approaching her. She backed away, her voice stern. "What did you do to my mother?" Wang Jitao's smile grew more sinister, deliberately avoiding her question. "What I do to her depends on how you behave. What do you want to do?" "I thought Miss Mu always knew what I wanted to do to you." With that, he quickened his pace, reaching out to pull her into his arms. Just at that critical moment, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Before Wang Jitao could react, a stone struck his outstretched wrist with precision. The sudden attack made his hand recoil, contorting his face in pain. He clutched the hit area, turning to shout into the darkness, "Who the hell dares to attack me? Damn it! Show yourself!" No sooner had he spoken than more projectiles flew his way. Wang Jitao was immediately overwhelmed by a barrage of hits, performing an involuntary and comical dance as he cried out in pain. "Who is it? Stop! Ow, please stop hitting!" Mu Qingci quickly stepped aside, watching Wang Jitao jump around in agony, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Soon, Wang Jitao was knocked to the ground, sobbing and pleading for mercy. "Please stop. At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows. Feng Lie walked straight to Mu Qingci's side, while the others surrounded Wang Jitao. Xiaomo stomped heavily on Wang Jitao's back, eliciting another heartrending scream. Xiaomo crouched in front of Wang Jitao, a knife appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. He tapped Wang Jitao's face with the flat of the blade, taunting, "Wang Xiao, weren't you so tough? How did a few stones bring you down?" Wang Jitao looked around and quickly recognized Shan Yuxuan. Just as he was about to call out, Shan Yuxuan interrupted, "Don't call me, I don't know you." He even took a deliberate step back, pretending not to recognize him at all. Wang Jitao was dumbfounded. Why are you doing this to me?" I'm related to the Xue family." Xiaomo continued to tap his face with the knife, each hit making Wang Jitao's face grow paler and his speech more stuttered. Why are you hitting me?" Xiaomo let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost in his eyes. "I despise bullies, especially those trash who use their connections with the Xue family to harass girls." Wang Jitao's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he tried to defend himself. "I didn't bully her, it was her." Before he could finish, Xiaomo cut him off. What? You think we're blind? Panicking, Wang Jitao turned to Mu Qingci. No. No, you can ask Miss Mu. Mu Qingci, her face pale with anger, raised her voice. Not only did he try to assault me, but he also threatened my family. As she finished speaking, another person stomped heavily on Wang Jitao's back, with even more force than Xiaomo had just used. Wang Jitao cried out in agony. Xiaomo said coldly, since you think you're so tough, let's see how tough you really are. With that, he signaled for the person standing on Wang Jitao to turn him over. With a swift kick to the waist, the man easily flipped Wang Jitao onto his back. Wang Jitao, now even paler, stammered. What do you want to do? Xiaomo suddenly pulled out a dagger, tracing it lightly over Wang Jitao's body, a devilish grin on his face. I'm going to make sure you can never harm another girl again. Mu Qingci's eyes widened with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Just then, her view was suddenly blocked. As she tried to peek from the side, Wang Jitao let out a short, sharp scream, his voice cracking. The scream abruptly stopped. Xiaomo's voice, filled with disdain, drifted over. So easily scared, yet you dare to bully girls. TSK. The stench of fear is strong. Mu Qingci looked up at the man standing in front of her. Feng Lie was silhouetted against the light, his expression obscured. Feng Lie's deep voice broke the silence. I'll take you home. Recalling the threats from the bodyguards, Mu Qingci quickly took out her phone to check the surveillance at home. Wait a moment, I need to make sure my mom is safe. It was already 11 p.m., and the house was dark. Mu Qingci anxiously dialed Meng Milan's number. After several rings, Meng Milan finally answered, her voice sleepy. Qingci's calling this late, what's wrong? Mu Qingci breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Mom, has anyone been bothering you these past few days? After Meng Milan denied any trouble, Mu Qingci insisted she go to the living room so she could see her through the surveillance. Though Meng Milan grumbled a bit, she complied. On the monitor, Meng Milan stood safely in the living room frowning. Qingci, are you working overtime again? Mu Qingci explained that she was just worried, her voice unintentionally taking on a playful tone. After hanging up, she looked up at Feng Lie, sincerely saying, Instructor Feng, thank you. If it weren't for you, tonight could have been terrible for me. Feng Lie kept his gaze on her. Though Mu Qingci couldn't see his expression, she imagined it was as indifferent as usual. Feng Lie said, if you encounter someone like this again, let me know immediately. Hearing this, Mu Qingci couldn't help but smile. Feng Lie added, as your landlord, I'm responsible for your safety while you rent my place. Mu Qingci's smile faded a bit, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She simply nodded, okay. Peeking around Feng Lie, she noticed the others had disappeared. Feng Lie also turned away. Mu Qingci asked, Instructor Feng, what are you going to do with Wang Jitao? Feng Lie asked in return, what do you want to do with him? Mu Qingci replied firmly, I want him brought to justice. People like him, who think they can ignore the law just because they're related to your Shui family, should be reformed in prison. She frowned, but Ji said he's a relative of the Shui family, wealthy and powerful, and can get away with bullying girls. Feng Lie's voice was low and authoritative. They don't have that kind of power. Mu Qingci instinctively glanced at Feng Lie's face, and as expected, his expression was cold as ice. Feng Lie gave a slight nod, signaling her to leave. As they walked side by side out of the back of the establishment, their footsteps echoed clearly in the silent night. Feeling a bit anxious, Mu Qingci couldn't help but ask, by opposing your aunt and uncle, won't you find yourself in a difficult position? Feng Lie's voice was deep and resolute, no. Wrongdoings deserve legal consequences. Mu Qingci couldn't resist looking at him again. In the streetlight's glow, his profile was sharply defined, his eyes exuding a stern and unyielding strength that inexplicably made her heart race. Once outside, Feng Lie's car was parked by the curb. The sound of the car door opening broke the night silence. As they settled into the car, Mu Qingci contemplated how to express her gratitude. She softly asked, Instructor Feng, what time do you usually get up in the morning? Before 5, Feng Lie replied succinctly. Mu Qingci calculated to herself that breakfast might be too simple, so she changed her approach. Then, can you get off work early tomorrow evening? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Surprisingly, Feng Lie didn't refuse, sure. Do you prefer dining out or eating at home? Mu Qingci inquired further. Let's cook at home, Feng Lie suggested. All right, Mu Qingci agreed, then began drafting a shopping list on her phone. At a red light, Feng Lie glanced at Mu Qingci as she diligently took notes. She wrote while asking, Instructor Feng, do you eat fish? Yes. How about beef? It's fine. Hairy crabs are in season. Should I get some, or maybe a king crab? Mu Qingci eagerly proposed. Feng Lie interrupted her enthusiasm. There's chicken, beef, and pork in the fridge, and a friend just gave me some hairy crabs. I can bring some home tomorrow. You only need to buy fish and vegetables. Mu Qingci felt a bit embarrassed, but I'm the one treating you. The food in the fridge will spoil if we don't use it, Feng Lie explained. Seeing the sense in his words, Mu Qingci insisted. Then I'll reimburse you for the ingredients. She then asked, Instructor Feng, is your WeChat linked to your phone number? I don't have WeChat, Feng Lie replied concisely. Recalling the bank card he used last time, Mu Qingci paused before asking, then what's your bank account number? I can transfer the money to you. No need. Feng Lie's voice carried an undeniable authority. With that, he focused on driving and didn't speak further. Mu Qingci decided to hold her tongue for the moment, planning to buy more groceries in the future. She also thought about thanking Feng Lie's friends. When they reached the East Lake community and entered the second building, Mu Qingci asked, Instructor Feng, what are your friends' phone numbers? Feng Lie suddenly stopped, looking at her intently. Feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, Mu Qingci explained, you all helped me tonight. I should at least treat everyone to a meal to show my gratitude. Feng Lie replied, maybe later. They're all quite busy right now. Then he motioned for her to continue walking. As they reached the elevator, Mu Qingci refrained from pressing the button. Feng Lie did so, and they both stepped inside. Still persistent, Mu Qingci said, when they have time, please help me arrange it. I want to treat you all to dinner. Feng Lie gave a brief response, all right. The next morning, as Mu Qingci sat down at her desk, her phone rang urgently. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Chen Zi. Qingci, have you heard? Chen Zi's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Wang Jitao got beaten up and landed in the hospital last night. The police went straight to his hospital room to arrest him this morning. Mu Qingci tightened her grip on the phone, inwardly surprised at how swiftly Feng Lie had acted. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Zi hurriedly added, the Wang family must be pulling strings everywhere right now. They might even try reaching out to the Shui family's second wife soon. Mu Qingci frowned slightly and said softly, Zi, could you keep an eye on their movements for me? I hope that Wang Jitao finally gets the punishment he deserves this time. Of course, no problem. Chen Zi agreed readily. I've been following this all morning. I don't even feel like going to the antique shop. I'll update you the moment I hear anything new. Thank you, Mu Qingci said sincerely. Don't mention it, we're like sisters. Chen Zi paused before lowering her voice to ask. By the way, was it Feng's people who did it last night? I've been observing all morning, and the Wang family hasn't named who attacked him. I think only Officer Feng has the clout to keep them from causing a scene. Mu Qingci briefly recounted the events of the previous night to Chen Zi. On the other end, Chen Zi listened with a mix of amazement and delight, exclaiming, that's fantastic. It's such a pity I wasn't there. If I'd known you had such an exciting plan, I would have stayed to watch Wang Jitao get what he deserves. Missing that feels like missing out on one of life's great pleasures. Mu Qingci laughed. Don't worry, there's plenty more drama to come. True enough. I won't disturb your work anymore. I'll go back to my gossip watch. I'll let you know if I hear anything new. After hanging up, Mu Qingci thought for a moment and decided to call a surveillance company in her hometown to install cameras in her mother's noodle shop. Her mother, Meng Milan, ran a shop near a school, famous for its unique meat sauce, and business had always been good. The family had been in debt for a long time, and Meng Milan had worked tirelessly, even selling marinated meat at the market or by the river on weekends and evenings. It wasn't until Mu Qingci started working that the family's debts were finally paid off, and Meng Milan, at her daughter's insistence, stopped working so hard. Whenever Mu Qingci had a free weekend, she would go back to accompany her mother. With that arranged, Mu Qingci felt at ease and focused on her work. Meanwhile, Feng Lie, who was in the middle of a meeting, received a call from his mother, Feng Bijuan. You rascal. Feng Bijuan got straight to the point. What did you do to your second aunt's nephew? They're here asking me to mediate. Feng Lie replied succinctly. Wang Jitao previously raped a girl, and last night I caught him trying to abduct another. On the other end, Feng Bijuan took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said, all right, I got it. Then she hung up. Feng Lie put his phone aside and said to the people in the meeting room, let's continue. Shen Yuxuan lazily twirled a pen in his fingers, a smile playing on his lips. This order is from Earl Oswald of Country E, destined for Country M. They've specifically requested you for the delivery and offered this amount as a fee. He scribbled a figure on a piece of paper. Do you take it? What are we transporting? Feng Lie asked. They haven't specified. They want you to call them directly to discuss the details. All right, Feng Lie nodded. Around noon, Mu Qingci received an update from Chen Zi. Qingci, the Wang family did go to the Feng family's second wife, and then she took them to see the first lady. Chen Zi's voice was brimming with excitement. What was Officer Feng's mother's reaction? Mu Qingci asked eagerly. I heard they were sent packing with a stern rebuke. Chen Zi said happily. The first lady even said that a scumbag like Wang Jitao deserves to stay in jail. She made it clear that she's handling it, and there's no way the second family can get him out. Mu Qingci couldn't help but admire Feng Lie's mother's decisiveness. No wonder she's Officer Feng's mom. Her values are spot on. Of course, Chen Zi explained, the first lady of the Feng family has always been a legend in the high society circles. But she's been keeping a low profile these past few years. Why is that? Mu Qingci asked curiously. People speculate it's because her two sons haven't married yet, Qinzi said. In the high society circles, things like the age of marriage and having sons are often compared, especially when it comes to outstanding young men. After all, lineage is everything in those circles. Mu Qingci was momentarily at a loss for words. During lunch, Mu Qingci received a video call from her mother, Meng Milan. You child, Meng Milan chided. Why did you have someone install more cameras in the shop? There's already one at the cash register. Isn't that enough? It's necessary, Mu Qingci insisted. I don't feel at ease with you being alone at home. I have a feeling that our second aunt and her family might still try to cause trouble. Since Wang Jitao's arrest, Meng Chengwei had lost his connection to power. Mu Qingci worried that such people might retaliate against her and her mother, as she had never trusted their character. Seeing her daughter's concern, Meng Milan didn't say anything further. At that moment, a middle-aged woman unfamiliar to Mu Qingci appeared in the video, carrying steaming noodles from the back kitchen of the noodle shop. With her keen eye, Mu Qingci noticed this detail and curiously asked, Mom, did you hire someone? Meng Milan smiled gently at her daughter and explained, Wan Xiong and her husband just moved to our town on Monday and rented a place nearby. I saw that her husband has trouble walking and they were looking for work, so I let her help out in the shop. I didn't expect her to be so efficient. Now I just cook the noodles, and she takes care of everything else. Mu Qingci's grip on her phone unconsciously tightened as she remembered what Wang Jitao had said last night, causing a hint of doubt to arise in her mind. Trying to sound casual, she asked, Mom, aren't you afraid they might be bad people trying to get close to you on purpose? Meng Milan laughed it off, saying, I'm not worried at all. Wan Xiong said her husband injured his leg on a mission while serving in the army. I even saw his discharge papers myself. How could a couple like that be bad people? Despite this, Mu Qingci couldn't help but remind her, Mom, you should still be careful. Meng Milan shook her head with a smile, You child, why do you see everyone as a bad person lately? Don't worry. I've been around long enough to know what I'm doing. Not wanting her concerns to affect her mother's mood, Mu Qingci smiled and chatted a bit more before ending the call. Around 3 in the afternoon, as Mu Qingci was absorbed in taking photos with her phone, she suddenly received a friend request on WeChat. When she opened it, she was surprised to find it was from Feng Lie. After accepting the request, she noticed his profile picture was of a majestic black German shepherd standing proudly on an open field, staring intently into the distance. As she examined the profile picture, Feng Lie sent her a photo. Mu Qingci opened it to see a succulent hairy crab. A simple message followed. Hello, I'm Feng Lie. The formal greeting brought a smile to Mu Qingci's lips. Feng Lie then sent another message. How are you planning to prepare those dishes? Although she was a bit surprised he would specifically ask, considering she had invited him, Mu Qingci replied in detail. Stir-fried beef, braised pork ribs with lotus root, red braised chicken, and steamed hairy crab. I'll also buy some fish and vegetables. How does that sound? Feng Lie simply replied with, Sounds good? Staring at the brief response, Mu Qingci hesitated for a few seconds, unsure how to continue the conversation. She hoped Feng Lie would say something more, but after a long wait, there was no further message. Feeling she had to keep the conversation going, Mu Qingci asked, Officer Feng, are you off work now? About to head back, Feng Lie replied tersely. Is your workplace far from Donghu community? Mu Qingci inquired further. About half an hour by car, Feng Lie answered. Thinking it over, Mu Qingci said, All right, I don't have much to do today. I can leave work early and go grocery shopping first. No rush, Feng Lie replied. Mu Qingci thought to herself that it would be awkward if he finished cooking before she got there. She sent a smiling emoji, put away her phone, and headed towards the editor-in-chief's office. She knocked lightly on the office door, and a voice from inside said, Come in. As she entered, she saw Zhang Zheng on the phone, repeatedly saying, Sure. No problem. After hanging up, he looked at Mu Qingci and asked, Xiaomu, what's up? Mu Qingci briefly explained her request to leave early. Zhang Zheng nodded in agreement but handed her several sheets of artifact diagrams, instructing, You'll be responsible for writing their descriptions. If you have any questions or need to see the actual items, come find me. Mu Qingci took the diagrams and replied, Got it. Since moving to the Donghu community, Mu Qingci hadn't gone grocery shopping yet. On this day, she decided to visit a large nearby mall. After getting off the subway, she headed straight to the supermarket's seafood and vegetable sections, carefully selecting fresh ingredients. As she left the mall, a young woman was selling flowers at the entrance. Mu Qingci was drawn to the vibrant, blooming flowers and couldn't resist buying a bouquet. The summer sun was still scorching around 5 in the afternoon. Carrying groceries in one hand and flowers in the other, Mu Qingci walked cautiously under the shade of the trees. Just as she entered the community, a car slowly approached and stopped beside her. Turning to look, she saw Mr. Shen and the man who had helped the previous night. She offered a friendly smile. Good afternoon. Shen Yuxuan smiled back, his gaze lingering briefly on the groceries and flowers in her hands. Miss Mu, you certainly know how to enjoy life. The man driving introduced himself. I'm Xiaomo. Miss Mu is much better at enjoying life than our boss. He never thinks of buying flowers or anything like that. Mu Qingci smiled softly, and Shen Yuxuan reminded her, the sun is strong, you should head inside. Remembering her promise to treat them to a meal, Mu Qingci said, thank you for your help last night. When are you free? I'd like to invite you for dinner. Xiaomo was about to say they were free now, but Shen Yuxuan interrupted, we're quite busy these days. Maybe some other time. Mu Qingci nodded in agreement, bid them farewell, and continued on her way home. After Xiaomo drove away, he couldn't help but remark, if the boss hadn't told us not to visit his place, I'd love to join for a meal. The boss even got some hairy crabs today. Turns out he was planning to invite Miss Mu. Shen Yuxuan joked, if you're not afraid of getting in trouble, go ahead. They chatted a bit about their boss's feelings for Miss Mu, ultimately hoping for a positive outcome between the two. When Mu Qingci opened her door, she heard the sound of chopping from the kitchen. She quickly walked to the kitchen door and saw Feng Lie at the stove, chopping vegetables, with steam rising from a pot, indicating the pork rib soup was already simmering. Feng Lie turned to her, noticing her flushed cheeks and the flowers in her arms that made her look even more radiant. She playfully complained, Instructor Feng, didn't I say I would treat you to dinner tonight? Why are you cooking? Feng Lie explained, I only started the pork rib soup. The other dishes are just washed and chopped, waiting for you to cook. He approached, taking the groceries from her, give me the groceries. Once they're washed, you can start cooking. Glancing at her pretty dress and the flowers, he added, you might want to change before cooking. Mu Qingci nodded and suddenly remembered the flowers in her hand, asking, Instructor Feng, do you have a vase? Feng Lie shook his head, but Mu Qingci didn't mind. Luckily, I have one. Otherwise, these flowers would have nowhere to go. She went to change into loose pants and a t-shirt, donned a small apron, arranged the flowers in a vase on the dining table, and then headed into the kitchen. Feng Lie was washing vegetables and made room for her when she arrived. Mu Qingci didn't notice his gaze linger on her apron for a moment. She skillfully mixed the sauce for braising and began preparing to cook. Feng Lie had already washed and chopped all the ingredients, including ginger, scallions, and garlic. Mu Qingci felt grateful for his thoughtfulness and focused on cooking. The steam rose from the pot of hairy crabs, their aroma already filling the kitchen. Mu Qingci turned to prepare the first dish, braised chicken. She skillfully added water to the pot, tossed in the chopped chicken, then added cooking wine, ginger slices, and scallion segments. As she worked, she said to Feng Lie, it's the first time I felt so relaxed while cooking. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Feng Lie, who was washing vegetables. Feng Lie's tall and commanding presence seemed out of place in the kitchen, yet Mu Qingci found it surprisingly harmonious. The way he focused on washing vegetables made him appear both handsome and reliable, stirring a warmth in her heart. Recalling past events, Mu Qingci spoke up, Ziyi told me Wang Jitao was taken away by the police, and his family even approached your mother. I hope your mom wasn't troubled. No, Feng Lie replied curtly, casting a brief glance at her. His deep eyes were as inscrutable as ever. He continued, Wang Jitao had harmed several girls before. The evidence is conclusive, and he'll be sentenced soon. No one dares to be lenient in the face of the law. Mu Qingci felt a jolt, suspecting that Feng Lie had a hand in uncovering the evidence. She softly asked, Instructor Feng, was it you who arranged for the evidence against Wang Jitao to be found? Yes, Feng Lie replied simply. Mu Qingci's lips curved into a small smile as she sincerely said, thank you. Feng Lie's gaze lingered on her smile for a moment before he returned to washing the vegetables. By the time he finished, the chicken was blanched. Unexpectedly, Feng Lie didn't leave the kitchen. Mu Qingci began stir-frying the chicken, occasionally sneaking a peek at Feng Lie. He reminded her, watch the oil. She quickly refocused her attention on the pan. When the oil was at the right temperature, she added ginger and garlic to sauté, then tossed in the chicken to stir-fry. The kitchen was filled only with the sounds of sizzling. As the chicken began to simmer, Feng Lie suddenly asked, when did you learn to cook? Surprised, Mu Qingci answered honestly, after I started working. Perhaps it was the cozy atmosphere, but she found herself opening up. When I first began working at Gujin Yuyue, I still had debts at home. Rent was expensive enough, and eating out every day was unaffordable. So I learned to cook. Luckily, I had a knack for it and my mom guided me. She looked at Feng Lie, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Even during tough times, I was filled with hope. After paying off my debts, I realized my cooking was better than eating out. Every weekend, I'd go home, and my mom would prepare lots of meat sauce and braised meat for me to take back, enough for a week. Much better than outside food. Enthusiastically, she added, this weekend, I'll ask my mom to make extra braised meat for you to try. I promise you won't forget it once you've tasted it. However, Feng Lie didn't respond. Instead, he pressed his lips together tightly. Mu Qingci, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? Feng Lie replied in a low voice, I have to leave S City for a week. Mu Qingci paused for a moment, then smiled and said softly, "No worries, I'll just come back for it the weekend after you return." Feng Lie nodded slightly, letting out a low hum. In the kitchen, Feng Lie had already prepared everything. The soup was simmering, and the steamed crabs were releasing their aroma. Mu Qingci only needed to whip up a few simple dishes to complete the dinner. She quickly finished cooking, took off her apron, and was about to help Feng Lie bring the dishes to the table when he stopped her. "You get the bowls and chopsticks," Feng Lie instructed briefly. Mu Qingci responded immediately, and when she arrived at the dining table with the utensils, Feng Lie had already arranged all the dishes and the rice cooker insert neatly. A bouquet of fresh flowers added a touch of romance to their homely dinner. They started with the hot soup, and as Feng Lie served himself some dishes, Mu Qingci's eyes sparkled with anticipation. When Feng Lie finally complimented, "This is delicious," Mu Qingci's eyes turned into crescents as she proudly lifted her chin slightly. "Ming also says my cooking is good." Remembering that she hadn't delivered the meat sauce in the fridge to Su Qingming, and considering she hadn't been bombarded with calls, Mu Qingci guessed she must be busy and decided to visit her the next day. Feng Lie watched Mu Qingci's proud expression and continued enjoying her cooking, showing his appreciation through action. Seeing his good appetite, Mu Qingci was delighted and suggested, "If I get home early, I'll cook for you too, so you don't have to come back late and make noodles." Feng Lie looked at her and said calmly, "It's not necessary." "It's no trouble, I have to cook anyway," Mu Qingci insisted. "Thank you, Feng Lie." "No need to thank me." They continued their meal in silence. Feng Lie was naturally not talkative, and unless Mu Qingci initiated a conversation, he wouldn't speak. He ate quickly and had a big appetite, but when dining with Mu Qingci, he noticeably slowed down. When Mu Qingci struggled with the crab, Feng Lie noticed her difficulty. He went to the kitchen to fetch a plate and a pair of disposable gloves, swiftly extracting the meat from one crab. Mu Qingci looked at the mess of crab shells in front of her, and then at the perfectly extracted crab meat by Feng Lie, exclaiming, "Officer Feng, you're amazing. You managed to get all the crab meat out so quickly." Feng Lie merely glanced at her, pushed the plate with the crab meat towards her, and said, "Eat first, I'll get more for you later." Mu Qingci blushed slightly, feeling a flutter of joy inside, but maintained her composure as she thanked him. "Thank you, Officer Feng." She then tasted the shellless crab meat, finding it more delicious than ever. After dinner, Mu Qingci got up to clear the table but was stopped by Feng Lie again. This time his tone was firm and left no room for argument. "I'll do the dishes." Mu Qingci felt a bit guilty about the dinner, which seemed more like a favor than an invitation, so she headed to the balcony. "Then I'll mop the floor." Feng Lie, carrying the dishes to the kitchen, said, "I mopped it this afternoon." Mu Qingci was at a loss. "Then what should I do?" Feng Lie paused at the kitchen door as if considering, then said, "I'll go running at 8:30, you can join me." Mu Qingci felt uneasy. She didn't want to go running. Sensing her reluctance, Feng Lie said seriously, "I've seen the video of you throwing Zhou over your shoulder. You didn't use enough strength or technique. It means you haven't been training properly." Mu Qingci felt a chill. The fear of Officer Feng from military training resurfaced. She quickly retreated, saying, "I have a lot of research to do tonight, so let's skip the run." She hurriedly turned and ran to her room. As she reached for the doorknob, Feng Lie's voice rang out again, "I'll call you at 8:30. Mu Qingci's hand trembled slightly, but she reluctantly agreed. Once inside, Mu Qingci immediately video-called Su Qingming. Su Qingming, wearing glasses and eating instant noodles while researching on her computer, answered with a look of grievance, "My dear Cece, where's the meat sauce you promised? I've been waiting since Sunday. If you don't bring it soon, I'll turn into a starving ghost and haunt you." Mu Qingci coughed to hide her embarrassment and explained seriously, "I've been a bit busy these days." She then promised, "I'll bring it over first thing tomorrow morning." Su Qingming finally relented. "That's more like it." Mu Qingci changed the subject. "What have you been up to these days? You seem so busy." Su Qingming sighed, "Don't even mention it. Didn't I tell you Professor Wu accepted me early?" As a top student, Su Qingming seamlessly transitioned to working with her preferred professor after submitting her master's thesis. "And then?" Mu Qingci prompted, "Did they have you start on a project right away?" "Exactly. That's tough. So, since I'm having such a hard time, will you help me out?" Mu Qingci readily agreed. "I'll come by tomorrow morning to check out your project." "You're the best. I love you to bits," Su Qingming said gratefully. Su Qingming heard Mu Qingci's words and frowned, standing up immediately. Without saying a word, she grabbed the instant noodles in her hand and tossed them into the trash can with a swift motion. "Since you're willing to help, I feel relieved," Su Qingming said with a sly smile. "I've decided to treat myself to a nice meal in the school cafeteria." Mu Qingci shook her head helplessly. "Go ahead, you look like you're starving. Can you blame me?" Su Qingming shrugged, her face full of righteous indignation. The two chatted casually for a while before Mu Qingci suddenly shifted the conversation. "Ming, what do you think of Instructor Feng?" Su Qingming was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Why?" Are you finally fed up with Instructor Feng's cold demeanor and planning to move out? No, I'm just asking, Mu Qingci quickly explained. I don't believe you, Su Qingming raised an eyebrow but still thought seriously before answering. In our freshman year, I thought he was a tyrant, treating us like we were less than human. Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Su Qingming continued, but now that he's willing to rent his place to you at such a low rate, I suddenly feel that Instructor Feng is actually a kind-hearted person, like a benevolent bodhisattva. Mu Qingci was once again at a loss for words. Su Qingming suddenly became animated, speaking rapidly. Ever since you moved into Instructor Feng's place, I checked out the housing prices at Donghu Community. Do you know how expensive those lakeside apartments are? 15,000 per square meter. I feel like even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't afford a place there. We aren't that cheap, are we? Mu Qingci couldn't help but retort. Su Qingming quickly added, of course I mean now. In the future, we'll both be billionaires and definitely worth more. That's more like it, Mu Qingci nodded. Feeling she knew Mu Qingci well, Su Qingming circled back to the topic. Cici, why did you suddenly ask about Instructor Feng? Is there something going on? Did you do something wrong and are worried about how he'll react? Mu Qingci sighed. I appreciate your concern, but can't you just think positively about me? So what did you do? Su Qingming pressed. Mu Qingci took a deep breath and hesitated before saying, lately, I've been getting these random moments of blushing and heart racing when I'm around him. Su Qingming's eyes widened, and she was momentarily speechless. The two exchanged looks, the air thick with awkwardness. Suddenly, Su Qingming seemed to realize something and exclaimed. She swallowed hard, trying to calm herself before tentatively asking, Cici darling, you don't have a crush on Instructor Feng, do you? Mu Qingci frowned, considering her words carefully. I might have a bit of a crush, seeing him often and noticing how fit he is. A few times, I've even wanted to touch his abs. But then when he makes me run, I get conflicted. Su Qingming shook her head repeatedly. Oh dear, this is serious. Let me ask you, besides wanting to touch his abs, what else do you want to do? Mu Qingci blinked, puzzled. What else could there be? Su Qingming asked incredulously, you've never thought about sleeping with him? Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Seeing her expression, Su Qingming had an epiphany. I get it, you're just lacking male attention. She continued talking to herself. I mean, you're already 23 and haven't even dated, let alone gotten intimate with a man. So when you meet someone like Instructor Feng with such a great physique, you get all flustered. This is easy to fix. Mu Qingci blushed, snapping back. You're 25 and haven't gotten intimate with a man either, so how can you say that about me? Su Qingming, a bit embarrassed, retorted. Do you want my advice or not? Mu Qingci immediately turned compliant. Sister Su, please share. That's better. Su Qingming nodded in satisfaction, then said, once I finish this project, I'll take you to a great place to see some men with amazing physiques. Once you've seen enough, maybe you won't have any inappropriate thoughts about Instructor Feng. Su Qingming was being secretive, refusing to reveal where she was planning to take Mu Qingci. Unable to resist, Mu Qingci teased her, with your timid nature, how could you possibly have a good place to take me? Not to be outdone, Su Qingming huffed proudly, don't underestimate me. I may not be as brave as you, but I've been at school longer and made a lot of friends in the drama department. They know all the fun places, unlike you, who only talks to those seniors every day with no common topics, right? Who says we don't? Mu Qingci immediately retorted. We often talk about antiques. Su Qingming was momentarily speechless, and the two continued to banter playfully before ending their video call with laughter. After hanging up, Mu Qingci remembered she had planned to go for a run later, so she started rummaging through her wardrobe for her long-unused workout clothes. She recalled that even during her busiest school days, she could spare an hour each evening to jog while memorizing vocabulary or history. However, since starting her job at Ancient and Modern Connections, she had been working late into the night almost every day, making running feel like a luxury. Mu Qingci put on her fresh-looking workout clothes, a short-sleeved top that fit a bit looser than last year, and shorts that barely covered her thighs, revealing her long, pale legs. Standing in front of the mirror, she admired her well-proportioned figure. Her long, straight legs made her appear even taller. She tied her long hair into a bun, instantly giving her a youthful and vibrant look. It's just running, Mu Qingci encouraged herself. I used to run 3 kilometers every day. Now I should at least manage 2. Seeing she had half an hour left, she picked up a book and settled on the windowsill to read. At precisely 8:30, there was a knock on the door. Mu Qingci put down her book and went to open it. Feng Lie took one look at her outfit and turned to leave without a word, simply saying, follow me. Mu Qingci quickly fell in step behind him. In the elevator, Mu Qingci took the opportunity to observe Feng Lie. He seemed to have a preference for loose camouflage pants and army green t-shirts. She couldn't help but ask, Instructor Feng, don't you get hot running in long pants? In this weather, I think my outfit is more suitable for running. Feng Lie, without glancing at her, replied curtly no. Mu Qingci was about to express her disbelief when Feng Lie added, there are more mosquitoes and bugs at night. This left Mu Qingci speechless. Being someone who attracted mosquitoes, she suddenly felt an itch on her leg. She quickly said, I'll ask the butler William if he has any mosquito patches. Thinking about how each building in the community had a versatile butler, Mu Qingci couldn't help but marvel, the butlers here are amazing and know so much. The elevator soon reached the ground floor, and they stepped out into the tranquil night of the community. The streets were sparsely populated, and the cool evening breeze, carrying the scent of flowers, was refreshing. As they walked, Mu Qingci stole glances at Feng Lie. He maintained his indifferent expression, exuding a strong presence in his camouflage pants and army green t-shirt, reminiscent of the stern drill instructor he had been during her freshman military training. She couldn't help but imagine him suddenly barking, Mu Qingci attention. Drop and give me 100 squats, or run 10 laps around the field. This thought made Mu Qingci subconsciously step a little to the side. Feng Lie noticed her small movement, glanced at her, but said nothing. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, Mu Qingci quickly regained her usual boldness. She curiously asked, Instructor Feng, after you trained us, do you go to the university every year to train the freshmen? She secretly hoped he would say yes, so she wouldn't feel like her class was the only unfortunate one. No, I only trained your year, Feng Lie's answer dashed Mu Qingci's hopes. Unwilling to give up, Mu Qingci pressed on, why didn't you continue with the university training? I thought you were quite dedicated. Feng Lie glanced at her again, noting her expression of feigned sincerity, and after a slight pause he replied, it just happened that I had a few months off during your training. Mu Qingci shot a glare at Feng Lie, letting 7 years of pent-up frustration burst forth. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she asked, Officer Feng, can I ask you a few personal questions? Feng Lie nodded in agreement. Mu Qingci began her inquiry, how many years have you been in the military? 12 years, Feng Lie replied succinctly. How old were you when you enlisted? She continued. 16, he answered. Mu Qingci's eyes widened in surprise. What? You joined so young? Did you even finish high school? Military academy, Feng Lie clarified. You mean you went straight to military academy at 16? Mu Qingci pressed. Feng Lie nodded. Yes, the first military academy of Hua. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingci's eyes filled with admiration. She realized that for Feng Lie to have entered the country's top military academy at such a young age, he must be exceptionally talented. This understanding gave her a new perspective on the rigorous training she'd been through. Mu Qingci quickly walked up to Feng Lie, looked directly into his eyes, and sincerely said, Officer Feng, you're truly remarkable. Can I give you a hug? Feng Lie didn't respond, but Mu Qingci had already stepped forward and gave him a quick hug. She then stepped back, saluted him solemnly, and said, in honor of your greatness. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned and ran off, not noticing Feng Lie's stiff reaction. Later, Mu Qingci asked the butler William for mosquito repellent patches, applied them, and joined Feng Lie for a run. As night fell, the vibrant cityscape across the way contrasted sharply with the tranquility of their side. Initially, Mu Qingci was full of confidence, determined to keep pace with Feng Lie. However, after just 1 kilometer, she was out of breath and said, Officer Feng, don't worry about me. You go on ahead, I'll catch up slowly. Feng Lie stopped to wait for her, frowning as he asked, how long has it been since you last exercised properly? Leaning on her knees and panting, Mu Qingci replied, about a year. I haven't had time since I started working. To her surprise, Feng Lie didn't criticize her. Instead, he suggested, go rent a shared bike nearby. You can ride while I run. Mu Qingci hesitated. Isn't that cheating? Feng Lie met her gaze with his deep eyes and explained, I'll run a lap around East Lake. You just need to ride along. How far is a lap around East Lake? Mu Qingci asked. 15.3 kilometers, Feng Lie answered precisely. Not as confident now, Mu Qingci tentatively said, I'll give it a try. I'll ride as far as I can and stop if I need to. Feng Lie nodded. That's fine. Relieved, Mu Qingci walked over to the shared bikes and scanned a code. As she mounted the bike, she thought she would surely be faster than Feng Lie running, and with a laugh, she said, Officer Feng, I'll go on ahead. Take your time. With that, she pedaled away. Mu Qingci planned to ride her bike, enjoy the scenery, and wait for Instructor Feng. The East Lake at night was breathtaking, with gentle waves lapping against the shore, cicadas singing from the treetops, and a faint floral fragrance in the air. The pleasant atmosphere made Mu Qingci start humming a tune. However, just as she began to sing, a loud, stern voice suddenly interrupted from beside her. Mu Qingci, hurry up. Startled, Mu Qingci's bike wobbled and in shape on the flat path. Once she steadied herself, she realized that Feng Lie's athletic figure had already surged ahead. Feeling invigorated, Mu Qingci pedaled faster. As she caught up with Feng Lie, she deliberately teased, Come on, Instructor Feng. Then she picked up her pace again. But no matter how hard she tried, Feng Lie effortlessly kept up with her speed. Half an hour later, Mu Qingci was panting heavily, exhausted like an old dog, while Feng Lie continued running smoothly. Feeling her legs weakening, Mu Qingci called out, "Instructor Feng." Feng Lie, who was 3 meters ahead, stopped. Just then, Mu Qingci's calf cramped. She tried to stop but lost control of her bike, heading straight for the steps on the side. There was no flower bed or railing to stop her, and she was about to plunge into East Lake. Terrified, Mu Qingci screamed, "Instructor Feng, help." Before her voice faded, she heard a firm shout in her ear, "Let go of the handlebars." Instinctively, she obeyed, and immediately felt a strong arm pull her away from the bike. The next moment, Mu Qingci found herself tightly embraced in a broad chest. Her heart was pounding, and her mind was blank. Then a deep, soothing voice reassured her, "Don't worry, you're safe." The voice calmed her panic instantly. Only then did Mu Qingci realize she was pressed against Feng Lie's chest, and a confusing mix of emotions swelled in her heart, making her cheeks flush. Yet, the cramp in her calf made her frown. She instinctively pressed her leg against Feng Lie's, turned to him with teary eyes, and said pitifully, "Instructor Feng, my right calf is cramping." Hearing this, Feng Lie immediately tossed the bike aside and carried Mu Qingci to a nearby bench. She clung to his clothes with one hand, while the other hand, almost involuntarily, rested on his firm chest. She could feel the strong muscles beneath her fingers, tempted to explore further, but too shy to act, so she just stole glances at him. Feng Lie focused ahead, his expression serious. He quickly reached the bench, set her down and crouched in front of her, saying, "I'll massage it for you. It might hurt a bit." Mu Qingci nodded just as he grabbed her calf. The intense pain made her gasp, "It hurts, it hurts." Feng Lie glanced at her, then eased his pressure, continuing to massage gently. After a few moments, her cramp subsided. Feng Lie stood up and said, "Try moving it." Mu Qingci cautiously moved her leg and sighed in relief. "It's not hurting anymore." Feng Lie turned to retrieve the bike he had tossed aside and said, "You've had enough exercise for tonight. I'll hail a cab to take you home." Only then did Mu Qingci feel a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, "I want to sit here for a while before heading back. You can continue your run." Feng Lie looked at her for a couple of seconds, then glanced around, and instead of continuing his run, he said, "I'll return your bike first." Mu Qingci quickly handed him her phone. Feng Lie took it, returned the bike, and handed the phone back to her before sitting a meter away. He neither resumed running nor urged her to leave, simply sitting quietly by her side. Mu Qingci's heart skipped a beat due to Feng Lie's actions. She tried to suppress her chaotic thoughts and said to him, "Instructor Feng, you can continue your run. I'll just take a cab back." Feng Lie gazed at Donghu with his usual indifferent expression and replied, "As your landlord, I have a duty to ensure your safety." For a moment, Mu Qingci was speechless and suddenly didn't feel like talking to him anymore. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to Su Qingmeng. "You were right, Instructor Feng is like a bodhisattva." Su Qingmeng replied with an ellipsis. Mu Qingci added, "And a stone bodhisattva, oblivious to romance and allergic to women." Sensing something, Su Qingmeng asked, "So, what daring thing did you do to Instructor Feng this time?" Recalling the recent events, Mu Qingci found it hard to explain and vaguely replied, "Nothing much, just a feeling." Su Qingmeng pressed on, "My darling, I think your reflexes are a bit slow. We knew 7 years ago that Instructor Feng was allergic to women. So many confessed to him back then, only to be coldly rejected, and you're just realizing this now." Mu Qingci had no response and replied with an ellipsis. After resting for a bit, Mu Qingci felt much better and said to Feng Lie, "Instructor Feng, I can take a cab back now." Feng Lie simply replied, "Okay." Mu Qingci quickly hailed a cab, and soon it arrived on the nearby road. Feng Lie escorted her to the car, taking a photo of the driver's face and the license plate before letting the car leave. The driver, a chatty middle-aged man, smiled and said, "Your boyfriend seems really concerned about your safety." Just as Mu Qingci was about to correct him about the boyfriend assumption, the driver continued, "It's right for him to be worried. You're so pretty, and there are lots of bad people out there now. Of course, I'm not one of them. I've been driving my XX car for 5 or 6 years, and I have a daughter who's about to take her college entrance exams. I wouldn't do anything illegal. I'm waiting for her to graduate and become a civil servant." Mu Qingci politely agreed. "Becoming a civil servant is good. Exactly, serving the country and the people would be a blessing for our family." The driver enthusiastically shared his hopes for his daughter. Listening to the driver proudly talk about his daughter, Mu Qingci remembered how her father used to boast about her in the past. She played along, occasionally chiming in. When the car stopped outside the Donghu community gate, the driver seemed reluctant to end the conversation. As soon as Mu Qingci got out, a message from Feng Lie arrived. "Did you get out?" Instinctively, Mu Qingci glanced around, confirming that Feng Lie was nowhere in sight, before replying, "Just got out, about to enter the community." Feng Lie responded with a simple, "Okay." Knowing that was all she would hear from him, Mu Qingci put away her phone and walked through the gates. Back in apartment 8001, she showered and went to her bedroom. She intended to thank Feng Lie when he got back but soon fell asleep due to the day's exertions. The next morning, Mu Qingci woke up early, only to find that Feng Lie had already left, leaving breakfast for her. As usual, it was porridge and buns. She took some meat sauce from the fridge to go with the porridge and noticed that not much was missing. She sent Feng Lie a message. Instructor Feng, thanks for the breakfast. The meat sauce goes great with it. You should try it next time, or there'll be too much left over, and I won't be able to take it home this weekend. There was no reply from Feng Lie. Assuming he was busy, Mu Qingci didn't think much of it. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, she tidied up the living room and mopped the floor. Finally, she grabbed the meat sauce she had prepared for Su Qingmeng and headed to S University. As soon as Su Qingmeng saw Mu Qingci, she quickly took the jar of meat sauce from her hands. Eagerly, she opened the lid, scooped out a large spoonful with a spoon she had prepared in advance, and devoured it hungrily. Mu Qingci frowned at Su Qingming's messy eating and couldn't help but say, "Can you not eat like you're starving? Aren't you afraid it'll be too salty?" "You don't get it," Su Qingming mumbled through mouthfuls of meat sauce. "You who have meat sauce every day can't understand how I feel." It's so good. Aunt Ming's meat sauce is the best. I have to video call her tonight to thank her for this treat." Watching her amusing demeanor, Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh. "I'm planning to go home tomorrow night. If you're free, come with me. My mom will definitely prepare a feast for you." Yes, yes, yes. Su Qingming nodded eagerly. "As long as you help me sort things out this morning, it'll be smooth sailing after that. Besides, Professor Wu gave me the entire summer to work on it." "All right then." While Su Qingming was absorbed in her meat sauce, Mu Qingci took her research materials and quickly glanced through them. Su Qingming was studying the history of China, and her first research topic from Professor Wu involved a certain period of the Shang dynasty. Mu Qingci, well-versed in this field, began explaining it to her in detail. After 2 whole hours, Mu Qingci finally left S University and headed to the Old Town. Zhang Zheng had assigned her the task of creating an international column introducing the 4 famous Chinese embroideries. Since S City was known for its S embroidery, Mu Qingci decided to start with this type. She had contacted a renowned S embroidery workshop in the Old Town in advance, so she was heading straight there now. The Old Town retained the charm of the last century. Narrow and wide alleys, houses with gray bricks and tiles, stone-paved paths, and fruit tree branches extending from courtyards. Walking here felt like time had slowed down. Although it was bustling with tourists on weekends and holidays, it was particularly peaceful on weekdays. Having lived in S City for many years, Mu Qingci rarely visited this part of town due to her busy schedule. This time, to find the Chu family embroidery workshop, she immediately opened her phone's navigation upon entering the alley. However, in the maze-like old town, the navigation seemed to lose its way too. Although it showed she was only 100 meters away, she ended up at a dead end following the directions. She had to turn back and try another route, but the navigation kept alerting her that she was off course. Just as Mu Qingci was about to give up on the navigation, an elderly lady carrying a vegetable basket walked by, looking somewhat familiar. Mu Qingci quickly called out, "Hello, Grandma." Mrs. Feng stopped at the sound, turned to see Mu Qingci, and immediately smiled as she approached. "Oh, little Mu, what are you doing here?" Mu Qingci explained, "Grandma, I'm looking for the Chu family who runs the S embroidery workshop." "You've taken the wrong path," Mrs. Feng pointed to an alley. "That alley leads to the Chu family's back wall. You can't get through there." Mu Qingci smiled sheepishly. "I didn't know the way and relied on navigation, which led me here." "These navigations are unreliable." Mrs. Feng shook her head. "Come, I'll take you there. It's not far from here." "Thank you, Grandma," Mu Qingci said as she offered to take the basket from the elderly woman. "Let me carry this for you." No need, Mrs. Feng chuckled, waving her hand. "The basket isn't heavy, and you're dressed so nicely." "The basket is dirty. I wouldn't want your clothes to get stained." "It's okay, I'll be careful." Mu Qingci insisted and took the basket. Mrs. Feng looked at Mu Qingci, her wrinkles deepening with her smile, growing more and more fond of her. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, thinking it's a pity she already has a boyfriend. As they walked, she said, "I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me last time. Are you going to the Chu family to buy embroidery?" "No," Mu Qingci explained, "I'm an editor for Ancient and Modern, and I'm planning to do a special feature on S embroidery." "Oh, my little Mu, you're amazing, being a writer and all," Mrs. Feng exclaimed, then remembered something. "By the way, you were looking for a place near Donghu community last time. Did you find one? Did you call my eldest grandson?" Mu Qingci hesitated, unsure how to respond. Although she promised to help Officer Feng handle his grandmother, she felt awkward bringing it up. She carefully chose her words. "I did find a place, thanks to your grandson's help." "Haha. My grandson's cold face didn't scare you, did it?" Mrs. Feng laughed. "Despite his expressionless demeanor, he's actually a good person." "Yes, he is very nice," Mu Qingci agreed. As they chatted, they soon arrived outside the Chu family's entrance. Someone from the Chu family was already waiting at the door. Mu Qingci returned the basket to Mrs. Feng and then shook hands with the Chu family member who came to greet her. Ms. Mu, welcome. Mr. Chu, thank you for having me. After exchanging pleasantries, the Chu family member also greeted Mrs. Feng. They seemed quite familiar with each other. Grandma Feng's face lit up with a kind smile as she nodded gently at him, then turned to Mu Qingci and said, Xiaomu, you focus on your work. I won't disturb you any longer. Mu Qingci quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandma, for bringing me here. Not at all, not at all. Grandma Feng waved her hand dismissively, picked up her vegetable basket, and walked away with a sprightly step that showcased her robust health. Only then did Mu Qingci follow the Chu family into the courtyard. The Chu family's courtyard was spacious and open, with the embroidery workshop nestled within. S embroidery is renowned for its ingenious designs, elegant patterns, lively needlework, meticulous craftsmanship, and sophisticated colors. Its embroidery technique is particularly known for being precise, harmonious, orderly, smooth, bright, and even. The double-sided, different color embroidery is especially exceptional. Mu Qingci not only observed the techniques of S embroidery closely, but also tried her hand at it. The most skilled embroiderer in the Chu family was the old Madame Chu, but unfortunately, she no longer works with needles due to an eye condition. Her children and daughters-in-law, however, are also quite skilled. Mu Qingci engaged in deep conversations with them to learn about the Chu family's generational journey in the art of embroidery. It turns out that since the Yuan dynasty, the Chu family has produced several renowned S embroidery artists, having even served as imperial embroiderers. Despite the passage of time, the Chu family still treasures some exquisite pieces left by their ancestors. With their permission, Mu Qingci captured videos and photos of these precious embroideries. The Chu family now also accepts custom embroidery orders. With a smile, Grandma Chu told Mu Qingci, if you ever plan to get married, you can come here for a custom bridal dress. We'll make sure you wear the most beautiful and splendid wedding attire. Mu Qingci politely smiled and nodded, though she secretly thought that such luxury might cost more than she could afford. It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon that Mu Qingci reluctantly bid farewell. As she was leaving, the old Madame Chu gifted her a double-sided, different color embroidered fan. Mu Qingci was about to decline, but the old madam spoke earnestly, Miss Mu, since you work for the Cultural Relics Bureau, I hope you can use your words to promote our country's 4 famous embroideries to the world. Let those who claim China has no luxury goods know what true luxury is. Deeply moved by these words, Mu Qingci accepted the precious gift. Politely refusing the Chu family's offer to drive her, Mu Qingci left on her own, already brainstorming ideas for promoting S embroidery. Suddenly, she heard 2 familiar voices coming from a nearby alley. It was Feng Lie and Grandma Feng. She overheard Grandma Feng complaining, You've barely rested and you're off on another trip? You're such a workaholic. When are you going to settle down and start a family? Feng Lie replied calmly, Grandma, I have a plan. The old lady was relentless. You always say that to brush me off. If you really have a plan, then introduce someone to me. I don't care. Even if by June doesn't let me find someone to introduce to you, if you don't hurry up, I'll sign you up at a matchmaking agency. Seeing his grandmother's determination, Feng Lie could only say, Grandma, I already have someone I like. Really? Grandma Feng's tone instantly turned excited. Where is she from? What does she do? Ask her when she can come over for a meal. Feng Lie quickly explained, I'm still pursuing her. She's a bit shy, and your enthusiasm might scare her away. Mu Qingci watched the grandmother and grandson walk away, silently noting how Officer Feng had resorted to fabricating stories to fend off marriage pressure. It was a testament to the complexities of human nature. She chose not to greet them and instead continued her stroll towards the outskirts of the old town. In the alley, branches from the high walls offered shade from the scorching sun. Relishing the rare coolness, Mu Qingci snapped a few photos and posted them on social media with the caption, Time-worn bricks and tiles, the passage of time and a tranquil life. Likes and comments flooded in immediately. Mu the scholar, you're living the life, visiting the old town. Delete this please. Why is it so gloomy abroad today? Oh, it's because Mu the scholar attracted all the sunshine. More pics please. With a smile, Mu Qingci was about to reply with a picture when a jarring voice interrupted. Women these days, not even knowing their worth, thinking they're fit to marry into our family, and yet having the nerve to demand a car, a house, and a hefty dowry. Mu Qingci frowned, disapproving of those who badmouth their blind date matches behind their backs. As she turned the corner, she recognized the 2 people speaking as the landlord from Jinxiu community, feeling a sense of misfortune. The middle-aged woman also noticed Mu Qingci, her expression instantly turning sour. However, the man beside her stared openly until the woman yanked him back sharply. Xiao Jun, don't look at people like her. The man stumbled, nearly falling. Mu Qingci intended to walk past them, but the woman sneered. Isn't this Miss Mu, who can't afford to rent our place? What, still haven't found a place and now wandering around the old town? Mu Qingci met her gaze coolly. I assume you don't have any civil servants in your family. I've already found a place, so no need for your concern. There's a saying about matching lids to pots being too ambitious, and looking down on others will only bring trouble to you. The middle-aged woman's face flushed with anger, ready to lash out, but Mu Qingci cut her off. Auntie, you mentioned your son works for the Shui Corporation. Such a large company values employee conduct. If you dare insult me, I'll report him. Although I'm just a low-paid civil servant, reporting someone should be quite easy. The woman was left stammering, repeatedly uttering you. The man, who had been staring at Mu Qingci, finally spoke up. Mom, this lady hasn't done anything to offend you. Please don't argue with her. This only fueled the woman's fury further. She shrieked, Are you interested in her face? The man denied it nervously, sneaking a glance at Mu Qingci. The woman, even more enraged, raised her hand to strike Mu Qingci. You shameless vixen, daring to seduce my son. I'll teach you a lesson. Mu Qingci calmly raised her phone in one hand and caught the woman's wrist with the other. Auntie, hitting someone is wrong. I have evidence of your slander. Prepare to be sued. Such actions could disqualify your family from civil service exams for 3 generations. Mu Qingci stared coldly at the middle-aged, overweight woman in front of her, already formulating a plan. The woman's expression shifted between anger and despair, as if the world was ending. Her wrist was tightly gripped by Mu Qingci, and her other hand instinctively reached for Mu Qingci's phone. Juan, grab her phone, the woman shouted to her son. The man snapped out of his trance and lunged at Mu Qingci. She smirked and warned, If you come any closer, I'll scream. There are plenty of people getting off work right now. It won't just be about you slandering and attacking me anymore. The man's steps faltered with hesitation. Just then, footsteps echoed from a nearby alley. Soon, a mother and son emerged. The middle-aged woman wore a cheongsam, exuding elegance and grace. The young man was none other than Shuayin. The distinguished lady frowned at the trio and asked sternly, What are you doing? Shuayin glared at them, his brow furrowed. Mu Qingci succinctly explained the situation. The overweight woman was about to retort, but her son suddenly turned pale, cold sweat dripping as he stammered, I'm the president. Shuayin snorted, his commanding presence filling the air. The woman's heart sank at her son's words, and she feigned a pained groan. Oh dear, don't be fooled by this woman, she hit me. I told my son to pull her away. Look, she's still holding on to me. Indeed, Mu Qingci was still holding her wrist, but her other hand held up a phone, recording the entire time. She sneered, Let's explain it at the police station then. I'll show the video to the police, and we'll see who was trying to hit whom. No. The woman's face turned ashen, and she wrenched her hand free from Mu Qingci's grip, grabbing her son and fleeing. Shuayin coldly called after them, I've memorized your faces. Expect to be fired tomorrow. The pair stumbled at his words, nearly falling, but continued to scurry away. Once they were out of sight, Mu Qingci turned to Shuayin and his mother. The elegant lady's eyes sparkled as she looked at Mu Qingci, while Shuayin snorted dismissively, looking unimpressed. The next moment, the lady playfully slapped Shuayin on the arm, warning, You better watch that temper of yours, or I'll deal with you myself. Shuayin seemed embarrassed but didn't dare to protest, turning his face away. Seeing the lady ready to intervene again, Mu Qingci awkwardly smiled and said, Auntie, thank you so much for your help. I'll be on my way now. Feng Bijuan suddenly smiled at Mu Qingci and said, Don't mind my son. He's just got a punchable face. Just ignore him. She continued, I know you, you're Mu Qingci, the talented editor from Ancient and Modern. Mu Qingci looked at Feng Bijuan in surprise and blurted out, And how do you know me? Feng Bijuan smiled as she approached Mu Qingci, giving her a thorough once-over before explaining, a few months ago, during the financial summit in S-City, there was a segment that involved visiting the S-City Museum. Do you remember? You were wearing an elegant hanfu that day, and your talk on Chinese cultural heritage was absolutely captivating. My husband and I were in the audience and were deeply impressed by your presentation. Mu Qingci felt a bit embarrassed by Feng Bijuan's praise, and with a modest smile she replied, That's just part of our basic work, Aunt. You flatter me. Feng Bijuan, however, insisted earnestly, I'm not just saying that. It's rare to find someone as beautiful and knowledgeable as you, who can articulate our cultural heritage so well. She admitted that she most admired Chinese soldiers and cultural ambassadors who promote Chinese culture. Standing nearby, Shuayin silently scoffed. He thought his mother was always eager to match him or his brother with any pretty woman she met. He glanced at Mu Qingci again, suspecting she was scheming, not only trying to win over his brother, but now charming his mother as well. Shuayin impatiently interrupted, Mom, Grandma is still waiting for us to have dinner. If we don't go soon, she'll complain that we don't want to visit her. Although Feng Bijuan was displeased with her younger son's interruption, she remembered they had promised to have dinner with the elderly lady. She turned to Mu Qingci and said, Miss Mu, I'd love to learn more about our ancient civilization. Could we arrange a time to chat further? Mu Qingci was about to agree when Shuayin interjected coldly, Grandma is calling. He waved his phone, showing an incoming call on the screen. Feng Bijuan shot her son a glare and turned back to Mu Qingci, waiting for her response. Mu Qingci thought for a moment and said, I might be traveling for work next week, so my schedule is uncertain. But if you don't mind, and we can arrange something later. Xue Yin immediately remarked sarcastically, Mom, she clearly doesn't want to meet. Why force her? Mu Qingci silently cursed, wondering why Feng's brother was so annoying. Feng Bijuan smacked Xue Yin on the arm and scolded, Shut up. Mu Qingci decisively offered, and why don't you give me your number and I'll contact you? Feng Bijuan agreed happily, reciting her number while taking out her phone. Mu Qingci noted it down and called it briefly to exchange numbers. After saving each other's contact information, Mu Qingci took her leave. Watching Mu Qingci walk away, Feng Bijuan angrily said to Xue Yin, You little brat, are you still 7 years old? Why do you have to interrupt when I'm talking to someone? Xue Yin retorted coldly, You never know people's true intentions. How do you know she doesn't have other motives like trying to win over my brother by first getting close to you? Feng Bijuan countered. What motives could she possibly have? Do you think she'd be interested in someone as arrogant and conceited as you? Xue Yin thought to himself. She better not be. Feng Bijuan continued to reprimand him. I think Miss Mu is too well-mannered to show her displeasure with you. If it were me, I would have punched you by now. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend with your emotional intelligence. Finding one would be a miracle. After finishing her scolding, Feng Bijuan stormed off towards the grandmother's house, with Xue Yin trailing behind. As they neared Grandma Feng's house, they saw Feng Lie stepping out of the door. Spotting them, Feng Lie turned and called inside, Grandma, they're here. The grandmother's strong voice rang out, You always show up at mealtime. I think you're just here for the food, not to see me. Once inside, Feng Bijuan and Xue Yin quickly apologized to the grandmother. After smoothing things over, Feng Bijuan explained, We actually arrived earlier but stopped in the alley when we saw a mother and son bullying a young woman, so we stepped in to help. Grandma Feng asked with concern, Really? Is the young woman okay? She's fine, Feng Bijuan replied. She's an editor from Ancient and Modern, very clever. She recorded the incident and managed to avoid being hit by that middle-aged woman. Oh, did she almost get hit? Yes, indeed. As soon as the mother and daughter met, they couldn't care less about their appearance and were ready to chat excitedly about what had just happened. At that moment, Xue Yin interrupted their conversation with a cold voice. Brother, where are you going? He asked Feng Lie, who was heading towards the door. As soon as he spoke, the mother and daughter stopped their discussion simultaneously and turned to look at Xue Yin. Feng Lie replied expressionlessly, We're out of vinegar at home, so I'm going to buy a bottle. With that, he strode out the door, not giving anyone a chance to speak. Without a word, Xue Yin followed Feng Lie out. Inside, the mother and daughter exchanged glances. Grandma Feng frowned and said, Didn't we just buy vinegar? Feng Bijuan mused. Maybe the brothers have something they want to discuss privately. Grandma Feng nodded, a hint of wistfulness in her tone. It's true. The brothers haven't spent time together for quite a while. Xiao Lai has to go on a business trip tomorrow, and who knows when they'll see each other next. Feng Bijuan pouted. Both brothers are so stubborn, telling them not to work so hard, but they never listen. Grandma Feng glanced at her upturned lips and said bluntly, If they weren't so capable, do you think you'd have a good life married into the Xue family? Feng Bijuan was left speechless. She knew in her heart that her biggest source of confidence now was having 2 extraordinarily talented sons. Meanwhile, Mu Qingci reached the edge of the old city and noticed the street lined with vendors. It was the time when people got off work and school, with adults buying groceries and children gathering around snack stalls. Such a lively scene was rare in S City. Mu Qingci decided to buy some vegetables and snacks to fill her rumbling stomach. She squatted in front of an elderly woman's vegetable stall and asked, Grandma, how much is the bok choy per pound? Perhaps Mu Qingci's appearance was particularly endearing to the elderly woman, who smiled with a gap-toothed grin and gestured, saying, 2 yuan. Mu Qingci was surprised at how cheap the vegetables were and grabbed a plastic bag to start picking. The elderly woman complimented her on her looks in the local dialect, lamenting that it's rare for such pretty girls to buy vegetables in places like this. Mu Qingci just smiled and listened. Suddenly, the elderly woman's gaze shifted beyond Mu Qingci, and she stopped talking abruptly. Sensing something, Mu Qingci instinctively turned around and looked up at the tall, imposing man standing behind her. Mu Qingci crouched by a street vendor, picking out some greens, when she suddenly sensed someone behind her. Turning around, she was surprised to see Feng Lie. She blinked in astonishment. Instructor Feng, what are you doing here? She thought he should be having dinner at his grandmother's house at this time. Feng Lie looked down at her without answering, instead asking, Why haven't you gone home yet? From her crouched position, his tall figure seemed like a towering mountain, forcing her to tilt her head back to see his face. Mu Qingci grabbed a few more greens and said to the elderly vendor, Grandma, could you weigh these for me? While the old lady weighed the vegetables, Mu Qingci stood up and explained to Feng Lie, I just came from the Chu family embroidery shop. I was planning to catch a taxi home, but then I saw the vegetable stall and decided to buy some greens. The elderly woman quickly weighed the vegetables, and as Mu Qingci took out her phone to pay, the woman said, Do you have cash, dear? I'll give you a discount. It's £1.03 but I'll only charge you 2 yuan if you pay in cash. Mu Qingci felt a bit awkward, knowing that many elderly people don't use mobile payments, which often end up going to their children's accounts. She hadn't brought any cash because she was here for work on short notice. Just as she was in a dilemma, Feng Lie pulled out 5 coins from his pocket and handed them to the old lady, saying, Keep the change. Just give us a little more greens. The old lady took the coins with a smile and quickly added another handful of greens to the bag. Mu Qingci held the bag of vegetables and waved her phone with a smile. Instructor Feng, I'll transfer the money to you. No need, Feng Lie replied calmly. You won't finish it all tonight, save some for my breakfast tomorrow. Considering it was just a few coins, Mu Qingci decided not to insist. Feng Lie suddenly suggested, There's a stall up ahead that sells good roast duck. You could buy half a duck to take home. Mu Qingci thought that made sense and added, Then I'll buy a couple of steamed buns so I won't need to cook rice. Feng Lie responded with a soft acknowledgement. As they were about to leave, the old lady suddenly remarked, Your boyfriend is really handsome. Mu Qingci instinctively glanced at Feng Lie, expecting him to correct her, but he simply stared straight ahead as if he hadn't heard. Just as Mu Qingci was about to explain, Feng Lie urged, The line at the roast duck stall is getting long, let's hurry. Mu Qingci nodded and followed him quickly to the roast duck stall. Sure enough, there was already a line. When it was her turn, she asked for half a duck, but the vendor seemed reluctant. At this point, Feng Lie intervened, We'll take 2 ducks, but portion out half a duck leg for her. Hearing that they were buying 2 ducks, the vendor promptly retrieved 2 ducks from the roaster, chopped them up, and set aside half a duck leg in a disposable bowl. This time, Mu Qingci quickly paid, and Feng Lie merely glanced at her before taking the rest of the roast duck without saying anything. Feng Lie walked Mu Qingci to the street corner, watching her get into a car before heading back with 1.5 ducks in hand. After a few steps, he spotted his brother, Shuayin, standing there with a stern face. As Feng Lie approached, Shuayin frowned and asked, Do you like her? Feng Lie glanced at him before continuing toward their grandmother's house, with Shuayin following closely behind. The brothers, both tall and broad-shouldered, with striking auras, drew the attention of passers-by. Some pointed at Shuayin, whispering that he looked familiar, but quickly averted their gaze under the brothers' cool demeanor. Shuayin spoke with a hint of disdain, Brother, a woman like her is too weak for you. Feng Lie suddenly stopped, and Shuayin halted as well. Feng Lie gave him a cold look, and Shuayin continued, You should find someone who matches your level. In his mind, his brother was capable of anything, and an ordinary woman, especially someone like Mu Qingci, who seemed frail and bookish, didn't measure up. Feng Lie warned in a deep voice, Just focus on your own business. Don't meddle in mine. Shuayin was somewhat irked, but he kept pace with Feng Lie. Feng Lie said, I have my plans. But your recent actions have been too conspicuous. Someone has already hired international mercenaries to deal with you. You'd better tone it down. Shuayin scoffed with a cold expression, I'm just afraid they won't make a move. Once they do, I'll have a reason to take them down. Then we'll see what grandfather and those old fossils on the board will do when they have no more pawns to use against me. Feng Lie disapproved. Even a cornered rabbit will fight back, let alone them. Besides, grandfather is watching. Unless you want to bring down the Shui family. I wouldn't mind, Shuayin replied. Although he enjoyed the thrill of making money, he had no desire to earn it for the Shui family, especially when they were so ungrateful. Since taking over as vice president of Shui Corporation, he had created so much value, pushing the company into the top 100 worldwide. Even with all that, those old-timers still kept a close eye on him, wanting to control his marriage, especially his grandfather, who constantly used his status as an elder to pressure the brothers into blind dates. His brother, with that kind of personality, wouldn't be swayed unless he met someone he genuinely liked and was on equal footing with. As for himself, he had no intentions of marrying or having children in this lifetime. It would be enough for the Feng family name to be carried on by his brother's children. The next morning, Mu Qingci sleepily walked out of her bedroom and heard noises coming from the kitchen. Instinctively, she approached the kitchen door and saw Feng Lie standing at the stove frying eggs. Surprised, she exclaimed, Instructor Feng, you're actually still home at this hour. Feng Lie turned to look at her, noticing her fresh face, loose black hair, and cheeks flushed with a hint of morning red, making her look so soft and pinchable. Realizing his gaze lingered on her face, Mu Qingci suddenly remembered she hadn't washed up yet and quickly said, I'll go freshen up, before turning to leave. At that moment, Feng Lie spoke up, the blue and white underglaze red porcelain vase I photographed last time will be delivered at 9 o'clock. Implying he stayed home specifically to wait for it. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingci perked up and turned back to ask, Is it going to be delivered here directly? And where will you put it? Do you have a custom cover for the blue and white underglaze red porcelain? Her concern grew as she worried he might be clueless about antiques and feared the precious piece might get damaged. Yes, I had one made, Feng Lie replied. We'll put it in the empty room. After you freshen up, you can check out the custom shelves in that room. Hearing this, Mu Qingci quickly headed to the bathroom, saying as she went, I'll wash up now and then take a look. Her hurried steps left Feng Lie no chance to say more. When Feng Lie finished making breakfast, he found that Mu Qingci still hadn't come out, so he went to the door of the empty room. Sure enough, he saw her standing in the middle of the room, intently examining the surroundings. As soon as Mu Qingci saw Feng Lie, her eyes sparkled as she asked, Instructor Feng, when did you have so many display shelves custom-made in this room? Apart from the doors and windows, it's like the whole room is filled with them. Feng Lie explained, I noticed you never used this room, so when I bought the blue and white underglaze red porcelain vase, I had butler William arrange for people to come and do it while we were at work. Mu Qingci thought it was a bit much to use 2 rooms worth of money for just one, but now wasn't the time to discuss that. She was more concerned about, why did you customize so many shelves? With at least 100 compartments, she couldn't imagine what it would look like if they were all filled with antiques. Unexpectedly, Feng Lie calmly said, better to be prepared. In case I come across other items I like, I can acquire them. Mu Qingci secretly grumbled, darn rich people. But then she thought, if she kept living here, wouldn't she be able to admire the antiques he collected whenever she wanted? Suddenly, she found his disinterest in women quite appealing. As long as he didn't date anyone, she could keep renting his place. With that in mind, Mu Qingci looked at him with bright eyes and said ingratiatingly, Instructor Feng, I know how to care for artifacts. You don't have to hire someone to maintain your antiques. I can do it for free. Feng Lie looked into her eyes for a few seconds, gently replied, okay, and then turned to walk towards the living room, saying, come have breakfast. Mu Qingci cheerfully responded, all right. After seeing the delivered blue and white underglaze red porcelain that morning, Mu Qingci couldn't stop thinking about the vase and Feng Lie's remark about acquiring more if he found something he liked. It wasn't until she heard Su Qingming's raised voice over the phone that she snapped back to reality and quickly responded. Su Qingming didn't suspect anything and continued complaining, the weather forecast is so unreliable these days. They said light rain but it's pouring. Are you still going back? I saw the forecast mentioned rain for the next few days. If you're going back, I'll go with you. Mu Qingci looked out the window. It had been pouring since around 2 in the afternoon, and now, past 4, there was no sign of it letting up. She definitely needed to go back, wanting to check on the new neighbors and, with such heavy rain, couldn't help but worry about her mom being home alone. I am going back, Mu Qingci replied. Alright then. Let's meet at the train station, Su Qingming said. Okay. By 6:30 p.m., Mu Qingci and Su Qingming were on the high-speed train heading home, with the downpour still raging. Su Qingming, a bit worried, said, with this much rain, if it continues, there might be flooding. Mu Qingci frowned, with so much rain, our house will definitely leak. This time, I have to convince Mom to agree to a renovation. Due to the relentless downpour, Mu Qingci had temporarily set aside thoughts of the blue and white underglaze red porcelain, her mind preoccupied with the ongoing rain. When they arrived at the small town, it was already 8 p.m. and from afar, they could see Meng Milan standing at the street corner in a raincoat, waiting for them. Despite carrying umbrellas, Mu Qingci and Su Qingming were already soaked. Meng Milan felt heartbroken seeing the two of them soaked to the skin. She hurriedly said, come with me and change into dry clothes so you don't catch a cold. The 3 walked home in silence. The streets deserted. Mu Qingci broke the silence, asking Mom, did our house leak today? Meng Milan sighed. There were 2 leaks, but thankfully, Wan Xiong and her husband helped cover them with tarps. When they were about 100 meters from home, Meng Milan pointed to a closed house and said to Mu Qingci, that's where Wan Xiong and her family are renting. Once home, Mu Qingci and Su Qingming went to shower and change clothes. During dinner, Meng Milan brought up the situation with Mu Qingci's second uncle's family. She mentioned that Cheng Wei spent over 100,000 on entertaining Wang Jitao to curry favor. Encouraged by Wang Jitao, Cheng Wei invested another 600,000 to 700,000 and even took out high-interest loans. Now that Wang Jitao has been arrested, their family is scrambling to recover the investment. Mu Qingci calmly remarked, that money is probably gone for good. Meng Milan nodded. Yes, I heard they're planning to sue Wang Jitao. Mu Qingci showed no sympathy and simply advised Mom, let's not get involved. They can handle it however they see fit. Meng Milan bitterly replied, I couldn't care less. They deserve what they got, especially after trying to use you. It's a wonder I didn't stand outside their house to laugh at them. After dinner, the rain continued to pour outside. Mu Qingci suggested renovating the house. Meng Milan was hesitant, worried about depleting their savings, and wanted to save money for Mu Qingci to buy a house in S City. Seeing through her mother's concerns, Mu Qingci said, second cousin lost so much this time and borrowed high-interest loans, their family will definitely owe our money. Instead of being persuaded by Grandpa and Grandma later, we should go ahead and renovate the house. It's been so many years without repairs, and I'm afraid continuous heavy rain might collapse it. Meng Milan quickly interrupted. Don't say such unlucky things. Our house won't collapse. Su Qingming also advised, Aunt Meng, you should listen to CICI. We earn money to improve our quality of life, and if your sister-in-law really asks to borrow money, it will be awkward whether you lend it or not. After a moment of silence, Meng Milan finally agreed. Mu Qingci and Su Qingming exchanged relieved glances. The next day, the rain hadn't stopped. When Mu Qingci and Su Qingming got up, they found Meng Milan talking to someone at the door. Mu Qingci asked, Mom, who's outside? Meng Milan stepped aside, revealing a couple standing at the door. She introduced them. Say, this is Li Jiangguo and Wan Xiong, whom I mentioned before. Mu Qingci sized them up. Li Jiangguo appeared honest, while Wan Xiong seemed kind and sincere. She greeted them politely. Hello, Uncle Li and Aunt Wan. The couple responded in unison. Hello, hello. Then fell silent, unsure of what to say next. Mu Qingci smiled and said, We're all neighbors, and I'm worried about my mom being alone at home, so please look after her. If you need any help, feel free to ask us. Wan Xiong quickly waved her hands. No, I'm already grateful that Sister Meng gave me a job. Mu Qingci replied warmly, You earned that job through your hard work. No need to be grateful. Meng Milan explained. Li Jiangguo and Wan Xiong came to check on the tarps they put up for us yesterday. Wan Xiong added, The wind was strong last night, and we were worried the tarps might not hold. Mu Qingci invited them inside. She noticed that they didn't glance around once inside and worked efficiently. Even though Li Jiangguo had a limp, he was quick with his tasks. They helped secure the tarps and suggested renovating the house, but politely declined to stay for a meal. Watching them leave, Mu Qingci felt a sense of trust towards them. After breakfast, Mu Qingci and Su Qingming persuaded Meng Milan to look at renovation companies online. Meng Milan wanted to hire a local company, thinking the online ones were too expensive. Mu Qingci disagreed. The two local companies have poor quality and materials. If we go with a big company, it won't cost much more and might even be cheaper. Plus, if we hire locally, word will spread quickly, and second-hand will definitely cause trouble. Su Qingming agreed, leaving Meng Milan with no argument, so she reluctantly kept quiet. Mu Qingci had found a good renovation company and arranged for someone to come over for an on-site visit before discussing the details further. By then, it was already past 10 o'clock. Rain was tapping against the windows as Meng Milan busied herself in the kitchen, preparing lunch. Suddenly, the ringing phone shattered the indoor tranquility. She wiped her hands and answered, her expression turning somber instantly. She responded briefly before hanging up. Your grandmother called. She wants us to go over for lunch, Meng Milan said to Mu Qingci, with a hint of reluctance in her voice. Mu Qingci frowned, looking at the pouring rain outside. In this weather, do we really have to go today? It feels like a trap. Meng Milan sighed, understanding that this lunch was likely her sister-in-law's idea. I'll go alone at noon. You and Meng Meng can stay home to eat. There's food in the fridge and chicken soup in the pot. Amidst the rain, Meng Milan left for the appointment alone. When she returned, her expression was even more gloomy than when she had left. Under the concerned gazes of Mu Qingci and Su Qingming, she said heavily, as expected, it was your second uncle's family who had your grandmother call. They're after our money again. She recounted everything that had happened over lunch. Her brother and sister-in-law had cried and complained to her, saying that Meng Chengwei had borrowed over 100,000 in high-interest loans and was in danger if they didn't repay soon. They wanted to sue Wang Zitao but couldn't find a way and begged Meng Milan to help them out of sibling affection. Mu Qingci's grandparents also urged her to help, which only fueled Meng Milan's frustration. In the end, they still care more about their son and grandson, Meng Milan said bitterly. I'm just a daughter married off, like water thrown away. When our family was struggling, they didn't persuade my brother and sister-in-law to help us. Now they have problems, and they want me to help. As she spoke, her eyes reddened with emotion. Mu Qingci felt a surge of anger but didn't show it. She gently led her mother to a chair while Su Qingming quickly brought a cup of hot tea. Mu Qingci knelt in front of Meng Milan and said softly, Mom, don't be upset. I'll work hard to earn money, and one day we'll buy a house in S City and move there, so you won't have to face people you don't want to see. Meng Milan caressed her daughter's face, feeling a pang of sadness as she looked at her beautiful features. If your father were still here, he wouldn't have let you work so hard for this family, she said softly. I don't care about moving to S City. Just do what you can, and don't overwork yourself. Your health is most important. Mu Qingci nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Standing nearby, Su Qingming couldn't help but ask, Aunt Meng Qingci, are you still planning to renovate the house? She was concerned that spending money on renovations might cause animosity from Mu Qingci's second uncle's family and further sway her grandparents' favor. After a moment's thought, Meng Milan said, let's hold off on the renovations for now. Seeing Mu Qingci's hesitant expression, she added, once the weather clears, I'll buy some materials myself and ask the neighbors to help patch up the leaks and fix the tiles. It won't cost much, and then your grandparents won't have anything to say. Although Mu Qingci still wanted to renovate the house properly, she understood her mother's predicament. While she complained, it was clear that her mother didn't want to strain relations with her grandparents and uncle's family. As for Mu Qingci herself, she was unwilling to lend money to her second uncle's family, but she clearly remembered how they had treated her own family in the past. Having decided against the full renovation, Mu Qingci picked up her phone and called the renovation company to cancel the previous arrangement. The rain continued to pour outside as Mu Qingci and her family spent the entire day at home, not venturing out. The rain continued into the second day. The river running through the town was on the verge of overflowing its banks, prompting residents along both sides to prepare for evacuation. Taking advantage of a brief lull in the downpour, Meng Milan braved the rain to stock up on meat and vegetables from the market. In the morning, she busied herself preparing fragrant braised meat and meat sauce for Mu Qingci and Su Qingming. By afternoon, the rain intensified, and the river finally breached its banks. Although Mu Qingci's street was slightly elevated, several areas were already waterlogged. To make matters worse, new leaks had appeared in their roof. Worried, Mu Qingci suggested, "Mom, why don't we go stay in S City for a few days? The weather forecast says it will keep raining for the next few days. If this continues, our place will definitely flood. Besides, the leaks are getting worse. It's not suitable for living anymore." Meng Milan hesitated. "You've only rented one room in S City. How can I stay there?" "Why not? The room I rented is bigger than the master bedroom here. You can stay there comfortably," Mu Qingci reassured her, pulling out her phone. "I'll inform the landlord right now. It's not a problem, Mom." She quickly texted Feng Lie, but received no reply. Biting her lip, she thought, never mind. I'll just get Mom there first. Worst case, we'll stay in a hotel. Acting as if nothing was amiss, she put away her phone and told Meng Milan, "The landlord has agreed." Su Qingmeng chimed in to persuade, "Aunt Meng, come with us to S City for a few days. Once the rain stops, you can return. This way, Qingci can work with peace of mind." Mu Qingci added, "Yes, I might need to travel to C province for work next week. If you're here alone, I'll have to cancel the trip." Faced with her daughter's insistence, Meng Milan finally relented, packing a few clothes. The three of them worked together to move furniture and appliances upstairs, wrapping the rest securely with waterproof covers. Neighbors Li Jiangguo and Wan Xiong also lent a hand and promised to look after the house. Before leaving, Meng Milan, worried about her parents, called Mu Qingci's uncle. He soon arrived to assess the situation inside. "It's good for you and Qingci to stay in S City for a few days. If the water rises further, I'll bring Mom and Dad to the city. As for your second brother's matters, don't worry about them." Mu Qingci knew her uncle had lent her cousin a sum of money, which was unlikely to be repaid soon under the current circumstances. She wanted to ask but decided it was best not to interfere in the elders' affairs. Her uncle called his son, Meng Yichen, to drive them. In the car, Meng Yichen suddenly asked, "Qingci, is it easy to find a job in S City now?" Mu Qingci was surprised. "Don't you already have a job, cousin?" Meng Yichen explained, "The salary here in the county is too low. I'm thinking of trying my luck in S City." Her uncle sighed and added, "The bride's family is asking for a dowry of 188,000 yuan. We've just made a down payment on an apartment in the city and lent 100,000 to Cheng Wei." I was foolish to believe he could make a fortune, promising to return 150,000 for the 100,000 loan. Now, I can't even hold my head up in front of my wife and kids. He apologized. "If it weren't for the bride's family pressing us, we would have lent you money for your home renovation." Grateful for her uncle's support, Mu Qingci said, "I'll keep an eye out for job opportunities for you in S City, cousin." "Thank you," Meng Yichen replied appreciatively. As soon as they boarded the high-speed train, Mu Qingci's phone rang. It was Feng Lie calling. To avoid arousing her mother's suspicions, she hung up and texted him instead. "Mu Qingci, Officer Feng, we're on the train. Did you see my previous message? If you disagree, it's okay. I'll just get a hotel for my mom when we arrive." Feng Lie quickly responded, "Sorry, it's night here, and I missed the notification. No need for a hotel, just bring your mom over." "Mu Qingci, I won't be back for a few days." Feng Lie, "Okay." Mu Qingci breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Officer Feng." Feng Lie replied briefly, "You're welcome." Guessing he might be busy, Mu Qingci said, "All right, take care." After a while, Feng Lie replied, "Okay." Mu Qingci couldn't help but smile. Noticing this, Su Qingmeng curiously asked, "Qingci, what's making you so happy?" This question caught the attention of Meng Milan, who had been resting with her eyes closed. Trying to hide her smile, Mu Qingci replied earnestly, "I'm just happy to be staying with Mom." Meng Milan said, "I'm only staying for a few days." After a pause, she asked, "Should we greet your landlord when we get there?" Mu Qingci quickly shook her head, "No need, the landlord is away on a business trip. Not sure when he'll be back." Meng Milan nodded, not pressing further. Although she agreed to stay in S City for a few days, her thoughts lingered on home. The house held memories of her and her late husband, and she rarely left it. She was already eager to return before even reaching S City. Upon arriving in S City, Su Qingming took the metro back to S University, while Mu Qingci and Meng Milan took a taxi to Donghu Community. During the ride, Mu Qingci decided to prepare her mother mentally. Mom, remember I told you the place I rented is quite nice? Yes, why? Meng Milan looked at her curiously. Well, the apartment is in the best area of the city, by the East Lake. Meng Milan frowned, seemingly realizing something. Isn't the rent very expensive? Did you lie and say it was cheap? Have you been skimping on everything again? No, it really is cheap, Mu Qingci assured her. It's just that my landlord doesn't usually live there. When he rented it to me, he said he wanted someone to help look after the place and tidy up the common areas. So you're basically a part-time cleaner? Mu Qingci was taken aback. Since moving in, she hadn't done much cleaning. Officer Feng handled most of it. Even when she offered to cook, he prepared everything, leaving her with only the final touches. Housekeeping, especially the kitchen, was largely his domain. Feeling guilty but not wanting to worry her mother, she nodded. As Meng Milan followed Mu Qingci into the Donghu community, her astonishment was evident, especially upon stepping into apartment 8001, standing in the spacious living room and gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the misty, rain-soaked view of Donghu. She fell silent for a long while. Suddenly, she turned to Mu Qingci with a serious expression and said, "Qingci, you must keep this place clean. Clearly, your landlord isn't short on money. They just want someone to live here and maintain it." Mu Qingci softly replied, "All right." Given Meng Milan's temporary stay at Donghu Community and the continuous rainy weather, Mu Qingci declined a business trip. However, Meng Milan couldn't sit still and began meticulously cleaning the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony the day she moved in. The next day, while Mu Qingci was at work, she decided to learn more about the landlord. Shortly after leaving, Meng Milan encountered William, the butler. William elaborated on the landlord's character, skillfully avoiding sensitive topics like age and marital status. That evening, when Mu Qingci returned home, Meng Milan reassured her, "It seems your landlord is indeed a good person." Mu Qingci shot her a curious glance. The following day, Meng Milan received a call from Mu Qingci's uncle, informing her of a severe flood in their area, with water, electricity, and gas cut off in the small town. Fortunately, Mu Qingci's home was on higher ground, so there was minimal flooding, though part of the roof had collapsed. The news was flooded with reports about the disaster. On Wednesday, an organization called Ancient and Modern organized a donation drive. Zhang Zheng expressed his concern about Mu Qingci's family situation and assured her she could take leave whenever needed. The rain finally ceased on Thursday. Unable to hold back, Meng Milan insisted on returning home, with Mu Qingci accompanying her. Upon reaching the small town, they saw that most riverside houses were submerged, and the streets were filled with soldiers engaged in flood relief efforts. Although the water level on their street had receded, once inside, Meng Milan couldn't hide her worry after a thorough inspection. Mu Qingci comforted her, saying, "We were planning to renovate anyway, so now we have a reason." Meng Milan felt slightly relieved but still sighed. This flood, and just like that, the renovation cost of over 100,000 is gone. Well, we'll earn it back. It's not impossible, Mu Qingci replied optimistically, thinking that now they could renovate openly without worrying about her second uncle's opinion. As they spoke, a loud voice called from outside, "Is anyone home? We're volunteers registering disaster situations. May we come in?" Mu Qingci hurried outside and was surprised to see two tall figures in camouflage. "Officer Feng, Mr. Xiao? What are you doing here?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening. Her gaze involuntarily lingered on Feng Lie. At that moment, he stood there in rain boots, camouflage pants, and a military green t-shirt, topped with a red volunteer vest. He looked both valiant and handsome, holding a notebook, standing tall with a steady, deep gaze, much like a frontline commander. Mu Qingci felt her heart skip a beat. Xiaomo was about to explain, but Feng Lie stopped him with a glance. At this moment, Meng Milan came out and warmly said, "Qingci, why don't you invite them in?" Mu Qingci snapped back to reality and quickly stepped aside. Feng Lie turned to Meng Milan, greeting her with a respectful demeanor. "Hello, ma'am." Meng Milan, affected by his presence, instinctively straightened her back and responded, "Hello." She then invited, "Please come in, both of you." Mu Qingci then asked, "What do you need to register?" Feng Lie looked at her and said, "We need to see the damage to your house. We heard part of the roof collapsed, so we should check it out." Meng Milan agreed. "All right, please follow me." She led the way inside. Mu Qingci followed behind Feng Lie and Xiaomo, sneaking glances at Feng Lie. She guessed he must be exhausted from his long journey before volunteering, but she dared not act too familiar, fearing her mother might suspect and discover she was living in a single man's house. Once inside the living room, Feng Lie and Xiaomo began inspecting the damage. Although the furniture was mostly spared thanks to prior protection, the floodwaters had risen at least half a meter downstairs, and the old house, already in disrepair, had many corners with peeling paint, exposing the bricks beneath. Two men were carefully inspecting the condition of the house, with Xiaomo even taking out a tape measure to gauge its dimensions. Faced with Mu Qingci and Meng Milan's puzzled looks, he earnestly explained, "This is for potential future compensation for the area." Hearing this, the mother and daughter suddenly understood and stopped asking questions. Next, Feng Lie and Xiaomo not only checked the drainage system but also examined the wiring and plumbing in detail. At each point, Feng Lie meticulously took notes. When they reached the upper floor and saw the collapsed roof section, Feng Lie's expression turned serious. "You should consider renovating this house," he said with a frown. "Many of the electrical lines are outdated and could easily short-circuit after this heavy rain. The plumbing and gas lines need replacing as well. The walls should be reinforced and waterproofed, especially the roof, which I recommend tearing down and rebuilding." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Lie suddenly leaped up to touch the nearby roof section, causing another piece to fall. "Watch out, Instructor Feng! Watch out, comrade!" Mu Qingci and Meng Milan cried out simultaneously, their hearts racing. However, by the time they regained their composure, Feng Lie was already standing steadily beside them, as if the dangerous moment had been just an illusion. At this point, Xiaomo chimed in, "Don't worry, my boss here used to be the quickest and most agile in the special forces." All three turned to look at Xiaomo, who, realizing he had spoken too much, awkwardly changed the subject. "Your roof really needs to be fixed. If it falls apart with just a touch, it definitely won't withstand another heavy rain." Feng Lie was busy jotting notes in his notebook, speaking as he wrote, "There are many donations coming in lately. For situations like yours, you can directly apply for renovation subsidies, so you won't need to pay much out of pocket." Excitement flashed in Mu Qingci and Meng Milan's eyes. Mu Qingci eagerly asked, "When can we start the renovations?" Feng Lie glanced up at her, then returned to his notes, briefly replying, "Very soon." With the registration complete, the two men prepared to leave. Mu Qingci instinctively followed them to the door and couldn't help but ask as they were about to step out, "Instructor Feng, do you have to register every household?" Feng Lie paused and replied, "There are several groups of volunteers doing the registration. We are just responsible for this street." Mu Qingci was about to ask if they needed more volunteers when she heard Meng Milan's voice from behind. "Qingci, do you know this gentleman?" A sudden, inexplicable panic rose in Mu Qingci's heart. Feng Lie looked at her, seemingly waiting for her answer, while Xiaomo wisely kept silent. Mu Qingci pressed her lips together and turned to Meng Milan, who had walked over, saying, "He was my instructor during my freshman military training." Meng Milan looked surprised. "So this young man is Qingci's instructor?" Feng Lie hadn't expected Mu Qingci to have mentioned him to her mother. Although he suspected it wasn't in a flattering context, he nodded politely nonetheless. Fearing she might say too much and give herself away, Mu Qingci hurriedly said to Feng Lie, "Instructor Feng, aren't you busy? We won't keep you any longer." She then closed the door. Standing outside the closed door, Feng Lie glanced back at it, then turned to head to the next house. Xiaomo stifled a laugh and silently followed behind him. However, before they reached the next house, they caught snippets of the conversation between the mother and daughter inside, thanks to their keen hearing. "Your instructor from back then is quite handsome," Meng Milan's voice carried through. "I always imagined him to be a fierce-looking, intimidating person." Xiaomo noticed that his boss had suddenly stopped in his tracks and quickly followed suit. Mu Qingci was taken aback by Meng Milan's words and exclaimed incredulously, "Mom, how could you have such a misconception?" She recalled her mother's previous descriptions of their instructor as a demon and retorted, "Didn't you always say that the instructor who trained you was a demon? Aren't demons supposed to be fierce and terrifying?" Meng Milan explained, "I was talking about how he was during training." She scrutinized Feng Lie thoughtfully and added, "But now, aside from his somewhat cold demeanor, he seems quite meticulous and serious. Could it be that you were just too mischievous back then, which is why he punished you?" Mu Qingci raised her voice instinctively. "I wasn't mischievous. He was ruthless, treating us like soldiers during training." She passionately recounted her experience. "After a month of military training, I was sore for 2 months. Every nightmare I had afterwards was about him scolding me." Meng Milan quickly comforted her daughter. I understand, my dear Saithya, I went through a lot back then." Xiaomo, who was listening nearby, glanced sympathetically at his boss. He suddenly realized why Feng Lie was hesitant to openly pursue Mu Qingci. What kind of karma would it take for a girl to dream nightmares about you? After tidying up the house, Mu Qingci and Meng Milan joined the volunteer team. Around noon, box lunches were delivered from a nearby town. Mu Qingci and a few volunteers were tasked with distributing meals to those clearing the mud on the front lines. When she saw Feng Lie and others approaching with shovels, she asked in surprise, "Instructor Feng, why are you also clearing the mud?" Feng Lie set down his shovel, took a boxed lunch, and replied briefly, "Came over after registering." With that, he moved aside to start eating. After distributing the meals, Mu Qingci also took one and squatted near Feng Lie and his group. Recognizing some of them, she greeted them and was even more surprised. Mr. Shen, how come all of you are here? Shen Yuxuan smiled and explained, it just so happened that everyone was in S City these days, and since there was a flood nearby, we organized ourselves to come and help. He gave Feng Lie a meaningful look, but the latter was focused on his meal and didn't respond. Mu Qingci didn't notice the glance and sincerely said, on behalf of all the town's residents, I express our heartfelt gratitude to you all. No need to thank us. When one side is in trouble, help comes from all sides, Shen Yuxuan replied. After squatting for a while, Mu Qingci felt her legs go numb and shifted uncomfortably. At that moment, a small stool appeared behind her. She turned to look at Feng Lie, who said, don't imitate us. If you squat too long, you won't be able to stand up. Mu Qingci smiled sweetly. Thank you, Instructor Feng. As soon as she said this, all the other men, except Feng Lie, stood up and took their dishes to the trash. Seeing Feng Lie almost finished with his meal, Mu Qingci sped up her eating. Feng Lie reminded her, don't eat too fast. She glanced at his empty bowl, nodded twice, but continued to quickly shovel food into her mouth. Feng Lie simply stopped eating to wait for her. Mu Qingci swallowed a large mouthful and asked, Instructor Feng, are you done eating? No, I'm waiting for you, Feng Lie replied. Hearing this, Mu Qingci unconsciously slowed down her eating pace. Feng Lie, on the other hand, finished his remaining food. Mu Qingci looked at his empty bowl and asked with concern, Instructor Feng, are you full? Seeing Feng Lie's puzzled look, she explained, with such a high level of activity, one boxed lunch surely isn't enough for you. Should I get you another one? No need, Feng Lie declined politely. The number of boxed lunches is limited. If we eat more, someone else might not get any. Mu Qingci acknowledged his point and continued eating. Although one boxed lunch was a bit much for her, the thought of others not having enough to eat compelled her to finish it, scrunching her face from being overly full. Just then, a large hand stopped her chopsticks. Feng Lie said, I'm still hungry, if you don't mind. Could you share some of yours with me? Mu Qingci looked up at him, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. Unable to speak for a moment, her heart beating uncontrollably faster. Feng Lie's expression remained calm as he explained, we'll likely be clearing mud all afternoon, and this little food won't last long. Mu Qingci instinctively looked around and, seeing no one paying attention, whispered, I'll share some with you. But I've already eaten from this side, so I'll give you the untouched half. Okay, Feng Lie agreed. Carefully, Mu Qingci divided the untouched half and most of the vegetables for him, saying as she did so, I wonder when the town will have water, electricity, and gas again. Once it's restored, we can cook at home. Feng Lie replied, as long as the water recedes quickly, it shouldn't take too long to restore. The men pretending to chat nearby wished they could turn their heads 180 degrees to secretly watch this scene unfold. Xiaomo watched in amazement as Mu Qingci served food to Feng Lie. He teased, who would have thought? The boss actually has his moments, even managing to get Miss Mu to serve him. Shen Yuxuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he retorted, don't underestimate old Feng. To win over a woman, he dragged all of us here to help with flood relief, showing how sincere he is. Wang Kuei chimed in, sounding somewhat surprised, so this is what it looks like when the boss is smitten with someone. He seems much more approachable than usual. Xiaomo raised an eyebrow and asked, are you sure he'd be approachable to us? Wang Kuei was momentarily lost for words and awkwardly replied, not sure. Thanks to the combined efforts of the People's Liberation Army soldiers and volunteers, the floodwaters had receded significantly by the afternoon. Just after 3 o'clock, a large batch of supplies arrived, donated directly to the front line by several major corporations from S City and delivered by their executives. Along with the supplies came a swarm of journalists eager to cover the event. At that moment, Mu Qingci and Meng Milan were helping Feng Lie and the others clean up their noodle shop near the school. The area around the school had been submerged under more than a meter of water, and as the water receded, it left behind piles of debris and mud. Everyone was covered in mud, their clothes drenched in sweat, looking completely different from their usual selves. Just then, the well-dressed Xueyin and his entourage, along with the reporters, arrived on the scene to distribute water. The camera lenses were almost pressing against their faces, eager to capture this rare scene. Mu Qingci was about to ask Feng Lie if he wanted to greet his brother when she noticed he was already walking away. She instinctively followed, asking as she walked, Officer Feng, where are you going? Without turning his head, Feng Lie replied, it's better if we're not in the same news report. Seeing Mu Qingci's puzzled expression, Feng Lie uncharacteristically explained, not many people know I'm part of the Xue family. My grandfather has always been unhappy with my surname and doesn't want me overshadowing the Xue family. Mu Qingci frowned, her voice filled with sympathy and indignation. Just because you don't have the Xue surname, you have to step aside? The Xue family is really unfair. Feng Lie stopped and suddenly smiled, it's alright. I'm not interested in the Xue family's business, and I have my own career. I never plan to tie myself to the Xue family. It's just that in such high-profile situations, it's better if we're not seen together. Mu Qingci still looked sympathetic. Your brother is the vice president of Shui Corporation, and you drive a truck. Do you ever feel unbalanced? Feng Lie was about to answer when he noticed a reporter had spotted them, and a camera was already aimed in their direction. He quickly grabbed Mu Qingci's wrist and pulled her to hide behind a wall. Caught off guard, Mu Qingci found herself pressed against the wall, her arm brushing against Feng Lie's. She hadn't fully processed what had happened and asked nervously, "Officer Feng, what's going on?" Feng Lie turned to Mu Qingci and said, "A reporter just noticed us." This immediately put Mu Qingci on high alert, and she anxiously asked, "Are they coming over?" Feng Lie replied concisely, "Yes, they are." Mu Qingci quickly scanned her surroundings warily, trying to pull her wrist free from Feng Lie's grip. She urged, "Instructor Feng, let's head that way." Feng Lie nodded in agreement, releasing her wrist and preparing to follow. However, the path was paved with stones, and after days of rain, it was covered with slippery moss. Even wearing non-slip rain boots, Mu Qingci lost her footing and began to fall backward. Before she could even cry out, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her back to safety. Instinctively, Mu Qingci clutched Feng Lie's hand, her heart racing as she cautioned, "Instructor Feng, it's really slippery here, be careful." Just as the words left her mouth, she heard footsteps approaching. Panic set in, and Mu Qingci urged, "The reporters are getting closer, let's hurry." As she tried to move, she slipped again. This time, Feng Lie held her by the waist and asked softly, "Mind if I carry you?" Mu Qingci's eyes widened, her heart pounding, unsure how to respond. Feng Lie added, "The reporters are about to round the corner." In her urgency, Mu Qingci nodded, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around his neck. This brought them close, their bodies pressed together, with only thin clothing between them. Feng Lie tensed up, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. The air seemed to grow warmer. Mu Qingci felt the firmness of his chest and the heat radiating from him, her mind going blank. She wanted to pull back but couldn't meet Feng Lie's gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson. Feng Lie gave her no chance to retreat, swiftly bending down to scoop her up, one arm beneath her knees, the other around her waist. Mu Qingci instinctively clung to his neck, her eyes falling on the tips of his ears, which were turning red. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from afar. Holding Mu Qingci, Feng Lie quickened his pace. Familiar with the area, Mu Qingci fought against her blushing cheeks to direct him. Under her guidance, they soon lost the pursuing reporters. Once they were safe, Feng Lie stopped and carefully set Mu Qingci down. Both felt a bit awkward, with Mu Qingci avoiding eye contact, her gaze wandering everywhere but him. Feng Lie kept his eyes on her, a charged tension lingering in the air. Unable to endure the atmosphere, Mu Qingci abruptly looked up at Feng Lie, about to speak, "Feng?" At that moment, Feng Lie suddenly reached out towards her. Mu Qingci widened her eyes, startled, like a frightened rabbit. His hand paused in midair, and he said hoarsely, "There's something on your head." Is there?" Mu Qingci awkwardly chuckled, having thought he was going to touch her head. Feng Lie quickly removed a dried clump of mud from her hair, showing it to her. Realizing she had overthought, Mu Qingci felt even more embarrassed. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, Mu Qingci blurted out something childish, "I'm going to find my mom." With that, she hurriedly ran off. Feng Lie watched her retreating figure, calling out worriedly, "Slow down, don't fall." Ironically, this made Mu Qingci run faster, almost tripping at the corner. Feng Lie's heart leapt, about to rush over, but she steadied herself against the wall and disappeared around the bend. Feng Lie stood there alone, lost in thought. Shortly after running off, Mu Qingci encountered an acquaintance. The person immediately asked, "Mu Qingci, why is your face so red?" Inwardly groaning, Mu Qingci maintained a calm facade, replying, "I just had to run for something." "Oh, okay," the acquaintance responded, evidently uninterested in probing further. The person believed it and excitedly told her that many leaders and representatives from groups in S City had just come over, and those major corporations had donated a lot of supplies to the town. She eagerly said, "Hurry and come with me to collect them, or they'll be gone." Mu Qingci pretended to suddenly understand and nodded repeatedly, "I'll go right away." With that, she quickly followed the person towards the gathering place. At this moment, the school was bustling with people, with most of the townsfolk gathered there. The People's Liberation Army had already tidied up the campus, and a leader was giving a speech on a makeshift platform, his voice echoing throughout the campus via loudspeakers. In the crowd, Mu Qingci found Meng Milan, who immediately asked in a low voice, "Where did you run off to just now? Did you see Feng Lie?" Mu Qingci calmly replied, "No, I didn't." Meng Milan didn't suspect anything, just muttered, "A reporter earlier said they wanted to interview Feng Lie, and I said wasn't he just with us cleaning the noodle shop? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye?" Mu Qingci agreed. Maybe Instructor Feng doesn't like being interviewed and deliberately hid. Meng Milan thought of Feng Lie's stern face and found it plausible. He does seem like someone who doesn't enjoy the spotlight. After the speech ended, the crowd began to line up orderly to receive supplies. In the queue, Mu Qingci and Meng Milan ran into their uncle and cousin. Their uncle asked with concern, "Have you tidied up your house? If not, Chen and I can help you later." Meng Milan shook her head. "There's not much to tidy up. The house got flooded, and the first floor can't be used for now." The uncle suggested, "Then why don't you and Qingci stay at our place tonight? Our house didn't get much water." Meng Milan politely declined. "No need. If the water, electricity, and gas don't come back tonight, it doesn't matter where we stay. Besides, our second floor bedroom is still quite dry. As long as it doesn't rain again, we can manage." She felt it would be inconvenient for two women to stay at her brother's house, especially during a power and water outage. Meng Milan then inquired about her parents. The uncle explained that they were in the county with her sister-in-law's family and that he had advised the elders to return later to avoid potential disease outbreaks. At this point, Mu Qingci interjected, "What about our second uncle's family? Why haven't we seen any of them?" The uncle paused for a moment, his tone a bit stiff. "They went to your second aunt's family on Monday and haven't even called since." Mu Qingci was a bit surprised. "Aren't they sending anyone back to clean up?" The uncle clearly didn't want to discuss it further and simply said, "Don't worry about them." Mu Qingci wisely chose not to press the issue. Finally, it was their turn to receive supplies. Each household received a large cardboard box filled with various emergency items: instant food, bottled water, flashlights, medicine, insect repellent, and even battery-powered fans and convenient hand fans. Mu Qingci and Meng Milan lifted the heavy box together, preparing to head home. Just as they reached the school gate, someone suddenly called out from the gatehouse, "CCCC." Mu Qingci stood at the school gate and was surprised to see Chen Zi approaching them. "Z, what brings you here?" Chen Zi replied with a smile, "I came with my brother." She pointed to the sports field where Shui Yin and another man stood. "The one to the left of Shui Ershao is my brother." Then, turning to Meng Milan, Chen Zi warmly greeted her. "You must be CIC's mom, right?" "Hello, Auntie, I'm Chen Zi." Meng Milan instantly recognized Chen Zi as a young lady from a wealthy family, but seeing her cheerful demeanor, she nodded with a smile. She said to Mu Qingci, "Since your friend is here, why don't you show her around? I'll take the supplies back myself. They're too heavy for you to carry alone." Just as Mu Qingci was about to suggest Chen Zi wait for her, Chen Zi offered, "Auntie, would you mind if I join you?" Noticing Mu Qingci's surprise, she explained, "I came here to see you anyway. Once they're done with their event, they'll head back, so I'll go with you." With that, she had already moved to Meng Milan's side and deftly took the box from her. Meng Milan felt a bit embarrassed, but Chen Zi laughed and said, "Auntie Sai and I are close friends. Don't be too formal with me, or I'll feel unwelcome." As the three of them walked and chatted, Chen Zi briefly explained the donation efforts and why representatives from various families were present. When she mentioned Shui Ershao, her tone held a touch of surprise. "I used to think Shui Ershao was so arrogant and aloof that he'd never come here. I owe him an apology now." Mu Qingci smiled silently, speculating that Shui Yin might have come because of his brother. As they walked down the street, Chen Zi suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "I see Mr. Shen and Mr. Feng." Following her gaze, Mu Qingci saw Feng Lie and Shen Yuxuan wearing red volunteer vests, cleaning up the mud. Their tall figures stood out in the crowd. Chen Zi admired, "Wow, Mr. Shen looks especially handsome right now." Mu Qingci accidentally met Feng Lie's gaze, and her heart skipped a beat, prompting her to quickly look away. Back at Mu Qingci's house, Chen Zi looked around and asked worriedly, "This house was flooded. Is it still livable?" Mu Qingci explained, "We can manage upstairs for a night or two." She led Chen Zi upstairs while Meng Milan handed Chen Zi a bottle of mineral water from the supplies. Accepting the water, Chen Zi earnestly said, "Auntie, don't think of me as spoiled. I've lived in mining area shacks and drank river water. Mineral water is more than fine." Mu Qingci shared with Chen Zi about Su Qingmeng, and Chen Zi excitedly said, "Let's invite her out when we get back. I love hanging out with people like you." While touring the house, Chen Zi noticed a collapsed section on the second floor and frowned. "It's all collapsed. It needs to be fixed quickly. The weather forecast says there's another typhoon this month." Mu Qingci was about to mention that volunteers were already registering for repairs when Chen Zi interrupted. "That's too slow." After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Instead of waiting for them to send someone, we should find someone ourselves quickly, then submit the labor and material receipts for reimbursement." Mu Qingci agreed, finding the idea sensible, and took out her phone. "Let me check the renovation websites for a company. I can contact the one we spoke to last time." Chen Zi leaned closer to Mu Qingci's phone, her eyes scanning the contact list. After Mu Qingci reached out to the renovation company they had contacted previously, the company, upon hearing that the house was in the flood-affected town, immediately raised the price. She tried to negotiate, but the company remained firm. Mu Qingci frowned, and seeing this, Chen Zi was furious. "Forget about this heartless company. Let's find another one." Mu Qingci agreed and continued reaching out to other reputable renovation companies. However, either they didn't take small jobs or their schedules were full, with the earliest availability being next month. After hitting several dead ends, Mu Qingci felt a bit defeated. Meng Milan suggested, why don't we wait for the government to arrange something? After all, many homes need renovations. Mu Qingci pressed her lips together and continued searching online in silence. Suddenly, Chen Zi had a flash of inspiration. Qingci, I know someone who can get us in touch with a renovation company right away. Both Mu Qingci and Meng Milan looked at her expectantly. Mr. Feng. Not only can he handle renovations, but even if you wanted to rebuild your entire house, he could assemble a construction team in no time. Mu Qingci was puzzled. Isn't Instructor Feng running a transportation company? Yes, but he has a wide network, Chen Zi said, grabbing Mu Qingci's hand. Let's go find Instructor Feng now. He'll definitely help us. With that, she pulled Mu Qingci out the door. Mu Qingci called back to Meng Milan, "Ma, we're stepping out for a bit." Meng Milan nodded, and the two hurried out. Returning to the place where they last saw Feng Lie, they found he had already left, with only Xiaomo remaining. Mu Qingci asked about Feng Lie's whereabouts, and Xiaomo promptly pointed in the direction. The boss went to the temporary command post. Chen Zi quickly inquired, "What about Mr. Shen?" Xiaomo hesitated for a moment before giving a knowing smile. "He's gone there too." After thanking him, the two headed towards the temporary command post. It was set up on higher ground outside the town, with people clearing mud everywhere along the way. It wasn't until they walked for a while that the crowd began to thin out. As they approached the command post tents, Shen Yuxuan came over, surprised to see them. "Miss Mu, Miss Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Zi was too excited to speak for a moment upon seeing him. Mu Qingci glanced at her and replied to Shen Yuxuan, "I'm here to see Instructor Feng about something." Shen Yuxuan gestured towards the tent. "Old Feng is inside discussing matters with the commander. You can wait outside." He didn't leave, clearly intending to keep them company. Wanting to help Chen Zi, Mu Qingci said, "I can wait here myself." "Zi wanted to visit my house, right? Mr. Shen, could you take her there?" "My mom's at home. I'll return after seeing Instructor Feng." Chen Zi quickly caught on. "Yes, I'd like to visit Qingci's house. Could you please show me the way, Mr. Shen?" Shen Yuxuan looked between the two of them and eventually agreed. He led Chen Zi away, while Mu Qingci stayed outside the tent to wait. Mu Qingci waited outside the tent for a long time under the scorching sun. She found a shady spot under a nearby tree to continue her wait. About 10 minutes later, a military jeep drove up from outside the town and stopped in front of the tent. A brisk female officer, with short hair and wearing a uniform, agilely jumped out of the vehicle. Hearing the commotion, people inside the tent came out. Mu Qingci saw Feng Lie among them and wanted to greet him but held back. She watched as they exchanged salutes, then heard an officer pat the female officer on the shoulder, laughing and asking, "Little sister, what brings you here?" The female officer replied, "I came to see if I can help with anything." Mu Qingci keenly noticed that the female officer's gaze was fixed on Feng Lie. "Lai Ge, long time no see," the female officer said warmly to Feng Lie. Feng Lie nodded expressionlessly. "Long time no see." The female officer seemed used to his demeanor and suggested, "Lai Ge, why don't you show me around the town? It might help me figure out how I can assist." Mu Qingci thought to herself, that excuse is too obvious. Could she have come specifically for Instructor Feng? Others chimed in with agreement, seemingly encouraging the match. The group returned to the tent, leaving Feng Lie and the female officer alone. Mu Qingci noticed that the female officer was tall, reaching Feng Lie's nose despite his height of 1.9 meters, making them appear quite compatible. Instinctively, she pressed herself against the tree, reason telling her to leave, but her feet felt rooted. As Feng Lie and the female officer walked in her direction, Mu Qingci quickly hid behind the tree. She suppressed her racing heartbeat, grateful that the tree was large enough to conceal her entirely. The female officer's voice reached her ears. "Lai Ge, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. When you suddenly retired, many didn't understand, but now you've built a transport company so successful in just 2 years that even the superiors praise you." She laughed in admiration. "You truly are our all-around soldier king. I wonder if there's anything you can't do." Mu Qingci was eager to see Feng Lie's expression at that moment. Feng Lie responded coolly, "I just did what was expected of me." The female officer continued to praise, "But, whatever you do, you always excel. It's been 2 years since you left, and no one has broken the records you set." As they spoke, they reached the spot closest to the tree and suddenly fell silent. Mu Qingci tensed up, thinking, have they discovered me? How can I explain this to avoid awkwardness? Then Feng Lie spoke, "Comrade Yu, I'll have someone else show you around. I have some matters to attend to." The female officer paused, then asked with the concern of an old friend, "Lai Ge, I heard you don't have a girlfriend yet. It's been 2 years since you retired, and you no longer have to worry about dangerous missions affecting anyone else. So, isn't it time you found a girlfriend?" Mu Qingci scoffed silently, her fingers unconsciously picking at the tree bark. The female officer asked again, or do you already have someone you like? Hearing this, Mu Qingci accidentally hurt her finger on the bark, but held her breath to avoid making a sound. Yes, Feng Lie responded briefly. Mu Qingci was stunned. What does Instructor Feng mean by this? Who could he possibly like? Is he using me as a shield again? She strained to hear more, but only silence followed. Mu Qingci felt anxious, wishing this tight-lipped gourd would say a bit more. Not only did Mu Qingci feel a growing frustration, but the female officer's tone also hinted at a lack of trust. She chuckled softly, as if trying to cover something up, and then asked, since you have someone you like, why not introduce her to everyone? We're all curious about what kind of woman the former king of the military district would fall for. She must be quite impressive, right? Mu Qingci nodded to herself, thinking, if you have the guts, bring her out for everyone to see. However, Feng Lie simply replied, it's not the right time yet. Mu Qingci was left speechless, and to her surprise, the female officer boldly confessed to Feng Lie, Brother Lie, you must know how I feel about you, right? Did you say you have a girlfriend just because I'm here and you were afraid I'd confess? I've been working on bettering myself all these years and now I've reached the rank of lieutenant colonel. I just hope that when you're ready to date, I can stand in front of you and express my feelings. Brother Lie, could you give me that chance? Mu Qingci stared at the ground, subconsciously biting her lip. Her mind was in turmoil as she realized what it meant to have a well-matched rival. If Feng Lie agreed to be with this female officer, they would undoubtedly make a perfect pair. Yet, she couldn't bear the thought of leaving Donghu community, the beautiful scenery, the spacious balcony, and most importantly, the blue and white underglaze red porcelain vase. Thinking about this, Mu Qingci felt a wave of sadness and was almost on the verge of tears. She closed her eyes, repeatedly comforting herself. Instructor Feng is bound to find a girlfriend and get married someday, and she would have to move out eventually. It's no big deal. At worst, I can find another place, maybe even a better one. If all else fails, I can work hard to earn money and buy a house there someday. Just then, Feng Lie's voice suddenly broke through the air, carrying an intimidating aura. Comrade Yu, if you didn't understand, let me say it again, I have someone I like. The person I like doesn't need to be extraordinary, because I can protect her. Also, congratulations on your achievements. Continue to serve the country and its people well. After Feng Lie spoke, both of them fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward. Mu Qingci unconsciously held her breath. Finally, the female officer spoke. All right, I understand. Then came the sound of her footsteps retreating quickly. Mu Qingci silently counted the footsteps, and when she reached 10, she glanced over and saw the female officer's back. Her posture was upright, her steps were brisk, and she exuded the distinctive, resolute aura of a Chinese soldier. Soon, the female officer disappeared into a tent. Mu Qingci turned her gaze away and leaned back against the tree trunk, feeling a sense of relief. However, just then, another set of footsteps approached, heading directly toward her. Mu Qingci's heart tightened, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and Mu Qingci's heart began to race. She knew Feng Lie was about to emerge from behind the tree. Taking a deep breath, she spun around, determined to face him. Sure enough, their eyes met. Mu Qingci forced herself to appear calm, flashing a standard smile that showed 8 teeth. Instructor Feng, what a coincidence to see you here. Feng Lie halted, his deep eyes quietly fixed on her, saying nothing. Feeling awkward, Mu Qingci's gaze flitted away, her hands twisting together nervously. She let out a nervous laugh and asked, would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't resist stealing a glance at Feng Lie's expression. Still gazing at her, Feng Lie noticed her tension and sighed inwardly before asking, what brings you here? This question snapped Mu Qingci back to reality. I came to ask for your help. What do you need help with? Mu Qingci glanced at the nearby tent, worried that the female officer named Yu might appear at any moment. To avoid any misunderstandings, she suggested, how about we walk and talk? Feng Lie paused for a moment before giving a slight nod. Relieved, Mu Qingci quickly moved to the other side and started walking forward, with Feng Lie following closely behind. As they walked, Mu Qingci explained her predicament to Feng Lie. The renovation company she had originally arranged had cancelled unexpectedly, and after a flood, she urgently needed to redo the renovations. However, every company she contacted either raised their prices or refused the job once they heard the location. Looking at Feng Lie with hopeful eyes, she asked, Instructor Feng, could you help me find a renovation company? The price just needs to be reasonable. Feng Lie didn't respond immediately, but instead asked, when do you want to start the renovation? The sooner the better. Ideally, I'd find a company tonight and have someone come to discuss the details tomorrow, Mu Qingci replied quickly. I can stay here until Monday before returning to S City, so I can finalize the details and start purchasing materials. That way, I can focus on work when I get back. Feng Lie nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll help you reach out to someone later. Mu Qingci's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, Instructor Feng. You're the best landlord in the universe." Feng Lie remained silent. After they walked away, the female officer emerged from the tent, watching their retreating figures with an indifferent expression. Her brother came out shortly after asking, "Have you given up?" The female officer said nothing. He continued, "I heard from Lao Shen and the others that he was supposed to be in the US for a week but compressed it into 5 days and then came straight here. It seems this girl is really important to him." After a long pause, the female officer finally said softly, "I understand." After hearing Mu Qingci's plan, Feng Lie immediately took out his phone to contact a renovation company. Listening from the side, Mu Qingci realized there were many preparations needed before starting the renovation. Once the call ended, Feng Lie told Mu Qingci, "They'll send someone over tomorrow. You can discuss the design with your aunt and start the work as soon as you've decided. How much will it cost?" Mu Qingci asked, her concern evident. Feng Lie thought for a moment and replied, "You can discuss specifics with them tomorrow. I know the owner, so we can get an insider price. It should only cost a few tens of thousands. Once you receive the compensation, prepare around 50,000, and that should be enough." Mu Qingci was overjoyed, her eyes forming crescents with her smile. "That's great. I was worried it would cost hundreds of thousands, and we'd have to pay a significant amount ourselves. I didn't expect it to be so affordable." Sincerely, she said, "Thank you, Instructor Feng. When we get back, I owe you not just 1 but 10 meals." She held up a finger as she spoke. Feng Lie, however, was focused on her outstretched finger. Mu Qingci's fingers were long and slender, with clean and neatly trimmed nails that were always pink and cute. But at that moment, he noticed a dark spot under one of her nails. Frowning, Feng Lie asked, "What happened to your finger?" It was only then that Mu Qingci remembered. She looked at the outstretched finger and realized there was something lodged under her nail. The pain suddenly became clear, causing her to frown. However, she couldn't explain how it got there, so she mumbled, "I must have accidentally gotten it in there earlier." Feng Lie stared intently at her finger, his voice low and gentle. "Does it hurt?" Perhaps it was the sincerity in his question, but the deep magnetic tone of his voice seemed to exacerbate the pain. "Yes," she answered softly. Feng Lie's fingers twitched slightly at his side. "Let me see." Mu Qingci hesitated for a moment before extending her finger toward him. Feng Lie quickly glanced at her expression before carefully taking her finger. He examined the foreign object lodged under her nail, his brow furrowing even more. "Bear with me. I'll help you get it out." With that, he began to find the right angle. Mu Qingci nodded slightly, her gaze involuntarily landing on his serious, austere face. Despite his unchanged expression, she inexplicably felt his tenderness at that moment. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, she impulsively asked, "Instructor Feng, when you turned down that female officer earlier, saying you had someone you liked, were you talking about Buddha?" The saying, 10 fingers connected to the heart, was no exaggeration. Although Feng Lie successfully removed the splinter, the sharp pain brought tears to Mu Qingci's eyes. Typically not one to cry easily, she couldn't stop herself from sobbing this time. The sudden turn of events left Feng Lie flustered. He quickly brought her finger to his lips, gently blowing on it while apologizing, "I'm sorry." After crying for a few moments, Mu Qingci gradually realized her loss of composure. Ever since her father's passing, she had stopped crying easily to keep her mother at ease. Yet, during military training, she had lost control once, and now, she had cried again in front of the same person, leaving her feeling incredibly embarrassed. She tried to sniffle and suppress her sobs, speaking with a red face and a quivering voice. "It's not your fault. I was just caught off guard by the pain." Her naturally sweet appearance, combined with her sniffles and tearful tone, made her seem as if she were playfully pouting. Especially with her nose and eyes tinged red and 2 glistening tears on her cheeks, she looked like a pitiful little puppy. Feng Lie couldn't help himself and gently blew on her finger again. As Mu Qingci watched him leaning in close to her finger, she felt that he seemed completely different from his usual self. The breath he exhaled brushed against her finger, and though it wasn't hot, she felt a warmth spread from her fingertips throughout her body. Soon, she felt as if she were on fire, with something inside her about to burst forth. This unfamiliar sensation left her feeling a bit at a loss. Suddenly, she withdrew her finger and hid it behind her back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Feng Lie pull back, standing straight and murmuring sorry. Mu Qingci looked up at him, puzzled as to why he was apologizing. Feng Lie, however, turned his gaze to the distance, his expression returning to its usual sternness. "It was my mistake earlier. In the future, if something like this happens, it's best to see a doctor." Mu Qingci opened her mouth but couldn't find the right words. Feng Lie added, "You can go home and discuss with your mother how to decorate the house, and whether any layout changes are needed." Seeing his impassive face, Mu Qingci finally just lowered her eyes and quietly agreed. Then, she turned and headed in the direction of home. Feng Lie didn't follow. He simply stood there, watching her leave. It wasn't until her figure disappeared from view that he slightly clenched his right hand at his side. Earlier, he almost couldn't hold back. But it wasn't the right time yet. He didn't want to scare her away. After Mu Qingci had walked quite a distance, her mind was still in turmoil. She instinctively pulled out her phone, her fingers hovering above the screen, hesitating whether to seek advice from Su Qingming, who claimed to be an expert in all matters of the heart, to help analyze her complex feelings towards Instructor Feng. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Chen Zi striding quickly from the other direction, radiating anger even from afar. Zi! Mu Qingci called out urgently. Chen Zi turned at the sound of her name and immediately headed over to Mu Qingci. Noticing the anger etched on her friend's face, Mu Qingci asked, "What's wrong? Weren't you with Mr. Shen? Did you not dare to confess to him again?" This question seemed to touch a nerve for Chen Zi, and her face fell as she replied despondently, "Don't mention it. He rejected me. Even though I was prepared for it, being turned down still hurts." As she spoke, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Mu Qingci noticed the redness around Chen Zi's eyes and immediately embraced her, gently patting her back in comfort. "Zi, don't be upset. You're such a wonderful person, and if Mr. Shen can't see that, it's his loss. Someone even better and kinder will surely come into your life." This was the first time Chen Zi had been comforted like this by a friend, and warmth surged in her heart. She hugged Mu Qingci back, sniffing as she said, "Thank you, Thai. I'll be fine after being sad for a bit. Besides, to me, antiques are more important than men. If worst comes to worst, I'll just stick with my antiques." Mu Qingci hesitated but decided to go along with Chen Zi's words. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "You seemed really angry earlier. Was it because Mr. Shen turned you down?" "Of course not." Chen Zi released Mu Qingci and stood upright, her anger returning. She recounted the events to Mu Qingci. Xueyin happened to witness the whole rejection scene. When I noticed him, he wasn't even embarrassed. Instead, he cheekily thanked us for the show, saying it made his visit here less boring. I was so mad I wanted to punch him, but unfortunately, he had several bodyguards with him. The more Chen Zi spoke, the angrier she became, waving her fists as she continued. "No wonder I've heard that many executives at Shue's company hate Xueyin. With his annoying attitude, if he didn't always have bodyguards, someone would have dealt with him by now. Just wait until I catch him alone. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. "I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks he needs a good lesson." "You think so too, CICI?" Chen Zi's eyes lit up. "Great, when I find him alone, I'll call you over. I'll beat him up and you can watch." Mu Qingci laughed at this, and Chen Zi couldn't help but join in, her earlier sadness over the rejection seeming less overwhelming. Mu Qingci took Chen Zi's hand and led her towards her home. Along the way, Chen Zi remembered something important and asked, "CSI, did you talk to Mr. Feng about the renovation?" "Yes, I did." "Did he agree to help?" "Yes." "That's great. Did he contact a renovation company for you? When are they coming over to start working on your house?" Mu Qingci answered all of Chen Zi's questions one by one. As they chatted, they found themselves arriving at the street where Mu Qingci's house was located. At that moment, Chen Zi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her brother. She promptly declined the call, saying, "I'm with CII, leave me alone." Then she added dismissively, Yeah, I won't ask you to pick me up," before hanging up. Mu Qingci advised, "Z, you should go back with your brother. You can come over tomorrow. We don't know when the utilities will be running here, and it could be difficult to shower or sleep. If you can stay, so can I." Chen Zi said, deliberately making a playful gesture by touching Mu Qingci's soft cheek and wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Who wouldn't want to stay with such a sweet and lovely girl like you?" Mu Qingci playfully pinched her waist. Chen Zi immediately squirmed and laughed. "Oh, don't pinch my waist. That's my most sensitive spot, huh? It tickles. Aren't you the one who wants to stay with me? I just love pinching waists." Ah. Laughing and teasing each other, they made their way back to Mu Qingci's house. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon, and the small town was bustling with activity. Every household was taking advantage of the sunny weather to move their appliances and furniture into their yards for cleaning and drying. Watching this scene, Chen Zi couldn't help but wonder, didn't they say the water was cut off? Where are they getting the water to wash all this? Mu Qingci explained, most of the old houses in this town have their own wells. Although the water from the wells hasn't been drinkable lately, it's still fine for washing things. As they chatted, the two walked to Mu Qingci's house. The front door was wide open, and the sounds of furniture being moved and conversations could be heard from inside. Chen Zi heard someone discussing renovations and asked, "Qingci, who's at your house?" "My eldest uncle," Mu Qingci replied, then led Chen Zi into the yard. In the yard, Mu Qingci's eldest uncle and his cousin were busy moving furniture. Mu Qingci greeted them, and her uncle immediately asked, "Qingci, have you found a renovation company?" "I have," Mu Qingci nodded. "Did you ask how much the renovation will cost?" Her uncle pressed further. Recalling Feng Lie's words, Mu Qingci hesitated before saying, "It's about the same as the usual renovation companies. I calculated that, if we get some subsidies, it should cost around 100,000. That's manageable." Her uncle sighed in relief but then worriedly asked, "But will you have enough money to pay it all at once?" As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at his son, hesitating to say more. He still felt guilty for having lent money to his younger brother's family, which left them unable to afford his daughter-in-law's dowry. Unexpectedly, Meng Yichen spoke up, "If Aunt's family doesn't have enough money, we can pitch in some from our side." Mu Qingci exchanged a glance with her mother, Meng Milan, and nodded. Meng Milan, seeing this, openly said, "Brother Yichen, don't worry about it. We have the money for the renovation." Her uncle simply advised, "Even if you have money, keep it safe. You and your daughter are finally living a bit better, so don't go filling other people's holes." The mother and daughter agreed repeatedly, and they all continued moving the furniture. As dinner time approached, Mu Qingci's second uncle and Meng Chengwei suddenly returned to the town. However, they didn't come to visit. They just called their eldest brother to ask about the location for collecting supplies and then hurriedly hung up. Chen Zi overheard the call and curiously asked, "Qingci, the person who called your uncle is also a relative of yours, right?" "Yes, my second uncle," Mu Qingci answered briefly. "You have a second uncle? Why haven't I seen him come to visit your family?" Chen Zi asked, puzzled. Mu Qingci explained, "They went to live elsewhere before the flood hit and have only just returned." "Even so, they should at least check on your family," Chen Zi remarked, still feeling perplexed. Mu Qingci didn't offer further explanation, and seeing this, Chen Zi didn't press the matter. They continued helping with the furniture in silence, a subtle sense of awkwardness lingering in the air. Since the town distributed supply packages, there was no need to queue for dinner. Meng Milan took out 3 boxes of self-heating rice from the carton, expertly tore open the packaging, and pressed the heating button. The kitchen was soon filled with the aroma of rice. Mu Qingci and Chen Zi were in the bathroom washing their faces. Mu Qingci adjusted her hair, tied up in a bun, with some dust still on her face. She sighed, "I can't stand it anymore, I need to wash my hair." Meng Milan frowned at her words. "The well water is so cold, you'll end up with a headache if you wash it now. Just hold on a bit. I remember your grandpa's house has an old wood-burning stove. I'll call your uncle to find it, and we can heat some water later." Hearing this, Mu Qingci reluctantly gave up on the idea of using cold water. After the 3 of them filled their stomachs with the self-heating rice, volunteers came to disinfect each household. Coincidentally, Feng Lie and his team were responsible for the street. Mu Qingci felt nothing before seeing Feng Lie, but upon seeing him, a wave of complicated emotions surged in her heart. She instinctively turned and ran towards the stairs. Meng Milan asked in confusion, "Qingci, what are you doing?" Mu Qingci was annoyed at her reaction but made up an excuse. "I just remembered something for work, I need to get my laptop." With that, she quickly went upstairs. Meng Milan didn't think much of it and immediately invited Feng Lie and his team inside. Both Feng Lie and Xiaomo wore masks and carried disinfectant sprayers on their backs. Upon entering, Feng Lie reminded, "It's best if you go outside while we disinfect. The smell of the disinfectant is quite strong." Meng Milan nodded in agreement and called upstairs, "Qingci, hurry up, we're heading out." Mu Qingci responded from upstairs. Chen Zi, feeling at ease since Shen Yuxuan wasn't there, greeted them cheerfully. She even playfully asked, "Mr. Feng, are you staying the night?" Feng Lie merely nodded. Chen Zi continued, "Do you have a generator?" Her phone was out of battery, and she wanted to charge it. Despite being somewhat intimidated by Feng Lie, Chen Zi wasn't sure if he would help. She thought Mu Qingci was more familiar with him, so she pulled Mu Qingci into the conversation. Qingci said her phone is out of battery and wants to charge it. Mu Qingci, who was about to come downstairs, felt a wave of embarrassment at this. Although her phone was indeed low on battery, being singled out like this made her uncomfortable. Despite feeling awkward, she didn't want to delay Feng Lie and his team's work, so she quickly came downstairs with her laptop. Seeing her come down, Chen Zi asked again, "Qingci, is your laptop almost out of battery too?" This question caused Feng Lie's deep gaze to fall on Mu Qingci. Although she felt uneasy, with several pairs of eyes watching her, she couldn't show it. Mu Qingci instinctively straightened her back, thinking that the whole town was without power, and even someone as resourceful as Instructor Feng couldn't work miracles. How could he make the electricity come back? She could only nod, "Yes, but there's nothing we can do." Feng Lie withdrew his gaze, not indicating whether he had a solution, and simply said, "You should go outside. Xiaomo and I will begin disinfecting your home." The 3 of them stepped outside. Standing on the street, they could see other volunteers disinfecting neighboring houses. The street was crowded with people, some sitting on stools and others standing by the roadside. The sun had just set, and the evening glow cast a red hue over the entire town. Chen Zi, standing next to Mu Qingci, couldn't help but marvel, "I didn't expect watching the sunset from a small town street to be more beautiful than in a big city. It feels like we're in a painting. Too bad I can't paint, or I'd definitely capture this scene. Mu Qingci took out her phone and said, even if you can't paint it, you can still take a photo. Right. Chen Ziyi wanted to take her phone out as well, but then remembered it was out of battery. She could only watch as Mu Qingci took photos. But as Mu Qingci continued taking pictures, her phone also displayed a low battery warning. Chen Ziyi laughed. See, if we can't charge tonight, we'll really have to get used to living like it's the 70s or 80s. Meng Milan overheard and laughed. Even though the 70s and 80s didn't have TVs or phones, people gathered together to chat and laugh. Believe it or not, it was a much happier and more joyful time than now. Did you experience that era, Aunt Meng? Chen Zi asked curiously. Mu Qingci smiled and answered, my mom was born at the end of the 70s, so you can guess. Meng Milan nodded in agreement. Yes, back then, without TVs or phones, everyone would sit in the courtyard during summer to cool off and listen to the older generation talk about their experiences and myths. It was much better than you youngsters constantly glued to your phones nowadays. With Mu Qingci and the others leading the way, everyone began sharing their stories, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. Mu Qingci and Chen Ziyi were thoroughly engrossed, completely absorbed in these vivid and entertaining tales. They didn't even notice when Feng Lie and Xiaomo had come out until Xiaomo reminded them, your house has been disinfected. It was only then that Mu Qingci snapped back to reality and turned to look at Feng Lie standing nearby. The sunset's glow softened his usually sharp features. His always stern eyes, under the evening light, seemed to have acquired a touch of gentleness. Mu Qingci found herself mesmerized, almost drawn into those eyes. At that moment, Feng Lie spoke up, we'll have a vehicle coming by soon with a generator, so everyone can charge their devices. His words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the young crowd. Cheers erupted, as despite hearing the elders talk about the charm of life in the 70s and 80s without mobile phones, for modern young people, being without a phone is indeed a struggle. Hearing the good news, Mu Qingci's eyes crinkled with a smile. She softly said, thank you, Officer Feng, thinking she spoke quietly enough that he wouldn't hear. To her surprise, he gave her a slight nod, causing her cheeks to inexplicably flush. She quickly looked away, trying to control her racing heartbeat. As dusk fell, a large truck suddenly drove down the street, carrying a generator. The crew quickly set up an ultra-bright light, instantly illuminating the entire street. Several high-power extension cords were brought out, and upon realizing this was a free charging service provided by a private benefactor, the residents sprang into action. Some brought out power strips, while others set up tables, neatly arranging their phones and laptops to charge. After plugging in their devices, many expressed their gratitude to Feng Lie, and Xiaomo. Feng Lie simply nodded and returned to the truck. Xiaomo, on the other hand, deliberately explained loudly in the direction of Mu Qingci's house, this generator was sent by our boss. He said since we're responsible for this street, we should do it thoroughly. While we can't provide full power, we can at least let everyone charge their phones and laptops. When someone asked if they could use it to boil water or cook instant noodles with an induction cooker, Xiaomo politely declined. For everyone's safety, it's best not to use high-power appliances. If you do, others on the street will want to as well, and if something happens, we'll be held responsible. Hearing this explanation, everyone decided against using high-power appliances. Meng Milan, sitting by the door fanning herself, listened to the neighbors praise Feng Lie. That tall young man might seem a bit aloof, but he seems very reliable, like our soldiers. Unable to resist, Meng Milan chimed in. He actually was a soldier, and I heard he was in the special forces. Wow, that's incredible. No wonder he has such a distinctive aura, a neighbor exclaimed. Meng Milan continued fanning herself, a smile on her lips, her gaze distant, as if pondering something. At this moment, Mu Qingci and Chen Ziyi had just plugged in their phones and laptops to charge. Upon hearing it was arranged by Feng Lie, Chen Ziyi excitedly nudged Mu Qingci with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I told you, she whispered, winking at Mu Qingci, if Mr. Feng is willing to help, there's nothing he can't do. Mu Qingci was about to respond when she saw her uncle and Meng Yichen carrying an old firewood stove from down the street. She quickly instructed Chen Ziyi to keep an eye on the charging devices and hurried over to meet them. Uncle, cousin, she greeted softly. Meng Yichen's attention was drawn to the generator on the truck, his face full of envy. I didn't expect someone to have a generator on this street, he said, pulling out his dead phone. I'll charge mine later too. Her uncle said to Mu Qingci, we've brought the firewood stove, but it's been years since we've used it, and we don't have any wood at home. If you want to boil water, you'll need to find some firewood. Though unsure where to find wood, Mu Qingci led the two men back inside. Seeing this, Meng Milan also got up and followed them in. Meanwhile, Xiaomo, sitting in the truck, watched Mu Qingci and the others through the rearview mirror. He turned to Feng Lie, who was working on his laptop, and remarked, I didn't expect to see such an old firewood stove here. I wonder if Miss Mu has any wood to burn. Feng Lie glanced at the figures entering the house and then looked at Xiaomo. Without a word, Xiaomo understood and immediately took out his phone. Got it. I'll have someone find some firewood right away. As Feng Lie prepared to return to work, his phone rang. After a brief conversation, he quickly closed his laptop and said to Xiaomo, I have to step out for a bit. Keep an eye on things here. Xiaomo gave an okay gesture, watching Feng Lie stride towards the street corner. In the yard, after setting down the stove, her uncle sighed. There's no coal for sale in town at this time, and no place to find dry branches. We brought the stove, but you can't use it without wood. Meng Milan looked at the dust-covered children and said, Everyone's all dirty today. We need to at least let the kids wash up. I'll check near the woods outside town. There should be some dry branches after today's sun. We'll go, her uncle quickly offered. It's not safe for you to go outside town alone at night. Mu Qingci stood silently listening. Her uncle and Meng Yichen were about to leave when she said, Uncle, cousin, I'll go with you. Her uncle waved her off, you stay here. There are still muddy spots on the roads outside. It's not safe for you to go. Meng Yichen agreed, yeah, Qingci, you and Aunt stay home. We'll be back soon with some firewood. He handed her his phone. Help me charge this, mine's dead. Mu Qingci took the phone and reminded them, be careful out there. If you can't find any, it's okay. They acknowledged her and left. Once they were gone, Mu Qingci turned to Meng Milan, who was looking towards the door, deep in thought. Mom, once we finish renovating, you should secretly lend the remaining money to Uncle's family. Cousin needs to bring his bride home. Meng Milan nodded, having already considered it. Surprisingly, within just 10 minutes, her uncle and Meng Yichen returned, each carrying a large bundle of firewood. Mu Qingci and Meng Milan were both astonished. Her uncle explained, we had just reached the village entrance when two young men came over with firewood. They asked if we were collecting it for your family. We said yes, and they gave it to us. Meng Milan quickly asked, why would those two help us gather firewood? Meng Yichen replied, they said their boss instructed them to. Their boss is the one with the generator on this street. Hearing this, Mu Qingci quickly said, I'll be right back. She dashed outside. Meng Milan watched her daughter's retreating figure, a premonition forming in her heart. But she kept it to herself and began preparing hot water for the girls to wash. Outside, the street had become lively. Many people had brought out chairs, gathering around the truck, chatting while fanning themselves. Chen Zi was clearly enjoying the atmosphere, mingling freely and listening eagerly to the town's stories. Mu Qingci weaved through the crowd. Chen Zi took a moment to ask, Qingci, where are you going? With curious eyes upon her, Mu Qingci simply replied, just need to take care of something. She continued towards the front of the truck, and Chen Zi didn't press further. Everyone was talking about Mu Qingci's outstanding achievements from childhood to adulthood. In their eyes, she was the kind of enviable other people's child. Faced with all the praise, Mu Qingci felt a bit embarrassed and quickened her pace towards the tall truck. Looking up, she could only make out the outline of the cab, unable to see who was inside. She called out softly, Officer Feng? Xiaomo, who was lounging in the driver's seat playing on his phone, immediately popped his head out upon hearing her voice. Seeing it was Mu Qingci, he grinned widely, Miss Mu, our boss had to step out for a bit. Are you looking for him? I can call him to come back right away if you need. Mu Qingci quickly waved her hands. No, that's not necessary. I'm just here to thank him for helping us find some firewood. Xiaomo suddenly understood. Oh, well, you can thank him in person when he returns. He pointed ahead. Our boss is coming back now. You can thank him yourself. With that, he ducked back into the truck. Mu Qingci instinctively turned around and indeed saw Feng Lie approaching. Her heart started to race, but reminding herself of her purpose, she forced herself to stay put and wait for him. Officer Feng, she called softly. Feng Lie stopped about a meter away, looking at her with an indifferent expression. Feeling uneasy under his cold gaze, Mu Qingci hurriedly said, Thank you for helping us find some firewood. Feng Lie merely nodded slightly, his expression still aloof. Seeing his demeanor, Mu Qingci's anxiety strangely dissipated. She quickly added, I'll be going then, and dashed off. Feng Lie watched her leave, his lips pressed tightly together. Xiaomo jumped down from the truck, glanced at his boss, then at Mu Qingci's retreating figure, and couldn't help but comment, Boss, you can't be like this. The young lady came to thank you, and you should be a bit more welcoming. With that look, you might have scared away all her gratitude. Feng Lie turned to look at Xiaomo, his eyes carrying a chilling intensity. Xiaomo fell silent immediately, wisely moving towards the crowd. The group warmly made space for him, and as Xiaomo sat down, he called back, Boss, come join us for a chat. The surrounding elders also invited Feng Lie to join in. Sitting next to Xiaomo, Chen Zi whispered, Your boss doesn't seem to like this kind of gathering. Are you sure you can get him to come over? Xiaomo shrugged, not sure but... He suddenly raised his voice. Weren't you all just talking about Miss Mu? She's amazing, right? A genius since she was a kid, skipping grades in both high school and college. I've never seen such an impressive scholar. Tell me more about how amazing she is. Chen Zi looked towards Feng Lie in surprise. Your boss is coming over. Xiaomo smiled smugly. Everyone's attention was drawn to Xiaomo's topic, and they started discussing Mu Qingci's accomplishments animatedly. Chen Zi, caught up in the conversation, continued to listen eagerly. Meanwhile, Mu Qingci, who had planned to step out after the water boiled, stood at the door listening to the chatter outside and thought, never mind, better not go out now. It would be too embarrassing. Since there were generators on this street, Jiao and Meng Yichen didn't rush back. The street was bustling with people, lively and spirited. Meng Yichen overheard people discussing Mu Qingci and couldn't contain his curiosity, wanting to join the excitement. Mu Qingci noticed his intent and softly said, "Cousin, could you do me a favor when you go out? Please bring my notebook and phone inside. You can find my friend Chen Zi. She'll tell you where my things are." Zi is sitting with Wang Granny's group. Meng Yichen understood she felt embarrassed by the praise and nodded in agreement. He quickly found Chen Zi, asked about the location of Mu Qingci's belongings, brought them inside, and then went back out. Mu Qingci sat on a small stool, working on her tasks while listening to her mother and Jiao talk. They were discussing matters about her second uncle's family. Jiao spoke with anger in his voice. "Not long after I lent money to the second brother's family, I heard Chengwei was always out having fun with someone named Wang. I felt something was wrong and warned the second brother. But as you know, he always listens to his wife and never heeds my words." Meng Milan snorted in displeasure. "I said before, if second brother ignores everything, one day second sister-in-law will cause trouble. Now, let's see how they handle this." Remembering how second sister-in-law and Meng Chengwei targeted her daughter, Meng Milan couldn't muster any sympathy for their family. Instead, she grew more agitated. If it weren't for Cece's friends helping her, that Wang person would have succeeded. I can't imagine what would have happened afterward. Jiao was equally upset. "I gave them a good scolding at that time too. It's best to keep a distance from now on." Meng Milan shook her head and sighed. "What's the use of scolding? In the end, Mom and Dad will still side with them, thinking that since they're in trouble now, I shouldn't hold grudges and should help them." Her voice choked with emotion. "Brother, I really can't stand second brother's family anymore and don't want to associate with them. Every time I think of Chengwei helping outsiders harm Cece, I wish I could hit him. If it weren't for your family and our parents, I wouldn't want to go back." As she spoke, tears fell. Seeing her mother's distress, Mu Qingci's eyes reddened too. She quickly moved her stool closer to Meng Milan, held her hand, and gently comforted her. "Mom, don't be sad. We'll keep getting better, and we don't have to deal with people we don't like." Meng Milan didn't want to pass her negative emotions to her daughter, so she wiped her tears with the back of her hand and softly responded. She glanced at the pot of water and said, "It's ready for washing your hair. Go get the shampoo. After you finish, call Zi in to wash hers, and then both of you can take a shower." "Okay," Mu Qingci replied and went to get the shampoo. After Mu Qingci finished washing her hair, she went to the door to call Chen Zi and was surprised to see even more people outside. Everyone was gathered around a large truck, some sitting and others standing, creating a lively scene. Mu Qingci headed towards the crowd to find Chen Zi. As she got closer, she noticed Feng Lie and his group were also among the crowd. At that moment, Xiaomo was animatedly saying, "Whenever there's a natural disaster in the country, our leader sends us out to help with disaster relief or transport supplies. He often says that even though we're no longer in the army, we still have the spirit of soldiers in our blood, and if we can help the country, we should." These words drew admiration from the crowd, who gave them thumbs up and praised, "You all are truly commendable." Hearing this, Mu Qingci couldn't help but feel admiration for Feng Lie and his group. Despite his cold demeanor and strict approach, he was indeed a good person. Just then, Feng Lie suddenly looked in her direction. Their eyes met unexpectedly, causing Mu Qingci to blush. She quickly averted her gaze and walked over to Chen Zi, gently tapping her shoulder. "Zi, it's time to wash your hair." Chen Zi followed her back home. After the two finished washing their hair and showering, the street was packed with people. Especially near the large truck, there were bursts of cheering and applause. Chen Zi was surprised. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? What's going on over there that's causing such a commotion? With so many people standing, they couldn't see what was happening. Mu Qingci looked around and explained, "It seems people from nearby streets have come over." She then asked a passerby about the situation and learned that town leaders and some soldiers had arrived, and people were urging them to perform. Hearing this, Chen Zi excitedly grabbed Mu Qingci's hand. "Cece, let's squeeze through and take a look." Mu Qingci hesitated. "With so many people, how can we squeeze through?" As she spoke, she gathered her hair back. "Even if we manage to get through, we'll end up sweaty again, and our shower will be for nothing." She was only wearing a cotton floral dress, and summer evenings weren't particularly cool, especially in a crowd. Just then, an excited voice came from the front. "I heard some soldiers want to have a friendly match with those veteran volunteers. Hurry and record it for us to see." Hearing this, Mu Qingci grabbed Chen Zi's hand and unhesitatingly pushed her way through the crowd. Chen Zi, surprised, asked, "Cece, aren't you afraid of crowds?" Mu Qingci smiled and replied, "We can just wash up later." Don't you want to see them spar? Though Mu Qingci appeared gentle and delicate, her sweet smile and gentle demeanor naturally made people give way. With her leading, Chen Zi quickly found herself at the front of the cleared space. In the center of the open area, several officers were gathered around Feng Lie. One of them, with a somewhat arrogant grin, said to Feng Lie, "Comrade Feng, we've wanted to spar with you for a while. You won't refuse such a good opportunity tonight, will you?" Feng Lie stood expressionless, saying nothing. Another officer chimed in, "We'll just keep it light. Everyone's been working hard these past few days, so consider it a way to unwind." The crowd began to cheer. Mu Qingci's attention, however, was drawn to a female officer standing opposite. The female officer was fixated on Feng Lie but suddenly turned to look at Mu Qingci. Although they had met earlier in the day, Mu Qingci took this moment to study her features closely. The female officer, dressed in army green pants and a short-sleeved shirt, exuded a heroic spirit with a sharp gaze. Mu Qingci wasn't intimidated by this piercing look. Instead, she thought her presence was still far from that of Instructor Feng. She gave the female officer a warm smile, which seemed to catch her off guard, making her quickly avert her gaze with a slightly odd expression. At that moment, the female officer approached Feng Lie and the other officers, whispering something. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Mu Qingci. Despite feeling awkward inside, Mu Qingci maintained an innocent expression, blinking her big eyes. Her fresh floral dress and loose hair made her look endearingly charming, capturing everyone's attention. The town mayor recognized Mu Qingci and cheerfully said, "Little Mu is here too." Mu Qingci promptly and politely replied, "Yes, Uncle Li." The female officer spoke up, "I've heard Comrade Mu is quite talented." Mu Qingci sensed a hidden meaning in her words and simply looked at her quietly without responding. The people around enthusiastically echoed the sentiment, praising her as a prodigy skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and a local child prodigy who won numerous awards. Mu Qingci inwardly lamented, as all of that was before high school. After starting high school, she focused solely on studying and earning money, leaving no time for honing any talents. The female officer, still watching Mu Qingci, suggested, "Since that's the case, why doesn't Comrade Mu perform a talent first? Then Comrade Feng and the others can spar. It would really show the harmony between the military and civilians." Even Chen Zi could tell that the female officer seemed to harbor some hostility towards Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci quietly observed the woman across from her, pondering inwardly. The female officer's final remark about the unity of the military and civilians was indeed compelling, as many present, especially the town mayor and others, echoed her sentiments, urging Mu Qingci to showcase her talents. Mu Qingci couldn't help but think that the female officer likely noticed her standing behind the tree earlier that afternoon. Could it be because of Feng Lie that the officer was intentionally giving her a hard time? As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Feng Lie, meeting his deep-set eyes. Just then, Feng Lie spoke with a commanding tone, "There's no need to trouble her. I'll spar with you instead." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qingci unexpectedly walked towards the center of the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. She approached Feng Lie and the others with a sweet smile, saying, "We owe a lot to the soldiers and volunteers who helped during the flood in our town. Since everyone seems to be in high spirits tonight, I wouldn't want to dampen the mood. I did learn some arts like music and calligraphy before high school, but I set them aside for my studies. However, I occasionally play the flute to relieve stress." She then turned to the female officer, her smile even brighter. "Officer, how about this? I'll play the flute while you perform a set of military exercises. What do you think?" The female officer met Mu Qingci's gaze, her expression carrying a hint of inscrutable sternness. Mu Qingci's smile grew even sweeter. "I've admired soldiers since I was young and always aspired to be one, though it didn't happen for various reasons. I'm thrilled to be face-to-face with so many soldiers today. I hope we can interact. Surely you wouldn't deny me this small wish." She gestured with her fingers to show how tiny her request was. Standing next to Shen Yuxuan, Xiaomo muttered under his breath, "Why do I feel like Miss Mu's words are a bit passive-aggressive, maybe even intentional?" Shen Yuxuan, his gaze fixed on Feng Lie and the others, merely smirked. "Let's just say Miss Mu isn't one to suffer in silence." Xiaomo nodded in agreement. "True. When Yuna suddenly asked Miss Mu to perform, I sensed she had ulterior motives." He chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. "Now she's dragged herself into it. If she doesn't agree, wouldn't she be contradicting herself?" Shen Yuxuan replied succinctly, "Exactly." At that moment, all eyes were on Yuna. She seemed caught in a dilemma, especially when Feng Lie reminded her, "Comrade Yu, the military and civilians are one family." Yuna shot Feng Lie a fierce glare, as if his aura had dimmed somewhat. With a stern expression she replied, "All right." Upon receiving her affirmative response, Mu Qingci promptly addressed those around her, "Could someone please tell my mom to bring my flute?" As soon as she finished, a loud-voiced middle-aged man shouted, "Meng Mylan, your daughter wants you to bring her flute." The message quickly spread through the crowd until it reached Meng Mylan. While waiting for the flute, Mu Qingci continued to smile warmly at the soldiers, expressing her gratitude and admiration, making the group of endearing soldiers bashful. A soldier standing beside Feng Lie scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Comrade Mu, you flatter us. Serving the people is our duty as soldiers. Mu Qingci's face seemed to possess a kind of charm. When she spoke sincerely, her genuine nature shone through. Faced with such a gentle, well-mannered, and beautiful girl, who wouldn't be charmed? Her compliments left the group of soldiers blushing, especially when the townspeople chimed in, making the big men even more self-conscious. Soon, Meng Milan brought Mu Qingci's flute from home. Mu Qingci took the flute and turned to Yuna with a sincere gesture. Officer, you please? Yuna suddenly felt like she had no choice but to go along, reluctantly stepping into the open space. The men standing there instinctively moved aside. Facing each other, Mu Qingci asked, Officer Yu, for your military exercises, what tune would you like me to play on the flute? Yuna stared intently at Mu Qingci, hoping to discern something from her expression, but found nothing. She could only reply, anything suitable for military exercises will do. Alright, let me get a feel for it first. It's been a while since I played the flute, and I might need to find the right tune, Mu Qingci said. Yuna had nothing more to say, so she simply nodded. Mu Qingci gently placed the flute to her lips and gave it a tentative blow, only for it to produce a jarring sound. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gave an embarrassed smile to Yuna, then continued her attempts. Yuna stood expressionless beside her, quietly waiting. At that moment, Xiaomo sidled up next to Feng Lie, his eyes glinting with mischief. He lowered his voice and said, Why do I get the feeling Miss Mu is teasing Comrade Yu on purpose? The more serious Yu looks, the sweeter Mu smiles. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Boss, was she like this during the military training you gave them? All obedient on the surface but full of mischief behind the scenes. Feng Lie didn't even spare him a glance, let alone answer such a trivial question. Unperturbed, Xiaomo turned to Shen Yushuan and asked, What do you think, old Shen? Leaning lazily against the wall, Shen Yushuan replied nonchalantly, Only old Feng knows what happened back then. What's the point of us guessing? Just then, Mu Qingci seemed to find her rhythm. She played a rousing tune, the flute's notes soaring and spirited. Yuna, caught up in the melody, began to perform military boxing moves. The combination of the flute and her movements created an unexpected synergy, stirring excitement among the onlookers. Many young people eagerly took out their phones to capture this rare impromptu performance. When the tune ended, the atmosphere remained electric. Holding the flute in one hand, Mu Qingci gave Yuna a thumbs up with the other, genuinely praising, Officer Yu, your military boxing is amazing. You truly embody what it means to be a valiant soldier. You must be one of the best female soldiers. This sincere compliment shattered Yuna's preconceived notions. She realized how petty her previous thoughts had been. To continue mistreating such a genuine and charming girl would only make her seem small-minded. Although still a bit awkward, she sincerely admitted, You play the flute beautifully. Hearing this, Mu Qingci's smile widened, a small dimple appearing on her right cheek. She modestly replied, I'm just showing off my limited skills. I can't compare to you all. Yuna's stoic expression finally softened as she said, Not at all. Everyone has their strengths. I heard you're already a PhD in work on Gujin Yu. That's really impressive. Mu Qingci gave a shy smile and softly said thank you. Watching Mu Qingci's smile, a wave of discomfort washed over Yuna. She reflected on how unbecoming it was for a soldier to bully a scholar. If Mu knew she was giving her a hard time over a man, it would disgrace her uniform. With this realization, her demeanor became sincere. I'm sorry for making you perform without asking first. That was my mistake. Mu Qingci quickly waved her hand. No. The atmosphere was perfect for it. If I were you, I would have asked the same. Besides, everyone in town knows me, and bringing joy to people tonight feels worthwhile. It's you who ended up in the spotlight with me. Seeing Yuna at a loss for words, Shen Yushuan couldn't help but laugh. He turned to Feng Lie and said, This young Miss Mu is really something, isn't she, old Feng? Surprisingly, Feng Lie gave a slight nod of agreement, which made the smile on Shen Yushuan's face grow even wider. The friendship among women can be quite spontaneous. Mu Qingci, with her sweet talk, sincerely praised Yuna, quickly dispelling any prejudice Yuna might have had. Yuna, being straightforward, immediately lowered her guard and started chatting warmly with Mu Qingci. Others soon joined in, complimenting how well the two were getting along. At this point, Chen Zi joined the conversation. The three women were engrossed in their discussion, and the topic naturally turned to the idea of having Feng Lie spar with some officers. Yuna explained, Comrade Feng used to be the best fighter in the military district. Many people wanted to spar with him, but he was always too busy. Now that there's a rare opportunity, they've made this request. Mu Qingci's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, Sister Na, now that you've mentioned it, I'd love to see it. She leaned closer to Yuna and joked quietly, To be honest, I've always hoped someone would give Instructor Feng a good beating to avenge the tough training he put us through back in military camp. Yuna laughed and suggested, why don't we have them spar right now? Mu Qingci and Chen Zi both agreed in unison. The three women looked over at Feng Lie and called out together. Instructor Feng, Comrade Feng, Mr. Feng, we'd like to see you spar with them. Shen Yuxuan and Xiaomo both chuckled. Xiaomo even exaggeratedly drawled. Boss, did you hear that? The ladies want to see you spar with them. Feng Lie glanced at the instigating Mu Qingci, flexed his wrists, and as he walked to the center of the field, he said to the officers, come on, let's keep it friendly. The officers quickly followed. Mu Qingci and her friends made room for them. Soon, Feng Lie was taking on 3 opponents at once, beginning the spar. They used formal military combat techniques, but in their hands, these moves were powerful and explosive. The force of their punches and the speed of their kicks were breathtaking. Although Mu Qingci had joked about wanting someone to teach Feng Lie a lesson, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for him. As the fight intensified, everyone was cheering for both sides. Mu Qingci couldn't resist cupping her hands around her mouth and shouting, "Go, Instructor Feng!" As if inspired, Feng Lie moved even faster. With a leap, he executed a sweeping kick that sent one opponent stumbling back several steps. Then, with a feint, he landed a punch to another's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach and retreat. Feng Lie swiftly moved behind the last opponent, locking his neck with his elbow. The last opponent, unable to move, conceded defeat. Feng Lie released him, and the other 2 came over, giving him a thumbs up. The audience erupted into applause, celebrating Feng Lie's impressive performance. That was amazing! Taking on 3 at once and winning so easily. No wonder they said he was once the king of the military district. It's a shame he's retired. He's doing well now, too. He's a boss and still has a heart for serving the people, better than many. Truly, a hero is judged by his actions. Listening to the compliments, Mu Qingci looked at Feng Lie, who remained expressionless, and suddenly wanted to praise him herself. Unfortunately, by then, many people had already surrounded him, making it impossible for her to get close. As the excitement continued, Mu Qingci decided to invite Yuna over to her place for a chat. Yuna readily agreed. As they talked, Yuna shared why she admired Feng Lie. 7 years ago, during a mission, he made a name for himself. There were nearly 30 people on that mission, but he was the only one who infiltrated the base of a global extremist organization and completed the task. He was the only one who came back. I've always idolized him, wanting to be like him, to fight alongside him. I think that's love, so when I heard he liked someone else, I felt a bit unwilling. Wait a minute. Chen Zi interrupted, looking puzzled. When did Mr. Feng say he liked someone? Mu Qingci realized that Yuna had mistaken her for a rival and quickly clarified, just to be clear, Feng Lie and I aren't in that kind of relationship. Yuna was skeptical. Then why did Comrade Feng say he has someone he likes? If it's not you, who else could it be? Mu Qingci was amused and said, thank you, but no need to compliment me so much. Chen Zi couldn't help but laugh. So that's it, Yuna, you thought Mr. Feng liked Qingci and that's why you were giving her a hard time? Yuna blushed and apologized to Mu Qingci again. Sorry. It's alright, now you know there's nothing between me and Instructor Feng, Mu Qingci reassured her. Yuna was still a bit uncertain. Are you sure there's nothing between you and Comrade Feng? Mu Qingci nodded. Yuna looked at Mu Qingci for a few seconds, a sly sparkle in her eyes. She suddenly smirked and leaned in a bit closer to Mu Qingci, saying in a light-hearted tone, if you're not interested, no worries. We have plenty of excellent officers in our military. I can introduce you to one. Mu Qingci replied somewhat awkwardly, thanks, but no need. Seeing this, Yuna didn't press the issue, and instead shifted the conversation to Feng Lie. She deliberately picked some of Feng Lie's dark past and vividly recounted, Comrade Feng isn't just known as the king of soldiers in the military. He's also called Yan Luo. You wouldn't believe it, back when he went on a mission to the southern border, he took a military dog with him, and due to a lack of coordination, they almost blew their cover. After the mission, he spent 3 months at the military dog training base. They say during that time, all the dogs were terrified of him. Plus, any soldier he trained ended up shedding a layer of skin. Mu Qingci and Chen Zi listened with a mix of surprise and fear, intimidated by the image of Feng Lie painted by Yuna's words. That evening, everyone was exhausted. Around 9 o'clock, the town leaders and soldiers began to leave. After 10, the rest of the townspeople started heading home to rest. When Yuna left Mu Qingci's house, she deliberately walked over to Feng Lie, flashed a meaningful smile, and maliciously reminded him, Comrade Feng, I just shared some stories with Qingci about your training of soldiers and military dogs. Hope you don't mind. Without waiting for his response, she walked away with a brisk stride. Feng Lie stood there, lips pressed tightly together, his gaze cold, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. At that moment, Xiaomo approached to report, Boss, the generator has been unloaded. Feng Lie headed straight to Mu Qingci's house and knocked on the door. At this moment, Mu Qingci and her companions were in the courtyard trying to cool off. It was too hot inside to sleep, but fortunately, there was a wooden sofa that could be laid flat and used as a bed. Although there was a slight breeze outside, mosquitoes were rampant. Mu Qingci, who seemed particularly attractive to mosquitoes, had just been bitten several times and was scratching the bites uncomfortably when she heard the knock. She scratched the mosquito bites as she went to open the door. Seeing Feng Lie outside, she froze, her mind flashing back to the terrifying scenes of his soldier training and her own harrowing experiences during military drills. Instinctively, she stepped back a few paces until she felt she was at a safe distance, then cautiously asked, "Instructor Feng, what brings you here?" Feng Lie noticed her subtle movements, his facial muscles tightening slightly, and his voice dropped a few tones. "Do you have any spare space here?" Mu Qingci was taken aback for a moment, knowing he wasn't asking to stay over. She asked back, "Instructor Feng, what do you need it for?" Feng Lie tried to make his voice sound more gentle. "The truck we brought needs to go help transport supplies elsewhere tonight. The generator takes up too much space, so I'd like to leave it at your place." Mu Qingci frowned, showing concern. "Didn't you just come from a long trip and work all day? Aren't you overexerting yourself?" "I'm not going. I'll find a place nearby to rest," Feng Lie explained. Only then did Mu Qingci nod in relief. Feng Lie added, "You can use the generator tonight as a storage fee." Before Mu Qingci could respond, Chen Zi, standing further away and even more intimidated by Feng Lie, immediately exclaimed in excitement upon hearing this. "Qingci, quickly agree to Mr. Feng's offer, then we can have air conditioning tonight." She then sought confirmation from Meng Milan, who was sitting nearby. "Aunt Meng, don't you agree?" Meng Milan, who had been observing the pair at the door while fanning herself, had an inscrutable expression. She said to Feng Lie, "If you don't mind, you can stay at Qingci's uncle's house for the night. But it's too hot tonight, you could just leave the generator there." With a serious expression, Feng Lie replied, "No need, the town leaders have arranged a place for us to stay. There are many people, so it's not suitable to use the generator." Hearing this, Meng Milan stood up and politely said, "We really appreciate it." Feng Lie nodded and turned to signal the people outside to bring the generator in. When he turned back, he found that Mu Qingci had retreated 2 meters away, watching him warily. Feng Lie. Mu Qingci's fear of Feng Lie was almost instinctive, as if conditioned. This man had a way of reprimanding people that made them feel less than human. She couldn't help but worry about the possibility of being scolded by him. With her strength, she wouldn't stand a chance of resisting or escaping. The mere thought of it sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, after connecting a generator to the air conditioners in their 2 bedrooms, Feng Lie left with his crew. With the generator, both Mu Qingci and Chen Zi were finally able to enjoy a good night's sleep. The next morning, Mu Qingci's phone rang incessantly, waking both of them from their slumber. She picked up the phone to find a video call from Su Qingming and answered it immediately. "CI, you became famous overnight." Su Qingming's voice exploded through the phone like a bomb. "Not just you, but Instructor Feng and that female officer who was boxing too." Her words were like a cold splash of water, instantly waking Mu Qingci. Even Chen Zi, who was sleeping beside her, opened her eyes. Mu Qingci sat up and asked cautiously, "In what way did we become famous?" Although they hadn't done anything wrong last night, the entertainment industry can be a double-edged sword. If someone took the opportunity to defame military personnel, it would be troublesome. Chen Zi also sat up and greeted Su Qingming. Although Su Qingming had heard of Chen Zi, seeing her in person was a bit surprising. "You're Chen Zi, right?" "Yes," Chen Zi replied with a smile. "You and Cici are both beautiful in a scholarly way." Su Qingming blushed at the compliment, but Mu Qingci quickly steered the conversation back on track. "Meng, what's being said online?" As she asked, she grabbed her laptop to check for herself. While Su Qingming explained the situation, Mu Qingci found the videos from the previous night. One video showed her playing the flute while Yuna performed military boxing, and the other showed Feng Lie sparring against 3 people. Both videos had astonishingly high views and comments. Su Qingming explained, "The reviews are mostly positive, saying this is what true military-civilian unity looks like. But there are a few trolls claiming you were just putting on a show. Worse, someone dug up your identity and accused you of using your influence to divert all disaster relief resources to your town." Her voice was clearly tinged with frustration. "These people are always seeing conspiracies. I sometimes wonder if they're paid trolls. What influence? Even if you have influence, it's all positive. Besides, why would you use your influence? You're not even a social media influencer." Mu Qingci wasn't too bothered by these baseless claims. Such comments were unfounded and had already been buried. She was more concerned about whether Instructor Feng's identity might be fully exposed. After reading through numerous comments, she noticed that the most mentioned aspect was Feng Lie's transport company, whose name had been uncovered. However, no one had discovered that Instructor Feng was the eldest son of the Shui family, nor did they know his specific role in the military. Mu Qingci felt slightly relieved and followed the trail of information to find the official website of Lietu. She was surprised to discover that the website was only established at 5 o'clock that morning, with Feng Lie listed as the legal representative and owner. New comments constantly refreshed at the bottom of the page. I've never heard of this company before. Could it be a newly established long-distance transport company? I think I understand what this Feng Lie guy is up to. He's probably using this opportunity to promote his company. He took on 3 officers alone last night, so he must have been strong in the military. Retired soldiers starting a company no matter how they get famous. I think we should support them. Why isn't there a photo of the boss on the website? Am I the only one who thinks his looks and physique could make him a star in both acting and modeling? I agree. A man like him playing a tough officer or general in an action-packed movie would definitely be better than those actors who look too delicate. At that moment, Su Qingming added, CICI, have you checked your Weibo? You're trending. Mu Qingci then exited the Lietu website and logged into her Weibo account. Her Weibo content usually focused on ancient Chinese artifacts and resharing videos and photos from the cultural heritage sector. Occasionally, she posted candid shots from her work. Previously, her posts only received likes and comments from classmates, teachers, professors, and colleagues. But after last night's events, her Weibo had over 200,000 views and gained 70 to 80,000 new followers. Chen Ziyi leaned over to look at Mu Qingci's laptop, and upon seeing the comments on Weibo, she couldn't help but laugh. Haha. The reactions from netizens are truly adorable. They barged in with fierce intent, yet one by one, they turned into admirers of the academic deity. Those who initially came to criticize found themselves speechless and left in frustration. The whole scene was quite amusing. Someone was surprised to discover that Mu Qingci's social media is entirely dedicated to introducing Chinese cultural relics. Even more astonishing is the fact that her interactions are mostly with experts from the Bureau of Cultural Relics and prominent figures from the history department. A glance at her resume reveals that she's a 23-year-old doctoral student at S University's history school and an editor for ancient and modern dialogues. She's not just a top student, she's practically an academic deity. Netizens couldn't help but exclaim, not only is she beautiful, but she's also an academic deity and plays the flutech like a fairy descended to earth. Some even joked about offering daily incense to worship her in hopes of getting into a good university. Chen Ziyi and Su Qingming couldn't help but laugh at these comments. Surprisingly, the local government and military also chimed in, emphasizing that, though floods are ruthless, humanity is full of love, and the military and civilians are one family, while praising Mu Qingci and the official website of Lietu. With this official endorsement, public opinion quickly shifted to the positive. The 3 of them stopped browsing the web, and Chen Ziyi and Su Qingming started chatting on video. Initially shy, Su Qingming soon relaxed under Chen Ziyi's warm influence, showing her true self as she does in front of Mu Qingci. Curious, Su Qingming asked, why did Instructor Feng's company only register their website today? Are they really that unknown? Chen Ziyi chuckled and explained, no way. The ones who do business with Mr. Feng are big corporations and important figures. Small companies and ordinary people have no access to them. Mu Qingci and Su Qingming looked puzzled. Chen Ziyi continued, according to my brother, you have to make reservations in advance if you want their company to handle transportation. Some special items can only be entrusted to them. For instance, when our family imports raw stones from the Emerald Country, we must use their services. After all, it involves crossing some dangerous border areas, and only they can ensure safety. Hearing this, Mu Qingci gained a new understanding of Feng Lie's work. Long-distance transportation involves more than just fatigue and natural disasters. There are many dangerous factors. As they chatted, Meng Milan called them downstairs for breakfast. Although water, electricity, and gas hadn't been restored, there was bread and milk for breakfast. As Mu Qingci ate, she wondered if Feng Lie had slept well last night and hesitated to send a message asking about it, recalling the frightening tales Yuna had mentioned. Not long after, Feng Lie arrived to disinfect their home. This time he was alone. After he finished, Mu Qingci stood 2 meters away and said, Instructor Feng, thank you for the generator last night. Feng Lie gave her a deep look and nodded expressionlessly. Mu Qingci instinctively twisted her fingers, her gaze wandering. You gave us the generator. Did you sleep well in such hot weather? Feng Lie's expression softened slightly. During missions, I could sleep in the most extreme environments. I slept well last night. Mu Qingci visibly relaxed and couldn't help but smile. That's good to hear. Seeing her smile, Feng Lie's hand involuntarily tightened, restraining the urge to pat her head. Instead, he asked, around 10 the renovation company will come. Have you and your aunt decided on the renovations? Mu Qingci nodded and looked at Meng Milan. Meng Milan explained that they would keep the structure mostly unchanged, just repairing the walls and roof. Feng Lie suggested replacing the flooring, and Mu Qingci agreed. Meng Milan glanced at the two and nodded in agreement. Feng Lie acknowledged, I'll go disinfect other homes first. I'll bring the renovation team over when they arrive. With that, he left with the disinfectant equipment. Mu Qingci watched him leave, hesitating to chase after him. By the time she made up her mind, Feng Lie was already far away. Just after 10 o'clock, Feng Lie arrived at the Mu family home with 2 employees from the renovation company. A middle-aged manager and a young assistant accompanied them as they toured the entire house. Afterwards, they sat down in the living room to discuss the renovation details. The heat, combined with a power outage, left everyone but Feng Lie sweating profusely. Feeling guilty, Meng Milan found all the fans and hand fans in the house and distributed them to everyone. Feng Lie sat still, his hands resting on his thighs, and politely declined the fan, claiming he wasn't hot. His gaze subtly swept over Mu Qingci's sweaty forehead and nose tip, and he suggested connecting the living room's air conditioner to a generator. Meng Milan hesitated, saying, "That wouldn't be right. No one else is using air conditioning, and we'd stand out if we did." She recalled the unease of using the air conditioner the previous night, worried it might attract gossip, especially concerning her daughter. Understanding her concern, Feng Lie did not press the matter. Meng Milan and Mu Qingci sat together, fanning themselves while participating in the discussion. The mother and daughter knew little about renovations, so Feng Lie explained things at the right moments to help them understand the details. When it came to costs, the middle-aged manager smiled and said, "Our big boss is friends with Mr. Feng and instructed us to offer his friends the internal price." Assistant Zhao he quickly calculated and reported the total cost, 87,000, including labor and materials. Mu Qingci and Meng Milan were shocked by this quote, which was far below market price. With Feng Lie's confirmation, Mu Qingci got up and shook hands with the manager, finalizing the cooperation. The manager mentioned that if needed urgently, they could start preparations that day. Feng Lie immediately stated that water and electricity could be restored by that night. Mu Qingci inexplicably trusted his words and joyfully said, "That's great. We can start the renovation tomorrow." After seeing off the renovation company staff, Meng Milan thanked Feng Lie. Feng Lie solemnly told Mu Qingci, "Consider this my apology for treating you like a soldier 7 years ago and causing you any distress." Mu Qingci wondered how he knew about her psychological scars but forced a smile and said, "Instructor Feng, why say that? It's been so many years. I've long forgotten how you trained us back then." Meng Milan gave her daughter a reproachful look for her insincere words. Feng Lie seemed oblivious and promised to help all the way, even offering to arrange people to assist with moving. After Feng Lie left, Meng Milan criticized her daughter for her sarcastic tone. Mu Qingci retorted, "It's impressive I could even say something so against my feelings. Mom, you don't know. Back then he made us get up at 5 to run 10 kilometers. We were all cramping and missed breakfast. Missing breakfast wasn't all. We had to do combat training that morning too. It was paired, and whoever won got to eat lunch." That day, Mu Qingci managed to knock Zhou Lei down, all thanks to the martial arts training she had undergone. Reflecting on it, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Memories of that month of military training surged back, and she wished she could give Feng Lie a piece of her mind. That young man was really out of line back then. Meng Milan remarked softly, her gaze drifting towards the door. Feng Lie had just left, and his footsteps still echoed in the courtyard. He seemed to have heard something, pausing briefly before continuing on his way. Originally, Meng Milan planned to move all her furniture to her elder brother's house, but things didn't go as planned. Just after Feng Lie left, the Wan couple arrived. They had been busy in town for the past few days helping with flood relief and clearing mud. Since Mu Qingci's return, she had hardly seen them. "Meng, I heard you're planning to renovate. Where are you going to store your things?" Wan Qiong asked directly, a hint of fatigue on her face. Meng Milan briefly explained her plan. Wan Qiong and Li Jiangguo exchanged a glance and then suggested, "Your brother's place is a bit far. Why not move everything to our house? We rent a large enough place and can easily spare 2 rooms for your appliances." Mu Qingci was touched by her neighbor's kindness. After thinking it over, she realized it was indeed the most convenient option. "How about we rent 2 rooms at Uncle Li and Aunt Wan's place?" She began, but Wan Qiong and Li Jiangguo interrupted her in unison. No, we're all neighbors. There's no need to be so formal." Wan Qiong exclaimed, her face turning slightly red. "Besides, I work at Ming's store. Charging you for storing some furniture would be ridiculous." Li Jiangguo agreed, "Exactly, neighbors should help each other. You helped us out of a tough spot, and now we're just storing some furniture. Charging for that would be unthinkable." Though usually reserved, their earnestness left Meng Milan and Mu Qingci with no room to refuse. Just then, Chen Zi returned from a stroll outside and, upon hearing about the situation, also voiced her support. Shortly after, Mu Qingci's uncle called to say he and Meng Yichen had cleared a room. When they learned about the plan to store the furniture at the neighbors, they came over immediately. As everyone was busy moving furniture, Feng Lie returned with a group to help. Somehow the news spread, and many neighbors came to lend a hand. Although they would still stay there for one more night, everything except the bedroom furniture and some toiletries needed to be moved. At that moment, Mu Qingci's second uncle appeared at the door. He stood there, observing the bustling scene inside, hesitating to speak. Finish moving already? He finally asked. Meng Milan and Mu Qingci ignored him. The elder uncle replied briefly, many hands make light work. The second uncle nodded and asked, do you need my help? No need. Meng Milan couldn't hold back any longer and raised her voice. We've got plenty of help. You can go back. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the second uncle muttered to himself. He only came because of their sibling connection, having heard they were moving furniture. Of course, their family had money and was the first to renovate, yet unwilling to help his family. Why bother extending kindness when it's unreciprocated? With that, he turned and left, his expression darkening. Watching his retreating figure, Meng Milan let out a cold laugh and resumed her work. Chen Zi sidled up to Mu Qingci and whispered, what's up with your second uncle? Mu Qingci's expression remained unchanged as she replied, it's because we didn't lend them money. That's all. Her tone was calm, as if she was well accustomed to such situations. With the help of Feng Lie and his group of young strong workers, the move for Mu Qingci's household progressed at an astonishing pace. Large pieces of furniture were carried out one by one, and smaller items were neatly packed into boxes, gradually transforming the once cluttered rooms into open spaces. As the moving process neared completion, Meng Milan picked up her phone and called the familiar grocery store owner in town. Hello, Mr. Chen. Do you still have bottled water? After confirming the availability, she turned to her daughter and said, Qingci, go wait outside. Mr. Chen will deliver the water shortly. Mu Qingci nodded in agreement and strolled outside. Just as she settled, she saw Feng Lie and a few of the young men who had been helping with the move approaching after carrying another load of furniture. The stories Yuna had shared last night about Feng Lie's military training days still lingered in her mind, but today, their helpfulness filled her with gratitude. This time, as Feng Lie drew near, she didn't shy away. Whether by intention or coincidence, the men accompanying Feng Lie suddenly quickened their pace and dashed into the house, leaving him to approach Mu Qingci alone. As his tall figure loomed closer, Mu Qingci gathered her courage and spoke up, Officer Feng, thank you for your hard work today. Feng Lie stopped about 5 feet away, nodded slightly, but didn't move closer. Mu Qingci looked at him curiously, only to hear his low voice say, if you're afraid of me, you can keep your distance. The words hit Mu Qingci like a sledgehammer, bringing her to the realization of how her previous day's actions might have appeared rude in his eyes. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and her cheeks flushed instantly. I'm not afraid of you. How could I be? She hurriedly denied, stepping closer to him to prove her point. Inwardly, Mu Qingci encouraged herself. Officer Feng has been such a help, you can't act like you're afraid of him. You're neither his soldier nor a student he trained 7 years ago. Be natural, smile, and show gratitude. With that thought, she took 2 more steps forward, stopping only half a meter away from him. She looked up at Feng Lie's sharply defined face, ready to smile and say something light to ease the atmosphere. Just then, Xiaomo and another person came out of the house carrying a piece of furniture. Xiaomo, walking backward, seemed oblivious to Mu Qingci standing at the door and bumped into her. Caught off guard, Mu Qingci stumbled forward. Ah, she exclaimed, falling into Feng Lie's arms. The unexpected contact left her mind blank, momentarily forgetting to step back. A slightly apologetic voice from Xiaomo broke the silence. Sorry, I didn't see you both standing there. With that, he and his companion quickly moved on, not forgetting to wink at Feng Lie as they left. Feng Lie looked down at the girl in his arms, resisting the urge to study her, and asked in a low voice, are you all right? Mu Qingci's cheek was still pressed against his firm chest, her ear catching the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the solid feel of his chest muscles. Hearing his deep, magnetic voice, her face turned beet red, and she hurriedly stepped back, eyes darting as she replied, I'm fine. The awkward atmosphere was about to settle in when a familiar voice cut through the tension. Little Mu, I've brought the water you ordered. Mu Qingci felt a wave of relief and quickly turned to see Uncle Chen, the grocery store owner, riding a tricycle loaded with several cases of water, pulling up beside them. Thank you, Uncle Chen. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer the money right now. Mu Qingci took out her phone and as Mr. Chen quoted the price, he glanced at Feng Lie with a smile, thanks to Feng's generator last night. Otherwise my phone would have been dead long ago. Mu Qingci chimed in, ours too. While Mu Qingci completed the payment, Feng Lie had already moved to the back of the tricycle, picked up 2 boxes of water and headed inside. Once she was done, Mu Qingci thanked Mr. Chen again and followed Feng Lie into the house. Where should I put the water? Feng Lie asked. Mu Qingci pointed to a spot, just over there. After placing the water down, Mu Qingci opened a box and handed a bottle to Feng Lie. He declined, saying, give it to the others first. Nodding, Mu Qingci was about to grab more bottles to distribute, but Feng Lie stopped her. Lead the way, I'll carry it. With that, he picked up an entire box. Mu Qingci glanced at the box in his hands and, without further ado, accompanied him to distribute the water. As they entered the room, Chen Zi, noticing Feng Lie following Mu Qingci, looked surprised. Once all the furniture and appliances were moved into her house, and the neighbors had returned home, and Feng Lie and his group had left, Chen Zi eagerly pulled Mu Qingci aside. In a hushed, admiring tone she said, "You're so brave. You actually dared to walk with Instructor Feng. I was already a bit scared of him, and after hearing what Yuna said last night about how he trains people in military dogs, I haven't dared to get within 3 meters of him." Mu Qingci recalled Feng Lie's words about keeping a distance if she was afraid of him, and a sense of guilt surged within her. She softly explained, "Actually, I don't think Instructor Feng is as scary as we imagined. Besides, he's retired now, so there's no need to fear him." Chen Zi gave her a thumbs up, impressed. "You're the brave one. I wouldn't dare get close to him." Mu Qingci simply smiled without saying more. Just as Feng Lie had promised earlier, the electricity was restored that evening. With power back, everyone could finally cook and boil water. Meng Milan, wanting to thank everyone who helped that day, said to Mu Qingci, "Why don't you call Feng Lie and ask when they're leaving? We should invite them for a meal before they go." Mu Qingci nodded, took out her phone, and dialed Feng Lie's number. When he answered, the background was noisy with the sound of engines revving. Mu Qingci relayed her mother's invitation, but Feng Lie replied, "We're just about to head back to S City. Please thank Auntie for me, but there's no need for a meal." Surprised, Mu Qingci asked, "You're leaving already?" "Yes," Feng Lie answered briefly. At that moment, a loud voice echoed down the street. "The soldiers and volunteers who helped us with the flood are leaving quietly. If you want to see them off, hurry to the outskirts of town." The street erupted with chatter, and Meng Milan quickly urged Mu Qingci and Chen Zi, "Let's go see them off too." Mu Qingci nodded and, as she headed to the door, told Feng Lie over the phone, "We're coming to see you off." Feng Lie insisted, "No need to see us off. We're leaving quietly to avoid a send-off from the townspeople. Everyone's already on the bus." Before she could respond, urgent voices came from his side, "Hurry up, everyone. The townspeople have noticed we're leaving and are rushing over. I can't handle those scenes. Start the car, start the car." This was followed by the roar of engines. It was clear Feng Lie was already on the bus. He said to Mu Qingci, "Please say goodbye to Auntie for me. If you're staying home for a few more days, could you bring some of her braised meat and meat sauce for me? I really like it." Hearing this, Mu Qingci's heart skipped a beat, a smile tugging at her lips, and her step slowed. "All right then. Goodbye," Feng Lie said curtly. "Goodbye," Mu Qingci replied softly before hanging up. She turned to Meng Milan and Chen Ziyi, who were about to head out, and said, "Don't bother going, they've already left." They stopped, and Meng Milan looked regretful. "I should have asked them earlier when they were leaving. Especially Feng Lie and his group, they helped us so much, and I didn't even thank them properly." Mu Qingci reassured her, "Mom, you can make more braised meat and sauce, and I'll take it to them." "Will they like it?" Meng Milan asked uncertainly. "They'll love it," Mu Qingci assured her with a smile. "All right then." Meng Milan agreed. By the time the townspeople reached the outskirts, all the soldiers and volunteers had indeed left. Many lamented that they hadn't thanked them properly, and some even shed tears. Thanks to the efforts of the soldiers and volunteers, the town was restored in just 2 or 3 days. The following day, the remaining items at Mu Qingci's house were moved with the help of Wan Xiong and her family. At around 9 o'clock, the renovation team arrived. Since it was a full-service package, Mu Qingci didn't have to worry about buying materials. Life in the small town returned to normal. Meng Milan had wanted to invite everyone who helped to a dinner at a local restaurant, but everyone was busy tidying up their homes in preparation for renovations and politely declined. So, Meng Milan bought a lot of meat and made a large batch of braised dishes and canned meats at the noodle shop to distribute as a token of gratitude. After a few days, Chen Zi's family urged her to return home, and Mu Qingci also needed to go back to work. Meng Milan planned to stay at the noodle shop during this time, so after dinner, the two took the high-speed train back to S City. Chen Zi had a driver waiting for her and offered to have him drop Mu Qingci off first. On the way, she suggested, "Zia, after you drop off your things, how about we go hang out at the East Lake shopping district?" Mu Qingci shook her head. "No, I have to work tomorrow, and I need to organize some materials." "All right then," Chen Zi conceded. When they reached the East Lake community, Mu Qingci got out of the car. She was considering inviting Chen Zi up when Chen Zi quickly waved goodbye. "I'll head off now." She then instructed the driver to leave, as if she feared being invited up. Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh, realizing Chen Zi was still wary of Feng Lie. Thinking of Feng Lie, she suddenly felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation, and she found herself glancing up at the 8th floor of Building 2. The light in room 8001 wasn't on. The night was deep, and the clock hands pointed past 8. Mu Qingci stood at the door, guessing that Feng Lie might have gone out for a run. She gently pushed the door open and walked into the empty room. Without delay, Mu Qingci headed straight to the kitchen. She opened the fridge and carefully sorted the braised meat and meat sauce she had brought, arranging them neatly. After completing this task, she turned towards the balcony, pausing to admire the thriving succulent plants. Her gaze was then drawn to a blue and white underglaze red porcelain vase, and she couldn't help but look at it for a while. Time slipped by quietly, and by 10:30, Feng Lie had still not returned. Only then did Mu Qingci pick up her change of clothes and head to the bathroom. The warm water washed over her body, gradually relaxing her thoughts. By the time she finished her shower, the clock pointed to 11. Mu Qingci stood on the balcony, overlooking Donghu community. The night was quiet, with only a few cars passing by, not to mention the silent road outside the community. A question suddenly flashed through her mind. Was Instructor Feng really just out for a run? The thought made her restless. Mu Qingci picked up her phone, hesitated for a moment, and then sent Feng Lie a message. After careful consideration, she finally wrote, "Instructor Feng, I brought a lot of braised meat and meat sauce for you." After sending it, she stared at her phone screen, waiting for a reply. A minute passed and still there was no response. Mu Qingci felt a bit downhearted and comforted herself. Maybe he hasn't seen the message yet. Since there was no reply, she decided to start organizing her materials. Just then her phone buzzed. Feng Lie's reply finally came. "Thanks, there's something at the company. I might not come back tonight." Mu Qingci pressed her lips together and quickly replied, "If you're hungry when you get back, feel free to have some." Feng Lie responded briefly with, "Okay." Mu Qingci thought for a moment and added, "I brought some for you and your colleagues. You can give it to them. Just keep a small bag for yourself." Feng Lie replied again, "Okay." After ending the conversation, Mu Qingci focused on organizing her materials. Time flew by, and it wasn't until 12:30 that she stopped working. At this moment, Professor Peng, who was in Egypt, came online, and they had a video call for some time. By the time they hung up, it was past 1 in the morning. Mu Qingci closed her laptop and tiredly lay on the bed. However, around 3, a need to use the bathroom woke her from her sleep. She struggled to get up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and groped her way to the bathroom. Just as she reached the hallway, Feng Lie's bedroom door suddenly opened. He emerged wearing loose shorts, his muscular upper body completely bare. His tall frame, defined muscles, and freshly washed damp hair exuded a strong masculine allure. A droplet of water trickled down his neck, disappearing into the waistband of his shorts. Mu Qingci couldn't help but stare at the droplet, swallowing involuntarily. Feng Lie froze for a moment before quickly retreating to his room, slamming the door shut. The unexpected scene snapped Mu Qingci out of her daze. Blushing furiously, she rushed into the bathroom. Once inside, she pressed one hand against her pounding heart and slapped her flushed cheeks with the other, mentally chanting, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Mu Qingci, keep your composure, or you'll scare Instructor Feng away and have nowhere to cry." After this self-adjustment, Mu Qingci felt much calmer. She carefully opened the bathroom door a crack, confirmed there was no movement outside, and quickly dashed back to her room. Not long after she closed the door, Feng Lie's door opened again. Now wearing a t-shirt, he stood in the living room, staring at Mu Qingci's door for a long time before heading to the kitchen to grab a bottle of cold water, which he drank in one go. Oh, that night, Mu Qingci had a dream. In it, Instructor Feng wore only a pair of pants, revealing his perfect 8-pack abs, and asked her in a deep, magnetic voice, "Do you want to touch?" Knowing it was a dream, Mu Qingci boldly nodded and reached out. However, her hand was caught by a strong grip. Feng Lie leaned closer, his handsome face exuding a dangerous aura. He whispered in her ear, "There's a price for touching, be good. Let me drink your blood." Before she knew it, he bit her neck. Indescribable tingling sensation spread through her body. Mu Qingci suddenly opened her eyes, panting heavily as she stared at the ceiling. After calming down, she clutched her rapidly beating heart and cursed under her breath. What the hell? Then she covered her face with both hands, groaning. What kind of crazy dream was that? How am I supposed to face Instructor Feng now? The dream was too intense, and Mu Qingci didn't dare to face Feng Lie just yet. Glancing at the time, it was only 7 o'clock. She decided to lie down for a while longer and get up at 8:30, by which time Feng Lie should have already left. With that thought, she closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep again. Mu Qingci tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The dream lingered like a ghost in her mind, refusing to leave. Her hand unconsciously touched her neck, imagining the sensation of Instructor Feng's kiss there in reality. The thought made her heart race, making it even harder to sleep. The next day at work, Mu Qingci's thoughts were still occupied by images of Feng Lie. His firm abs and that elusive kiss flashed alternately, making it difficult for her to concentrate. "Xiao Mu, are you listening to me?" Jiang Zheng's raised voice pulled her back to reality. Mu Qingci hurriedly sat up straight, nodding obediently. "Yes, Chief Editor, I'm listening." Jiang Zheng clearly didn't believe her. Since she had returned from her hometown, she seemed distracted. Worried, he asked, "Is something troubling you?" "As your senior, I'm here to help, and if needed, we can find others to assist." There was no way Mu Qingci could admit her distraction was due to a man, so she replied seriously, "No trouble at all. I'm just planning the itinerary for this business trip." The 3 famous embroideries are located in different provinces, so it requires careful arrangement. Jiang Jing nodded understandingly. No matter where you go first, I'll coordinate with the local Cultural Relics Bureau to ensure they take care of you. I'll also inform the people you need to visit. Thank you, Chief Editor, Mu Qingci said gratefully. Jiang Jing glanced at his watch and noticed it was time to leave. It's after hours. Just call me Senior Brother. Mu Qingci smiled. Thank you, Senior Brother. Jiang Jing added, honestly, I'm a bit worried about you traveling alone. I'll assign someone to accompany you. They can protect you and also act as a cameraman. Mu Qingci expressed her gratitude once more. Then Jiang Jing changed the subject. By the way, your sister-in-law wanted me to ask if you'd like to meet her friend's son. He's coming back from abroad this month to work. Mu Qingci shook her head vigorously. No, I've said I'm not interested in dating right now. Jiang Jing chuckled. Come on, he's 4 years older than you and has a PhD in finance. He also said he's not looking to date, just to make friends. Mu Qingci was skeptical. I study history, he studies finance. What common topics could we have? Saying this, she got up and ran out, calling over her shoulder, Senior Brother, tell sister-in-law not to set me up anymore, or I won't come to your house for meals. Jiang Jing watched her retreating figure, shaking his head helplessly. Mu Qingci walked out of the company, her mind still lingering on the image of Feng Lie from her dream last night. The vision was so vivid that she couldn't shake it off. She quickly pulled out her phone and sent a message to Su Qingming. Meng, didn't you say you wanted to show me something new? I'm going on a business trip soon, so let's go tonight. She thought to herself. Maybe it's because she rarely sees men with a physique like Instructor Feng's that she was so taken aback by seeing him in just shorts. Perhaps seeing more men would help her calm down. Su Qingming replied instantly, first sending an address, followed by, meet here or you're a coward. Mu Qingci chuckled softly and quickly replied, not coming is for cowards. Just as she was about to hail a cab, Su Qingming sent another message. How about inviting Ziyi too? I'm meeting her in person tonight. Mu Qingci agreed and contacted Chen Ziyi, who also replied swiftly, of course. Where should we meet? I'll head over right away. Mu Qingci forwarded her the address. Upon seeing the address, Chen Ziyi sent a mischievous emoji and said, who would have thought you'd go to a bar in University Town? Wait for me, girls, we're not going home until we're drunk tonight. Mu Qingci thought to herself, they're going to see men, not to drink. But it didn't matter. She opened her ride-hailing app and quickly booked a car, standing by the roadside to wait. During rush hour, it was hard to get a ride. Several colleagues passed by and offered her a lift, but she politely declined. Even Jiang Jing, who came out later, was surprised to see her still waiting. Junior, why aren't you taking the metro? Mu Qingci explained, I don't take the metro. I'm taking a cab. It's more convenient than transferring to the metro to get to University Town. Jiang Jing was a bit surprised. Doesn't the metro go directly to where you rent? Why take a cab? He then offered, come on, I'll give you a ride. No, I'm meeting my girlfriends in University Town. Senior Brother, you should go pick up your wife. Mu Qingci waved him off, indicating he should leave. Jiang Jing joked, little girl, just because I mentioned introducing you to my wife's friend's son, are you avoiding me now? Mu Qingci hurriedly denied, no way, I'm just worried you'll get stuck in traffic if you leave late. Jiang Jing asked again, sure you don't need a ride? No thank you. Alright then stay safe. Got it. Not long after Jiang Jing left, Mu Qingci's cab arrived. As soon as she got in, her phone buzzed with a message from Feng Lie. It was a picture of hairy crabs, followed by, no need to buy groceries tonight. Mu Qingci's heart raced, and she bit her lip before replying, Instructor Feng, I'm having dinner with Meng tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. After a moment's thought, she added, you left so much braised meat, I can't finish it all, and it'll go bad if left too long. Why don't you have it tonight? Feng Lie took a while to reply, okay. Mu Qingci breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, see, he's so indifferent. Inviting me for crab is just a courtesy. He surely doesn't want to live with someone who's constantly thinking about his abs. I need to pull myself together and act as if I'm unfazed no matter how much he shows off. The ride took over an hour due to traffic, but she finally arrived at her destination. Su Qingming and Chen Zi had been waiting for a while. As soon as Mu Qingci got out of the car, they each grabbed one of her arms. Su Qingming complained, Cici, you're finally here. I'm starving. Chen Zi asked, should we go in directly or eat nearby first? Mu Qingci was also hungry. Let's eat first. She glanced back at the bar, its neon lights flashing, charming night in large letters, which seemed a bit dubious. Before she could voice her thoughts, Su Qingming countered, I heard the owner loves reading CO romance novels and took the name directly from one. It's not dubious. It's your mind that's impure. The bar is perfectly legitimate. Mu Qingci questioned, a legitimate place would let us check out guys? This made Chen Zi laugh. Bars are full of men and women. If we're not checking them out, they're checking us out. Don't tell me you two have never been to a bar before. Neither Mu Qingci nor Su Qingming admitted to it. Chen Zi wasn't convinced. You two are such bookworms, always studying. Definitely haven't been to one, but you did the right thing by inviting me tonight. I'm a veteran here, and I'll protect you, she said, patting her chest in a big sisterly manner. Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng burst into laughter at her antics. After having dinner at a nearby restaurant, it was already past 7. They headed straight into the charming night bar. The bar situated in the university town primarily attracts college students, but it's not uncommon to see people from outside the academic circle coming in to have some fun. As the three friends stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped by the lively yet not overwhelming atmosphere. The bar's central stage and extended runway were the main attractions, surrounded by a bustling crowd waving colorful streamers with faces lit up in near-ecstatic excitement. Even those seated in booths or leaning against the bar occasionally glanced toward the runway, as if eagerly anticipating an exciting performance. Chen Zi looked around and couldn't help but remark, "This isn't quite what I imagined." Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. True. No one's dancing, and the music isn't so intense. It feels unique. Su Qingmeng grinned with satisfaction. Told you I'd bring you somewhere different. This isn't your typical bar. She stood on tiptoe, peering at the stage with a hint of regret. We should have finished dinner quicker to get better seats. Just then, a waiter approached, handing each of them a set of streamers, and explained mysteriously, "Welcome, ladies. Later, you can give these streamers to the models you like. Each model has a name tag matching the colors. The model who receives the most streamers tonight will grant the winner one wish." Su Qingmeng eagerly accepted the streamers, cheerfully replying, "Got it." The waiter briefly explained the show rules and schedule before guiding them to find a spot by the bar. Meanwhile, Zhou Lei, who had been lounging in a booth, listening to his friends rave about the performances, suddenly sat up, his gaze fixed in one direction. His friends followed his line of sight and couldn't help but whistle. "I told you there'd be eye candy in a place full of college girls," one of them commented. "Looks like there are some real beauties here tonight. Lei, which one caught your eye? Want us to help you make a move?" Jolie snorted, warning them, "You better not mess with them, or don't blame me if you don't see tomorrow's sun." "Are you joking, Lei? Are they with someone important?" A friend laughed, only to be kicked hard by Jolie. "Shut your filthy mouth, or I'll beat you to a pulp." Jolie snapped, then quickly took a photo of Mu Qingci at the bar and sent a message. "Lei, I just saw Miss Mu at the night charm bar in the university town. There's going to be a male model runway show later. Want to join?" After sending the message, he turned to his friends, instructing them sternly, "Keep an eye on them and make sure no idiots bother them, or you're done hanging out with me." Jolie's cronies immediately nodded, assuring him in unison, "Don't worry, Lei. We'll keep them safe and make sure no one bothers them." The three of them had just started sipping on their low-alcohol cocktails when the bar's music suddenly became electrifying. With the shift in rhythm, the crowd around the stage and catwalk erupted into cheers, and even the scattered patrons began to surge in that direction. Su Qingming quickly set down her drink and excitedly urged Mu Qingci and Chen Zi, "The show is starting. Let's get closer. Maybe we can make it to the front." Chen Zi, intrigued, immediately stood up. "Let's go. I'll clear the way for us to get to the front row." Mu Qingci, however, was still holding her drink, intending to take another sip. Seeing her reluctance, the other two promptly took her glass and set it on the bar, each grabbing one of her arms. Mu Qingci protested, "Why are you in such a rush? There are too many people. We won't get in. We can see from the back too. It's different. The closer you are, the better the view." Without further ado, they dragged Mu Qingci into the throng. Thanks to Chen Zi's efforts, they miraculously reached the front row. The jostling and screaming around made Mu Qingci's head spin. She glanced at the excited Su Qingmeng and Chen Zi, feeling out of place, so she focused her attention on the stage entrance, anticipating the upcoming performance. Suddenly, all the lights in the bar went out, and the screams grew even louder. Just as Mu Qingci was about to cover her ears, the lights blazed back on. Colored laser beams shot out from the stage edges, accompanied by a rapid drumbeat that quickened everyone's pulse. "They're here!" The crowd erupted with even more fervent shouts. When a group of male models wearing only underwear emerged from the stage entrance, Mu Qingci's eyes widened. From their vantage point, the models' long legs were the first to catch her attention, particularly the scant fabric covering their modesty. The screams almost lifted the roof. Mu Qingci was taken aback by the spectacle, her hands tightly held by Su Qingmeng and Chen Zi. Their shouts brought her back to reality, and she quickly shifted her gaze to the models' upper bodies. These male models had striking looks and physiques, their bodies glistening with body paint under the lights. The female audience members around them shouted excitedly, "So handsome. What a great body. I want to touch the chest of the one with the yellow tag. The one with the purple tag looks so reserved, yet his body is so hot. That one with the green tag? Oh my gosh. I can't handle it." Listening to the surrounding screams and watching the men strut on the catwalk, Mu Qingci couldn't help but internally critique. None of them have the physique or looks of Feng Jiaguan. These people's tastes are peculiar. Su Qingming clutched her hand, shaking with excitement. Qingci, I like the guys with the purple, red, yellow, and blue tags. Mu Qingci looked at her friend's frenzied expression with disdain. Chenzi grabbed her other hand. Qingci, I like all of them. I want to give each one a ribbon. Mu Qingci was speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Lei was anxiously pacing at the back. He asked his friends to try and get in to protect Mu Qingci and her friends, but the men couldn't penetrate the crowd and ended up scratched and bruised. Lei, it's not that we don't want to protect the ladies, one friend complained, his face bearing scratch marks. These women are too fierce. We can't get through. Another friend, his hand covered in scratches, added, That's right. It's a woman's world in there. If we force our way in, we'll get beaten up. Zhou Lei was even more anxious, so he took out his phone and recorded the chaotic scene to send to Feng Lie. Brother Feng, it's not that I don't want to protect Miss Mu, but we just can't get in. I didn't expect them to be so resourceful, making it to the front row. Though Feng Lie didn't reply, Zhou Lei felt it necessary to report. He didn't want to face Feng's wrath next time and potentially get beaten up. His small frame couldn't handle that. After the models had shown off their bodies, they stood waiting for the audience to hand out ribbons. Su Qingming and Chen Zi, eager, tugged at Mu Qingci to join them in giving ribbons to their favorite models. Mu Qingci declined, I'm not going. None of them are my type. Though Chen Zi and Su Qingming couldn't understand why she wasn't interested in any of them, they were too excited to care and rushed onto the stage to give ribbons to the models they admired. Mu Qingci took the opportunity to move to the side. After some time, Chen Zi and Su Qingming returned, their faces flushed with excitement. Su Qingming's voice trembled with excitement. Qingci, I touched the muscles on the purple guy's arm. They're so firm. Chen Zi proudly said, You were too reserved. I went straight for their chest muscles. The one with the purple tag felt the best. Mu Qingci was shocked. How did you dare? Chen Zi and Su Qingming laughed mischievously. Chen Zi added, We were already being restrained. Some people tried to touch places they shouldn't and got pulled away by security. The bar assigns bodyguards to the models for protection. Touching arms and chest muscles is okay, but anything else is off limits. The three of them returned to the bar. Listening to her friends excitedly discuss the feel of the male model's muscles, Mu Qingci couldn't relate at all and felt no thrill. She suddenly realized she might truly be different from others. After chatting for a while, and once the excitement subsided, the other two finally noticed Mu Qingci's unusual reaction. Su Qingming gently stroked Mu Qingci's forehead, her brows furrowed with worry. She asked with confusion, Xie, what's wrong with you tonight? You don't seem excited at all. Aren't you the one who loves checking out handsome guys the most? As lifelong friends, Su Qingming knew Mu Qingci all too well. This girl, who usually went crazy over her crushes, was surprisingly indifferent tonight. Chen Zi chimed in, the male models hired by the bar are top-notch. Don't you fancy even one of them? Mu Qingci held her head with one hand, looking troubled. Su Qingming and Chen Zi exchanged a glance, realizing something serious might be going on. Ci, did something big happen? Even such an exciting scene doesn't seem to interest you, Su Qingming pressed on. Chen Zi quickly added, whatever it is, just tell us. We will definitely help. Yeah, don't keep it to yourself. We'll be worried, Su Qingming agreed. Mu Qingci glanced around, wanting to confide but hesitating due to the crowd. She whispered, there are too many people here. This only heightened Su Qingming and Chen Zi's concern. How about we find a quiet place to talk? Su Qingming suggested. Chen Zi immediately took action. I'll go check if there's a private room available. Without waiting for a response, she went to inquire with the bartender. After confirming there was an available room, she promptly arranged for one. As soon as the three entered the private room, Chen Zi and Su Qingming looked at Mu Qingci anxiously. Su Qingming reassured her, Say, you're a top student. You've overcome tough times before. What's so difficult now? Chen Zi nodded in agreement. Yes, don't hold it in, let's figure it out together. Seeing her friend's concern, Mu Qingci felt warmth in her heart, and a slight smile crept onto her lips. She stopped beating around the bush, sat up straight, placed her hands on her knees, and with a conflicted expression said, I think I might have feelings for Instructor Feng. What? Su Qingming and Chen Zi exclaimed in unison. After a few seconds of silence, Su Qingming grabbed Mu Qingci's hand, asking in shock, Are you out of your mind? How could you have such a bold thought? Chen Zi took her other hand, equally shocked. Didn't you tell us how strict Mr. Feng is? How could you even think about it? Mu Qingci sighed helplessly and explained, Actually, I think Instructor Feng is a nice person, especially, she paused, looking distressed. When I looked at those male models earlier, I felt nothing. All I could think about was Instructor Feng's abs. I just want to touch them. Su Qingming and Chen Zi widened their eyes again, speechless for a moment. Finally, Su Qingming swallowed hard and gave Mu Qingci a thumbs up. You're so brave. Chen Zi followed suit. Girl, I can't compare to you. Mu Qingci leaned back on the sofa, feeling even more troubled, but Instructor Feng doesn't like women. Last night, I accidentally saw him in just shorts, and he reacted so strongly, he went back to his room immediately. Su Qingming and Chen Zi exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to respond. Mu Qingci held her face in her hands and continued. He must have just showered. That body, those 8-pack abs, these male models can't even compare. Do you think I might be falling for him? Su Qingming and Chen Zi fell silent, making Mu Qingci feel a bit anxious. Say something, you two. Chen Zi rubbed her forehead, while Su Qingming bit her finger, both deep in thought. A few minutes later, Chen Zi finally said with a complex expression, "So, you might really be in deep." Su Qingming added, "Maybe you should move out." Mu Qingci instinctively shook her head. "I'm not moving." "Then what?" Su Qingming analyzed. "You've already confirmed that Instructor Feng doesn't like women, and yet you still have feelings for him. Isn't that like digging your own grave? Unless you can hide your feelings in front of him." Mu Qingci frowned. "I blush and my heart races just seeing him. How can I hide it?" Su Qingming exclaimed. "This is serious." Mu Qingci realized the gravity of the situation too, but once she set her mind on something, she was determined to see it through. "I want Instructor Feng to know how I feel, but I don't want to be kicked out or make things awkward in the future. What should I do?" Su Qingming and Chen Zi fell into contemplation. Although they knew their friend was heading for trouble, they couldn't oppose her feelings. They could only let her figure it out herself. With this thought, they exchanged a look. Then Chen Zi said, "I might have a solution." Mu Qingci quickly asked, "What is it?" "It's a bit risky," Chen Zi said mysteriously. Chen Zi came up with a bold plan. She said to Mu Qingci, "Pretend to be drunk, but stay sober. Once you seem drunk, we'll take you back to Instructor Feng. You can take the opportunity to confess your feelings to him, then act as if you're too drunk to remember anything. The next day, observe his reaction. If he's cold, just explain that you have a habit of confessing when drunk and apologize. If it's too awkward to face him, then consider moving out." Mu Qingci pondered the plan carefully. She was reluctant to leave Instructor Feng's house, but she didn't want to stay if her confession caused him discomfort. After much deliberation, she decided to take this risky approach. Chen Zi called over a waiter and ordered 2 bottles of red wine. She asked Mu Qingci about her tolerance for alcohol. Mu Qingci recalled her only drunken experience after freshman military training and estimated she could handle 1 bottle. Chen Zi believed her and figured that 2 bottles shared among 3 people shouldn't be a problem. With glasses filled, Mu Qingci raised her glass confidently and declared, "To my confession, cheers." The 3 of them drank heartily. However, Chen Zi underestimated her friend's drinking capacity. After finishing the 2 bottles, Su Qingming was already fast asleep. Turning to Mu Qingci, Chen Zi was surprised by what she saw. Mu Qingci sat upright as usual, but her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes seemed to glisten with allure. She suddenly flashed Chen Zi a captivating smile, a moment of charm that made Chen Zi's heart race. "Oh my gosh!" Chen Zi exclaimed, clutching her chest. "Qingci, how are you so enchanting when you're drunk? Are you trying to turn me?" Chen Zi watched the drunken Mu Qingci beside her, confirming in her heart that Mu Qingci was indeed drunk. The obedient and docile demeanor she displayed now was so unlike her usual self that it made Chen Zi a bit worried. She sat down next to Mu Qingci, grasping her shoulders and looking directly into her eyes. "Qingci, do you remember why we are drinking tonight?" Chen Zi asked tentatively. Mu Qingci just blinked innocently with her large, watery eyes, offering no response. Chen Zi sighed, realizing this was troublesome. After a moment of hesitation, she muttered to herself, "Looks like she's really drunk. Should I still take you to Mr. Feng? What if he sees you being so compliant and tries something?" She quickly shook her head. "Wait, no. If Mr. Feng is really like the rumors say and isn't interested in women, he wouldn't be tempted no matter how obedient you are." Chen Zi couldn't help but recall the various rumors about Feng Lie. As someone from a wealthy family, she'd heard a lot about Feng Lie's capabilities and the complicated relationship with the patriarch, Shuelioi. As for Feng Lie never seeking out women and his long military service, those were just hearsay. Some rumors even suggested that Feng Lie might have been injured during his military service, affecting his ability to be with women. In the past, being unfamiliar with Feng Lie and somewhat intimidated, Chen Zi had merely laughed off these rumors. But watching her good friend get drunk just to confess to Feng Lie brought all those rumors to the forefront of her mind, leaving her conflicted. After much internal struggle, Chen Zi seemed to make up her mind. All right, let's just see this through. Even though Mr. Feng is intimidating to me, you don't seem to fear him at all. I'll hand you over to him, and whether you win him over is up to your charm. If it doesn't work out, I'll help you find a place to stay. With the Chen family's reputation, finding your dream home shouldn't be hard. If it is, I'll use all my allowance to buy you a place." With that, Chen Zi took out Mu Qingci's phone and said, "Qingci, I'm going to call Mr. Feng using your phone. Can you unlock it? Mu Qingci obediently unlocked the phone, which only made Chenzi more worried. Why are you so compliant when you're drunk? Luckily, it's just the three of us here. If there were others, they'd definitely take advantage of you. Mu Qingci just looked at her with innocent eyes. Chenzi couldn't help but pat her head, feeling like a mother worried about her daughter being bullied. She pulled up Mu Qingci's call history, where Feng Instructor was at the top. She asked, Qingci, is it this Feng Instructor? Mu Qingci tilted her head to look at the phone and suddenly pressed the dial button. Chenzi exclaimed, why are you so quick? I wasn't even ready. The call connected quickly, and Feng Lie's steady, commanding voice came through. Hello. Chenzi thought, you've been living with Qingci for so long, and you're still this formal? Seems like you're really not interested in her. Clearing her throat, she responded politely, hello, Mr. Feng. There was silence on the other end, which made Chenzi feel pressured and at a loss for words. Eventually, Feng Lie asked, what's the matter? Chenzi hurried to explain, we were drinking at a bar, and I didn't realize Qingci couldn't hold her liquor. She got drunk after just a little, and our friend is in the same state. I'm currently… Feng Lie interrupted, all right. I'll come pick her up. Then he hung up. Chenzi stared at the phone, stunned for a moment, and then looked at Mu Qingci in disbelief. Qingci, Mr. Feng said he's coming to pick you up. Wait a minute. She was surprised. Mr. Feng didn't even ask where we are. How does he know where to go? Just then, her sleeve was gently tugged. Chenzi quickly put aside her doubts and looked at Mu Qingci, who had leaned her head on her shoulder, softly saying, I'm dizzy. Chenzi's heart melted, and she quickly put Mu Qingci's phone away, asking with concern, Qingci, do you feel like throwing up? Do you want to lie down? I don't want to. I don't want to lie down. I want some water, Mu Qingci replied softly. Chenzi immediately grabbed a bottle of water, opened it, but Mu Qingci didn't take it. She just batted her pretty eyes at her and sweetly called, Z, sister. Chenzi felt her heart flutter and helplessly said, oh my goodness. Can you stop being so cute? I really don't want to turn gay. Despite her words, she couldn't bear to let Mu Qingci drink the water herself and held the bottle to her lips. Mu Qingci tilted her head back slightly, exposing her swan-like neck, and slowly drank the water. Watching her drink so obediently, Chenzi couldn't help but smile affectionately. Why do I feel like I'm taking care of a baby? Qingci, do you know how much you resemble a well-behaved baby when you're drunk? Mu Qingci finished drinking and sat there quietly again, making Chenzi chuckle even more. Chenzi stood in the private room, her eyes frequently darting to the door, waiting for Feng Lie to arrive. She held Mu Qingci's hand and whispered, Cici, remember, tonight you have to confess to Mr. Feng. Even if you get drunk, don't forget this. Mu Qingci tilted her head, her innocent big eyes blinking at Chenzi. That pure look made one want to tease her. Chenzi took a deep breath, leaned closer to Mu Qingci's ear, and repeated like a mantra, confess when you see Mr. Feng, then pretend to fall asleep. Tonight's the last chance, don't miss it. Even if you remember nothing tomorrow, you can gauge his reaction. Just make sure you confess, understand? Mu Qingci nodded obediently and softly replied. Chenzi felt uncertain and was about to remind her again when a knock on the door interrupted her. Who is it? Chenzi asked, puzzled, as she went to open the door. As soon as she opened it, she was surprised to find Feng Lie standing there, impeccably dressed and exuding a powerful aura. Before she could speak, Feng Lie directly asked, where is she? Instinctively, Chenzi stepped aside. Feng Lie's gaze went past her and immediately fixed on Mu Qingci, who was sitting inside. The young girl looked up at him, a sweet smile spreading across her face, reminiscent of the night she got drunk after military training 7 years ago. Feng Lie's fingers trembled slightly as he forced himself to look away, asking Chenzi, did you call a driver to pick you up? Yes, I did, Chenzi stammered. Can you take her friend with you? Yes. Feng Lie nodded and strode towards Mu Qingci. The young girl looked up at him, her big, watery eyes full of confusion. After a few seconds, she recognized him and softly called out, Instructor Feng. The call felt like a kitten's paw scratching at his heart. Feng Lie's intense gaze locked onto her as he gently responded. Suddenly, Mu Qingci reached out and grabbed his pants, right at the thigh. Chenzi watched with her heart in her throat, amazed at her friend's boldness. She sneaked a glance at Feng Lie's expression but was frightened by the dark, intense look in his eyes and quickly looked away. Should she go rescue Mu Qingci? Yet, she didn't dare to act rashly. Feng Lie looked down at the small hand clutching his pants, his eyes growing deeper. In a low voice he asked, can you walk on your own? Mu Qingci blinked her eyes and suddenly pouted, saying pitifully, Instructor Feng, I don't want to train anymore. I want to read books. I need to graduate quickly and earn money to ease my mom's burden. Chenzi's eyes instantly reddened at these words. She recalled the hardships she had heard about Mu Qingci's family back in the small town, and her heart ached with sympathy. Feng Lie gazed into Mu Qingci's eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing as he reached to unbutton his suit jacket. Standing by the door, Chen Ziyi was stunned. What is Mr. Feng planning to do to Cici? Just as Chen Ziyi was about to rush over to help Mu Qingci, Feng Lie's actions made her stop in her tracks. She watched as Feng Lie gracefully removed his suit jacket and gently placed it over Mu Qingci. He leaned down, his voice soothing as if speaking to a child. No training today, everyone gets a break. You can go study. Hearing this, Mu Qingci's eyes turned into crescent moons as she beamed and cheerfully replied, Thank you, Instructor Feng. Her face radiated genuine joy. Chen Ziyi watched the scene and couldn't help but wonder, why does her friend's consciousness revert to their military training days when she's drunk? Feng Lie softly asked again, Can you walk on your own? Mu Qingci looked at him with innocent eyes and replied irrelevantly, I want to recite the history of the Tang dynasty. Can you check if I got it right? Feng Lie nodded, sure. But you'll have to give me the book. Mu Qingci nodded demurely, It's in my dorm. I'll go get it for you. Alright, Feng Lie agreed. Mu Qingci suddenly turned her head, a sly smile playing on her lips like a little fox who had achieved her goal. Chen Ziyi was left stunned. So her friend was this adorable and fearless of Mr. Feng back in her freshman year. Feng Lie patiently asked once more, Can you walk on your own? Mu Qingci finally realized, and just as she was about to lift the jacket and stand up, Feng Lie grabbed her wrist. She was immobilized. Looking at Feng Lie pitifully, Instructor Feng, I can't move. She then naturally extended her other hand. You made it so I can't move, so you have to take responsibility and send me back. Feng Lie released her wrist and effortlessly lifted her in his arms. Cradled against him, Mu Qingci still looked up at him with her big, watery eyes and asked, Who said, the ruler is like a boat and the people like water. Water can carry the boat or overturn it. I forgot. Feng Lie frowned silently, a troubled look on his face as if he couldn't answer. Mu Qingci proudly lifted her chin. Instructor Feng, you're so silly. It was Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. Even if you don't know history, haven't you watched TV? Chen Ziyi was quietly amazed. Girl, you're so brave. Feng Lie carried Mu Qingci to where Chen Ziyi was standing and paused, saying, I'll take her back first. Could you please take her friend home? Chen Ziyi nodded instinctively. It wasn't until Feng Lie left with Mu Qingci that she snapped back to reality. Hey, wait, why did Mr. Feng just act like he's Qingci's guardian, saying he'll take her back and asking me to take her friend home? Suddenly, Chen Ziyi seemed to stumble upon a shocking revelation, her eyes widening as she swallowed hard, exclaiming, Could it be that Mr. Feng also likes Qingci? Excited, she rushed to the sleeping Su Qingming, shaking her. Meng, wake up. Let's analyze this. Does Mr. Feng like Qingci too? But the heavily intoxicated Su Qingming remained fast asleep. Chen Ziyi was itching to share her discovery but couldn't tell anyone else, leaving her even more restless. Meanwhile, Feng Lie carefully placed Mu Qingci in the passenger seat at the parking lot. Mu Qingci sat obediently, curiously watching as Feng Lie buckled her seatbelt. They were so close, their breaths mingled. Feng Lie tried hard not to look at her. Just as he was about to straighten up, Mu Qingci suddenly poked his cheek, murmuring, Why do you feel a bit like that devil Instructor Feng? Feng Lie couldn't resist turning to look at her, their faces just inches apart. He could clearly see her flushed cheeks from the alcohol, the fine hairs on her delicate skin, and her fluttering eyelashes. Unabashed, Mu Qingci gave him a sweet smile, like a little son. Feng Lie's gaze lingered on her cherry blossom-like lips for a moment before he straightened up, closed the car door, and moved to the driver's seat. After the car drove away, Zhou Lei and his group of friends finally dared to come out from hiding. One of them suddenly asked, Lei, isn't that guy the owner of the long-distance company who went viral online recently, Mr. Feng? Zhou Lei was taken aback by the question, furrowing his brows as he glanced at the person who spoke. With a peculiar expression, he retorted, Do you think someone I fear would run an unknown company? The person was left speechless and dared not say more. Zhou Lei looked around at everyone, warning them sternly, From now on, whenever you see Miss Mu, steer clear. If you see anyone bullying her, step in and help. That's the only way we'll have peace. Though they still didn't understand why a young master like Zhou Lei would be so wary of Mr. Feng, they knew better than to offend someone he feared. They quickly agreed. Got it, we understand. Meanwhile, Feng Lie drove into Building 2 of Donghu Community and parked the car steadily. He unbuckled his seatbelt, walked around the car, and opened the door for Mu Qingci, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Mu Qingci turned her head to look at him, her eyes showing some confusion. Feng Lie said softly, We're home. Mu Qingci blinked and turned to look at the building beside them, frowning, You're lying. This isn't my dorm. Feng Lie explained. This is the apartment you rented? Mu Qingci frowned even more, gripping the seatbelt tightly, showing a hint of safety awareness. At that moment, Feng Lie suddenly said, In your rented apartment, there's a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase with red underglaze. Mu Qingci's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Yes, Feng Lie replied softly. Mu Qingci tried to get out of the car right away but was held back by the seatbelt. She became a bit anxious, and Feng Lie quickly placed a firm hand on her shoulder, his voice carrying a hint of authority. "Don't move." As if compelled by his commanding tone, Mu Qingci quieted down. Feng Lie leaned over carefully to unbuckle her seatbelt, then lifted her out of the car. Mu Qingci looked at him, and as they approached the elevator, she suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Why are you carrying me?" "You can't walk," Feng Lie answered succinctly. Mu Qingci pouted, turning her head to mutter to herself, "I knew it. That demon of an instructor made us run 10 kilometers again without letting us eat. No wonder I can't walk. I must find a way to make him suffer with us." When the elevator doors opened, Feng Lie glanced down at her, carrying her inside without interrupting her murmurs. However, Mu Qingci suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at his chest. Feng Lie's jacket, which had been draped over her at the bar, was brushed off in the car, leaving him in just a black silk shirt. The fabric was thin and smooth. Mu Qingci, intrigued, couldn't resist rubbing her cheek against it. Feng Lie's body tensed slightly. When the elevator reached the 8th floor and the doors opened, he carried her towards the apartment door. But Mu Qingci's curiosity about her surroundings grew stronger. She started feeling the material of his shirt, fascinated by the solid texture beneath. Especially when she felt a rapid thumping under her palm, she widened her eyes and touched it again. Her hand inadvertently slid from his chest to the edge of his button, and her fingers slipped into the gap. Feng Lie instantly stiffened and warned in a low voice, "Little girl, don't move." Mu Qingci looked up at him upon hearing his voice. Feng Lie had already reached the door, intending to hold her with one hand while opening the door with the other. He said quietly, "Put your arms around my neck." Mu Qingci remained still, her fingers still resting on his skin. Then she bent her fingers, lightly tapping as if playing a piano. The muscles beneath twitched slightly. As if discovering something new, she lowered her gaze, staring at where her fingers disappeared for a couple of seconds before withdrawing her hand. Just as Feng Lie breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly grabbed the gap in his shirt and gave it a tug. The quality of the shirt was unexpectedly good. Even after Mu Qingci tugged at it several times with all her might, it remained intact. It seemed she was determined to conquer the shirt, pulling at it a few more times. Yet her efforts were in vain, and a wave of frustration washed over her. She lifted her head, her big, watery eyes locking onto Feng Lie. Meeting her gaze, Feng Lie's voice dropped a few notches. "What are you trying to do?" Mu Qingci bit her lower lip and tilted her head slightly, as if in thought. Her fingers absent-mindedly landed on a button, playing with it carelessly. In this unintentional action, the button suddenly came undone, revealing a patch of bronzed skin. Mu Qingci's eyes were drawn to the unexpected sight, staring at the exposed skin for several seconds. Then, as if she had discovered a new amusement, her fingers continued their work, quickly undoing the 2 adjacent buttons. With the top 3 buttons of the shirt undone, a broad expanse of muscular chest was revealed. The firm, powerful chest muscles spoke of strength, especially from such a close distance, where even some faint scars were visible. Mu Qingci's fingers unconsciously traced a very light scar. The next moment, her fingers were caught. A low, dangerous voice filled with a warm breath whispered by her ear, "Little girl, you've gotten bold after drinking." Before she could react, Feng Lie lifted her with one arm, effortlessly placing her on his arm. Mu Qingci, now facing him directly, seemed startled by the sudden shift. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Feng Lie's neck. Holding her securely like a child, Feng Lie quickly refastened the buttons she had undone, then reached to open the door. Once the door was open, he carried her inside with confident strides. Mu Qingci, looking at his handsome face so close, suddenly poked his cheek with a finger. Feng Lie paused, lowering his voice in a threatening tone, "If you don't behave, I'll put you down and you can walk yourself." Hearing this, Mu Qingci immediately tightened her grip around his neck, pressing herself closer to him. Her soft, smooth skin brushed against his slightly rough cheek, and the softness of her chest pressed against his. The faint fragrance she carried mixed with the scent of alcohol, creating an intoxicating aroma. Feng Lie closed his eyes and took a deep breath, swiftly moving to the sofa where he gently set her down. But Mu Qingci didn't release her hold on his neck. Feng Lie took another deep breath, his voice even deeper. "Be good, let go of me." No, Mu Qingci clearly enjoyed being held by him and began to pout. "I want a hug." Feng Lie braced his hands on his knees, his hot breath escaping his nose. Just a slight turn of his head would reveal her fair neck. At this moment, her cheek was pressed against his neck, and the air seemed to be filled with an ambiguous tension. Feng Lie's years of self-control were hanging by a thread. Using the last of his rationality, he coaxed her softly, "Let go of me first and I'll hug you again." Mu Qingci believed him and immediately let go. However, she realized the person in front of her had stepped back. Mu Qingci blinked, then pouted, accusingly saying, "You liar." Feng Lie took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound stern. You're drunk. Go to sleep. If you still want a hug when you wake up, I'll hug you. No, Mu Qingci started whining. I want a hug now. Feng Lie's hand clenched at his side. Be good. Not being good. Mu Qingci suddenly stood up. But in her drunken state, she hadn't shown any signs while sitting. As soon as she stood, her legs gave way, and she was about to fall toward the coffee table. In a split second, she was caught in a strong embrace. Feng Lie looked down, meeting a pair of beautiful, tear-filled eyes. Mu Qingci cried out in frustration, I want a hug. Then she added, I miss my dad. Feng Lie's heart instantly melted, and he lifted her with one arm, gently stroking her back with the other, soothing her softly, don't cry. The more he comforted her, the harder she cried. She clung to his neck, burying her head in the crook of it, sobbing as she accused, You're a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. Officer Feng is a bad guy too. Feng Lie pressed his lips together, sighing inwardly, continuing to gently pat her back. After a while, he asked softly, Do you really dislike Officer Feng? Dislike. Feng Lie's heart sank. Just as his heartbeat began to calm, the little girl in his arms spoke again. I disliked Officer Feng during the military training, but I like the Officer Feng now. A surge of joy rushed through his chest, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Feng Lie turned his head to look at the little girl sitting in his arms, unable to hide the heat in his gaze. In a hoarse voice he asked, Why do you like the Officer Feng now? Mu Qingci seemed to ponder deeply. Feng Lie didn't rush her, patiently waiting for her answer. After a while, Mu Qingci finally spoke, her voice tinged with a bit of drunkenness. Nowadays, Instructor Feng doesn't make me train all the time, nor does he punish me. I like his house, I like the blue and white porcelain with red underglaze, I like the meals he cooks, and I also like… She suddenly paused, as if contemplating her next words. Feng Lie noticed her hesitation and deliberately lowered his voice, coaxing her gently at her ear. What else do you like? Mu Qingci rubbed her cheek against his shoulder, becoming slightly bashful. She whispered, I also like Instructor Feng's muscles want to touch. Then she quickly added, but you mustn't tell Instructor Feng. Feng Lie couldn't help but smile, glancing at her delicate earlobe. His Adam's apple bobbed as he asked, Why can't I tell him? He doesn't like me, wants to kick me out, Mu Qingci murmured. I don't want to move out. Hearing this, Feng Lie couldn't hold back any longer. He gently caressed her exposed cheek, the silky smoothness under his fingertips making his gaze deepen. He continued in a low, magnetic voice, How do you know he doesn't like you? Haven't you noticed that he treats you differently from everyone else? No. Mu Qingci's cheek itched from his touch, and she looked up into his eyes with a hint of displeasure. Not at all. Feng Lie gazed at her cherry lips, now so close, his voice dropping even lower. I'm sorry, my mistake. Mu Qingci seemed not to hear him, instead scrutinizing his face, as if verifying his identity. Suddenly, she cupped his face with both hands and huffed in annoyance. You've come into my dream again. This time I'm definitely going to bite you first. Before he could respond, she abruptly turned her head and bit down on Feng Lie's neck. Feng Lie breathed out heavily, his large hand already covering the back of her neck. He could have easily pushed her away, but he didn't. The little girl bit hard, yet he barely felt any pain. Instead, a strong electric current seemed to shoot through him from where she bit, sending an indescribable tingling sensation coursing through his body, making his breaths heavier and his muscles involuntarily tense. Feng Lie restrained his impulse, gently stroking the back of her neck to soothe her emotions. The room fell into silence, save for the rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing. After a while, Mu Qingci finally released her bite, looking up with a frown of distaste. Not tasty. Feng Lie's gaze was intense, fixed on the trace of blood on her lips. Her already vivid lips looked even more alluring with the touch of blood, making self-control difficult. But he held himself back. He couldn't take advantage of her while she was drunk and not fully aware. So, he suppressed the wild beast stirring within him and said softly, You should go to sleep. Mu Qingci looked at him puzzled. Feng Lie added, You're a good girl, you need to go to bed early and wake up early. Mu Qingci nodded obediently. Feng Lie picked her up and carried her to her bedroom. As he pushed the door open, a faint, girlish fragrance greeted him. It was his first time entering her room, and the entire space felt warm and welcoming because of her presence. Without looking around, he took her straight to the bed. However, when he tried to put her down, Mu Qingci refused to let go, clinging tightly to his neck and pouting. I can't sleep, I haven't taken a bath yet. Mu Qingci was sitting on the bed, her arms still tightly wrapped around Feng Lie's neck. She had just mentioned wanting to take a bath, but immediately turned playful, curling her legs around his, transforming into a koala that refused to let go. Feng Lie gazed down at her pretty face, so close to his. 7 years had passed, and Mu Qingci had shed her youthful innocence. Her features remained soft, yet the alcohol had added a hint of allure. Her eyes, usually twinkling like a sky full of stars, were now misty, like an ink painting suddenly enriched with vibrant colors. Her waist-length hair had come undone with her movements, the hair tie nowhere in sight, and her glossy black locks cascaded like a waterfall. Feng Lie had to admit that the quirky little girl he once knew had grown into a graceful young woman, albeit one who enjoyed being a bit of a handful after drinking. He kept one arm around her waist to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable, gently coaxing, "You're too weak to bathe alone." Mu Qingci, however, was stubborn. "No, I want to bathe." Feng Lie looked at her with a deep gaze, his lips pressed together, his voice even lower. "I'm a man. Do you want me to help you bathe?" Hearing this, Mu Qingci instinctively shook her head. No. Feng Lie relented. "Then just sleep tonight and bathe in the morning." "No," Mu Qingci pouted, her face showing resistance. "I want to bathe." Feng Lie, exasperated, knew reasoning with a tipsy person was futile. After some thought, he said, "If you don't behave, I'll call your mom." Mu Qingci immediately released his neck upon hearing this. Fortunately, Feng Lie had been supporting her waist, preventing her from falling. Seeing the slight panic in her eyes, he softened his voice further. "I'll get some water to wash your face and hands. After that, you sleep. If you behave, I won't call your mom." Mu Qingci nodded obediently. "Okay." Only then did Feng Lie feel reassured enough to lay her down on the bed. Once she was settled, she lay still, her eyes fixed on him, insisting, "Don't call my mom. She's working hard, and she can't know I'm too exhausted from training to move." Feng Lie felt a pang of tenderness and softly agreed, then pulled a light summer blanket over her before leaving to fetch a basin of warm water. Returning, he wrung out a wet towel and bent down to wash her face. However, as the towel approached, Mu Qingci turned her head away and added a new request. "I need to remove my makeup." Feng Lie paused, silent for a few seconds before asking, "How do I do that?" "I don't know how." Mu Qingci laughed at him, teasing, "Feng officer, you're so clueless." Infected by her laughter, Feng Lie smiled back and said softly, "You can teach me, just like how you taught me to ask you history questions." Mu Qingci immediately bargained, "Then I won't do extra training tomorrow." Feng Lie agreed, "All right." "Yay." Mu Qingci cheered, raising her hand in a victory sign, causing the blanket to slip off. Feng Lie covered her again. Dressed lightly for summer, Mu Qingci wore a dress with hints of Hanfu style. Although nothing was revealed, the fabric clung to her, outlining her graceful figure. Oblivious, Mu Qingci began instructing him on makeup removal. First, pour the makeup remover onto a cotton pad, then use the pad to wipe off the makeup. "Where's the makeup remover and cotton pads?" Feng Lie asked. Mu Qingci gave him a "You're so clueless, look again, they must be in my makeup bag." Feng Lie's gaze shifted to the dressing table. Adorned with a few items of classical design, there were surprisingly few cosmetics. He carefully examined each bottle and jar but couldn't find anything labeled as makeup remover. After a moment's thought, he suspected she might have been referring to a setup from 7 years ago. Now that she used the bathroom independently, those items might be kept there. With this in mind, he placed the towel back in the basin and went to search the bathroom for makeup remover. After a while, he returned with a package labeled makeup remover wipes, intending to confirm with Mu Qingci. To his surprise, she had already fallen asleep while waiting. Feng Lie gazed at her peaceful sleeping face for a long time, then took out his phone to search for makeup removal instructions. Once he understood the process, he quietly helped Mu Qingci remove her makeup, wash her face, and clean her hands. Finally, he softly whispered, "Good night," and carried the basin out. After leaving, Feng Lie took a cold shower, grabbed a bottle of ice water from the fridge, and drank half of it in one go. With that done, he stepped onto the balcony. Staring at the bustling night view across East Lake, he contemplated how to approach the conversation with this young girl in the morning. He had always known that she harbored some resentment towards him because of the military training years ago. Over the years, although he occasionally checked in on her, he never intended to pursue anything further with her. After all, the age gap between them was significant, and he couldn't guarantee he could win her heart. However, fate has a way of playing tricks. The first time he agreed to go on a blind date set up by his grandmother, he unexpectedly encountered her. The young girl was just as she had been back then, seemingly just watching the scene unfold but with an air of justified righteousness. He thought to himself that she was probably gloating, thinking he finally got his comeuppance. He thought it was just a chance encounter, but it turned out she later helped his grandmother. Not only that, she even found him a place near East Lake and almost got into trouble because of it. At that moment, an idea sprouted in his mind. Why not keep her close by? Even if she feared him, he could at least ensure her safety. Yet, he underestimated the impact she had on him. Looking back 7 years, he had struggled to overcome his inner demons because of a particular mission. By a twist of fate, he ended up at S University. Originally, he was supposed to train the military students, but he was taken to the regular students' training site. Seeing those seemingly fragile students, he was reminded of his fallen comrades, and anger surged within him. He vowed to make these students stronger, believing that only by strengthening the people of China could sacrifices be reduced. He randomly chose a class to train and was determined to toughen them up. However, his methods were too harsh, causing the students to both fear and resent him. At that time, he didn't think he was wrong until that young girl stood up and negotiated with him. In that moment, he realized that not only soldiers could be hard on themselves, someone could be equally relentless in their studies. He first noticed her because of her determination. Soon, he discovered that she wasn't just determined in her studies. She had many clever tricks and loved to see him at a disadvantage. What frustrated him even more was that, despite knowing he would suffer, he couldn't refuse her requests. Gradually, he found that the shadows in his heart began to dissipate through their battles of wits. She helped him understand that living on was the only way to turn the impossible into possible. It was because of her that he managed to overcome his inner demons and continue to fight on the front lines. He not only wanted to avenge his comrades but also to show everyone that with people like them around, no one could bully China. At 4:30 in the morning, Feng Lie's phone suddenly rang. He quickly opened his eyes, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. On the other end was Shui Yin's restrained voice. Brother. Grandpa suddenly passed out. Feng Lie furrowed his brow, swiftly got out of bed and dressed. Has the doctor arrived? He asked while quickly putting on his clothes. Not yet. The butler called us as soon as Grandpa fainted, and we're on our way to his place. All right, I'm coming over immediately. Make sure to keep the news contained. Got it, I know. After hanging up, Feng Lie was already fully dressed. He grabbed his phone and hurried out of the bedroom. As he passed through the living room, he paused for a moment, his gaze involuntarily turning towards Mu Qingci's bedroom door. After a brief hesitation, he turned and went into the kitchen, picked up a notepad and pen, quickly scribbled a note, and stuck it on the refrigerator before rushing out the door. Mu Qingci was jolted awake by the sound of her phone ringing. The alternating alerts for calls and video calls were like a relentless alarm clock. She was so groggy that she couldn't even open her eyes, and she fumbled around for her phone by sound alone. After finally grabbing it, she squinted at the screen and saw it was Chen Ziyi calling, so she swiped to answer. Qingci, you finally picked up. Chen Ziyi's relieved voice came through the line. How did it go last night? Did you confess successfully? Mu Qingci was stunned for a few seconds as her brain tried to catch up. Suddenly, memories from last night surged back like a tidal wave she had been drinking, and then, while many details and conversations were blurry, the audacious things she did to Instructor Feng were vividly clear in her mind. Mu Qingci let out a wail and buried her head deep in the covers. She wished she could disappear or teleport to Mars at that very moment. The more she remembered, the more she felt utterly embarrassed and ashamed, unable to speak. What happened? What's wrong? Chen Ziyi was startled by her reaction and asked anxiously. Chen Ziyi mistakenly assumed that Mu Qingci's confession had failed, which surprised her. That shouldn't be. I thought about it all night, and I'm sure Mr. Feng is interested in you. She began analyzing. I called him, and he showed up in less than 10 minutes, so he must have been nearby the bar. I mean, he's a big boss. Why else would he be in the university town for no reason? Especially since he carried you away like a princess. You don't know how bold you were when you saw him, tugging at his pants and giving him a hard time, yet he still appeased you. Mu Qingci suddenly popped her head out from under the covers and asked eagerly, then what happened? Then he took you away, Chen Ziyi continued, and he asked me to help send Meng Meng home. The way he spoke at that time was like a parent taking his child home. I think he definitely likes you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up so quickly or covered you with his jacket when carrying you out, as if worried about exposing you. Mu Qingci's heart raced, and her cheeks felt like they were on fire. She instinctively touched her face, thinking that perhaps Ziyi's analysis made sense. What if Instructor Feng really did have feelings for her too? She quickly glanced at her phone. It was already past 7. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she told Chen Ziyi, I'll go see if Instructor Feng has left. Go quickly, Chen Ziyi agreed. If Mr. Feng reacts differently, just blame it on the alcohol. Okay. After hanging up, Mu Qingci took a deep breath, got out of bed, and headed for the door. Halfway there, she realized her dress was wrinkled and quickly turned back to the wardrobe to pick out a pretty dress to change into. Looking in the mirror, she was surprised to find her face clean. I actually removed my makeup last night. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She hurriedly opened the door and went out. The living room was quiet, and there was no sound from the kitchen. It was clear that Feng Lie had already left. Feeling a bit deflated, Mu Qingci went to freshen up. Afterward, she was still unwilling to give up and sent Feng Lie a message asking where he was. But he didn't reply at all. After waiting for a while, she couldn't help herself and called him. The call was cut off after just 2 rings. Woo woo woo. Mu Qingci felt like the sky was falling. Could it be that she and Ziyi were both wrong? Did Instructor Feng not like her at all, and her drunken antics last night had annoyed him so much that he didn't even want to take her calls? Feeling downcast, Mu Qingci sat on the sofa and sent Chen Ziyi a message. Ziyi, I'm doomed. Chen Ziyi immediately video called her. When Mu Qingci answered, Chen Ziyi began to comfort her, Qingci, you're beautiful, elegant, and a top student. If Mr. Feng doesn't accept you, it's his loss. Let's not be sad over someone who's blind. Look at all the other people. If you want, just a flick of your finger, and there are plenty of excellent men for you to choose from. Mu Qingci felt a bit thirsty. Holding her phone, she walked toward the kitchen, saying, "But I just like Instructor Feng. I don't like other men." "That's because Mr. Feng has a house in Donghu District and a great physique," Chen Zi analyzed. "Just wait. Today I'll find a few equally outstanding men for you. Once you meet a few more, you'll realize you might not like Mr. Feng that much after all." "Really?" Mu Qingci was a bit skeptical. "You have to trust me," Chen Zi said confidently. Mu Qingci pursed her lips without saying anything as she walked into the kitchen and headed straight for the fridge. As she looked up, she noticed a sticky note on the fridge door. It read, "There's an emergency at home, and I probably won't be able to contact you for the next couple of days. Let's talk properly when I get back. Feng Lie." Upon seeing the note left by Instructor Feng, Mu Qingci felt a tightness in her chest and couldn't help but wonder, did something happen to Instructor Feng's family? Was it his grandmother who was unwell? As she spiraled into worry, Chen Zi's voice came through her phone, laced with a hint of disdain. "Think about it, Mr. Feng seems so cold, strict, and dull. You probably wouldn't have much fun with him. Why not find someone who understands you and shares common interests? My brothers definitely know such men. I'll ask them to introduce someone right away." With that, Chen Zi pretended to leave the camera's view. Mu Qingci hurriedly called out to her, "Zi, wait." Chen Zi paused, looking puzzled. "What's up?" Mu Qingci's emotions were mixed, her brow slightly furrowed, her voice tinged with concern. "Instructor Feng left me a note saying there's something going on with his family and that we should talk when he gets back." Determined to see for herself, she added, "Zi, I have to go now." Not waiting for Chen Zi's reply, Mu Qingci ended the video call. She quickly grabbed her bag and dashed out the door. Mu Qingci headed straight for the old district where Feng's grandmother lived. Although she didn't know the exact address, she cleverly called the Chu family to inquire. After getting the house number, she bought a bouquet of flowers along the way and soon found the place. However, standing outside Feng's grandmother's house, Mu Qingci suddenly realized her impulsiveness. She pressed her lips together, her gaze lingering on the closed gate, caught in a dilemma. Just as she was hesitating, a familiar voice came from behind. "Young lady, who are you looking for?" Turning around, Mu Qingci saw Feng's grandmother dressed in a silk white jacket, holding a folding fan, clearly just back from a dance activity. Upon seeing Mu Qingci, the elderly woman's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Oh, it's little Miss Mu. What brings you here? Come in and have a seat." Seeing Feng's grandmother safe and sound, Mu Qingci's worries eased. She realized the family issue Instructor Feng mentioned must relate to the Shui side of the family. Feng's grandmother skillfully unlocked the door and warmly invited Mu Qingci inside. Mu Qingci smiled and handed over the flowers, to which the elderly woman was pleasantly surprised. "Are these for me?" Mu Qingci nodded, finding an excuse to explain her sudden visit. "Thanks to your grandson for helping me find a place. I've been meaning to visit you, but I've been busy." Feng's grandmother beamed like a child, playfully sniffing the flowers and her face glowing with joy. "You're the first to buy me flowers. The rest of the family is allergic to romance, always buying things I don't need or like." Mu Qingci gently replied, "Whatever they give, it shows they care about you." "Haha, indeed." Feng's grandmother laughed, inviting Mu Qingci in. "Miss Mu, please come in and sit." Mu Qingci gladly accepted the invitation and followed her into the yard. The courtyard was spacious, with a lush apple tree on the left and a grapevine laden with ripe purple grapes on the right. Under the grape arbor was a stone table, likely used for chess games by the elderly woman. Inside, Feng's grandmother found a vase to arrange the flowers. When Mu Qingci saw the vase, her eyes lit up. It appeared to be a Song Dynasty Yuhuchen vase, finely crafted and uniquely colored. But seeing the grandmother's delight in arranging the flowers, Mu Qingci chose to keep silent. After arranging the flowers, Feng's grandmother brought out various snacks and drinks to entertain Mu Qingci. Seeing her accept the hospitality, the elderly woman's smile grew even brighter. She sat next to Mu Qingci, engaging in a pleasant conversation. Feng's grandmother inquired about Mu Qingci's work, and Mu Qingci answered each question. Clearly growing more fond of her, the elderly woman couldn't help but sigh. "It's a pity you already have a boyfriend. Otherwise I'd introduce you to my grandsons and let you choose." Mu Qingci blushed slightly, smiling softly. "Grandma, I don't have a boyfriend yet." "Oh, that's wonderful." Feng's grandmother's eyes sparkled. "I'll introduce you to my grandsons, and you can choose which one you'd like as your boyfriend." With that, she reached for her phone to call her grandsons. Mu Qingci didn't expect Grandma Feng to be so proactive. She quickly stepped forward to stop her, saying, "Grandma, please don't call him." With a hint of embarrassment, she added, "Grandma, let us young people handle our own feelings. You just need to be healthy and happy every day." Grandma Feng looked at Mu Qingci's pretty face and remembered that she lived in the same neighborhood as her eldest grandson, who had helped her find the apartment. Suddenly, A light bulb went off in her head. Her grandson wouldn't go out of his way for a girl he's not interested in, especially since he had previously told her not to worry, saying he had a plan. Could it be that his plan was to bring this young lady closer to him? Thinking of this, Grandma Feng beamed with joy, took Mu Qingci's hand, and said with a big smile, all right, I won't interfere with you young folks' matters. Despite saying she wouldn't meddle, she went on to enthusiastically list all of Feng Lie's virtues to Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci listened to Grandma Feng's praises of Feng Lie for a good half hour until Jiang Zheng called, giving her a chance to bid farewell. As she was leaving, Grandma Feng reluctantly handed her a bag of grapes and snacks, reminding her, Qingci, come visit me whenever you can. It's lonely here by myself, and I'd be so happy to have your company. Mu Qingci nodded and smiled, sure Grandma. Goodbye, Grandma. As she left the old town, Mu Qingci noticed that both Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng had messaged her. They both seemed to think she had failed in her confession and were trying to comfort her. Mu Qingci decided to create a group chat with the two of them and explained, I didn't confess last night. Before they could reply, she added, but I think I might have done something terrible to Instructor Feng. Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng immediately asked, what did you do? Mu Qingci hesitated, feeling it was hard to explain, and finally said vaguely, well, I went wild after drinking and gave him a hard time. This revelation hit Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng like a bombshell, and they both expressed their admiration for Mu Qingci's courage. However, Mu Qingci kept replaying last night's events in her mind, undressing Instructor Feng, touching his abs, biting his neck hard enough to draw blood and crying for him to hold her. These memories were so embarrassing that she wished she could escape to Mars. Worse still, she couldn't bring herself to speak about them, leaving her to endure the toe-curling shame on her own. She began to worry whether Instructor Feng would despise her for her actions and possibly ask her to move out as soon as they met. This thought filled her with anxiety, and she suddenly felt the urge to avoid him for a while. When she got to the office, Jiang Zheng introduced her to her temporary assistant, Yuan Yong, and asked about her travel plans. Mu Qingci immediately responded, I want to visit the remaining 3 famous embroiderers and then return. Yuan Yong seemed to disagree, saying, there's no need to rush. But Mu Qingci only wanted to leave as soon as possible. I already delayed my plans last week, and it disrupted my schedule. I want to finish this work quickly. Seeing her determination, Jiang Zheng said, all right, after the work is done, you can take a few days to travel before coming back. Mu Qingci nodded. Her temporary assistant, Yuan Yong, was one of Jiang Zheng's students and treated her with great respect, calling her Little Master Aunt. He asked, Little Master Aunt, when should we leave? I'll book the tickets. Without hesitation, Mu Qingci replied, book tickets for this afternoon. Yuan Yong promptly asked for her ID number and booked their flights to D Province for 2:30 p.m. online. Jiang Zheng, knowing that Mu Qingci would be away for a while, suggested, since you're leaving today, how about we have lunch with your sister-in-law? She's been complaining you haven't visited us in ages. Also, Xiaofei is coming back soon with his girlfriend. When they return, we can all have a meal together. However, Mu Qingci wasn't in the mood for lunch, especially since she had to pack for the afternoon flight. Let's have lunch after my business trip. I need to pack, or I won't make it in time. Jiang Zheng didn't insist but playfully teased her. All right, but if you refuse again after you return, be prepared for your sister-in-law to come to the office and drag you home. Mu Qingci played along, feigning fear. I wouldn't dare. My sister-in-law is a renowned strict professor at S University. I'm afraid of her educational love. With that, she stood up and said, Editor-in-chief, I'll head out now. Jiang Zheng, go ahead. Jiang Zheng's voice echoed in the office. Then he added, Yuan Yong has good potential academically. Taking him along could also be a way to test him for me. Mu Qingci nodded in agreement, saying, understood. She exited Jiang Zheng's office and encountered Yuan Yong waiting in the hallway. She briefly explained a few things and ended with a, see you at the airport, before hurrying back to Donghu Community to pack her luggage. On her way, Mu Qingci called Su Qingmeng and Chen Zi to explain the situation. Both of them agreed with her decision to go on the business trip at this time. Chen Zi teased, maybe when you come back, Mr. Feng will have forgotten your drunken antics from last night. The more you travel, the less you'll like Mr. Feng. Su Qingmeng suggested, even if Instructor Feng remembers, just deny it. CI, use the persistence you had back in the day when you pursued Instructor Feng, so he can't push you away. Mu Qingci nodded silently, thinking their ideas weren't bad. Back at Donghu Community, Mu Qingci quickly packed her luggage and then made a video call to her mother, Meng Milan. Meng Milan rambled on about things to be cautious of while on the trip, and Mu Qingci agreed to everything. Then, they started chatting about the home renovation. The renovation company Feng Lie recommended is really impressive, Meng Milan said with a smile. Now I only need to check in occasionally and bring them water. You wouldn't believe how many neighbors envy us for having found such a good renovation company. Mu Qingci quickly reminded her, Mom, don't tell them the exact cost. If anyone wants to contact them, just give them the manager's number. After all, It was thanks to Feng Lie's help, and we shouldn't put him in a difficult position. Meng Milan nodded in understanding and then changed the subject. By the way, do Feng Lie and his friends like the braised pork and meat sauce I make? They do, Mu Qingci confirmed. After a few more exchanges, Meng Milan suddenly asked, CI. Do you remember that matchmaker who wanted to introduce you to that boy from the Liang family who runs a building materials company in the city? Mu Qingci thought for a moment and nodded. I remember. Why? Meng Milan's expression turned a bit odd. Your second uncle's family moved to the city, right? This morning, your aunt told me that Wanju and that Liang boy have hit it off, and the Liang family is coming to propose soon. Mu Qingci was surprised. That happened so fast. They're already getting engaged. Meng Milan hesitated before advising, even if you get a boyfriend, remember to respect yourself to earn the respect of him and his family. Mu Qingci immediately understood the underlying story and frowned. She then asked, since they're getting engaged, are they discussing the bride price? Yes, Meng Milan replied, your aunt wants the Liang family to offer 880,000. Mu Qingci was at a loss for words and decided to change the topic, asking about her older cousin. Meng Milan replied with a smile, I've already discussed the loan with your uncle and aunt, and they're planning to choose a date with the girl's family. Then I'll be back for the wedding banquet, Mu Qingci replied with a smile. After ending the video call, Mu Qingci felt hungry and headed to the kitchen. She noticed a sticky note left by Feng Lie on the fridge, hesitated for a moment, and then pocketed it. Opening the fridge, she saw several hairy crabs tied up in a container. Mu Qingci lightly poked the crab shells, feeling a pang of guilt. If I had agreed to come back and eat you guys with Instructor Feng last night, I wouldn't have gotten drunk and acted out towards him. Thinking about how she bit Feng Lie while drunk, she felt even more regretful. He's so kind for not slapping a drunk like me, Mu Qingci murmured to herself. It would be great if he actually had feelings for me. No, I have to pull myself together. Nothing is more important than making money. When I return, I'll play dumb unless he kicks me out. Otherwise, I won't leave, no matter how thick-skinned I have to be. Having convinced herself, Mu Qingci finally took out some ingredients from the fridge to cook. However, she was still too embarrassed to steam the hairy crabs for dinner. After finishing dinner and washing the dishes, Mu Qingci stood in the kitchen, hesitating for a moment before picking up a pen to leave a note for Feng Lie. She walked to the balcony, gently stroking the plump leaves of the succulent plants and carefully checking the state of the blue and white underglaze red porcelain. Time was almost up, so she dragged her suitcase downstairs, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. At the entrance of the residential complex, Mu Qingci specifically sought out Butler William and instructed, if Mr. Feng hasn't returned by tomorrow evening, please help us deal with the food in the fridge so it doesn't spoil. William nodded in agreement and watched her leave. Over the next few days, Mu Qingci and Yuan Yong tirelessly visited the origins of Yu embroidery and Xiang embroidery. She touched the exquisite embroidery pieces with her own hands and listened to the artisans recounting the stories of their craft's heritage. Every stitch and thread filled her with emotion. She silently vowed to use the most splendid words to showcase these national treasures to the world. On the 5th day of the business trip, Chen Zi brought some shocking news. The elder Xue had been in a coma for several days, and there was turmoil within the Xue family. Mu Qingci immediately thought of Feng Lie and asked worriedly, if there's infighting in the Xue family, will Instructor Feng get caught up in it? Chen Zi, being well-versed in the affairs of wealthy families, replied, definitely. Although Mr. Feng has his own business, he belongs to the main branch of the Xue family. Xue is the heir whom the elder has been grooming. If Mr. Feng doesn't help now and Xue loses, the entire main branch will suffer. Mu Qingci frowned and asked, do you think the main branch of the Xue family can win? Absolutely, Chen Zi said confidently. Although Xue is a bit annoying, his business acumen is impressive. The news of the elder's coma broke last night, but I suspect that when you left and Instructor Feng left you a note, the elder was already in a coma. She analyzed. The fact that the Xue family kept this news under wraps for so many days before it was revealed suggests that it's actually a strategy by the main branch. Once the elder fell into a coma, Xue's stock would naturally drop, causing turmoil in the entire group. The other branches wouldn't be so foolish, so this news was definitely released by the main branch. Mu Qingci was silent, realizing that such corporate power struggles were beyond her understanding. Chen Zi continued. My family discussed it this morning and concluded that Xue is likely to team up with Mr. Feng to take over the Xue group. Wouldn't that be dangerous for them? Mu Qingci asked with concern. It's not them who are in danger, it's the other branches, Chen Zi explained. Previously, everyone was competing with Xue because the elder was holding things down, and Mr. Feng had agreed not to interfere. You might not know this, but Mr. Feng's subordinates are all retired soldiers, much more skilled than ordinary bodyguards. With him around, others can't pull any tricks. Mu Qingci was speechless, unsure of what to say. Chen Zi laughed and said, that's why I fully support you winning over Mr. Feng. Then I can brag that my best friend is Mr. Feng's woman, and I'll have more clout. Mu Qingci wasn't amused, but instead felt more uneasy. How could Instructor Feng be so formidable? She suddenly didn't dare to have any thoughts about him. After the video call, Mu Qingci sat in thought for a long time, finally concluding that Instructor Feng renting the apartment to her at such a low price was indeed an act of charity. She decided to keep working hard to earn more money. After completing their research on Yu and Xiang embroidery, Mu Qingci and Yuan Yong flew to Province C. People from the Cultural Relics Bureau came to pick them up, and as soon as they dropped their luggage at the hotel, they were taken to a bustling hot pot restaurant. When they entered the private room, others had already been waiting for some time. After some pleasantries, everyone took their seats, ready to enjoy the hot pot. To accommodate the two of them, they ordered a yin-yang pot with both spicy and non-spicy broth. The director of the Cultural Relics Bureau smiled and said to Mu Qingci, "We locals usually don't order a yin-yang pot, but considering you might not handle spicy food, we thought you'd try it first tonight. If you can handle the spice, next time we'll go for an all-spicy pot." Mu Qingci and Yuan Yong nodded in agreement. As the steam from the hot pot rose, everyone chatted while cooking their food, creating a much livelier atmosphere than a regular restaurant. The enthusiasm of the people from Province C was infectious for Mu Qingci, and she curiously tried some of the food from the spicy side, only to find it so spicy she nearly couldn't breathe. Unable to take it, she had to step out for some fresh air. As Mu Qingci stood outside the hot pot restaurant, her attention was drawn to a quarrel between a young couple not far away. A young man with dyed red hair and earrings was passionately questioning a woman with silvery gray hair beside him. "What's wrong with me that you'd go behind my back and meet that old man?" The woman responded coldly, "Because you're too immature. I'm done with you." Her words were like a knockout punch, shattering the last of the man's composure. He cursed, "Li Jia, you're something else. I must have been blind to fall for you. Fine, if you like old men so much. Go find one and don't come crying back." "Don't worry, I won't," the woman replied, turning away with firm steps, leaving no room for doubt. The red-haired man stood frozen, fists clenched, eyes red, visibly struggling to hold back his emotions, evoking sympathy. Watching the scene, Mu Qingci couldn't help but wonder if she and Instructor Feng might have arguments like that one day. But she quickly dismissed the thought. The distance between her and Instructor Feng was vast, like a galaxy apart. Besides, she was about to be expelled, with not even a chance for an argument, a mere fantasy. Just then, the red-haired man looked over at Mu Qingci. Despite his current disheveled state, he was evidently a spirited and handsome young man. Feeling awkward, Mu Qingci quickly turned and entered the hot pot restaurant. What she thought was just a random street drama turned into an unexpected encounter the next day when she visited a local shoe embroidery master. There, she saw the red-haired man again, being scolded by a petite middle-aged woman tugging at his ear. Upon seeing Mu Qingci and her group enter, the red-haired man immediately pleaded loudly, "Let go. People are here. Give me some face." The middle-aged woman was relentless. "You want face? Look at you, good for nothing. Pining over a woman who doesn't even like you. I can't believe I gave birth to such a useless son." The red-haired man remained meek, not daring to resist, repeatedly agreeing, "Yes, yes, just let go first." As soon as guests arrived, the middle-aged woman composed herself, greeted them with a warm smile, and welcomed Mu Qingci's group. When she learned that Mu Qingci was from S City, there to learn about shoe embroidery for an international feature on the 4 great embroideries, her eyes lit up with excitement. She eagerly invited them into the living room, offered fine tea, and began sharing the history of shoe embroidery. Shoe embroidery is a craft of embroidering various designs onto silk using silk threads. The patterns are diverse and lifelike, primarily using soft satin and colored silk as materials, with 12 main types of stitches, totaling 122 kinds. Our family represents one of the leading shoe embroidery workshops, having participated in numerous competitions and won countless awards. The middle-aged woman, surnamed Gua, explained that her family's workshop was a family legacy. In the past, our embroidery skills were passed down only to daughters, not sons. It's only in recent decades that we broke that rule. But men who can settle down to become embroiderers are still rare. Take my son, for instance. The red-haired man who had been sitting quietly was suddenly mentioned, making him uneasy and softly plead, "Mom, can you give me a little face?" Miss Gua ignored him, continuing, "In our family, I, along with several aunts and cousins, and even uncles, are embroiderers. Except for him, always idle. Asking him to learn embroidery is like asking for his life." Mu Qingci and her group simply smiled politely, choosing not to comment. The middle-aged woman clearly did not want to discuss the unpleasant topic any further, and instead began talking about her family's embroidery workshop. As Mu Qingci listened attentively, she took careful notes. Once the woman had said enough, Mu Qingci politely asked, "Aunt Gua, could we visit your embroidery workshop?" The middle-aged woman broke into a warm smile. "No rush, it's already mealtime. You've come from afar, and we must show you our hospitality." Mu Qingci was about to politely decline when the woman added, "I'll call the most skilled artisans from the workshop to join us for a meal. Feel free to ask any questions you have, Xiao Mu." Mu Qingci nodded with a smile. We gratefully accept your kind offer. Haha, no need to be so formal, the woman laughed heartily. We hope for people like you to come and help bring our shoe embroidery to the world. They went to a local restaurant. Mu Qingci thought that as long as it wasn't hot pot, the spicy dishes shouldn't be too overwhelming. However, she underestimated the locals' love for spicy food. As she looked at the fiery red dishes, her stomach began to ache. Fortunately, they also ordered some non-spicy dishes for her. During the meal, Mu Qingci realized that the locals' enthusiasm was even more overwhelming than the spicy food. Everyone was curious about her work and personal life. She answered all their questions openly. When asked whether she had a boyfriend, she wisely replied, I have someone I like. To her surprise, they pressed for more details about him until she could barely handle it, and the topic finally ended. After the meal, Mu Qingci went to the restroom. As soon as she left, a group of women pulled the red-haired young man aside, offering him advice in a flurry of chatter. A girl like Xiaomu is much better than the ones you've dated before. If you're looking for a girlfriend, you should find someone like her. Gua Shuai looked helpless. Even if I wanted to pursue her, do you think she would be interested in me? Didn't you already find out? She's a PhD student and an editor for Ancient and Modern, and she already likes someone. What am I? Yuan Yong, eavesdropping from a distance, nodded inwardly. At least you know your place. Compared to my little master, you're nothing, and she surely wouldn't be interested in you. But the middle-aged women were so fond of Mu Qingci that they continued to encourage Gua Shuai. You're in your third year now. You can choose S University for graduate school. We're not telling you to pursue her right away. Even being friends with a girl like her is much better than your current crowd. Plus, her friends must be outstanding too. Maybe you'll get lucky and win over one of her friends. Yes, let's try to give you more chances to interact with her these days. Keep her around a bit longer, and make a good impression to become friends with her. Also, go dye your red hair back. Xiaomu is such a good girl. She probably doesn't like your red hair. Even if she doesn't end up interested in you, you can at least learn from her and improve yourself by being friends with someone like her. Yuan Yong thought these women were quite sensible, and their words made sense. However, it seemed that this young Master Gua wasn't planning to take their advice. Yuan Yong smirked inwardly. My little master is so accomplished. Many people want to be friends with her. You're deluding yourself if you think she'd be interested in you. When Mu Qingci returned from the restroom, she found everyone even more enthusiastic about her. She was unaware of their intentions. The lady of the Gua family took her hand warmly and asked, Dear, do you play mahjong? Mu Qingci shook her head. The lady of the Gua family was unfazed. No worries, we're just missing one player. You can join us to make up the numbers. Before Mu Qingci could respond, the second lady of the Gua family said, We can chat about the untold stories of shoe embroidery while we play. The eldest lady of the Gua family chimed in. Even though we're just one branch of shoe embroidery, we know a lot about the others too. We can share with you. Mu Qingci was intrigued but unsure about playing mahjong, so she suggested, How about you play, and I'll watch. Oh, come on, we just need one more. If you lose, it's on us. If you win, it's yours. That's not what I meant, Mu Qingci tried to explain. It's settled then. We've already booked a room, the middle-aged women said, not giving Mu Qingci a chance to refuse, and they led her away. Next to the restaurant was a mahjong parlor. They entered a large private room, and Mu Qingci was seated at the table, feeling a bit like she was being pushed into it. She looked around at the group ready to watch and asked helplessly, Isn't there anyone here who knows how to play? Those standing around quickly shook their heads. No. The lady of the Gua family laughed. Dear, just enjoy the game. Let us teach you the rules of mahjong. She signaled to Gua Shuai, who was standing nearby, Xiao Shuai, keep an eye on Guai Guai while she plays. If she doesn't know what to do, help her out. Gua Shuai's face showed a hint of reluctance, but under the watchful eyes of the women around him, he obediently stood behind Mu Qingci. Yuan Yong also positioned himself behind Mu Qingci, mentally prepared to protect his little master at any moment. However, as the game progressed, he noticed that Gua Shuai's attitude towards Mu Qingci was anything but friendly. How can you be so clueless? Playing that tile is a sure way to lose, Gua Shuai said impatiently. Hey, why did you play that tile? He sharply pointed out again. Yuan Yong scoffed internally. If my little master is clueless, then you're not even as smart as a single-celled organism. Mu Qingci wasn't very skilled at mahjong, and her attention was mostly on the shoe embroidery discussion. Despite the beginner's grace period, she was losing quite badly. As her losses piled up, she sensed the growing hostility from the red-haired man behind her. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed, continuing to play while attentively listening to their conversation about shoe embroidery. Aside from Gua Shuai being somewhat unpleasant, Mu Qingci felt she gained a lot this afternoon. In the evening, the Gua family insisted on treating them to dinner, and Mu Qingci and Yuan Yong couldn't refuse. They went to a hot pot restaurant with live performances. Mu Qingci watched the captivating face-changing performance and couldn't resist taking a few photos to post on social media, captioning them, If people take a closer look, they'll realize the cultural heritage of Hua country is filled with treasures worth our admiration. After dinner, the middle-aged women enthusiastically invited Mu Qingci to play mahjong again. While they loved playing cards, their knowledge of shoe embroidery was indeed extensive. They even promised to help Mu Qingci meet renowned local embroiderers. It wasn't until midnight that Mu Qingci returned to the hotel to rest. After freshening up, she picked up her phone and found messages from Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng in their group chat. Lying in bed, she replied with "I'm here" emoji. Su Qingmeng, Cici, don't tell me you just finished work now? Chen Zi, Cici, you're on a business trip, but your work hours are way too long. Mu Qingci, if you consider playing mahjong for half a day as work, then yes, it was quite long. Su Qingmeng, Chen Zi, Su Qingmeng, seriously Cici, are you on a business trip or just having fun? How am I supposed to feel as someone still working on my project? Chen Zi, not bad Cici. You can't even play mahjong. Su Qingmeng, she doesn't actually know how to play. Chen Zi, Mu Qingci smiled and explained, I really don't know how to play, but the ladies here are so enthusiastic. They insisted on having me join them because they talk about shoe embroidery while playing, so I had no choice but to go along with it. Her explanation immediately drew envy and teasing from Su Qingmeng and Chen Zi. After chatting for a while, Chen Zi sent her a private message. Cici, old Shui has woken up. Mu Qingci pressed her lips together, her fingers hovering over the screen, unsure how to respond. Chen Zi added, the first thing he did after waking up was announce the Shui family's successor. Mu Qingci asked, is it Shuiyin? Chen Zi replied, sort of, but not entirely. Mu Qingci, what do you mean? Chen Zi explained, the old man wants Shuiyin to get married. If he does so immediately, the position is his. If not, the company will be managed collectively by the different branches of the Shui family. Mu Qingci paused before saying, is old Mr. Shui forcing Shuiyin to marry? Chen Zi, in a way. Mu Qingci, do you think Shuiyin will agree? Chen Zi, hard to say. Mu Qingci was actually most concerned about Feng Lie. She instinctively exited the chat with Chen Zi and opened her conversation with Feng Lie. The last message was still Feng Lie telling her not to buy groceries. Mu Qingci stared at this message for a long time but ultimately didn't have the courage to send him a message. Just as she was about to exit, Feng Lie suddenly sent a new message. Mu Qingci, in a panic, tossed her phone away as if it had suddenly become a hot potato. Luckily, the spacious hotel bed provided a safe landing for the device. At that moment, she couldn't care less about the phone's safety. She just wanted to distance herself from the electronic threat it had become. She quickly scooted to the other side of the bed, hoping to escape the impending interrogation from Instructor Feng. 10 minutes passed, and Mu Qingci's eyes remained glued to the phone. Her mind was a battlefield of inner turmoil, but she eventually took a deep breath to soothe herself. At worst, he'll just ask me to move back. I can stay away a bit longer, let him cool off, then apologize sincerely. Maybe if I act pitiful enough, he'll go easy on me. With this self-reassurance, Mu Qingci cautiously moved to the head of the bed and picked up her phone. Her fingers trembled slightly as she unlocked it. When she opened the message, she shut her eyes tightly, as if bracing for something dreadful. A few seconds later, she mustered the courage to peek at the message with one eye open. As she read the content, she opened both eyes wide. Feng Lie, when are you coming back? This simple question immediately put her on alert. Is he waiting to reprimand me? No way, it's too risky to go back now. Sitting cross-legged with a serious expression, Mu Qingci quickly replied, Instructor Feng, I'm visiting the 3 famous embroidery schools on this trip, so it'll be at least 10 days to 2 weeks before I can return. She hoped that by then, Instructor Feng would have forgotten her indiscretion from that night. Feng Lie's response was unsettlingly brief, okay? Just as Mu Qingci was about to lose her mind over this ambiguous reply, Feng Lie sent 2 photos. The first was of a pair of exquisite pottery horses, and the second was a description of them. A friend gave me a pair of Tang Dynasty tricolored pottery horses. I've placed them in the treasure pavilion, Feng Lie added. Mu Qingci's heart raced as she replied with trembling fingers, are these the Tang tricolored pottery horses worth millions from that auction in Country E? Upon receiving Feng Lie's confirmation, Mu Qingci felt her heart pounding out of her chest. She desperately wanted to fly back immediately, but reason quickly pulled her back. Annoyed at her earlier response, she succumbed to temptation and typed quickly, I've reconsidered. I can actually compress my schedule here and return in a few days. Feng Lie simply replied, okay. Good. Mu Qingci didn't respond further, but instead focused intently on the photos of the pottery horses, feeling an increasing urge to return immediately. She excitedly shared the news with Su Qingmeng and Chen Zi, eagerly explaining the significance of the Tang tricolored pottery horses. However, their silence on the other end began to make her uneasy. Mu Qingci, Chen Zi, and Su Qingmeng fell into silence. It was Su Qingmeng who broke the quiet, proposing a bold theory. Cici, have you ever thought that Mr. Feng might have intentionally used the Tang Sankai to lure you back? Chen Zi agreed immediately, exactly. Those Tang Sankai pottery horses, auctioned from abroad, start at least in the millions. Instructor Feng knows you love antiques, and seeing you've been away for so long, he probably couldn't wait any longer and used the Tang Sankai to entice you back. Su Qingmeng excitedly added, so there's only one possibility, he definitely likes you. This speculation sent the three back into silence. Mu Qingci put down her phone, covered her face with her hands, her mind a whirl of emotions. She felt both thrilled and excited, yet nervous and anxious. Her heart raced, and she found it hard to sleep the entire night. The next morning, even though the Guo family invited her for morning tea, Mu Qingci was still somewhat distracted. It wasn't until they discussed having arranged meetings with several heads of shoe embroidery workshops that she gathered her thoughts and focused on work. In the morning, Mu Qingci engaged in deep discussions about the history of shoe embroidery with several workshop leaders. In the afternoon, she visited the Guo family's embroidery workshop, where she watched in awe as the skilled artisans transformed threads into exquisite works of art with their nimble fingers. That evening, everyone gathered for a hot pot dinner. This time, other families also brought young people, who sat together and chatted about topics of interest. The middle-aged folks sat at another table, observing the interactions among the younger crowd. This is the first time I've seen such a young and beautiful girl working at the Cultural Relics Bureau, one middle-aged person remarked admiringly, especially with her knowledge of the 4 famous embroideries. It's truly impressive. Our country needs young people like her to promote these crafts. Their ideas are more easily accepted and recognized by the public. Another middle-aged person chimed in, what bothers me the most is when foreigners claim China has no luxury goods, and some Chinese even agree with that. I've always hoped someone could prove them wrong. I believe the most convincing way is to showcase our embroidery to the world. Although we have exhibitions every year, I think it's still not enough. At this point, Mu Qingci interjected, what I admire most is how the ancients combined embroidery with clothing, especially the embroidery on xiape, which is truly stunning. Her words caught the attention of a group of middle-aged ladies, whose eyes lit up. One asked, does Miss Mu have a boyfriend, and when does she plan to get married? The eldest Mrs. Guo responded, she only mentioned having someone she likes. I guess such a gentle and reserved girl might be too shy to confess her feelings. Another lady pondered aloud, so my son still has a chance? If she becomes my daughter-in-law, I'll make sure she gets the finest xiape embroidery. I will too. So will I. The ladies chatted eagerly, each with their own plans in mind. After the hot pot, Mu Qingci thought she could return to the hotel to rest, only to be whisked away by the ladies to a mahjong parlor. Dear, we've accompanied you at work all day. You should at least join us for some mahjong. It's our only hobby. You can't refuse us, one lady said with a smile. Mu Qingci hesitated. But I don't know how to play. She glanced at the other young people, seeking help. Why don't you guys join? However, before the young people could respond, she was already pulled into a private room in the mahjong parlor by the ladies. An aunt gently sat Mu Qingci down, saying softly, dear, we just love girls like you who are both pretty and sweet. Join us and we can tell you the fascinating history of our embroidery workshops. You'll surely find it captivating. Faced with such an invitation, Mu Qingci quickly gave in. As soon as they started playing mahjong, a group of young people instinctively gathered behind Mu Qingci, pushing Yuan Yong to the back. Yuan Yong understood the situation. It was clear that these ladies were interested in his young master aunt, hoping to create opportunities for their sons. Despite knowing their ulterior motives, Yuan Yong was captivated by their detailed accounts of the development history of various embroidery workshops. He listened attentively, trying to remember important information that might help his young master aunt. The next day, Mu Qingci tirelessly visited several other embroidery workshops, engaging in in-depth conversations with the master embroiderers. On the morning of the 3rd day, just as she finished breakfast at the hotel, young people from several workshops arrived in droves, bringing along some new faces. Mu Qingci politely invited them to join her for breakfast, but they all claimed to have eaten. One of the ladies suggested with a smile, today, let us show you around and experience the local culture. Yuan Yong, who was sipping his porridge, paused and instinctively glanced at Mu Qingci. Although she had planned to visit more embroidery workshops, she couldn't refuse such enthusiasm and agreed with a smile. Their first stop was the museum. Unlike other tourists, they didn't need a guide or 3D glasses, as Mu Qingci was a living encyclopedia. During a break, Mu Qingci went to the restroom with 2 other women, while the rest stayed and chatted. Soon, someone began asking Yuan Yong about Mu Qingci. Yuan Yong, aware of their intentions, scratched his head and vaguely replied, I haven't interacted much with my young master aunt, so I don't know her well. Young master aunt? Why do you call Miss Mu that? Someone inquired. She's my professor's junior apprentice, Yuan Yong explained. Miss Mu is truly remarkable, everyone exclaimed in admiration. As the conversation heated up, someone suddenly rushed over, looking flustered. Something's wrong. Gua Shui is arguing with some foreigners. Everyone was startled and hurried over. Mu Qingci and her group, upon hearing the news after leaving the restroom, also headed to the scene immediately. When they arrived, they heard Guo Shuai angrily shouting, "I will not apologize. It's already lenient of me not to hit someone who comes to our country's museum and insults us as weak." The foreigners, although speaking in English, had expressions that made their contempt evident even to those who didn't understand the language. Seeing Guo Shuai about to get physical, the museum staff and security quickly intervened to separate them. The onlookers were buzzing with discussion, creating a chaotic scene. Mu Qingci found Yuan Yong and asked for details. Yuan Yong briefly explained, "These foreigners were saying that we can't even protect our own antiques, that all the good ones are in other countries, and that our country is weak." Mr. Guo argued with them. Hearing this, Mu Qingci frowned slightly, then asked a few men nearby, "Could you help me get to the front?" They nodded in agreement and escorted her through the crowd to the center of the commotion. At this point, Guo Shuai, restrained by several security guards, was adamantly refusing to apologize, flushed with anger. The foreigners continued to shout in English, accusing him of disrespecting them and demanding an apology, their demeanor extremely arrogant. Mu Qingci spoke up in fluent English, "Dear friends from afar, I apologize for the conflict with our friend. It seems we have not been hospitable enough." Her melodious voice had a calming effect, immediately quieting the scene. She slowly approached Guo Shuai, gave him a brief stern look, then turned to the foreigners and said, "First, I apologize on behalf of my friend's impulsiveness." She bowed sincerely to them. Seeing this, Guo Shuai's anger intensified. He felt he was not at fault and wondered why he should apologize, inwardly cursing Mu Qingci as a bookworm who idolizes foreign cultures. He was about to retort when Yuan Yong held his shoulder and whispered a warning, "Don't say anything." Mu Qingci then began to speak again, eloquently recounting, "China has a history spanning 5,000 years. Since Zhang Qian was sent by Emperor Wu of Han to the western regions in the 2nd century BC to open the Silk Road, our country has been known as a land of propriety." She succinctly narrated the history of China's interactions with the world and highlighted its achievements throughout various periods. Skillfully, she interwove some developments from other countries for comparison. Her argument was clear and powerful. Throughout its 5,000-year history, China has had periods that astonished and earned the respect of the world. Even when it declined, future generations would create new glories. In contrast, many countries have experienced colonial periods and racial changes, making it clear who is truly strong. She emphasized that from the dawn of civilization, even when regimes faltered, China's civilization and the spirit of its people have never truly fallen. Mu Qingci stood in front of the museum, facing the skepticism of some foreign tourists. Her voice was firm and confident. "Our country has always valued the gentleman's demeanor and hospitality. This is not weakness, but a reflection of our culture. Please respect the development journey of every nation and refrain from judging a people with prejudice. It is because of our development that you can travel here safely." One foreigner, unwilling to concede, pressed on, "Isn't it true that many of your country's antiques are scattered abroad?" Mu Qingci nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that is true. But we are making every effort to bring these artifacts back to our homeland. I believe that in the near future, these treasures created by our ancestors will return to their rightful place, as we now have the capability to make that happen." As soon as she finished speaking, the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau led the applause. Even those who didn't understand English could feel the pride in her words and joined in the clapping. The foreign tourists were left speechless and left in dismay. The director approached Mu Qingci, extended his hand, and said, "Miss Mu, welcome to the Sea Province Museum, and thank you for your words just now." Mu Qingci shook his hand firmly, saying, "I believe what I said will soon come true." The director responded with equal seriousness, "I believe so too." After Yuan Yong translated Mu Qingci's words, everyone present gave a thumbs up and said in unison, "We believe it too." Laughter filled the air, brimming with confidence and pride in their country. Guo Shuai watched Mu Qingci, feeling that she radiated brilliance. He secretly resolved to become outstanding enough to be worthy of her. Jiang Ruilin also gazed at her intensely, a sudden idea forming in his mind. At noon, they enjoyed local delicacies, with less chili specifically for Mu Qingci. Despite this, she drank a lot of tea. In the afternoon, while visiting national treasures, Mu Qingci took many photos. In the evening, the young people dragged Mu Qingci and Yuan Yong to explore the night market. The nightlife in Sea City was even more bustling than in S City, especially the popular commercial street, crowded with people. Mu Qingci had a great time with the group, visiting many popular spots, tasting local food, and even taking photos with some fans. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that Mu Qingci, feeling tired, sat on a leisure bench, chatting with a few girls. She accepted their invitation to be their guide for a future trip to S City. At that moment, Jiang Ruilin approached with a bouquet of flowers. Some of the other guys murmured about his cunning move. Yuan Yong hesitated whether to warn his little senior sister, and Guo Shuai clenched his fists, resisting the urge to intervene. Jiang Ruilin stood in front of Mu Qingci, offering the bouquet, and said softly, Qingci, I know this might be sudden, but your words at the museum this afternoon really moved me. I hope to have the opportunity to know you better. Passers-by stopped, some recognizing Mu Qingci, and taking out their phones to capture the moment. Just as Mu Qingci was about to refuse, a steady, stern voice cut through the air, Mu Qingci. A commanding and penetrating voice suddenly echoed through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, where a tall and imposing man stood, exuding an aura that demanded respect. Mu Qingci blinked in disbelief, her gaze fixed on the newcomer. It was none other than Feng Lie. Before she could gather her thoughts, Feng Lie was already striding toward them. His face was expressionless, and each step seemed to tread on the hearts of those present, causing their pulses to quicken. As Feng Lie approached, Mu Qingci realized this was no illusion. She quickly stood up, a bit nervous, and asked, Instructor Feng, what brings you here? Upon hearing this title, those around them immediately began speculating about Feng Lie's identity. Feng Lie's eyes swept over Jiang Ruilin and the bouquet he held before settling on Mu Qingci. His tone remained indifferent, just passing by. Mu Qingci knew well that it was over 1,000 kilometers from S city to C city, making it unlikely he was merely passing by. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Just as she was about to speak, Feng Lie was already standing in front of her, asking, Mind showing me around? Looking up at Feng Lie's stern face, Mu Qingci was unaware of how striking they appeared to others. The tall, cool, and handsome man alongside the gentle and sweet woman not only created an adorable height difference, but also a beautiful juxtaposition of contrasting energies. Having not seen him for nearly 10 days, Mu Qingci found Feng Lie even more handsome and colder. Despite her fear of facing reality, she couldn't avoid it now that he was here. She nodded and forced a smile, sure. Turning to the others, she said, My friend is here, so let's call it a night. Finally, she looked at Jiang Ruilin, who was still holding the flowers, and politely said, Mr. Jiang, thank you for the flowers, but I think someone else would appreciate them more, so I won't accept them. Goodbye. With that, she walked away, with Feng Lie following closely behind. After they left, the others seemed to awaken from a trance. Guo Shuai was the first to ask Yuan Yong, who is that man? Yuan Yong, though unaware, recalled that his little martial sister had mentioned she liked someone, and he replied, he's the one she likes. The group fell silent for a moment before someone remarked, no wonder she's a genius. The person she likes has a powerful presence. Another speculated, could he be a soldier? His gaze is so sharp, I can't even look him in the eye. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruilin remained clutching the bouquet, his expression somewhat odd. Feng Lie's glance seemed to have frozen him in place, leaving him with lingering fear. Mu Qingci and Feng Lie wandered aimlessly along the commercial street, neither speaking. Their striking appearances and aura drew attention from passers-by. Unable to endure the awkward silence, and with her feet starting to ache, Mu Qingci felt a wave of grievance. She stopped, looked up at Feng Lie, and in a tone of resignation, quickly said, Instructor Feng, I know I was wrong that night for acting out when I was drunk. I apologize. I don't know why you're here, but if you're here to hold me accountable, I won't reimburse your travel expenses. Her last remark broke the serious atmosphere, and Feng Lie's expression changed slightly. He moved his fingers slightly and, after a sigh in his heart, asked, Do you think I'm here to hold you accountable? Mu Qingci had no idea what he truly thought. Her mind was in turmoil, wanting to think positively but too afraid to. Her eyes reddened, and she asked, feeling wronged, Isn't that the case? Feng Lie couldn't hold back any longer and gently patted her head. The affectionate gesture left Mu Qingci stunned, staring at him blankly. After casting a cold glance at the onlookers, who quickly dispersed under his intimidating gaze, he said, I came to ask you one question. Mu Qingci's heart felt like it would leap out of her chest. She stammered, What question? Feng Lie locked eyes with her, his expression earnest, and asked, When you said you liked the current me, did you mean it? Mu Qingci's face flushed instantly. She recalled indeed having said such words, and an indescribable sense of embarrassment washed over her. Unable to bear the shame, she averted her gaze, twisting her hands together nervously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stammered, Though her friends called her Mu the Bold, confessing her feelings while sober and directly to him was far too embarrassing. Just as Mu Qingci was at a loss for words, a pair of strong hands suddenly gripped her shoulders. Feng Lie turned her to face him, leaning in to gaze into her eyes. Mu Qingci couldn't help but look back at him, her heart racing. At that moment, Feng Lie's deep eyes carried a gentle warmth that was utterly captivating. Cece, he said. His deep, magnetic voice seemed to have a magical effect, making Mu Qingci's heart tremble. She instinctively responded with a soft yes. Looking directly into her eyes, Feng Lie said earnestly, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Mu Qingci's cheeks flushed instantly, excitement and joy swirling in her mind. It felt like a dream, and she blurted out, "Who confesses so casually, without even a bouquet of flowers?" No sooner had she spoken than she saw a hint of amusement in Feng Lie's deep eyes, which seemed to captivate her soul. He released her shoulders, took her hand instead, and led her away. Still a bit dazed, Mu Qingci asked in confusion, "Where are you taking me?" Feng Lie glanced at her and replied simply, "To buy flowers." Mu Qingci's heart skipped a beat. She followed in his steps, unable to resist sneaking glances at their intertwined hands. His hand was larger than hers, completely enveloping her small one, the contrast in their skin tones striking. Along the way, Mu Qingci occasionally glanced at Feng Lie's profile, still finding it hard to believe that Officer Feng had confessed to her. It wasn't until they reached a flower shop and Feng Lie bought her a large bouquet of fiery red roses that it started to sink in. Holding the roses, Mu Qingci looked down at the vibrant petals, hesitating whether she should play it cool and not agree right away. But then she thought, since she liked him already, why pretend? While she was lost in thought, Feng Lie's voice broke through. "As my girlfriend, the blue and white porcelain is yours, the Tang Sankai pottery horse is yours too. I know many people who love collecting antiques. Whatever you like, I can get it for you." Mu Qingci looked up sharply, her eyes sparkling, and a sweet smile spread across her face as she blurted out, "Boyfriend?" Feng Lie's lips curved slightly upward, and he tightened his grip on her hand, saying, "Let's go. Where do you live? I'll take you home." Mu Qingci looked at him, slightly taken aback. Feng Lie reached out to gently stroke her hair, explaining, "It's almost midnight. Aren't you tired?" Though she was indeed exhausted, Mu Qingci was too excited to go back to the hotel and rest. She looked around and noticed that the shopping street was almost deserted. She pulled Feng Lie to a nearby bench, sat down with the bouquet of roses, trying hard to control her smiling lips, and asked, "Officer Feng, did you really come all the way here just to find me?" Feng Lie didn't answer immediately. Mu Qingci turned her head to look at him, her gaze meeting his deep eyes. Only then did Feng Lie softly reply, "I was worried that a certain little girl wouldn't dare go home, so I had to come and fetch her." Mu Qingci's cheeks turned even redder, her eyes darting away, too shy to meet his gaze directly. She retorted, "You gave me the impression that you were going to kick me out, so I didn't dare go back." Feng Lie sincerely apologized, "My mistake." Mu Qingci smiled slightly, reflecting on her past actions, and quietly apologized. "That night, I was a bit out of line. I'm sorry." As she spoke, her eyes unwittingly fell on his Adam's apple, lingering for a few seconds before she looked away. She had bitten him quite hard that night, and there was still a faint bite mark on his neck. Feeling guilty, Mu Qingci reached out, wanting to touch the mark. But before her hand could reach his neck, he caught it. Feng Lie's voice was a bit husky. "What are you doing?" Watching his Adam's apple move slightly, Mu Qingci swallowed nervously. Realizing how intimate her actions were, she quickly withdrew her hand and averted her gaze, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize I bit you so hard. This bite mark must have caused you a lot of trouble, right?" Feng Lie unexpectedly responded softly, "It has indeed caused quite a bit of trouble." Mu Qingci shot a sharp glance at Feng Lie, her eyes flickering with discontent. She thought to herself, why can't this man just go along with what she says? Feng Lie met her bright gaze, a slight teasing smile playing on his lips. "These days, everyone knows I got bitten by a certain little girl." Mu Qingci's cheeks flushed instantly, and she muttered shyly, "Couldn't you just put a band-aid on it?" "No time," Feng Lie replied, his eyes still locked on hers. He then shifted the topic to explain the situation at home briefly. "That day, my grandfather suddenly fainted, and things got a bit chaotic at the Shui family. So I didn't have time to contact you. It wasn't until I got back and saw your note that I realized you'd been away on a business trip for so long." "Was it that long?" Mu Qingci avoided the topic, feeling a bit guilty. She didn't want to admit that she had stayed away because she was too embarrassed to face him and feared being sent away. Instead, she asked, "Now that your grandfather is awake, does that mean you don't have to deal with the Shui family matters anymore?" "Yes," Feng Lie replied succinctly. Mu Qingci suddenly felt the gap between them and, feeling a little self-conscious, diverted her gaze again. "Why do you like me?" she asked. Feng Lie gazed at the tips of her reddening ears, his eyes growing deeper. "Because you're the only one who isn't afraid of me and dares to live with me." Clearly unsatisfied with this answer, Mu Qingci puffed out her cheeks and said, "I'm not the only one who's not afraid of you." Feng Lie's smile broadened as he added, "Being with you makes me feel relaxed and happy." Hearing this, Mu Qingci beamed and extended her hand. When Feng Lie took it, she playfully said, "I guess I'll reluctantly agree to be your girlfriend. But you can't scold me like you did 7 years ago." "I won't," Feng Lie promised. Satisfied, Mu Qingci's face lit up with a smile. She was amazed to realize that the man in front of her had become her boyfriend. She couldn't wait to share the exciting news with her best friends, and wanted to take time to process the surprise. "I think I want to go back to the hotel to rest," she said. Feng Lie nodded and helped her up as he stood. The hotel where Mu Qingci was staying was close to the shopping street, so they arrived quickly. Have you booked a hotel? Why not stay at this one? Mu Qingci suggested. Feng Lie nodded in agreement, and they went to the front desk to book an additional room. As Feng Lie escorted her to her door, Mu Qingci used the key card to open it, holding the bouquet of roses in her arms. She looked at him with anticipation and a bit of nervousness. Feng Instructor, how long will you be staying here? Feng Lie looked down into her eyes and asked in return, how many more days will you be working here? Mu Qingci thought for a moment and replied, I want to visit the embroidery workshop tomorrow, and then I can head back the day after. Are you in a hurry to go back? Feng Lie asked. If you're not in a rush, I could take you to X province for a tour, Feng Lie suggested. The Chen family mentioned that the raw jade materials there are of great quality recently. I want to go and have a look. If there's anything that catches my eye, I might buy some. Mu Qingci wanted to ask why he needed the jade, but she figured that being part of the Shui family, he might need a lot of it. Trying to be clever, she asked, are you hoping I'll help you select the best ones? Do you know how to choose jade? I can judge the quality. Would you like to come with me? Mu Qingci looked at his handsome face, her eyes twinkling. She wasn't in a hurry to return, and she could work from X province. More importantly, she wanted to be with him. It would be like a couple's trip. With that thought, she nodded at him. Feng Lie watched her, his lips curving slightly, and said softly, go and rest. Mu Qingci nodded, stepped back into her room, and sweetly said, good night, boyfriend. She closed the door after his good night. Once inside, she hid her face behind the flowers, grinning widely. How wonderful that the instructor she liked also liked her. After a moment, she placed the flowers carefully, admired them for a bit, then took out her phone to snap a picture and sent it to a group chat with her two close friends. After sending it, she went to wash her hair and shower. By the time she finished, the group chat had exploded with messages. Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng kept tagging her, and when she didn't respond, they continued chatting amongst themselves. Su Qingmeng, who sent you the flowers, a man or a woman? Chen Zi, if it's a big bouquet of red roses, it's probably a man. Su Qingmeng, that can't be right. How could Qingci just accept roses from any man? Chen Zi, is it possible that Qingci met someone she likes over there, and he gave her flowers, which she accepted? Su Qingmeng, that can't be right. Qingci, did you really meet someone over there? Mu Qingci scrolled through the messages from the top, surprised to see they had sent over 100 while she was in the shower. The latest one was from Su Qingmeng. Qingci, come on, tell us what's going on. I'm dying of curiosity. Mu Qingci replied with a smile. The flowers are from my boyfriend. Su Qingmeng, you really got a boyfriend over there. Chen Zi, nice, now you don't have to worry about whether to like Mr. Feng or not. Giggling to herself, Mu Qingci replied, but my boyfriend is Instructor Feng. The group chat suddenly went silent. Mu Qingci sat on the edge of the bed, imagining the shocked expressions of the two people on the other end. Her fingers flew across the phone screen as she continued to send messages to the group chat. Officer Feng suddenly came to Province C tonight to find me. He said he was afraid I wouldn't dare to go back, so he came to pick me up himself. Apparently, I really confessed to him when I was drunk that day. He asked if I really liked him and said he wanted to be my boyfriend. I told him a confession without a bouquet wasn't acceptable, so he immediately went to buy me flowers. The group chat fell silent. Unhurriedly, Mu Qingci got up and took a sip of water. After a long pause, the two finally reacted. Su Qingmeng was the first to break the silence. The sickening smell of love. I was worried you'd end up on the streets and secretly prayed for you not to suffer too much. Seems like my worries were totally unnecessary. Right after, Chen Zi chimed in. Even though I'm thrilled you snagged Mr. Feng, and now we can walk around like we're invincible, I still despise people who flaunt their love lives. Su Qingmeng immediately suggested, no way, Qingci, you owe us a big meal, and one dinner won't be enough to make up for this. Agreed, Chen Zi echoed, then added, but seriously, my girl is amazing, managing to win over the aloof and reserved Officer Feng. Su Qingmeng curiously asked, I wonder what Mr. Feng is like in a relationship. Will he be strict with you, Qingci? Will he give you those sharp looks? Girl, you're brave. I think Qingci is brave too, Su Qingmeng continued. So Qingci, now that you're dating Officer Feng, you have to be strong and help us recover from the trauma of military training. Suddenly, Chen Zi posed a pointed question. Have you guys kissed yet? The chat fell silent again. Mu Qingci blushed slightly and hesitated before replying, he just became my boyfriend, and you expect me to think about that? I wouldn't dare. Chen Zi pressed on, it's not about whether you dare to think about it, it's whether Mr. Feng wants to kiss you. Feeling the conversation spiraling out of control, Mu Qingci quickly changed the subject. Oh, I'm so sleepy. I need to go to bed. Chen Zi wasn't ready to let it go. Mr. Feng is such a reserved guy, he hasn't even thought about it. Mu Qingci, a bit defiant, replied, how do you know he hasn't thought about it? Chen Zi sent a cheeky emoji. Then tell us what he's thinking. Mu Qingci decisively switched topics. He asked if I was in a hurry to go back after work, and if not, he wanted to take me to the Jade production area in Province X for a visit. Chen Zi immediately showed interest. Oh? Mr. Feng wants to go to the Jade production area? Yes, he said he wants to buy some jade, Mu Qingci explained. Chen Zi was puzzled. Strange, if he wants to buy jade, shouldn't he buy the carved pieces? Why would he go to the source? Plus, the Shui family doesn't deal in jade. Buying raw materials from the source means buying tons of it. What's he going to do with so much? Mu Qingci could only reply, I don't know. Chen Zi suddenly teased. Maybe he's using the jade trip as an excuse to take you on a vacation. Hee. Qingci, be careful not to get swept off your feet. Finding the topic impossible to continue, Mu Qingci decisively replied, I'm going to sleep. With that, she exited the group chat, put her phone aside, and lay down to sleep. As for the possibility Chen Zi mentioned, Mu Qingci silently dismissed it in her heart. That's impossible. Mu Qingci opened her eyes and found herself not in the hotel room but standing in a spacious suite living room. Looking around, she was surprised to see that the decor was strikingly similar to that of Instructor Feng's home in Donghu Community, with the only difference being the wall-mounted display cabinet. At Feng's house, it was filled with models, but here it was adorned with various precious antiques. She couldn't help but walk over to the cabinet, carefully examining these rare treasures. Each piece was a priceless and rare gem from different dynasties, some of which were only found in foreign museums. Her eyes widened, her heart raced, and she was rendered speechless by the shock. Just then, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her from behind. Startled, she was about to struggle when she heard Instructor Feng's deep, mesmerizing voice in her ear. Do you like it? Instinctively turning her head, she saw Feng with water droplets still in his hair, his stern face softened by the steam, adding a touch of allure. Her gaze involuntarily fell on his arms, and her heartbeat spiraled out of control. Feng was bare-chested, his well-defined muscles clearly visible. Feng. Instructor Feng, she stammered as Feng turned her around. Her eyes met his chest, and she swallowed hard. Up close, the bulging muscles were even more pronounced, with water droplets slowly trailing down his body. He wore only shorts, with water stains spreading at the waistband. His firm waistline and smooth abs exuded a powerful sense of strength, leaving a breathtaking impression. Feng whispered in her ear, want to touch? Mu Qingci, as if possessed, nodded. He then guided her hand to his chest. The sensation beneath her palm was both hard and hot, making it hard to resist. As she was lost in the moment, Feng tightened his grip around her waist and softly said, now it's my turn. With that, his large hand moved towards her back. Suddenly, Mu Qingci jolted awake, realizing it was all a dream. Frustrated, she covered her face and groaned. Why would I dream of something like this? It's such a sin. Just then her phone chimed with a message notification. She picked it up, realizing it was already past 8, with a message from Feng Lie. Feng Lie awake. Recalling the dream, Mu Qingci's cheeks flushed. After taking a deep breath, she replied, just woke up. Feng Lie, freshen up, let's have breakfast. The hotel's breakfast service ended before 8, so he had clearly been waiting for her. Mu Qingci hurriedly got up to wash and dress. By the time she went downstairs, Feng Lie was already waiting in the hotel's lobby lounge. Today, he was dressed in suit pants and a dark shirt, exuding an undeniable aura that kept others at a distance, even as he simply sat there playing with his phone. As Mu Qingci approached, he immediately looked up, his deep dark eyes making her feel a bit uneasy. Feng Lie stood up and walked towards her, asking, when do you plan to go to the embroidery workshop? Seeing Mu Qingci look slightly puzzled, he explained, if you're in a hurry, we can have breakfast here at the hotel. If not, we can eat outside. After a moment of thought, Mu Qingci said, let's eat outside. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily swept over him again before quickly looking away. All right, Feng Lie agreed, and the two of them walked out of the hotel together. Mu Qingci had dressed up carefully today, wearing a cheongsam with her hair styled up and high heels, exuding a graceful and elegant aura. Walking side by side, they became the center of attention. However, as soon as they stepped out of the hotel, a wave of heat hit them. Just as Mu Qingci was regretting her decision, a car pulled up in front of them. Feng Lie stepped forward to open the car door for her. Once they were both seated inside, Mu Qingci curiously asked, Instructor Feng, did you book the car in advance? If so, why ask if we should eat at the hotel or outside? Feng Lie seemed to anticipate her question and explained, I just prepared 2 options in advance. If you decided not to go out, I would have cancelled the car. Mu Qingci's lips curled into a slight smile as she softly replied, then turned her gaze out the window. Where shall we eat? She asked, her voice tinged with anticipation. Feng Lie suggested, there's a private kitchen not far from here that also serves breakfast. We could give it a try. Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. The car drove down a quiet street and stopped in front of a building that resembled an ancient noble's residence. The understated private kitchen didn't even have a sign. which surprised Mu Qingci. Just then, the grand doors of the residence slowly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue tang suit, exuding an impressive aura, stepped out. Feng Lie got out of the car but didn't immediately greet him. Instead, he turned and extended his hand to Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci hesitated for a moment before placing her hand lightly in his, using his support to step out of the car. Once she was steady, Feng Lie withdrew his hand, just as the middle-aged man approached them. "Mr. Feng, welcome to Sea City," the man said warmly, extending his hand to Feng Lie. Feng Lie shook his hand briefly and politely replied, "Thank you for having us." "Not at all, I'm delighted you chose to have breakfast here," the man said, then turned his attention to Mu Qingci, inquiring, "And who might this young lady be?" Mu Qingci looked at Feng Lie, curious about how he would introduce her. Feng Lie glanced at her and solemnly said, "This is my girlfriend, Miss Mu." The statement made Mu Qingci's heart race unexpectedly. She hadn't anticipated Feng Lie would so naturally call her his girlfriend. The man immediately greeted her warmly. "Miss Mu, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mr. Tang." Mu Qingci suppressed her inner flutter and politely nodded. "Hello, Mr. Tang." "Mr. Tang it is, then." Mr. Tang laughed heartily and gestured for them to enter. "Please come in, breakfast is ready." The trio walked through the gate into a spacious traditional Chinese courtyard, complete with rock gardens and flowing streams, accented by a grove of bamboo adding a touch of elegance. They followed the stone path to a hall where a single table was laid out with various breakfast items, each in moderate portions, exuding delightful aromas. Mr. Tang explained, "I've had the chef prepare half in S style and half in C style. See if they suit your taste." After Feng Lie thanked him, Mr. Tang tactfully left them alone. Feng Lie pulled out a chair for Mu Qingci. Once she sat down, she couldn't help asking, "Instructor Feng, are you familiar with this owner?" Feng Lie nodded. "Yes, like the Chen family, they are in the jewelry business. We've collaborated before." "Then why is he running a private kitchen?" "It's a personal hobby," Feng Lie explained concisely. Mu Qingci understood, picking up her chopsticks to survey the array of dishes, momentarily unsure where to start. As she looked over the food, she commented, "People here love hot pot and spicy dishes so much that I've been breaking out since I got here." Feng Lie's gaze fell on her face as Mu Qingci pointed to a small blemish on her cheek. Feng Lie's grip on his chopsticks tightened slightly as he said, "We should get some ointment for that later." "No need, it smells medicinal and I'll clear up in a couple of days." Mu Qingci shook her head, deciding to try the osmanthus honey rice cake first. The sweet yet light taste made Mu Qingci squint in delight. Feng Lie watched her enjoy the food, not in a hurry to eat himself. After sampling several dishes, Mu Qingci noticed Feng Lie hadn't started eating and asked, "Instructor Feng, why aren't you eating?" "You go ahead," Feng Lie replied. "I eat faster than you." He recalled how last time, his quick eating had prompted her to speed up as well. Mu Qingci stood up and brought over a larger bowl of noodles for him, saying, "Eat this, it'll fill you up." Feng Lie nodded and began to eat. Mu Qingci continued enjoying the sweet treats. By the end of breakfast, Mu Qingci felt quite satisfied. Just as they finished, Mr. Tang returned, handing a booklet to Feng Lie. "Mr. Feng, here's what you requested." He also invited them to visit his home, but Feng Lie politely declined. Feng Lie took the booklet and then left the private kitchen with Mu Qingci. As soon as Mu Qingci got into the car, her eyes were drawn to the booklet in Feng Lie's hands. Noticing her interest, Feng Lie handed it to her. Mu Qingci took the booklet and, after flipping through a few pages, exclaimed, "Are these the custom jewelry designs from Tang's store?" Feng Lie nodded. "I'm planning to order some jewelry for my family." He gestured for her to continue looking, adding, "I'm not very knowledgeable about this, so I'd appreciate your advice." Mu Qingci smiled, guessing he intended to have jewelry made for his grandmother and mother. She carefully browsed through the designs, occasionally showing Feng Lie the ones she thought suitable. "This one looks elegant and dignified. It would definitely suit their style." Feng Lie glanced at her focused expression and gently reminded her, "My grandmother and mother have quite youthful spirits." Mu Qingci looked up and smiled at him. "Got it, I'll help you choose again." "Thank you." During the ride, the two sat side by side, selecting jewelry designs. As they came across some hairpins, Feng Lie occasionally glanced at Mu Qingci's hair and pointed to a few designs, asking, "What do you think of these?" Mu Qingci nodded. "They look nice. But aren't these too understated? Do you think Grandma Feng and your mother will like them?" Feng Lie looked directly into her eyes. "If you like them, they will too." Mu Qingci's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit her lip. "I don't even know their preferences. How could they like what I like?" Feng Lie gazed into her beautiful eyes. "They already like you a lot." After a pause, he added, "Grandmother asked me to bring you over when you have the time, so you can meet her officially." Mu Qingci was caught off guard for a moment before she bashfully looked away, but couldn't suppress a smile. "You know I visited Grandma Feng?" "Yes, grandmother said the grapes in the garden are off limits for us now. She's saving them all for you. She wants to make grape wine for you when you visit." Mu Qingci's eyes sparkled as she looked at Feng Lie. "I've never had homemade grape wine before." Feng Lie's lips curled into a gentle smile. Grandmother is very good at making grape wine. You'll have to try some. Mu Qingci nodded enthusiastically, sure. She then returned her attention to the booklet. When they arrived at the hotel, Yuan Yong was already waiting in the lobby, accompanied by Guo Shuai. As Mu Qingci, now even more graceful and elegant in her qipao, walked in, Guo Shuai suddenly realized the gap between them. Nevertheless, he was determined to match her standards and strive to become an outstanding person. Early that morning, he had dyed his hair back to its natural color and swapped out his eccentric clothes for simple casual pants and a white shirt. At first glance, Mu Qingci almost didn't recognize Guo Shuai standing beside Yuan Yong. As she approached, Guo Shuai greeted her, "Good morning." Mu Qingci smiled back, "Good morning, Mr. Guo." Guo Shuai laughed, "Just call me Guo Shuai. You're 2 years older than me, so I'll call you Sister Qingci." Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. Guo Shuai turned his attention to Feng Lie. Despite this being their second meeting, he was still intimidated by Feng Lie's sharp gaze. Feng Lie nodded in acknowledgement. Guo Shuai snapped back to reality and asked with a smile, "I still don't know this gentleman's name?" Mu Qingci glanced at Feng Lie and introduced him with a smile. "This is Feng Lie." After a pause, she added, "My boyfriend." Looking at the couple, Guo Shuai felt they were truly a perfect match. Any feelings he had for Mu Qingci quickly dissipated, and he decided to admire her as a role model instead. He then said in a light-hearted tone, "I guessed as much last night. So, Mr. Feng, you're here specifically for Sister Qingci?" Feng Lie nodded, "Yes." Guo Shuai grinned. With a girlfriend as beautiful as Sister Qingci, it's understandable to be protective. He then shifted the conversation. "Didn't you say you wanted to visit the embroidery workshop today, Sister Qingci? I'm here to take you there. Let's go, I'll be your chauffeur for the day." Mu Qingci looked at Feng Lie, reluctant to leave him alone at the hotel. Sensing her thoughts, Feng Lie asked Guo Shuai, "Can I accompany you to your embroidery workshop?" Guo Shuai was momentarily surprised but then nodded, "Of course." Relieved, Mu Qingci joined the others, and the four of them headed to the Guo family embroidery workshop in Guo Shuai's car. Though the Guo family ladies felt a twinge of disappointment that Mu Qingci already had a boyfriend, seeing Feng Lie by her side, they had to admit that the young couple looked perfect together. When they saw Guo Shuai with his original hair color restored and looking refreshed, their enthusiasm for Mu Qingci intensified. Even Feng Lie couldn't help but be affected by this wave of enthusiasm. Throughout the day, Mu Qingci was in the embroidery workshop, intently observing the artisan's skills and even trying her hand at it. As evening approached, she announced her plans to leave the next day. The Guo family, though reluctant to see her go, insisted on a hot pot feast as a farewell. Hearing about the hot pot, Mu Qingci couldn't help but worry that her recently cleared skin might break out again. However, faced with such warmth, she gladly accepted. On the way to the hot pot restaurant, she quietly reminded Feng Lie, "Remember to order a Inyong pot and avoid the spicy side, or you'll regret it." Feng Lie looked at the young girl fussing over him, a smile flickering in his eyes, and replied softly, "All right." Just then, Guo Shuai, after finishing a phone call, hurried over to inform them, "The other families heard you're leaving tomorrow and want to join us for dinner." Mu Qingci nodded in agreement, thinking it was only right to thank everyone for their cooperation over the past few days. She turned to Yuan Yong and said, "Tonight's on us. Make sure you settle the bill beforehand." Yuan Yong gave an okay sign and replied, "Got it, little master." Mu Qingci and her group arrived at the hot pot restaurant first and booked a spacious private room. Soon, the others started to arrive, mostly young people. While some showed disappointment upon seeing Feng Lie next to Mu Qingci, realizing she was already taken, they gave up any thoughts of matchmaking. Mu Qingci, Feng Lie, and the matriarchs of the embroidery workshop sat together. As the Inyong pot bubbled, the conversation warmed up. The people from C province were as enthusiastic as ever, quickly digging into Feng Lie's background. Upon learning he owned a long-distance transportation company, whispers spread among the young people at another table. "I've heard many long-distance drivers are unfaithful, being on the road for days and fooling around. You can't generalize like that. Besides, Mr. Feng runs a company. He's not just a regular driver." "I'm not naming names, just talking about the general trend." Jiang Ruilin, who had been politely turned down by Mu Qingci the previous night, watched the couple closely. For the first time, he felt so moved by someone he had just met, and his impulsive confession had been swiftly rejected. Honestly, he felt a little indignant. He didn't think he was any less than that man, especially considering Feng Lie's job. Who knows if he was as unfaithful as his drivers? He wanted to expose Feng Lie's true colors and show Mu Qingci who was the better choice. So Jiang Ruilin suggested, "Since they're leaving tomorrow, why don't we have a few drinks tonight?" A man's character is often revealed through his drinking habits. His suggestion was quickly echoed by a few others. Guo Shuai frowned and glanced at Jiang Ruilin, saying, "We're here to eat, and it's clear Sister Qingci isn't much of a drinker. Why insist on drinking?" "Sister." Jiang Ruilin raised an eyebrow. "You've changed the way you address her. What's wrong with that?" Gua Shuai lifted his chin. She's 2 years older than me, so calling her sister is only natural. Jiang Ruilin merely gave a meaningful smile and said no more. He called over a waitress and asked her to bring over a case of white liquor. Once she opened it, he picked up a bottle and headed toward Mu Qingci and the others, who were engaged in conversation with the elders. A group of ladies showed little interest in Feng Lie, quickly shifting their attention to Mu Qingci after briefly inquiring about his job. They eagerly discussed the culture of shoe embroidery, hoping Mu Qingci could delve deeper into this art to help promote it worldwide. Amid the lively conversation, Mu Qingci barely touched the hot pot in front of her. Feng Lie, sitting beside her, was reserved and no one initiated a conversation with him. He quietly took on the task of cooking food for Mu Qingci. Each time he placed a piece of tender tripe into her dipping sauce, she would glance at him, offering a sweet smile before savoring the food he prepared with care. Feng Lie knew Mu Qingci couldn't handle spicy food, so he only cooked her favorite ingredients in the clear broth. His thoughtfulness soon caught the attention of the ladies. One of them remarked with a smile, "Mu's boyfriend is so considerate, cooking for you all the time without eating himself." Mu Qingci turned to Feng Lie and softly said, "You should eat too." Feng Lie replied calmly, "I'm not in a hurry." Another lady curiously asked, "It seems like Mu can't handle spicy food at all. Do people from S City generally not eat spicy food?" Feng Lie succinctly replied, "I'm okay with it." The lady enthusiastically said, "That's great. People who can't eat spicy food miss out on a lot of fun in our C province. Mr. Feng, you must try the food cooked in the spicy pot. It's quite an experience." Feng Lie nodded, "Sure." A mischievous glint appeared in Mu Qingci's eyes as she used the communal chopsticks to place a piece of duck intestine into the spicy pot and then into Feng Lie's dipping sauce. Without speaking, she looked at him expectantly with shining eyes. Feng Lie understood her gesture and, unhesitatingly, ate the duck intestine. Mu Qingci's eyes widened with admiration, and Feng Lie noticed her reaction, a hint of amusement in his eyes. At that moment, a voice came from behind, "Qingci, Mr. Feng." Everyone turned to see Jiang Ruilin, approaching with a bottle and glasses. He addressed the ladies. "Qingci and Mr. Feng have come a long way and are leaving tomorrow. We must have a few drinks tonight." The ladies agreed, and someone said, "Qingci, you've been busy with work these past few days, and we didn't have the chance to toast with you. Now that you're leaving, we can't let you go without a drink." Before Mu Qingci could respond, Jiang Ruilin declared, "I've already prepared the drinks." He signaled the waiter to bring over a whole case of baijiu. Seeing the full case, Mu Qingci frowned, recalling her embarrassing drunken episode with Instructor Feng, feeling a bit apprehensive. At that moment, a warm hand suddenly held hers under the table. Mu Qingci turned to look at Feng Lie, who softly said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Despite the lively chatter around them, Mu Qingci clearly read his lips, and all her anxiety vanished in an instant. Jiang Ruilin approached with the bottle, smiling as he picked up the glass in front of Feng Lie. While pouring the drink, he said, "Mr. Feng, as a boss, you probably drink often at social events. You must have a good tolerance, right?" Feng Lie glanced at the drink and replied calmly, "I rarely drink." Jiang Ruilin seemed skeptical but said nothing more. After pouring for Feng Lie, he reached for Mu Qingci's glass, only to have his arm firmly restrained by a strong hand. Jiang Ruilin felt as if his arm was pinned by a heavy weight, unable to move. His expression shifted slightly, but he maintained a forced smile, looking at Feng Lie with a puzzled gaze. Feng Lie's tone was calm yet commanding. "Qingci doesn't drink. She'll have juice." Though his voice was quiet, it carried an undeniable authority. Jiang Ruilin felt a jolt of tension, his smile faltering. At that moment, Gua Shuai came over and patted Jiang Ruilin's shoulder, his tone carrying a clear warning, "Jiang Ruilin, if anyone's drinking, let it be us. It's obvious Sister Qingci can't handle it, so don't push her." Feng Lie released his grip. Jiang Ruilin quickly retracted his hand, casting a deep glance at Feng Lie, a flicker of something dark in his eyes. Gua Shuai didn't notice this and turned to Mu Qingci and Feng Lie, saying, "If you're not big drinkers, just turn your glasses upside down later. People here don't stop once they start drinking." Mu Qingci nodded gratefully at Gua Shuai, then looked at Feng Lie. His expression remained as calm as ever. At this moment, the atmosphere at the dining table was lively, with everyone having filled their glasses with wine. However, Feng Lie picked up a nearby bottle of juice and carefully filled Mu Qingci's glass. A lady stood up with a warm smile and said, "Xiao Mu, let me toast to you." Mu Qingci quickly picked up her juice, stood up, and humbly replied, "I should be the one toasting you all." The lady laughed heartily, "It's all the same. We've been thoroughly impressed by the promotion of Chinese cultural heritage on your website, Gujin Yuyue. We hope your site can also showcase our country's 4 great embroideries, so everyone can see how stunning they are." Mu Qingci nodded with a smile, "Of course, we'll do our best." They both took a sip of their drinks before sitting down again. Standing nearby, Jiang Ruilin had a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He raised his glass and approached them, "Let me toast you as well. As a descendant of the shoe embroidery tradition, I share the same thoughts as Aunt Lee. He added, since Qingci can't drink, she can have juice, but Mr. Feng, you should drink, right? With that, he raised his glass towards Feng Lie. Jiang Ruilin's elder, who was at the same table, chuckled and said, since Mr. Feng can drink, you youngsters should have a toast. You're always welcome to visit Xi province. Mu Qingci looked worriedly at the glass of wine in front of Feng Lie. Without saying much, Feng Lie picked up his glass, clinked it lightly with Jiang Ruilin's, and drank it all in one go. After that, many young people came over to toast. Mu Qingci continued drinking juice, while Feng Lie had several glasses of white wine. Mu Qingci was anxious, and during breaks, she kept serving him food to help him sober up. Despite drinking quite a bit, Feng Lie remained composed, exuding a maturity beyond his years. During a lull in the toasting, Mu Qingci poured Feng Lie a glass of watermelon juice. Drink some watermelon juice to sober up, or you'll get drunk later. Feng Lie turned his head to look at her, his voice deeper than usual but still clear, don't worry. Despite his words, he took the watermelon juice and drank it all. Afterward, he used the communal chopsticks to serve Mu Qingci some vegetables. Eat more, or you'll get hungry later. Mu Qingci gave him a gentle smile and began to enjoy the food Feng Lie had served her. Feng Lie watched her intently, occasionally asking what else she wanted to eat and proactively serving her more dishes. Observing their interaction, Guo Shuai couldn't help but use a mocking tone to speak to Jiang Ruilin, who was clearly trying to sober up. See that? They're the real couple. What's the point of all your efforts? Jiang Ruilin irritably unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, his face dark but silent. Seeing this, Guo Shuai continued to taunt him. When Qingci first came here, she mentioned she had someone she liked. After Mr. Feng showed up, she introduced him as her boyfriend. Do you think it was because you suddenly confessed to her last night that they finally acknowledged their relationship? Jiang Ruilin replied in a low voice. I just wanted to test this man for Qingci. Do you think someone who runs a long-haul transportation company is worthy of her? Guo Shuai scoffed, clearly not buying his explanation. Growing more agitated, Jiang Ruilin suddenly grabbed another bottle of wine and stood up, determined to get Feng Lie drunk. As Jiang Ruilin approached Feng Lie for another drink, Mu Qingci frowned slightly, showing her displeasure. At that moment, the eldest lady of the Guo family suggested, since you're here in Xi province, why not learn to play mahjong? You can stay a bit longer, and we'll teach you. Next time you visit, we can have a game together. Mu Qingci seized the opportunity and replied with a bright smile, how about I learn tonight? That sounds great. After dinner we'll play. If you don't get the hang of it, we won't let you leave the mahjong table tonight, the lady said enthusiastically. Mu Qingci agreed cheerfully, sure thing. She thought to herself that as long as it meant Feng Lie would drink less, staying up all night playing mahjong was a small price to pay. After agreeing to play mahjong with the ladies, Mu Qingci turned to Jiang Ruilin, who had just reached them, and apologized. Mr. Jiang, we won't be drinking anymore. My boyfriend will be joining me for mahjong later. Jiang Ruilin didn't press further. Instead, he smiled and said, no problem, we'll set up a table too. Then he turned to Feng Lie. Mr. Feng, why don't you join us? Jiang Ruilin squinted, a faint smile playing on his lips. In his opinion, men often lose their composure at the drinking table, and even more so at the gambling table. As an experienced mahjong player, he was secretly plotting to make Feng Lie lose miserably. The phrase, show his true colors, lingered in his mind, making his smile more pronounced. Mu Qingci caught a glimpse of Jiang Ruilin's expression out of the corner of her eye, and a sense of displeasure arose in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder if Jiang was targeting Instructor Feng just because she wasn't interested in him. With that thought, she glanced at Feng Lie. Just then, an auntie asked Feng Lie, Mr. Feng, do you play mahjong? Feng Lie replied honestly, I've never played before. This made Mu Qingci even more worried. She discreetly tugged at the hem of Feng Lie's shirt. When he turned to look at her, she signaled with her eyes for him not to agree to play with Jiang Ruilin. Feng Lie gently held her hand, his thumb softly caressing the back of it, silently reassuring her not to worry. After dinner, Mu Qingci pulled Feng Lie aside to a quiet corner when no one was watching. With a concerned tone, she said, Instructor Feng, if you don't know how to play mahjong, don't play with Jiang Ruilin. I feel he's up to no good and will use his knowledge of the game to make you lose a lot. Feng Lie looked into her worried eyes, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. His tone was calm but carried an edge. I don't want anyone pursuing you when they know you have a boyfriend. Mu Qingci detected the sharpness in his words, which filled her with a sense of joy. With a slight smile, she tentatively asked, Instructor Feng, are you jealous? Unexpectedly, Feng Lie admitted it directly, yes. Mu Qingci's cheeks turned slightly red, her smile deepening. She held his hand, gently swinging it as she said, I don't like him. I know. Feng Lie gazed at the charming girl in front of him, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He raised his other hand to gently stroke her hair and said, let's go, others are coming. Sure enough, Guo Shuai and a few young people approached. Guo Shuai said as soon as he saw them, Sister Qingci, why did you pay the bill? We agreed that we would treat tonight. Exactly. We are the hosts and you are the guests. It's not right for the guests to pay, others echoed. Mu Qingci smiled and replied, as long as everyone is happy, it doesn't matter who pays. With that, she took Feng Lie's hand and walked with the group toward the exit. Others were already waiting at the hot pot restaurant's entrance. When they learned that Mu Qingci and her group had paid, the elders expressed their disapproval and insisted on transferring the money to them. Mu Qingci, with a cheerful smile, explained, "You're all too kind. You've treated us to every meal since we've been here, and we'd feel embarrassed otherwise. Consider it as a little support for our thin skin. Besides, this dinner was supposed to be hosted by Yuan Yong and me, but it can be reimbursed, so it's like the official website of Ancient and Modern is treating us. Don't you want to experience being treated by the official website?" Her playful words amused everyone, and the aunties showed her even more affection. Madame Gua linked arms with Mu Qingci and warmly said, "Let's go play mahjong now. The usual rule. Tonight, the losses are on us, and the wins are yours. But you must learn our local mahjong style tonight, or we won't let you leave." Mu Qingci playfully scrunched her nose in feigned difficulty. "Auntie Gua, you're making it too hard for me. I might manage to memorize a history book in one night, but mahjong is truly too difficult." "Ah. So even academic achievers like you have things you find hard to learn. That makes us ordinary folks feel better." Everyone laughed. Mu Qingci immediately replied, "How could you be ordinary? You are the inheritors of our nation's intangible cultural heritage, deserving of everyone's respect." "Ah, little Mu, you really know how to talk. It's a pity you can't be my daughter-in-law." Someone turned to Feng Lie and said earnestly, "Young man, you must treat little Mu well in the future. Don't bully her, or we'll all stand up for her." Hearing this, Mu Qingci playfully lifted her chin at Feng Lie. "Boyfriend, did you hear that? You're not allowed to bully me. I have a lot of people backing me up." Feng Lie looked at the lively girl blending in with everyone, a slight smile on his lips, and softly said, "I wouldn't dare." His words once again drew laughter from the crowd. Gua Shuai glanced at Jiang Ruolin, who remained aloof, and deliberately said, "See, how much love there is between them." Jiang Ruolin just gave him a deep look and remained silent. Soon, the group arrived at the mahjong parlor. Mu Qingci joined a few aunties to play mahjong while the others prepared to watch. At this point, Jiang Ruolin suggested, "Why don't we set up 2 tables? Mr. Feng and Mr. Yuan are guests. After all, we can't just let them watch." Yuan Yong quickly declined, "I'll pass. I'm really not interested in this." Jiang Ruolin then turned his gaze to Feng Lie. "Mr. Feng, how about you join?" He added jokingly, "Before you came, many of us were planning to pursue Qingci. Now that you're here, you should at least give us some consolation." His words subtly hinted that Feng Lie should let them win a bit. As soon as Jiang Ruolin suggested it, everyone, eager to play, quickly chimed in. Mu Qingci gripped her mahjong tiles tightly, glaring at Jiang Ruolin with a burning desire to throw the tiles at his smug face. Just as she was about to voice her opposition, Feng Lie unexpectedly agreed. "Feng Lie!" Mu Qingci exclaimed in surprise. Feng Lie turned to the worried young girl, gently stroked her hair, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll try to win us the travel expenses." Hearing this, Jiang Ruolin smirked. "Since Mr. Feng is so confident, we'll have the travel money ready. Let's see if you have what it takes to win it." Feng Lie gave him a calm look, making Jiang Ruolin shiver involuntarily. He quickly turned and headed to the mahjong table, secretly vowing to make Feng Lie lose miserably. Mu Qingci was about to follow when an auntie reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, little Mu. They're just playing for fun. They'll know when to stop." Despite her anxiety, Mu Qingci reluctantly sat down, half-heartedly playing her game while keeping a close eye on Feng Lie. Once seated, Feng Lie was given a brief introduction to the local mahjong rules. In the first few rounds, he kept losing. As the game intensified, young people crowded around the table. Mu Qingci strained to hear the surrounding chatter about Feng Lie's wins and losses. After several rounds, Feng Lie was still on the losing side. To make matters worse, they suggested raising the stakes, and Feng Lie agreed. Mu Qingci could no longer stay calm, distractedly playing her own game. Seeing this, Mrs. Gua teased, "Dear, if you keep being so distracted, you might not leave tomorrow." Another lady had an idea. "How about this? If little Mu wins against us twice, we'll let you go over and watch them play." Mu Qingci's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes, we mean it. Can you focus on playing with us now?" "Yes." Mu Qingci replied with determination. Those who knew Mu Qingci understood that once she set her mind on learning something, she mastered it quickly. Back in high school, she often participated in various competitions to ease her mother's burden, frequently winning and earning the nickname Polygon Warrior from her classmates. Sure enough, after a few more rounds, Mu Qingci won repeatedly, leaving the surrounding ladies in. "Can I go watch them play now?" Mu Qingci asked. Mrs. Gua was amazed. "How did you do that?" Mu Qingci smiled shyly. "Mahjong only has 100 or so tiles. It's easy to remember what's been played and figure out how to win. The ladies exchanged looks, and one, unwilling to accept defeat, suggested, "No, I don't believe it. Little Mu, play a few more rounds with us." Mu Qingci sighed, "You're cheating." One lady smiling said, "How about this? We'll play 5 more rounds. If you win 3, I'll give you an embroidered handkerchief." Mu Qingci glanced at Feng Lie's table and thought, "Coach Feng, it's not that I don't want to cheer you on, but even if I do, if you're going to lose, you'll still lose. So, I might as well win the handkerchief first." She nodded with a smile. "All right." Just then, another uproar came from Feng Lie's table. "Mr. Feng's skills are poor. He's lost again." Upon hearing those words, Mu Qingci felt a sharp pang of heartache. As the commotion subsided, she suddenly turned around and called out loudly, "Feng Lie, Instructor Feng." The crowd instinctively parted, revealing Feng Lie. He turned his head to look at her, their eyes meeting. Mu Qingci extended her hand, making a cheering gesture, and urgently said, "Don't lose again, or we won't have any money left for our trip. I really want to enjoy it." Feng Lie, observing her anxious expression, nodded solemnly. "All right." He turned back to the 3 at the table and said, "Gentlemen, my Qingci thinks I've lost too much. To win back what I've lost, would you mind raising the stakes a bit?" Jiang Ruilin's eyes gleamed with greed. "I don't mind." He had been eager to strip Feng Lie of his winnings all night. The other 2 were also eager, nodding in agreement. Feng Lie remained calm. "All right." The group resumed their game. Only then did Mu Qingci turn around and, amidst the playful teasing of the other ladies, focus on her own game. Before long, the atmosphere at Feng Lie's table shifted dramatically. Exclamations of amazement and disbelief filled the air. News of Feng Lie won again reached Mu Qingci, who felt a surge of joy and concentrated even more on her game. In the end, the young men across from Feng Lie lost everything and had to end the game early. Meanwhile, Mu Qingci not only won the embroidery promised by an aunt, but also received embroidered gifts from several other aunts, concluding her game as well. At 3 a.m., everyone exited the mahjong parlor. Despite her fatigue, Mu Qingci was exhilarated. As she got into Guo Shuai's car, which would take them back to the hotel, she waved goodbye to everyone with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, she remembered something and deliberately said to Jiang Ruilin, "Mr. Jiang, thank you for funding our trip." Jiang Ruilin's already unhappy expression turned even darker. Only then did Mu Qingci look away and roll up the window. In the front seat, Guo Shuai couldn't help but chuckle and said after starting the car, "Sister Qingci, Jiang Ruilin almost confessed to you, and yet you still rub salt in the wound." Mu Qingci huffed softly. "He's been giving Instructor Feng such a hard time. It's a miracle I was polite to him at all." She was known for holding grudges and fiercely defending her own. At that moment, a warm hand took hold of hers. Mu Qingci turned to look at Feng Lie, who was gazing at her with an increasingly deep look under the flickering streetlights. She wrapped both hands around his and asked with a smile, "Instructor Feng, how much did you win tonight?" "Probably over 100,000, Feng Lie replied calmly. Mu Qingci's eyes widened. "How did you guys gamble so big?" Guo Shuai chimed in with a laugh, and most of it came from Jiang Ruilin. Hearing this, Mu Qingci beamed, "Instructor Feng, you're amazing." Her words made the 3 men chuckle. Feng Lie tightened his grip on her hand and asked with concern, "Are you tired?" Mu Qingci nodded. "I didn't feel it while playing mahjong, but now I'm really tired." As she spoke, her eyes lingered on Feng Lie's broad shoulders, then glanced at Guo Shuai and Yuan Yong in the front seat. Seeing they weren't paying attention, she quietly leaned closer to Feng Lie. Just as she was about to rest her head on his shoulder, she noticed Feng Lie was watching her. Her cheeks flushed, and she silently reassured herself, "You're my boyfriend. Why shouldn't I lean on you?" However, Feng Lie suddenly withdrew his hand, gently turned sideways, and lifted his arm to rest her head on his chest. With her cheek against his broad chest and his strong heartbeat in her ear, a sense of security washed over Mu Qingci. She smiled softly and held his hand again. Guo Shuai suddenly glanced in the rearview mirror at the back seat and quickly looked away, saying, "If I didn't know Feng wasn't familiar with mahjong, I'd think you were losing on purpose earlier." After a pause, he asked, "Feng, have you never played mahjong before, or just knock mahjong?" "Never played before," Feng Lie replied succinctly. Mu Qingci couldn't help but look up at him. From this angle, she could clearly see his chiseled jawline. In the interplay of streetlights, his features appeared more profound and stern, yet the relaxed line of his lips made him seem approachable. Mu Qingci gazed at him intently, her fingers unconsciously playing with his. Feng Lie looked down, meeting her eyes. Mu Qingci blinked, feeling a bit caught, but she continued to meet his gaze with a sweet smile. The next moment, Feng Lie's hand gently covered her eyes. Mu Qingci didn't see his Adam's apple move or the deepening look in his eyes. As he drove, Guo Shuai couldn't stop praising, "Mr. Feng, you're truly amazing." He paused for a moment and added, "Sister Qingci is also incredible. I've heard a bunch of elders singing your praises." Feng Lie felt a slight itch in his palm. His hand was covering Mu Qingci's eyes, and she was unusually quiet, just blinking gently against his palm. Her long lashes brushed against his skin like little feathers, sending a tingling sensation straight to his heart. He replied in a low voice. Gua Shuai turned his attention to Mu Qingci, curiously asking, Sister Qingci, didn't you say you couldn't learn how to play mahjong? How did you suddenly become so good at it? Mu Qingci didn't move Feng Lie's hand away. Her lips curled into a small smile as she softly replied, I had no choice. The aunties were offering so much and insisted I had to win to receive it, so I had to win. Hearing this, Yuan Yong, who had been silent, suddenly chimed in with a laugh. I once heard my professor say that our little sister-in-law is incredibly quick-witted. There was a time when their website had some technical issues, but no one was sent to fix it. In frustration, she spent several days in the library, reading almost half of the computer-related books, and then she solved the website's network problem. Gua Shuai was amazed. That's incredible. Computer issues have nothing to do with your field of study. Exactly, Yuan Yong agreed, which is why there's nothing she can't tackle if she sets her mind to it. Impressive. Really impressive. Gua Shuai genuinely admired, Sister Qingci, you're truly my idol. She's my idol too, Yuan Yong added. Mu Qingci felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments. Just as Feng Lie was about to lift his hand, she quickly held it in place, preferring not to see so she wouldn't feel shy. Feng Lie found her reaction amusing, chuckling deeply, his chest vibrating with laughter. Mu Qingci, slightly annoyed, playfully slapped his chest, thinking he was teasing her. Then Feng Lie leaned closer to her ear, his voice a low, magnetic murmur, You really are impressive. Mu Qingci's cheeks turned even redder, but she couldn't help but smile, letting out a proud little hum. The next moment, his large hand covered her face completely, pulling her closer to his chest. Listening to his quickening heartbeat, Mu Qingci felt a bit smug and asked, You still haven't said how you suddenly became so good at mahjong and won so much. Feng Lie calmly replied, Orders from my girlfriend, I dare not disobey. Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh. She just knew her Feng instructor was capable of anything. The car soon arrived outside the hotel. As they got out, Gua Shuai asked, When are you planning to leave tomorrow? How about I meet you for breakfast in the morning and then take Sister Qingci to pick up the embroidery they gifted? Feng Lie looked at Mu Qingci, indicating she should decide the time. Mu Qingci thought for a moment and said, Let's make it later. It's already past 3 in the morning and by the time we freshen up, it'll be after 4. I won't be able to get up too early. Gua Shuai suggested, How about 11 o'clock? I think I can manage to get up by then. Mu Qingci wanted to agree but felt that 11 would be too late for breakfast, almost lunchtime, and she didn't want to impose for another meal, so she said, 10 o'clock? She turned to Feng Lie, Let's book a flight for tomorrow afternoon to X province. I also need to visit the Cultural Relics Bureau here. Feng Lie nodded, Sounds good. After agreeing on the plan, Gua Shuai left, and Mu Qingci, Feng Lie, and Yuan Yong headed toward the hotel. As they walked, Mu Qingci said to Yuan Yong, You should check the flights too. Yuan Yong replied, Sure, I'll look them up when I get back. At the elevator, only 2 were running, both on the lower floors. As Mu Qingci and Feng Lie stepped into one, Yuan Yong perceptively clutched his stomach and said, I feel a bit hungry. You two go ahead, I'll see if there's any food available. With that, he turned and headed toward the lobby. Mu Qingci watched Yuan Yong's retreating figure and smiled knowingly. As the elevator ascended, she was too tired to speak. When Feng Lie walked her to her room, Mu Qingci opened the door and turned to him. Instructor Feng, I might not wake up tomorrow. Feng Lie assured her, I'll call you at 9:30. Mu Qingci nodded. She quickly stepped forward, gave Feng Lie a light hug around his waist, then stepped back, smiling broadly, Good night, boyfriend. She was about to close the door when Feng Lie stopped it. Wait a moment. Mu Qingci stared at her hand resting against the door, her mind replaying Chen Ziyi's words, causing her heart to race. Just as her cheeks began to flush, Feng Lie pulled a box of ointment from his pocket and handed it to her. What's this? Mu Qingci asked, taking the ointment. Her fingers brushed against Feng Lie's hand, sending a shiver through her. It's an ointment to reduce heat. Applied after washing your face, Feng Lie explained succinctly. Mu Qingci's heart pounded even faster, secretly hoping for a goodnight kiss. However, Feng Lie simply withdrew his hand, stood straight, and said, Go on in, get some rest, good night. It took Mu Qingci a couple of seconds to snap back to reality. She hastily replied, Oh, and closed the door. Looking at the ointment in her hand, she silently scolded herself. Don't get ahead of yourself. Instructor Feng is so upright. How could he do anything just after confirming the relationship? Keep your ladylike demeanor. By 8 the next morning, Mu Qingci was awake. With no trace of sleepiness, she lay in bed and started messaging Chen Ziyi out of boredom. Chen Ziyi teased, I thought you forgot about your sister once you got a man. You didn't contact me all day yesterday, and didn't even respond last night. So, tell me, what embarrassing things did you do with Mr. Feng? Mu Qingci replied helplessly, I was playing mahjong with a group of aunties until 3:30 a.m. Do you think I had the chance to do anything else? Chen Zi was a bit disappointed. That's not what I imagined. What were you expecting? Mu Qingci retorted. Mr. Feng came to pick you up. Shouldn't you have spent more couple time together, and then when the mood was right, have a little kiss and hug? Chen Zi said enthusiastically. Mu Qingci held back from admitting she had hoped for that too, and just replied, What are you thinking? We just started dating. How could things progress so quickly? Chen Zi persisted. Why so reserved? You've finally won over Mr. Feng. You should get some benefits. Don't you want to see how the usually restrained and aloof Mr. Feng reacts when he kisses? Mu Qingci felt even more conflicted. Should she take the initiative? She valued her dignity too much for that. So she replied, There's no rush. It'll happen eventually. To change the subject, Mu Qingci began recounting her and Feng Lie's adventures from last night. Chen Zi listened in amazement, offering praise and also commenting on Jiang Ruilin. What's wrong with that guy? Just because you rejected him, he caused trouble for Mr. Feng. I don't think he really likes you. He's just embarrassed. Mu Qingci agreed with that assessment. At 9:30, Feng Lie called right on time. Mu Qingci answered, pretending she had just woken up, saying she'd come down after freshening up. Ending her chat with Chen Zi, she got up, washed, packed her things and went downstairs. Downstairs, Feng Lie, Yuan Yong, and Guoshuai were already waiting for her. Today, Feng Lie was dressed differently in dark casual pants and a black shirt, transforming from a tough soldier to a charismatic businessman. Guoshuai was animatedly speaking to Feng Lie, gesturing now and then. Feng Lie maintained his usual calm demeanor, occasionally nodding in response. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Feng Lie turned towards the elevator. His expression softened noticeably upon seeing Mu Qingci, and he stood up. Guoshuai and Yuan Yong followed suit. Approaching them, Mu Qingci asked a bit sheepishly, Have you been waiting long? No, we just came down, Feng Lie said, stepping towards her. He glanced at the pimples on her face, noticing they had subsided significantly, and said, Let's have breakfast first. Mu Qingci nodded and asked, Have you all eaten? Yes, Feng Lie replied. I haven't either, Guoshuai chimed in. Then let's eat together, Mu Qingci suggested. After breakfast, Guoshuai drove them to pick up some gifts and visit a few places where Mu Qingci had promised to deliver embroidery. They also made a stop at the local Cultural Relics Bureau. Once all errands were done, they returned to the hotel for lunch before heading to the airport with their luggage. Yuan Yong had also booked a flight for that afternoon, and Guoshuai was responsible for seeing them off. Before parting, Guoshuai said to Mu Qingci, Sister Qingci, I'll work hard to get into S University for my master's. Just wait and see. I will become someone like you. Mu Qingci encouraged him with a smile. Go for it. Guoshuai beamed and replied enthusiastically, I will. The flight from C province to X city was 4 hours long. Once on the plane, Mu Qingci took out her laptop to organize the various materials she had gathered recently. Feng Lie didn't disturb her, occasionally offering her a drink or some snacks. About half an hour before landing in X city, Feng Lie reminded Mu Qingci to rest her eyes. Mu Qingci closed her notebook, feeling a slight itch on her cheek. Instinctively, she reached up to scratch it, but Feng Lie gently caught her hand. Don't scratch, Feng Lie advised, his tone gentle yet firm. Apply some ointment if it itches. Mu Qingci nodded, reaching into her bag to retrieve the ointment, which she applied to her face. This ointment you got is really good, she said with satisfaction. I feel like my acne is almost gone. Suddenly curious, she asked, When did you get it last night? I didn't see you go out. I had it delivered, Feng Lie replied simply. Oh. Mu Qingci couldn't help but smile. Thanks, boyfriend. Feng Lie, seeing the sweet smile on her face, responded with a soft The plane landed in City X, where 2 burly men dressed in traditional local attire awaited them. Feng Lie, pulling a suitcase with one hand and holding Mu Qingci's hand with the other, approached the men who greeted them warmly. He set down the suitcase to shake hands and exchanged a few words in the local dialect. Mu Qingci, unable to understand, stood quietly by his side. Feng Lie introduced them to Mu Qingci. They're also veterans. We used to be on missions together. Now they're working here. Mu Qingci smiled politely, Nice to meet you. In unison, the 2 men responded, Hello, sister-in-law. Mu Qingci blushed instantly. They actually called her sister-in-law. The men took their luggage and led them to a car waiting outside. Once in the car, the man in the passenger seat, speaking in heavily accented Mandarin, said, Recently, the mine has produced some high-quality raw materials. Lots of bosses and tourists are coming here. If it weren't for you, Brother Feng, asking us to keep an eye out, the good stuff would have been snapped up by those big bosses. Thank you, Feng Lie responded succinctly. No need to thank us. We're happy to help you, the man replied cheerfully. Just make sure we get an invite to your wedding. All right, Feng Lie agreed. Mu Qingci felt a wave of shyness and discreetly pinched Feng Lie's hand resting on his thigh. Feng Lie turned to look at her, and Mu Qingci quickly turned her gaze towards the window. Feng Lie gently held her hand in his. For the rest of the journey, Feng Lie talked with the man in the passenger seat, while Mu Qingci focused on taking in the sights of this oasis city in the desert. The exotic architecture and locals in traditional attire created a unique scene. This was her first time visiting as a tourist. Her previous visits were work-related. After a long drive, the car stopped in front of a large hotel. The men helped them inside to check in. When they found out only a couple suite was available, Feng Lie immediately said, "We need 2 rooms." The receptionist apologetically explained, "I'm sorry, sir. Due to the influx of tourists, all other rooms are fully booked." Though the 2 men were puzzled by Feng Lie's request, one of them apologized, "Sorry, Brother Feng. If you'd called earlier, we could have booked rooms for you in advance." The other suggested, "Should we try another hotel? The hotels with the most rooms are already fully booked. Other places will definitely be out of rooms too," the first man added. Feng Lie looked seriously at Mu Qingci and asked, "Qingci, do you want to stay?" Initially nervous, Mu Qingci suddenly felt that Instructor Feng seemed even more reluctant than she was. Her stubbornness kicked in, and she replied, "Let's stay." Feng Lie gave her a long look before nodding at the receptionist. After checking in, they went upstairs to drop off their luggage. It was Mu Qingci's first time in a couple's suite, and she curiously surveyed the room. A large bed with heart-patterned sheets, heart-shaped pillows, and a glass-walled bathroom all exuding an air of romance that made her heart race. She instinctively glanced at Feng Lie to gauge his reaction. Feng Lie entered the room, swiftly placing 2 suitcases down and quickly scanning the entire space. His expression was more serious than before, a change that didn't escape Mu Qingci's notice. Just as she was about to ask, Feng Lie spoke first, "Cici, do you want to go for dinner now or rest for half an hour before heading down?" The way he said her name was particularly pleasant, a stark contrast to his usual tone. Those 2 words instantly dispelled any doubts Mu Qingci had. Instead of directly answering, she asked, "Are we dining with your 2 friends? If you want to join them, we can. If not, we can eat on our own." Mu Qingci considered that this was a reunion with friends, former mission partners, likely with much to discuss. She added, "I'll join you for dinner, and then I'll head back to the room to rest." Feng Lie nodded in agreement. The 2 of them headed downstairs, where they indeed found Feng Lie's 2 friends waiting. The 4 decided to dine at the hotel. During the meal, the 2 men enthusiastically invited them. "There are events in the city these days. If you're not in a rush to leave, you can enjoy them. You could also visit the mines if you're interested." Mu Qingci curiously asked, "Can we visit the mines?" Feng Lie explained, "There's a trading market near the mines. We can check it out then." Mu Qingci, not having much interest in the market, was more intrigued by the local museum. She shared this idea with Feng Lie. Feng Lie nodded and agreed, "Sure, after buying the jade tomorrow, we can visit the museum." Hearing this, Mu Qingci happily focused on her meal. To accommodate her, Feng Lie's 2 friends deliberately spoke in Mandarin, but their conversation noticeably dwindled due to their lack of fluency. After dinner, Feng Lie asked Mu Qingci if she wanted to take a walk. Feeling a bit tired and recalling the room's arrangement, she decided to head back for a shower. Feng Lie escorted her to the room, reminding her, "Don't wander around alone. If you need anything, call me first. I might be talking with them for a while tonight, so get some rest early." Though puzzled by his initial words, Mu Qingci felt relieved by the last part. She nodded in agreement, waiting for Feng Lie to leave only after she closed the door. Feng Lie returned downstairs, finding a quiet corner with the other 2. One of them apologized, "Boss Feng, sorry about the arrangements. If you'd called earlier, we could have booked a separate place for you, much more comfortable." Feng Lie calmly replied, "It's fine. It was a last-minute decision to come here. The idea of buying jade came after seeing Mu Qingci with a jade hairpin, but whether we'd come depended on whether the young lady wanted to join." Curiously, the other asked, "Boss Feng, weren't you not into these stones before? What made you decide to come personally this time? Are you daft?" Boss Feng brought his girlfriend, obviously to buy something for her, his companion teased. Who knew Boss Feng had such a romantic side? "We were just wondering what kind of wife you'd find." The 2 bantered back and forth, clearly surprised that Feng Lie had a girlfriend. Feng Lie let them finish before steering the conversation. "How's everything going for you here? If you need any help, just say the word." "All good, all good. We should be thanking you for your support, Boss Feng. Once we grow bigger, just say the word, and whatever kind of jade you want, we'll deliver it to you." "All right," Feng Lie responded succinctly. Meanwhile, back in the room, Mu Qingci immediately went for a shower. Fortunately, the bathroom had a curtain and a dryer, so after her shower, she washed her clothes and dried them. Thinking about sharing the room with Feng Lie tonight, she was too awake to sleep, so she took out her laptop and worked on the sofa. Soon Feng Lie called, "I ordered some fruit for you. It'll be delivered shortly." Mu Qingci acknowledged, and they ended the call. Sure enough, a server soon arrived with a large fruit platter. The fruit was exceptionally sweet, and Mu Qingci found herself working more efficiently while enjoying it. Around 9, Su Qingmeng and Chen Ziyi came online. Learning that Mu Qingci would be sharing a room with Feng Lie that night, they were more excited than she was. Su Qingmeng messaged, "Girl, while I totally support you winning over Instructor Feng, isn't this a bit too fast?" Chen Ziyi chimed in, "I agree with the idea of you and Mr. Feng getting closer, but don't rush things since you've just started dating." Mu Qingci paused before replying, "I don't think Instructor Feng is that kind of person." In Mu Qingci's mind, Instructor Feng had always been a person of uncompromising integrity and seriousness, someone she deeply respected. She believed he was well past the age of impulsiveness and wouldn't make hasty decisions easily. When Su Qingmeng and Chen Ziyi teased her, Mu Qingci was annoyed by their misunderstanding of her, but their chatter unexpectedly eased her tension. After chatting for over half an hour, Mu Qingci returned to her work. In 2 weeks, she had visited the 3 major embroidery centers and now needed to filter and compile all the collected information, as well as select photos. Unknowingly, time slipped into midnight. To her surprise, Instructor Feng still hadn't returned. Mu Qingci could no longer hold on and picked up her phone, intending to ask Feng Lie when he would be back. However, after unlocking her phone, she hesitated. No, she thought to herself. If I ask, will he think I'm urging him to come back? I don't want him to come back. I'm safer when he's not here. With this thought, she placed the phone back on the bedside table and closed her eyes. Perhaps because she was in an unfamiliar city and hotel, with things weighing on her mind, even when Mu Qingci fell asleep, she was in a half-awake state. So when she heard the door open, she immediately opened her eyes. Soon, Feng Lie's figure appeared by the door. The room was dimly lit by a nightlight, and once Mu Qingci saw who it was, her already tired mind seemed to find a sense of security, making her even sleepier. She rubbed her eyes and softly said, "Instructor Feng, you're back." Feng Lie had intended to return only after Mu Qingci was asleep, but he didn't expect the little girl to be so easily awakened. He stood still and in a low, soothing voice said, "Go back to sleep." Mu Qingci acknowledged and closed her eyes, but then instinctively asked, "Instructor Feng, why did you come back so late?" "I was chatting with friends for a while," Feng Lie replied briefly. "Then you should hurry up and take a shower. It's already very late," Mu Qingci murmured. "Okay," Feng Lie responded. He stood still until he sensed Mu Qingci's breathing had become steady, then grabbed clothes from his suitcase and quickly took a shower. When he came out, he saw Mu Qingci groping around the bedside table with her eyes closed. "Qingci, what do you need?" he asked softly. "I want some water," Mu Qingci answered groggily. Feng Lie unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. Mu Qingci felt the bottle, propped herself up, and took a couple of sips. Just as she was about to put it back, she suddenly realized something and opened her eyes wide. Seeing the man standing by the bed, she gasped, and the water bottle slipped from her grasp, nearly spilling onto herself and the bed. Before she could react, Feng Lie caught the bottle steadily. "Qingci, don't be afraid." Feng Lie's voice was gentle, carrying a calming reassurance. These words miraculously soothed Mu Qingci's panic. She watched as Feng Lie placed the bottle back on the bedside table, and then moved away. "Instructor Feng," she called out hastily. Feng Lie stopped and turned to look at her. Where will you sleep?" Mu Qingci asked hesitantly, wondering if she should offer him half of the bed if he wanted to sleep there. "I'll rest on the sofa," Feng Lie replied. Mu Qingci looked at the sofa in the room. Although it wasn't small, it still seemed a bit cramped for Feng Lie. Just as he was about to sit down, Mu Qingci quickly threw off the covers and ran towards him. "Instructor Feng, you sleep on the bed, I'll take the sofa, Perhaps because she was too hasty and not fully awake, Mu Qingci didn't expect to trip over her own feet after just a couple of steps, falling forward. Just as Mu Qingci was about to make an unwelcome acquaintance with the floor, her heart raced. In that critical moment, a shadow swiftly enveloped her, and a strong arm wrapped around her waist. In the next instant, she found herself in a broad, warm embrace. Lying against Feng Lie's chest, Mu Qingci felt the rise and fall of his breathing, and the gentle hand on her back. His deep voice sounded in her ear. "Don't be afraid." Those simple words sent a shiver through her heart. Looking up, she met Feng Lie's gaze. Under the dim light, his deep eyes seemed to hold a certain magic, drawing her in completely. Unconsciously, she licked her dry lips, her throat suddenly parched. Sensing Feng Lie was about to release her, Mu Qingci instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, softly calling, "Instructor Feng." That call seemed to flip a switch, and his gaze deepened. He whispered in her ear, "Qingci, go to sleep, be good." His warm breath on her ear made her heart race. Unhappy with his coaxing tone, she decisively turned her head, pressing her lips gently against his cheek. This unexpected closeness made Feng Lie's body stiffen, and his arm around her tightened. They were closer now, their hearts beating in unison, leaving Mu Qingci's mind blank. After a few seconds of silent standoff, Feng Lie let out a heavy breath. His hand cradled the back of Mu Qingci's head, and with a slight tilt, their lips met. The soft touch, accompanied by his warm breath, ignited every nerve in her body. Mu Qingci felt fireworks explode in her mind, unable to think. Feng Lie's tongue gently traced her lips, probing for entry. But Mu Qingci, bewildered, forgot how to respond, gazing innocently at his handsome face. Only when the sensation on her lips vanished did she hear Feng Lie's low chuckle. He whispered in her ear, "Little girl, you should sleep now." Before she knew it, Mu Qingci felt herself lifted, cradled in his arms. As her back met the soft mattress, Mu Qingci snapped back to reality. Blushing fiercely, she stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Feng Lie pulled the blanket over her, gently stroking her hair. "Sleep. I won't do anything, don't worry." Mu Qingci simply closed her eyes, mentally chanting, "It's all a dream. I'll wake up and I'll be fine. I wasn't deliberately teasing Instructor Feng. Just lost my nerve. Ugh. Dream me is such a flirt." Before long, Mu Qingci actually fell asleep. When she woke, it was already the next morning. Turning instinctively to the sofa, she found it empty. Sitting up, she grabbed her phone, noticing a flood of messages from Su Qingmeng and Chen Ziyi, all asking if she'd done anything to Instructor Feng last night. Memories surged back, and Mu Qingci covered her face, lamenting internally. What did she do to Instructor Feng last night? She was the one who initiated, yet also the one who froze. Most importantly, Instructor Feng didn't push her. Lowering her hands, Mu Qingci concluded. No wonder he's known as the stoic instructor. He kept his cool in that situation. Then a worry crept in. Does he see me as just another trainee? Or does he not have that kind of need anymore? As she spiraled into these thoughts, her phone rang. It was a call from Feng Lie. Taking a deep breath, she pushed aside her wild imaginings and answered. "Instructor Feng," she said softly. "Qingci, freshen up. I'll come up to get you for breakfast in 10 minutes. Feng Lie's voice came through the receiver. "Oh, okay." Mu Qingci replied, only realizing after hanging up, 10 minutes isn't enough. Nevertheless, she quickly got out of bed, grabbed her clothes, and dashed to the bathroom. She changed, washed, and applied makeup at lightning speed, yet when Feng Lie entered, she was still not finished. Seeing him come in, Mu Qingci, seated at the vanity, turned and said quickly, "Instructor Feng, I'll be ready soon." "No rush," Feng Lie replied calmly, walking towards her. Feng Lie quietly approached Mu Qingci from behind, his gaze settling on her reflection as she applied makeup. Focused on perfecting her eyebrows, Mu Qingci couldn't help but sneak glances at him through the mirror, trying to catch any subtle changes in his expression. Just then, Feng Lie suddenly spoke up, "Your eyebrow is crooked." Startled, Mu Qingci's hand slipped, drawing an unintended line with her eyebrow pencil. She gave him an awkward smile in the mirror and quickly used a makeup wipe to correct it. Feng Lie turned away, heading to the window while pulling out his phone to browse. Relieved, Mu Qingci swiftly finished her eyebrows and continued with her makeup. Throughout the process, Feng Lie remained at the window, absorbed in his phone. It wasn't until Mu Qingci completed her look and styled her hair that she softly called out, "Instructor Feng." Feng Lie put away his phone and walked towards her. As he approached, Mu Qingci felt her cheeks involuntarily flush. She wanted to bring up the events of the previous night but found it hard to voice, feeling a sense of unease. She knew that if she didn't mention it, Feng Lie certainly wouldn't either. As they headed towards the door, Mu Qingci finally mustered the courage to speak softly, "Instructor Feng, about last night." Feng Lie suddenly halted, prompting Mu Qingci to stop as well. Their eyes met, and Feng Lie leaned forward, his warm hand gently caressing her cheek. The subtle woody fragrance unique to him lingered in the air, leaving Mu Qingci momentarily dazed as she gazed at him. Feng Lie's eyes lingered on her soft lips for a moment, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he spoke in a deep voice, "Qingci, I've never been in a relationship before. I want to give you the best experience. If there's anything you like or dislike, you must tell me so I know what to do." Encouraged, Mu Qingci looked directly into his eyes and said, "In my ideal relationship, there would be hand-holding and kissing. Anything else?" Feng Lie prompted. Mu Qingci's eyes flickered with shyness. "Occasionally, you can hug me too. And I can't think of anything else right now, but I do want you to hug me now." Mu Qingci looked at him expectantly. Feng Lie opened his arms, and Mu Qingci immediately nestled into his broad embrace. He wrapped one arm around her waist and gently stroked her hair with the other, speaking softly, "It's okay if you can't think of anything now. Take your time, and let me know when you do." "Okay," Mu Qingci responded sweetly, boldly placing her hand on the chest she had longed for. Even through his shirt, she could feel the contours of his muscles, filling her with satisfaction. Feng Lie gazed at the petite woman in his arms, tightening his hold around her waist, trying to control his inner fire. Yet, he underestimated her curiosity. Mu Qingci looked up at him and softly said, "I want a kiss." Feng Lie's gaze instinctively dropped to her soft, moist lips, his Adam's apple moving as he replied in a low voice, "As you wish, my girlfriend." With that, he leaned in and captured her lips with his own. Mu Qingci had imagined countless scenarios of what kissing would feel like, but when she actually kissed someone, she realized that imagination couldn't compare to reality. The moment their lips met, especially when their tongues touched and entwined, it felt as if electric currents were spreading from her tongue through her entire body. A gentle suck left her mind blank and her body weak and powerless. At that moment, she felt as if she were floating on a cloud, or like a drowning fish desperately seeking fresh air from him. After a long while, they reluctantly pulled apart. A warm hand gently pressed her head against his chest. Mu Qingxi's ear was pressed against his chest, listening to his rapid heartbeat. Once her breath had steadied, she instinctively licked her lips, silently concluding that although kissing could leave you breathless, the feeling was indeed wonderful. Suddenly, she remembered her good friend asking if she ever wanted to see what Officer Feng looked like when he kissed. Mu Qingci quickly looked up, only to meet Feng Lie's deep, captivating eyes. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly buried her head back into his chest, gently patting it as she mumbled, "Stop staring at me." Feng Lie chuckled at her shy response. He gently stroked her hair and softly asked, "Are you hungry?" Her stomach's rumbling was the only answer he needed. She buried her head even deeper, wishing she could disappear into his embrace. Feng Lie didn't rush her. He waited until her shyness subsided, then took her hand and led her downstairs for breakfast. The table was laid with goat milk, barley milk tea, flatbread, yellow noodles, and large chunks of meat. Mu Qingci wasn't in the mood for meat in the morning, so she tore the flatbread into small pieces, dipping them into the barley milk tea to savor slowly. Feng Lie, on the other hand, devoured a bowl of noodles loaded with meat. As Mu Qingci ate, she stole glances at Feng Lie, noticing how quickly he ate. She couldn't help but ask, "Officer Feng, why do you eat so fast?" He paused to explain, "It's a habit from my time in the military. But you've been out for 2 years now. How come you haven't changed that habit?" "My company is full of veterans. We all retain many habits from the military." Mu Qingci pondered this and suddenly felt a desire to visit his company. She asked, "Can I visit your company when we get back?" She often heard from Ji that Feng Lie's company was impressive and large, but she couldn't quite imagine how large it actually was, so her curiosity piqued. Feng Lie nodded in agreement. "Yes, you can." Mu Qingci continued, "Does your company not handle regular freight?" "Correct. We only handle long distance, primarily international." "Isn't it true that veterans have to wait 3 years before they can go abroad?" "My company has a special exemption." Mu Qingxi's curiosity about Feng Lie's company grew, and as she ate her flatbread, she began to imagine what it might look like. Seeing she had no more questions, Feng Lie resumed eating his noodles. Just after they finished breakfast, the two men from the day before arrived again. They drove the pair out of town. Once they passed the city gates, they were greeted by an endless desert. After driving along the desert highway for nearly half an hour, they finally saw a river. Following the riverbank for a while, a sprawling area of steel-framed shelters appeared ahead. Feng Lie pointed out the window and told Mu Qingci, "That's the jade raw material trading market." Mu Qingci's attention was drawn to the people by the river, recalling that someone had mentioned you could find jade along the riverbank. Although she was skeptical, she asked the two men in the front seat for confirmation. The man in the passenger seat laughed and replied, "Yes, you can find some, but they're usually of average quality, only appealing to amateurs." Mu Qingci couldn't help but smile, thinking of the ancient obsession with jade throughout various dynasties. She quietly reflected, "Jade is classified into soft and hard types. The term jade typically refers to soft jade, while hard jade is known as jadeite. Hatian jade is a type of soft jade, celebrated as the king of soft jade." Upon arriving at the jade trading market, Mu Qingci was immediately dazzled by the endless rows of jade shops and stalls. Feng Lie and his group walked straight ahead without stopping. After quite a walk, they arrived at a shop significantly larger than the others. A middle-aged man in traditional local attire came out to greet them warmly, shaking hands with Feng Lie. After a brief introduction of Mu Qingci, the man led them inside. They were seated in a reception area, sipping high-quality tea. The shop owner engaged in an animated conversation with Feng Lie in the local dialect, which Mu Qingci couldn't understand, so she sat quietly by Feng Lie's side. After a while, the owner called over a store assistant and gave some instructions. The assistant left and soon returned with a few others, each carrying trays with large pieces of jade, including white jade, green jade, and nephrite. It was Mu Qingci's first time seeing such large and beautiful pieces of jade. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you buying ones this big? Just one of these could make a lot of jewelry, right? Especially since jade is priceless. Buying any of these must be expensive." Feng Lie nodded and explained, "The more we can craft from it, the better prepared we are." Mu Qingci found herself in a dilemma when faced with Boss Tian's inquiry. She genuinely loved all the jade stones, yet she was well aware that she couldn't afford to buy them. After weighing her options, she tactfully replied, "It depends on your family's preferences. My opinion doesn't really matter." Unexpectedly, Feng Lie insisted, "What you like, they will naturally like too." At that moment, Feng Lie suddenly took hold of Mu Qingci's hand and turned to Boss Tian, saying, "Could you please introduce the jade stones to my girlfriend in Mandarin? She doesn't understand the local dialect." Boss Tian nodded with a smile and began to explain the characteristics of the various jade stones in detail. Although Mu Qingci was already knowledgeable about them, she listened attentively. Hetian white jade is renowned for its pure white color, fine texture, and unique suet-like feel. Green jade and jasper are more common, but their quality varies. After the introduction, Boss Tian asked, "Which type of jade stone does Miss Mu prefer?" Mu Qingci instinctively glanced at Feng Lie, who nodded slightly and politely said, "Please help me take a look." Mu Qingci smiled softly, got up, and walked over to the coffee table to carefully examine the jade stones. She occasionally inquired about the composition and data, prompting Boss Tian to call his assistant to assist her. Seeing Mu Qingci's expertise, Boss Tian joked, "I didn't expect Miss Mu to know so much about jade. It seems I can't fool you." In reality, he wouldn't dare to deceive such a significant figure. Feng Lie watched Mu Qingci's every move in silence, his powerful presence rendering others speechless. After finishing her inspection, Mu Qingci straightened up and nodded at Feng Lie, saying, "These pieces of jade are all top quality." Feng Lie nodded and then said to Boss Tian, "We'll take all of these." Mu Qingci's eyes widened in disbelief. These aren't just ordinary stones. Buying them all must cost a fortune. Boss Tian replied with a smiling face, "All right, I'll have them packed for you." Mu Qingci quickly sat back next to Feng Lie and discreetly tugged at his pants. Feng Lie turned to look at her, and since she was too embarrassed to ask about the price directly, she could only hint with her eyes. To her surprise, Feng Lie understood her silent question and asked, "Boss Tian, how much for these jade pieces?" Boss Tian maintained his smile, "Not expensive, not expensive. Just about as much as Mr. Feng earns from 2 long trips." In his mind, he thought, just a few million, a mere trifle for Mr. Feng. Mu Qingci fell into deep thought. From her understanding, Instructor Feng could earn around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan from a single international trip. Could these top-quality jade stones really be worth only a few $100,000? Though it was already a high price for her in the market, it was practically a steal. She decided to confirm this with Ziyi later. If it truly was this price, she would need to work harder and earn money to buy raw materials here in the future and create a set of jade jewelry for her mother. Boss Tian asked Feng Lie again, "Shall I arrange for the packing now?" Feng Lie nodded, "Yes, thank you." Boss Tian quickly replied, "I should be the one thanking Mr. Feng for his business." Feng Lie suddenly said, "In that case, Boss Tian must have a jade hairpin, right? Why not gift one to my girlfriend as a bonus?" Boss Tian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded repeatedly, "Sure, sure." With that, he personally went to fetch a jade hairpin. Mu Qingci's mouth opened slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng Lie's gesture left her both touched and a bit flustered. Soon, Mr. Tian brought out an antique wooden box. When he opened it, a jade hairpin lay quietly inside. The hairpin was exquisitely carved from fine mutton fat jade, with a smooth, lustrous finish. The most striking feature was the head of the pin, intricately carved with a lifelike phoenix motif, showcasing craftsmanship that modern sculptors would admire. Mr. Tian handed the box to Mu Qingci. Although she was clearly captivated, she hesitated due to the hairpin's high value. Seeing this, Feng Lie took the box on her behalf and thanked Mr. Tian. With a warm smile, Mr. Tian said, "No need to thank me. If you ever have foreign friends interested in jade, don't forget to recommend me, Mr. Feng." Sure, Feng Lie agreed, but he didn't pay immediately. After a few pleasantries, he left the shop with Mu Qingci. As soon as they stepped outside, Feng Lie offered the jade hairpin to Mu Qingci. She repeatedly declined, saying, "This hairpin is too valuable. I can't accept it without earning it." Before Feng Lie could respond, a man accompanying them chimed in, "No need to be so modest. Mr. Tian's family has been in the jade business for generations. To him, a hairpin like this is nothing." Another man agreed, "Exactly. Besides, Mr. Tian was happy to give it since Mr. Feng rarely asks for favors." Mu Qingci looked at Feng Lie, seeking confirmation. He nodded gently, "It's just an extra. If it were too valuable, Mr. Tian wouldn't part with it. I've already promised to introduce clients to him. If you don't take it, I can't return it." Hearing this, Mu Qingci finally accepted the box and carefully placed it in her bag. As they strolled through the market, Feng Lie asked, "Do you want to look around?" Mu Qingci shook her head, "I can't afford the good jade here, and I'm not interested in the ordinary ones. I don't feel like browsing." Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged a silent glance. Suddenly remembering that the two were also in the jade business, Mu Qingci curiously asked, "Are you guys selling jade too?" "Not yet. We work in the mining area," one of them replied. "Would you like to visit the mines? You might get lucky and find some good material to bring back." Faced with their enthusiastic invitation, Mu Qingci politely declined, "No, thank you." She thought to herself that taking advantage of such offers too often would make her uneasy. The two didn't insist. After leaving the trading area, they handed the car keys to Feng Lie and didn't accompany them further. Feng Lie drove Mu Qingci back to the city. After a while, Mu Qingci couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Feng, don't you pay for the jade right away?" "No need. Payment is upon delivery." "Who's delivering? Is Mr. Tian arranging it?" "Yes, it'll be sent directly to the Tang family in Sea City for processing and carving according to your design." Mu Qingci hesitated, wanting to ask why it wasn't being sent to the Chen family's jewelry workshop, but she remained silent. As if reading her mind, Feng Lie added, "I'll place other orders with the Chen family." Mu Qingci turned to study his profile, silently musing. Rich people are so annoying. Even if he's my boyfriend, I still resent the wealthy. She then took out her phone to inquire about the price of jade from Chen Zi. When Chen Zi sent a price list, Mu Qingci was stunned. During lunch, Mu Qingci was distracted. In the afternoon, while visiting a museum, she stared blankly at the exhibits, her mind occupied with one question. With Instructor Feng being so wealthy, will people think I'm dating him for his money? At dinner, when Feng Lie asked if she'd like to explore the city, Mu Qingci agreed without a second thought. As night fell, the city became more vibrant. The bustling night market and unique street stalls in the city center were crowded with people. Mu Qingci nearly bumped into others several times, prompting Feng Lie to pull her into a secluded corner. He gently pinned her against the wall, gazing into her eyes and softly calling, "Qingci." Mu Qingci snapped back to reality, instinctively responding yes. Feng Lie placed one hand on her shoulder and gently cupped her chin with the other, his deep magnetic voice tinged with concern. "Qingci, what's going on? You've been distracted all day." Mu Qingci looked at him, opening her mouth to speak but unable to find the words. Seeing her hesitation, Feng Lie's brow furrowed, his already stern expression becoming even more intense. In a daze, Mu Qingci felt as though she had been transported back to her military training days. Instinctively, she hunched her shoulders and pouted, feeling a bit childish but still aggrieved as she said, "You're being mean to me." Feng Lie understood her antics. She was being playful again. 7 years ago during training, she often acted up to avoid exercises. Back then he could ignore it, but now it was different. He quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." Mu Qingci turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Seeing this, Feng Lie gently grasped her chin with his fingers, making her meet his gaze. Softening his voice, he coaxed, "Qingci, is there something you can't tell me? Don't forget, I'm your boyfriend." Staring into his eyes, Mu Qingci's cheeks flushed red. Finally, unable to hold back, she blurted out, "You're too wealthy. It gives me a lot of pressure." Feng Lie was taken aback, not expecting her to have such thoughts. He tentatively asked, "So, do you not like me because I have too much money?" Mu Qingci immediately retorted, "That's not it." "Then why are you so troubled if you like me?" Feng Lie pressed on. Mu Qingci was at a loss for words. Feng Lie's tone grew serious. "Qingci, do you like me for my money?" Mu Qingci shook her head quickly, "No." She thought to herself that she was initially attracted to his abs. Suddenly, Feng Lie released her chin and placed her hand on his chest. Mu Qingci could clearly feel the firm muscles and warmth beneath her palm. She instinctively moved her hand, feeling it several times before looking up at Feng Lie. Watching her expression, Feng Lie asked deeply, "Do you like it?" Mu Qingci bit her lip and nodded shyly. Feng Lie murmured, "If you don't like me for my money, then you won't get to feel this anymore." Mu Qingci's eyes widened, forgetting her worries, and earnestly said, "Actually, I believe money is just a material thing, and I shouldn't be too hung up on it." With a hint of amusement in his voice, Feng Lie leaned closer and whispered, "You're right, I earn money so that the one I love doesn't have to worry about it. Besides, it's the country that gives me the opportunity to earn, and if needed, I'd give it all back." Mu Qingci suddenly felt that Officer Feng was so noble, feeling inadequate by comparison, and was about to apologize. Just then, Feng Lie leaned in and gave her a soft kiss on the lips. As Feng Lie was about to pull away, Mu Qingci quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and returned the kiss. Feng Lie tightened his hold around her waist, pulling her closer and deepening the kiss. Their breaths mingled, and the kiss lingered for quite a while. Having come to terms with things, Mu Qingci suggested they continue shopping. Feng Lie held her hand and walked through the crowd, shielding her from incoming passersby. They strolled for a long time, with Mu Qingci holding a skewer of lamb while Feng Lie carried her bag and various trinkets. As Mu Qingci ate and scanned other stalls, she turned to speak to Feng Lie, only to be surprised by a bouquet of flowers he was holding out to her. Startled and delighted, Mu Qingci took the flowers and asked, "When did you buy these?" "Just now when a flower vendor passed by," Feng Lie replied. Mu Qingci's smile widened, and she sweetly said, "Thank you, boyfriend." Mu Qingci felt a wave of sweetness in her heart and suddenly had the idea of giving Feng Lie a gift. Spotting a nearby stall, she immediately pulled Feng Lie towards it. Once there, she handed him the flowers and crouched down to carefully choose something. The stall was filled with handmade items, and the vendor was busy crafting bracelets. Seeing Mu Qingci interested, the vendor enthusiastically began explaining, but his words left her baffled. She looked up at Feng Lie for help. Feng Lie succinctly translated. The vendor says the beads in these bracelets are blessed by spirits. There are couples versions and ones for safety. Mu Qingci's eyes lit up, and she asked in Mandarin, "Do you have any bracelets that are both for safety and suitable for couples?" The vendor understood her and picked out 2 bracelets for her. Although the beads were made from ordinary jade, the vendor's weaving and matching skills were exceptional, giving the pieces great beauty. The men's version was made with black jade, exuding a stable and grand aura, while the women's version featured greenish-white jade, soft and elegant. Mu Qingci instantly took a liking to the pair of bracelets and asked for the price. The vendor gestured 1 and 2. Feng Lie explained, 120 each. Surprised by the reasonable price, Mu Qingci promptly took out her phone to pay. After receiving the bracelets, she gestured for Feng Lie to extend his left hand. Feng Lie tucked the flowers under his arm and extended his left hand, which was adorned with a Patek Philippe watch. Mu Qingci hesitated, feeling that the bracelets, priced at around 100 yuan, didn't quite match the luxury watch. Noticing her hesitation, Feng Lie asked, "What's wrong?" Mu Qingci frowned and said, "I think the bracelet doesn't really go with your watch." Unexpectedly, Feng Lie immediately started to take off his watch. Mu Qingci quickly stopped him. "What are you doing?" Feng Lie looked at her earnestly and said, "I feel this watch doesn't deserve the bracelet you gave me. I won't wear the watch from now on." Mu Qingci was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted his hand and explained with a smile, "I meant the bracelet doesn't match your watch." Feng Lie, however, had a different view. He seriously said, "The watch was a gift from the brand's owner. I didn't spend a penny. The bracelet is something you bought for me, and in terms of both price and sentiment, yours is better." This unexpected, sweet confession warmed Mu Qingci's heart. She decisively took Feng Lie's hand and put the bracelet on next to his watch, saying, "With the watch, you can tell the time. Try wearing both for now, and if you get used to it, keep them on. If not, you can put it away." Feng Lie looked down at Mu Qingci as she put the bracelet on him and softly agreed. Once they both had their bracelets on, Mu Qingci happily placed their hands together to admire them, smiling as she said, "Now that's a couple set." Feng Lie's lips curled into a gentle smile. The two of them continued to stroll around for over an hour before returning to the hotel. Upon entering, Mu Qingci thought of the couple's room and felt a bit shy at the thought of them entering together. However, Feng Lie's phone rang, interrupting her daydream. After the call, Feng Lie told Mu Qingci, "A friend of mine needs something. You go ahead and rest. Don't wait up for me." Although Mu Qingci found it a bit odd, she was also relieved to avoid the potentially awkward situation for the time being. She nodded and said, "Don't stay out too long, it's already late." Feng Lie still escorted Mu Qingci to her room door and reminded her again, "If I ask the service to bring anything, I'll call you. Otherwise, don't open the door for anyone and don't go out. Call me if anything happens." Mu Qingci playfully saluted, "Yes sir, Commander Feng." Feng Lie gently ruffled her hair and said, "Go on in." Mu Qingci retreated into the room, waving at him before closing the door. She then happily went to freshen up. As she dried her hair, she noticed a missed video call from her mom half an hour ago. Even though it was already 11 o'clock, Mu Qingci knew her mom was likely still up. Feeling a bit nervous, she adjusted her seating position to ensure the background didn't reveal it was a couple's room before calling back. Sure enough, Meng Milan was not only awake but also busy in the kitchen. Mu Qingci couldn't help but say, "Mom, why are you making braised meat at this hour? It's so late." Meng Milan stood in front of the stove, intently watching the pot of simmering braised meat. She glanced back at Mu Qingci, then turned her attention back to the pot and said, "Tomorrow Wanju and Liang Hui are getting engaged. They paid for the braised meat I made. It's a chance to earn some money. Why not take it?" Mu Qingci frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "We don't really need the money from their family." Only then did Meng Milan put down the spatula, cover the pot, and pick up her phone. Looking at Mu Qingci, she explained, "I didn't really want to make money from them, but Liang Hui is actually a decent person. He came to town a few days ago and even brought me a gift." As an elder, when a younger person visits and speaks politely, it's hard to hold grudges. Especially since he and Wanju came to invite me to their engagement, and he said a lot of nice things. How could I refuse? Although Mu Qingci still seemed a bit unhappy, she understood the social customs of their small town. No matter the disagreements among adults, when it comes to family, if a younger member invites you to their wedding, the elders must show respect. Especially with her grandparents still around. So she advised, "Just go to the meal and come back. Don't engage with them too much. If Auntie says anything unpleasant, don't hold back." Meng Milan chuckled and shook her head. "Do you think I don't understand these things better than you, a child? Don't worry, I'll just have the meal and leave." Then she shifted the conversation, starting to advise Mu Qingci, "You've been working for more than half a month. Since you're on vacation, relax. And being alone, Always pay attention to safety. Lock the door at night and hang a cup on the handle. Don't sleep too soundly. Mu Qingci nodded as she listened, and when her mother finished, she said, Mom, don't worry. I'm not traveling alone this time. She paused, knowing she couldn't tell her mom she was staying with Instructor Feng, but she could mention him positively. Coincidentally, Instructor Feng and his team are here on a business trip, and he helped book my hotel. Meng Mylan's expression paused for a moment, but she simply said, since Feng Lie is there, I feel much more at ease. She didn't forget to add, don't trouble him too much, he's a busy man. Mu Qingci quickly nodded. I know. The conversation then shifted back to Meng Wanzhu's engagement. Mu Qingci was puzzled. Why is she suddenly getting engaged just after my cousin set the date? Meng Mylan replied calmly, it seems Wanzhu is pregnant, so they're planning the engagement and will soon pick a wedding date. Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless. She recalled the town's tradition of discussing wedding dates and dowries on the engagement day. She sensed there might be some drama tomorrow and told Meng Mylan, Mom, you have to tell me all about it afterward. Meng Mylan laughed at her daughter's curiosity. Just enjoy your vacation. You can catch up on the gossip when you get back. It's not the same. I want the scoop right away. Mu Qingci insisted. While she wouldn't badmouth those she disliked, she was keen on hearing the gossip. After some playful coaxing, Meng Mylan agreed. The mother and daughter chatted for another half hour before Meng Mylan urged Mu Qingci to get some sleep, ending the video call. Afterward, Mu Qingci continued chatting with Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng for a while. When sleepiness finally crept in, she took a long-sleeved shirt from her suitcase, draped it over her stomach, and settled on the sofa. Tonight, she planned to leave the bed for Instructor Feng. The next day, Mu Qingci was jolted awake by the shrill ring of her phone. Groggily, she fumbled for it, squinting at the caller ID to see an unfamiliar local number. She immediately sat up, realizing she was in bed, not on the couch where she had fallen asleep the previous night. Hello, Mu Qingci greeted politely, glancing at the empty couch and scanning the room to confirm that Feng Lie had already left. A courteous voice on the other end responded, Hello, Miss Mu. I'm a staff member from the Cultural Relics Bureau of City X. I heard you've arrived in our area. Upon hearing the caller's identity, Mu Qingci sat up properly and engaged in a serious conversation. It turned out that Jiang Zheng had informed the bureau about her visit beforehand, asking them to look after her. They invited her to tour the bureau, and Mu Qingci gladly accepted. They agreed to meet at 11 o'clock before ending the call. Noticing it was already past 10, Mu Qingci quickly called Feng Lie. Qingci, you're awake? Feng Lie answered promptly. Mu Qingci briefly explained her plans to visit the Cultural Relics Bureau. Get ready, then come down for breakfast. I'll take you there after you eat, Feng Lie suggested. All right, Mu Qingci replied, a smile playing on her lips. After hanging up, she quickly got ready. By the time Feng Lie came up to fetch her, she had already done her makeup. Remembering she woke up in bed, she couldn't help but ask, Officer Feng, was it you who carried me to bed last night? Feng Lie nodded. Yes, you nearly fell off the couch, so I moved you to the bed. Mu Qingci felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated. And you? She wanted to ask where he slept but felt shy. Feng Lie seemed to understand her unspoken question and explained, I slept on the couch. Mu Qingci blinked, feeling a mix of emotions. Her boyfriend was so proper that she could sleep soundly until morning. Was it her problem, or was it his? This question lingered in her mind until they finished breakfast, and Feng Lie drove her to the bureau. How long will you be at the Cultural Relics Bureau? Feng Lie asked. Mu Qingci pondered for a moment. I need to explore the local history and culture. It might take 5 or 6 hours. Then I'll pick you up at 6, Feng Lie said. Mu Qingci turned to him. What about you? What are you planning to do? A few local business owners have invited me out, so I'll probably meet up with them. Mu Qingci felt reassured, not wanting him to be bored. You don't have to come at 6. I'll call you when I'm done. Feng Lie agreed and left after dropping Mu Qingci at the bureau. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingci ended up staying at the bureau until almost 8 in the evening. The locals insisted on treating her to dinner. Unable to refuse, she texted Feng Lie, who replied that she should call him after the meal. During dinner, the conversation turned to national relics, lasting until after 10. As they left the restaurant, some young people invited Mu Qingci to join them for more fun, but she politely declined. I've already asked my boyfriend to pick me up. You all have fun, she said with a knowing smile, and they parted ways. Mu Qingci called Feng Lie, who said he was parked nearby and would be there soon. She decided to wait outside instead of going back into the hotel. The temperature had dropped sharply at night. It was sweltering during the day, but now her dress felt chilly. The wind carried sand, and Mu Qingci searched her bag for a mask, only to find she had run out. Knowing Feng Lie would arrive soon, she stood in a sheltered spot to wait. There weren't many people around the hotel, so Mu Qingci didn't expect anyone to notice her. Just then, a group of drunken men staggered out of the hotel, loudly bantering before separating, leaving one swaying man clutching his groin and heading her way. Mu Qingci realized he might be looking for a place to relieve himself and quickly moved towards the entrance. But as she stepped forward, the drunk man spotted her. Muttering something and reeking of alcohol, he blocked her path, speaking in the local dialect with a leering gaze. Though she couldn't understand him, Mu Qingci could guess his intentions weren't good. She tried to sidestep him, but he reached out, emboldened by drink. Mu Qingci swiftly stepped back, her voice firm. "Sir, you'd better not try anything. If I scream, someone will come, and I can call the police." She made sure he saw her phone in hand. The burly man, reeking of alcohol, burped loudly and mumbled in the local dialect, his eyes shamelessly roving over Mu Qingci, lingering uncomfortably on her chest with a lewd and arrogant expression. Clearly he dismissed Mu Qingci's threats and continued to reach out toward her. Mu Qingci snorted coldly, and with sharp reflexes, grabbed her phone and precisely smashed it onto the man's outstretched wrist. The man yelped in pain, clutching his wrist as he staggered back a few steps. His expression twisted into a snarl, glaring at Mu Qingci, and he cursed in dialect before recklessly lunging at her. Mu Qingci reacted swiftly, attempting to kick the man's knee. However, despite his drunken state, he moved with surprising agility and dodged the attack. As she moved, her long flowing hair swung in a graceful arc, only to be caught by the man. Mu Qingci screamed in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Instinctively, she leaned forward, one hand gripping her hair to ease the pain, while the other swung her handbag fiercely at the man. He kept a grip on her hair, baring his teeth and shouting as his free hand reached for her chest again. In this critical moment, Mu Qingci suddenly calmed down. She remembered the self-defense spray that Meng had given her, which she kept in her bag. While dodging the man's groping hand, she bent down to lessen the pull on her scalp and quickly retrieved the spray. She swiftly opened the cap and aimed a fierce spray at the man's face. Just then, a dull thud sounded, and the man was kicked hard in the lower back. Before Mu Qingci could react, a figure darted in like lightning, a strong arm wrapping around her waist, swiftly pulling her out of harm's way. As she was pressed tightly against the person's chest, she heard another thud, and the drunk man was kicked to the ground again. The burly man screamed like a wounded animal, rolling on the ground, while Mu Qingci finally heard the voice that reassured her. With suppressed anger, Feng Lie whispered in her ear, "Qingci, don't be afraid." This sentence seemed to unlock Mu Qingci's flood of emotions, and she suddenly felt a wave of grievance, tears streaming uncontrollably. She buried her head in Feng Lie's chest, greedily breathing in his familiar scent, choking out, "Officer Feng." Feng Lie's heart ached. Holding her tighter, one hand gently stroking her back, he said regretfully, "I'm sorry, I should have come sooner." "It's not your fault," Mu Qingci murmured. "I didn't expect a drunk to try anything outside the restaurant." She lifted her head from Feng Lie's embrace and looked at the man still groaning on the ground, as well as the onlookers. She worriedly said, "We were just defending ourselves, right? Even if something happens, it shouldn't be our fault. He must be a local." Feng Lie's voice was steady and firm. "Local or not, breaking the law means facing the consequences." "But—" Mu Qingci hesitated, then said softly, "I'm worried he might have connections here that could cause trouble for us." "Don't worry," Feng Lie reassured her, taking out his phone to make a call, speaking briefly in the local dialect. After hanging up, he told Mu Qingci, "Someone will come to take him away soon. We'll leave once they arrive." Mu Qingci nodded. Feng Lie gently brushed her hair, his voice full of concern. "Does it hurt?" "A little," Mu Qingci replied softly. Feng Lie tenderly massaged her scalp. "We'll go to the hospital later to get it checked." "No need, it's not that serious," Mu Qingci explained, saying that the initial tug was painful, but she'd managed to lessen the pain by leaning her head in that direction. Thinking about how she sprayed the drunk man and how Feng Lie kicked him twice, Mu Qingci felt a bit more balanced. She leaned her head against Feng Lie's chest again, saying quietly, "I'll try to avoid places with few people in the future." "Okay, when we get back, I'll teach you how to protect yourself in various situations," Feng Lie promised. Mu Qingci, still shaken by the incident, quickly nodded in agreement. "All right." Feng Lie continued to feel a deep sense of guilt. He had actually come to wait for her earlier, but since parking wasn't allowed for long in the area and he wasn't sure when Mu Qingci would come out, he parked a few hundred meters away. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, the young woman would encounter danger. His gaze swept over the man writhing in pain on the ground, a flash of anger crossing his mind. As Mu Qingci and the others waited for the person Feng Lie had mentioned to arrive, more and more people, drawn by the gossip, poured out of the hotel. Feng Lie kept Mu Qingci close, his actions both gentle and firm. The drunk man had sobered up a bit by now, but the pepper spray Mu Qingci had used was potent. Combined with the kicks from Feng Lie, he was still curled up on the ground, clutching his face and crying out in pain. The surrounding crowd, unaware of the full story, began to gossip. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed like Feng Lie and Mu Qingci were bullying the burly man on the ground. Some people started to criticize them, their words filled with discontent and skepticism. Mu Qingci couldn't bear to listen any longer, and was about to step forward to explain when Feng Lie pulled her back, wrapping an arm around her waist and pressing her head against his chest again. He stood there, unmoved, even as the crowd grew larger. No one dared to get too close. He leaned down and whispered to Mu Qingci, "Don't worry about them. We'll talk when the right people get here." Mu Qingci glanced up at him, noticing his serious and stern expression, which inexplicably reassured her. At that moment, the hotel manager arrived with a few security guards. The guards quickly dispersed the crowd, and the manager stepped forward, taking a good look at the three of them. He clearly recognized Mu Qingci, who had just finished dining, and also the burly man crying on the ground. Turning to Feng Lie and Mu Qingci, he politely asked, "Sir, miss, is there anything I can help you with?" Feng Lie simply asked, "Does the hotel have surveillance covering this area?" The manager nodded quickly, "Yes, it does." "Please arrange to have it reviewed," Feng Lie said. "Of course," the manager replied, immediately pulling out his phone to make a call. As the manager of this prestigious hotel, he was well acquainted with all sorts of people in the city. He knew the man on the ground was a local thug with some influence. However, the lady had been dining with someone from the Cultural Relics Bureau, and the gentleman with her was clearly no ordinary person. The manager had already made his assessment. While the manager was arranging for the surveillance footage, a squad of cavalry arrived on the scene with an impressive display. The murmurs in the crowd instantly quieted when they saw the cavalry. Especially when the cavalry leader dismounted and strode forward, the onlookers quickly parted to make way. As the cavalry captain approached, Feng Lie finally released Mu Qingci. He had brought a suit jacket, which he draped over Mu Qingci's shoulders before turning to face the captain. The two exchanged smiles, and the captain lightly punched Feng Lie's shoulder, to which Feng Lie responded in kind. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming?" "The guys have been eager to catch up," the cavalry captain said with a grin. "Busy with work," Feng Lie replied succinctly. The captain then turned to Mu Qingci, unexpectedly saluting her and greeting her loudly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Mu Qingci instinctively stood straighter, nodding politely in response, "Hello." The captain then shifted his gaze to the man still wailing on the ground. He gestured to his men, and two cavalry officers promptly stepped forward to escort the man away. As they took him, the man continued to shout loudly in the local dialect. Feng Lie then told the captain, "The hotel has surveillance footage." Hearing this, the manager handed the surveillance footage on a USB drive to the cavalry captain. Taking the USB, the captain said to Feng Lie, "I'll personally escort him to the police station and oversee the interrogation. I promise we'll ensure justice for the scare and harm your wife experienced tonight." "Thank you," Feng Lie replied sincerely. The captain gave him another pat on the shoulder, saying, "No need to thank me. But since you're here, you must catch up with us. I'll handle this first and call you afterward. We'll gather with the other guys then." Feng Lie nodded, "Sounds good." The captain turned to leave, saying, "I'll take care of this now," and departed with his team. With the cavalry gone, those who had previously criticized Feng Lie for bullying a local fell silent. The manager warmly invited the couple inside to rest, but Feng Lie politely declined. Turning to Mu Qingci, Feng Lie softly asked, "Do you want to go for a walk, or should we head back to the hotel?" Mu Qingci, no longer in the mood to stroll around, whispered, "Let's go back to the hotel." Feng Lie wrapped an arm around her shoulders and led her toward the parking lot. As they walked, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. Once they were out of sight, the onlookers couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Who is that man to be familiar with the cavalry captain? Could he be in the military too? What did that local guy do to provoke them? The manager overheard and loudly clarified, "No need to speculate. The man who was taken away got drunk at our restaurant, acted crazy, and tried to harass the young lady. Her boyfriend just stepped in to protect her." With this explanation, no one in the crowd felt sympathy for the burly man anymore. Feng Lie escorted Mu Qingci back to their hotel room. As soon as they entered, before Mu Qingci could even put down her bag, Feng Lie grasped her shoulders, looking serious as he said, "Qingci, let me check your head." Mu Qingci instinctively refused, claiming that it didn't hurt much anymore. She thought to herself that after spending so much time in the private room tonight, her hair was filled with the smell of food, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her boyfriend to smell it. However, Feng Lie didn't seem to notice her concern. He turned her around, wrapped one arm around her waist, and gently swept her hair aside with the other hand. Mu Qingci's hair was half up today, and Feng Lie carefully gathered a loose strand of her long hair. His gaze fell on a slightly reddened spot on her scalp, which made his heart ache. His voice unconsciously lowered. "I'll have someone send over some ointment for you to apply." Mu Qingci quickly shook her head and softly said, "No need, the ointment has a smell, and if I put it on my head, I won't be able to sleep." She turned to look at Feng Lie's serious face, gently tugged at his shirt, and playfully said, "Instructor Feng, it really doesn't hurt much anymore, don't worry." Seeing Feng Lie's furrowed brows, Mu Qingci had a sudden idea and teased, "How about you blow on it for me? It won't hurt then." She tugged at his shirt, sweetly saying, "Please." Faced with such a request, Feng Lie couldn't refuse. He released the arm around her waist, gently parted the injured hair, and bent down to blow softly. The warm breath brushed over her scalp, sending a tingling sensation through Mu Qingci. She couldn't help but scrunch her face, and after 2 or 3 breaths, she quickly said, "Instructor Feng, that's enough. It doesn't hurt anymore." After speaking, she turned to face Feng Lie and nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Resting her head against his chest, Mu Qingci softly said, "Weren't you going to meet up with your friends? Go ahead, I want to wash up and go to sleep." Feng Lie looked down at the person in his arms, silently nodded after a few seconds, and Mu Qingci finally released his waist. Feng Lie reminded her not to open the door casually or wander around. After what had happened earlier, Mu Qingci nodded repeatedly, promising, "I definitely won't open the door or wander around." Only then did Feng Lie leave the guest room and drive directly to the police station. At that moment, the cavalry captain was talking with the chief. When Feng Lie entered, the captain briefly introduced him to the chief. "This is Feng Lie." Although he didn't elaborate on Feng Lie's background, everyone present was familiar with the name. The chief immediately saluted Feng Lie and then discussed the situation of the burly man. "His injuries seem severe, and we've had a doctor attend to him first." After waiting a moment, the chief received a call from the doctor. After hanging up, he informed the two. "He's got 2 broken ribs and symptoms of blindness. As for recovery time, it's uncertain at the moment." The chief asked with a complicated expression. "The doctor wants to know what brand of pepper spray you used." Feng Lie admitted he didn't know, just that it was his girlfriend's. The chief explained, "That pepper spray is said to be several times more potent than ordinary products, making life unbearable. The hospital wants to study some samples." Feng Lie paused and replied, "She was frightened today. I'll ask her about it tomorrow." The three then discussed how to deal with the burly man. Feng Lie stated, "I hope this societal scourge receives the harshest punishment." The chief understood, this kind of person likely has a record. "I'll organize a crackdown operation." Feng Lie expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The chief responded, "It's my duty." In the hotel room, Mu Qingci had just finished her shower, her hair still dripping with water. She picked up her phone to video chat with Su Qingmeng and Chen Ziyi. On the screen, her 2 friends appeared particularly excited, clearly ready to tease her. "CI, any progress with Instructor Feng today?" Su Qingmeng asked with a playful wink. However, they quickly noticed Mu Qingci rubbing the back of her head, her face full of exhaustion. "What happened? Are you okay?" Chen Ziyi asked with concern. Mu Qingci sighed and began to recount her evening's ordeal. As she spoke, her friends' expressions shifted from surprise to worry, then relief. "See, pretty girls really shouldn't travel alone," Chen Ziyi said seriously. "Being beautiful isn't a crime, but it can certainly attract trouble." Su Qingmeng nodded repeatedly. "Thank goodness you reacted quickly, and Instructor Feng arrived just in time." She suddenly flashed a proud smile. "I told you the self-defense gadget I gave you would come in handy. I went through a lot to get it from a senior in another department. They say it's super effective. See, you must keep it with you. It lasts a long time." Mu Qingci expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Qingming. It really helped a lot this time." "No need to thank me," Su Qingming waved it off. "Between friends, we should give the most practical gifts. But if you really want to thank me, how about treating us to a nice meal when you get back?" Mu Qingci agreed with a smile, while Chen Ziyi sighed from the side. "Alas, I'm already out of town and will miss out on that meal." It turned out that Chen Ziyi was accompanying her father on an antique acquisition trip. As antique dealers, they had various channels to obtain rare items. Especially due to some major events in the last century, many antiques ended up hidden among the public. Now, as descendants discover and release information about them, antique dealers race to see who can acquire the treasures at the lowest price. Of course, such transactions usually bypass the Cultural Relics Bureau. Mu Qingci was well aware of this and asked, "Ziyi, how's it going on your end? When will you be back?" "Not too smoothly," Chen Ziyi sighed. "Several big antique dealers are eyeing this batch, and they've all crowded into this small village. The villagers are shrewd, trying to raise the prices sky high, so there's a lot of bargaining to be done." After a few more comments, the three shifted topics. Mu Qingci suddenly said, "Do you think I should cut my hair shorter? That way, if I encounter danger again, it won't be as bad." "No way." Su Qingmeng immediately objected. "You've grown your hair out for so long. It's so black and smooth. It'd be such a shame to cut it." Chen Ziyi agreed. "Exactly, long hair suits you best. It would look amazing in a traditional outfit someday." "If you're really worried," Su Qingmeng suggested, "why not just keep it tied up all the time?" Yes, Chen Ziyi said excitedly. "Use a hairpin to secure it. If you encounter danger, it can double as a weapon." 2 birds with 1 stone. Mu Qingci touched her chin, recalling how Instructor Feng had asked her for a hairpin today, and nodded in agreement. "Good idea, I'll start wearing my hair up more often." The three chatted a while longer until Meng Milan's video call came through. Mu Qingci said goodbye to her friends and answered her mother's call. In the video, Meng Milan was in their new home. At Mu Qingci's request, she panned the camera around, showing off the fresh renovations. The company Feng Lie had hired was efficient. They had finished the work a few days ago, and now the place was airing out. Both mother and daughter were delighted at the sight of their new home. Mu Qingci took the opportunity to ask about her second uncle's family. Meng Milan, with a tone of amusement, said, "After lunch today, the two families sat down to discuss the dowry. Your second aunt, Wang Xingju, is quite bold, asking for an 880,000 yuan dowry and jewelry worth tens of thousands. Your eldest aunt said that Liang Hui's parents' faces changed. His mother even asked if they should include a car worth 400 to 500,000 as part of the dowry." Apparently, during the dowry discussion, Mu Qingci's grandparents, uncle, and aunt were all present. Meng Milan didn't want to get involved and left after lunch. "I heard Wang Xingju wasn't pleased," Meng Milan continued. "She said Wang Zhu is marrying into the Liang family and that she's pregnant with their golden grandson. She complained about how hard it was to raise Wang Zhu and that she became the Liang family's daughter-in-law right after graduation. She also grumbled about the Liang family not treating them well, refusing to provide a dowry." Mu Qingci shook her head. "Isn't that just like my second aunt? Saying things like that, isn't she afraid people will think she's selling her daughter? Doesn't she worry Wang Zhu will suffer after getting married? It's really their own doing." Meng Milan showed no sympathy for Wang Zhu's situation. She believed Wang Xingju was right, and even supported demanding a bride price, refusing to provide a dowry, and using the unborn child as leverage. All of this left Mu Qingci utterly baffled. She couldn't understand why the Liang family was allowing themselves to be manipulated like this. As business people, they shouldn't be so easily swayed. Could it be that Liang Hui is just so love-struck that he can't do without Meng Wanzhu? Mu Qingci couldn't help but ask. Meng Milan shook her head, indicating she didn't know. She then informed her daughter that the Liang family had agreed to their terms, and the wedding was set for the 15th of next month. Mu Qingci was even more puzzled. It's already the 20-something now, and there's less than 20 days until the wedding. Why are they in such a rush? She recalled the matchmaker mentioning that young Master Liang had studied abroad and was quite adept at business, not someone likely to be easily blinded by emotions. Despite her confusion, Mu Qingci focused on a more pressing issue. Since the Liang family is giving Uncle's family 880,000 yuan as a bride price, Uncle Meng Qingwei's debt can be fully repaid. "Aunt didn't give you a hard time for not lending them money back then, did she?" "No," Meng Milan replied. "Perhaps to leave a good impression on the future in-laws, she was quite polite to me during lunch today." She paused before adding, "The Liang family was also very friendly to me, especially Liang Hui's mother, who even took the time to chat with me." "What did she say?" Mu Qingci asked curiously. "She said I'm Wanju's aunt, which makes me Liang Hui's aunt as well. She suggested that since we'll all be relatives, we should visit each other more often." Mu Qingci was momentarily speechless, taking a few seconds before asking, "Doesn't she know about the issues between our family and Uncle's family?" "She knows," Meng Milan explained, "which is why she said there's no overnight grudge between relatives. She suggested that once you return, Wanju and Liang Hui should invite everyone to a meal to resolve any unpleasantness." "I don't want to have a meal with them," Mu Qingci immediately objected. "I didn't agree either," Meng Milan concurred. The mother and daughter continued discussing matters related to Uncle's family for a while, before changing the subject. They only ended their video call when Meng Milan was about to lock up and head to the noodle shop for a rest. Mu Qingci glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. Feng Lie hadn't returned yet. She guessed that Officer Feng might be out socializing with local military personnel and would likely be back late. So she grabbed a jacket and lay on the sofa. After a while, still feeling uneasy, she got up to take a note from her suitcase and left a message for Feng Lie. "Officer Feng, I'm sleeping on the sofa tonight, don't carry me to the bed." However, when she woke up the next day, she found herself in bed. Mu Qingci instinctively picked up her phone to call Feng Lie. As soon as the call connected, Feng Lie's steady, deep voice came through. "Qingci." Mu Qingci felt a tingle down her spine, and her initially confrontational tone softened into something much sweeter. "Officer Feng, where are you?" "Just finished my morning run and heading back to the hotel." Feng Lie's voice sounded even more magnetic. "Are you up? If so, freshen up and come down for breakfast." "Aren't you coming up?" Mu Qingci asked. "No, I'll wait for you downstairs." "Okay," Mu Qingci replied, her earlier annoyance completely dissipated. After hanging up the phone, Mu Qingci hurriedly went to freshen up. When she descended the stairs, she found Feng Lie already waiting by the elevator. His tall figure stood there, exuding an imposing presence that made other guests glance at him surreptitiously, while cautiously steering clear. It was just after 7, and the two decided to head straight to the hotel restaurant for the complimentary breakfast. Mu Qingci walked up to Feng Lie and looked up at him, asking, "Instructor Feng, did you not see the message I left you?" Feng Lie's gaze fell on her hair, elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, and he replied nonchalantly, "I saw it." After a pause, he added, "Looks nice." Mu Qingci was momentarily taken aback before realizing he was complimenting her hairstyle. She felt a bit shy and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Remembering the matter at hand, she put on a serious face and said, "I told you not to carry me." Feng Lie looked at her pouting face and earnestly replied, "As your boyfriend, it's not right to let you sleep on the sofa." Only then did Mu Qingci understand that even if they stayed here for another 10 days or so, she'd still be sleeping on the bed. She decided to reach out and grab his fingers dangling by his side. In the next moment, her small hand was completely enveloped by his. Mu Qingci couldn't help but smile and asked, "Does it bother you to rest on the sofa every day?" "Not at all. I used to rest anywhere I could," Feng Lie replied calmly. The two of them walked hand in hand toward the restaurant. Thinking about Feng Lie's past identity and work, Mu Qingci asked, "When you were on long trips, did you rest at motels and service areas or just in the truck?" "In the truck," Feng Lie answered succinctly. "That must have been tough," Mu Qingci said sympathetically. Feng Lie glanced at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You get used to it." Mu Qingci felt even more sympathetic and asked, "Do you have anything else to do here?" "No." "Then, should we head back today or tomorrow?" As they talked, they arrived at the hotel restaurant. The breakfast was a buffet with a wide variety, and chefs were available to cook noodles or vermicelli on the spot. They each grabbed a large plate to select their breakfast. Feng Lie didn't immediately answer her question but instead asked, "Don't you want to stay and explore for a couple more days?" After the events of last night, Mu Qingci's enthusiasm had waned. She shook her head. "I want to get back to work soon." Feng Lie pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's book a flight for tomorrow. You can still enjoy the day here." Mu Qingci nodded in agreement and asked, "What happened to the person from last night?" "Still in the hospital," Feng Lie replied concisely and then inquired about her pepper spray. Mu Qingci explained. "It was a housewarming gift from Mengming. She had a senior in the chemistry department help mix it." Feng Lie seriously suggested, "When we get back, let's treat your friend to a meal to thank her for this gift." Mu Qingci's eyes curved into crescents, a wave of sweetness washing over her. Sure. After breakfast, they booked the tickets for the next day and spent the entire day exploring the city. They rode camels in the desert, collected jade stones by the river, and attended a grand bonfire party on the outskirts of the city. It was past midnight when they returned to the hotel. Feng Lie insisted that Mu Qingci go upstairs first. Over the past few days, Mu Qingci had noticed this was his way of giving her time to freshen up. She thought for a moment and said, "I'll rest down here for a bit. I'm too tired tonight." "Instructor Feng, you go up first to wash up, and I'll come up afterward." Just as Feng Lie was about to refuse, Mu Qingci had already moved to the sofa in the lounge area, looking exhausted as she took out her phone. "If you don't go up, I'll just sit here a while longer. I'm too tired to move." Feng Lie looked at her for a few seconds, then turned to the front desk to talk to the staff. Mu Qingci lay over the back of the sofa, watching them. After a brief conversation, Feng Lie returned and said, "There's a place in the hotel where I can freshen up. Let's go. I'll grab my clothes." Mu Qingci was a bit skeptical. "Really?" "Yes," Feng Lie nodded. Seeing his serious expression, Mu Qingci believed him and got up to follow him to the elevator. Upstairs, Feng Lie indeed grabbed a change of clothes and headed out. Mu Qingci also took her clothes to wash up. Once she was done, Mu Qingci called Feng Lie to come back. By the time Feng Lie returned to the room, Mu Qingci was already lying on the sofa, declaring with a commanding tone, "I'm sleeping on the sofa tonight, or we can share the bed." After saying this, she inexplicably felt nervous, with a small tinge of anticipation. If Instructor Feng suggested sharing the bed, she might reluctantly agree. Of course, just for sleeping. Thinking about this made her ears turn red as she watched Feng Lie intently. However, Feng Lie simply turned off the main light, switched on the nightlight, and lay down on the bed, leaving no room for Mu Qingci's wild thoughts. Mu Qingci was stunned, suddenly feeling a bit annoyed. "Humph. You might as well become a monk," she grumbled, turning her back to him in a huff. Out of sight, out of mind. Mu Qingci, utterly exhausted, quickly fell into a deep sleep. Feng Lie listened quietly to her breathing until he was certain she was sound asleep. Only then did he gently lift her onto the bed. This time, he didn't immediately return to the sofa. Instead, he leaned over and gazed at her serene, sleeping face. His fingers lightly brushed her cheek before carefully lifting her head to apply some ointment to the wound on the back of her head. Once finished, he quietly retreated to the sofa to rest. The next morning, Mu Qingci woke up to find herself back in bed. She quickly got up, hurriedly washed without even putting on makeup, and called Feng Lie. As soon as Feng Lie stepped into the room, Mu Qingci, barefoot, rushed over and wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully biting it. She mumbled, "Instructor Feng, you're such a rascal. You promised I could sleep on the sofa last night." Feng Lie looked down at the petite woman in his arms. Although her bite wasn't hard, the spot felt like it was on fire, making his throat dry. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Instead of pushing her away, he gently stroked her hair and hoarsely apologized. "My fault." Mu Qingci's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately released her bite, though her lips still rested against his neck. On impulse, she flicked her tongue over the spot, eliciting a muffled groan from Feng Lie. Startled, she thought she'd hurt him and quickly released her embrace, looking up to check on him. However, as soon as she looked up, her lips were captured by his. Feng Lie's fiery lips pressed against hers, and his strong arms held her tightly. Their bodies pressed together. Feng Lie deepened the kiss, no longer gentle but as if he wanted to devour her, his lips moving passionately, prying her mouth open to capture her tongue. Mu Qingci felt a jolt of electricity surge through her mind blank, body tingling as if her soul was being drawn out. Naturally, she soon ran out of breath. Just as she was about to suffocate, Feng Lie finally released her, pressing her head against his chest. Mu Qingci lay against his firm chest, gasping for air. Feng Lie gently stroked her back, and once her breathing steadied, he said in a husky voice, "Qingci, I'm a man. I can't let the woman I love sleep on a sofa. If it ever happens again, unless—" He suddenly paused. Mu Qingci quickly looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Feng Lie gazed at her slightly swollen lips, his eyes growing deeper, but he didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he changed course, saying, "I'll book 2 rooms next time." Mu Qingci froze, then broke free from his embrace, turning towards the vanity. As she walked, she said, "I'm going to do my makeup." Feng Lie watched her retreating figure silently. Sitting down, Mu Qingci began applying her makeup, inwardly scoffing, he really is monk material. Their flight was at 11 in the morning, so there was no need to rush to the airport. Once Mu Qingci finished her makeup, they went downstairs for breakfast and bought some local specialties before returning to the hotel to pack their bags. Only then did they head to the airport. As the plane landed in City S, the afternoon sun blazed brightly at 3 p.m. Shen Yuxuan and Xiao Mo were already waiting at the airport to welcome back Feng Lie and Mu Qingci from their vacation. Upon seeing them, Xiao Mo chuckled heartily and said, "Boss, sister-in-law, welcome back." Shen Yuxuan gave them a knowing look and smiled. "It seems like you had a great trip." Feng Lie maintained his usual aloof demeanor, one hand pulling 2 suitcases and the other holding Mu Qingci's hand. Mu Qingci smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xiao Mo eagerly took the suitcase from Feng Lie's hand, and the 4 of them headed towards the airport exit. Knowing Feng Lie's reticent nature, Shen Yuxuan and Xiao Mo turned to engage Mu Qingci in conversation. Xiao Mo enthusiastically suggested, "Now that the boss has won over our sister-in-law, shouldn't we celebrate tonight and let her get to know us?" Shen Yuxuan, however, considerately said, "Sister-in-law must be tired from the long flight. We can celebrate when she has more time." Xiao Mo nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, whenever you have time, just let us know and we'll celebrate." Mu Qingci glanced at Feng Lie with a smile, recalling her intention to treat them to a meal, and said, "How about tomorrow night? I'm really a bit tired today. We can invite everyone who helped my family last time, and I'll bring Meng Meng along too." Shen Yuxuan and Xiao Mo looked to Feng Lie for approval. Seeing no objections, they agreed happily. After dropping them off at Donghu Community, they tactfully took their leave. Back in apartment 8001, Mu Qingci eagerly went to admire her cherished blue and white porcelain and Tang San Kai. The black and brown Tang San Kai pottery horses were among the most iconic artifacts of the Tang dynasty, and Mu Qingci was utterly captivated, unable to tear her eyes away. It wasn't until Feng Lie stood by the door and asked, "Qingci, what would you like for dinner?" that Mu Qingci reluctantly shifted her gaze from the Tang San Kai. Feng Lie had changed back into his usual camouflage pants and army green t-shirt, resuming the tough, stoic image of Instructor Feng. He held his phone, ready to order groceries online. Mu Qingci took the phone, quickly browsing through it, and said, "I want something light for dinner. How about tomato scrambled eggs, steamed bass, fish-flavored pork, and dry-fried green beans?" She looked up at Feng Lie, asking, "How about making a winter melon and pork rib soup as well?" Feng Lie nodded in agreement, took back the phone, and placed the order. As he turned to leave, Mu Qingci followed closely. Feng Lie turned back and said, "You can stay here a bit longer. I'll call you when the food is ready." Mu Qingci shook her head, "I'll cook with you." Feng Lie didn't object. Mu Qingci went to freshen up and change into her home clothes, and within minutes, the groceries arrived. The two entered the kitchen together. Mu Qingci habitually opened the fridge to check, finding it spotless thanks to the housekeeper. She glanced at Feng Lie, who was washing the ingredients, and suddenly craved ice cream. She walked over to him and softly asked, "Instructor Feng, do you want some ice cream?" Feng Lie glanced at her and replied, "We can buy one after dinner." Mu Qingci smiled, her voice cheerful, "Yes, on a hot day like this, it's nice to have ice cream occasionally. But not too much." "You're right," Feng Lie agreed. As Mu Qingci snapped the green beans, she shared stories from her hometown with enthusiasm. "There's a supermarket in our town called Rui that sells a mung bean popsicle made by the owner herself, and it's delicious. I buy a few every time I go back." Feng Lie listened quietly while starting the soup. By the time Mu Qingci finished her hometown tales, the ingredients were ready. She was about to start cooking when she noticed Feng Lie already at the stove. Mu Qingci blinked at him with wide eyes. Feng Lie tilted his head and said, "If you're hungry, you can ask William, the housekeeper, to bring up some snacks. He should have some." Mu Qingci opened her mouth, feeling like she was being treated like a child. Feng Lie had already started cooking, leaving her no room to protest. Watching his tall, upright figure, she waited until he had the dishes going before speaking up. "I want to cook a dish too." Feng Lie glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and said, "You can steam the base." Mu Qingci glanced at the marinated base with a hint of reluctance before finally moving over to it. She softly murmured, "Oh," as she placed the fish into the steamer. Feng Lie noticed her reaction, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he continued to cook with focused attention. After the fish was steamed, Mu Qingci didn't leave but stayed to watch Feng Lie. His meticulous approach to cooking made it seem like he was carrying out an important mission. She found herself drawn to his serious profile and instinctively took out her phone to capture the moment. Feng Lie suddenly turned, his deep gaze meeting Mu Qingci's. Unfazed, she smiled and said, "Officer Feng, give me a smile." Instead of smiling, Feng Lie's expression grew even more serious. Yet, the sight of him holding a spatula made the scene amusingly ironic. Mu Qingci quickly snapped several photos. Once Feng Lie resumed cooking, Mu Qingci looked down at the photos, her eyes crinkling with amusement. "Officer Feng, you look kind of cute holding that spatula," she remarked. Feng Lie's hand twitched, nearly dropping the spatula, but he quickly regained his composure. As Mu Qingci continued to admire the photos, she felt something was missing about Feng Lie. An idea popped into her mind, and she left the kitchen. Feng Lie watched her warily, sensing she was up to something. Sure enough, Mu Qingci soon returned with a frilly floral apron. Feng Lie's expression grew more stern as he contemplated whether he should carry her out of the kitchen. Mu Qingci smiled sweetly, "Officer Feng, why aren't you wearing an apron while cooking? What if oil splashes on your clothes?" She offered the apron to Feng Lie, who instinctively edged away. Noticing his reluctance, Mu Qingci moved closer and playfully insisted, "You probably don't have an apron, right? Use mine for now. It's a good habit." Feng Lie stirred the dish in the pan and replied coolly, "Yours is too small. It wouldn't fit me. How would you know if you haven't tried it?" Mu Qingci took the opportunity to cling to his arm, pleading, "I picked it out just for you. If you don't wear it, I'll be really upset." Feng Lie found himself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma. Mu Qingci not only acted coy but also played hard to get. She clung tightly to Feng Lie's waist, her soft and warm presence pressing against him, and said in a playful tone, "If you don't wear the apron, I won't let you cook." Despite being distracted by the girl's gentle charm, Feng Lie knew he couldn't let the food burn, nor could he let Mu Qingci cook. Reluctantly, he took the apron from her hands. Seeing her goal achieved, Mu Qingci released his waist. She watched with interest as Feng Lie, with a serious expression, tied the apron and picked up the spatula, a triumphant, mischievous smile on her face. However, she underestimated the size difference between them. Her apron on Feng Lie looked like a child's apron on an adult, tight and comically absurd. Mu Qingci couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Officer Feng, you might as well take it off," she said, stifling her giggles. "Don't stretch out my apron." As soon as she finished speaking, she could see Feng Lie visibly relax. When he removed the apron and handed it back to her, Mu Qingci took the opportunity to wrap her arms around his neck, tiptoe, and peck a kiss on his lips before stepping back with a sweet smile. Feng Lie, now utterly disarmed, focused back on cooking and said, "Next time we go to the store, I'll get a men's apron." He emphasized the word men's. Mu Qingci immediately suggested, "I'll buy it for you. I need to go to the store for some essentials tomorrow anyway." Feng Lie gave her a suspicious look, filled with doubt. Mu Qingci extended her hand with a smile, making a solemn promise, "I promise I won't get anything you can't accept." Feng Lie sighed inwardly and softly replied, "All right." After all, at his own home, he might as well let the girl be happy. They chatted casually while waiting for the meal to cook. Just as they were about to eat, Feng Lie's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said to Mu Qingci, "You go ahead and eat," and then walked to the balcony to take the call. Mu Qingci sat waiting, guessing from Feng Lie's brief responses that the call was likely from his mother or brother. After a few exchanges, Feng Lie said, "I'll come over in a bit," and hung up, returning to the table. "There's something with the Shui family," Feng Lie explained briefly. "I need to head over after we eat." Mu Qingci nodded, and they began their meal. After eating, Feng Lie insisted on not letting Mu Qingci do the dishes. He placed the dishes in the sink and blocked her path with his body. Mu Qingci was amused and exasperated. "If you keep doing this, I'll forget how to wash dishes and cook. What if I go home and my mom asks me to cook or clean, and I've forgotten how?" She teased, then had an idea and invited, "Officer Feng, why don't you come home with me next time? My mom said I should introduce my boyfriend to her. We stayed in a couple's room in X city, so she didn't say much. But it'll be different back in S city." Feng Lie paused in his dishwashing, turned to her, and nodded seriously, his expression becoming solemn. "What is your mother like?" he asked. Mu Qingci smiled and replied, "She already has a good impression of you. Just bring some fruit and a bouquet of flowers." Feng Lie gave her a long look, thinking he shouldn't rely on the girl for advice. He decided to ask his grandmother, who would likely have good suggestions. Mu Qingci then brought up visiting his grandmother. "My place isn't livable yet. I'm planning to go back early Saturday. My cousin's engagement is on Sunday, and I'll return that night. How about I visit your grandma on Saturday?" "Sounds good," Feng Lie responded concisely, pondering what gift to bring for the elderly lady. He also considered when to introduce his parents and brother to the girl but knew not to rush it, lest he scare her off. After finishing the dishes, Feng Lie left. With the evening still young, Mu Qingci stood on the balcony, gazing at the shimmering East Lake and her thriving succulents, deciding to take a walk by the lake later. Remembering her dinner invitation for the following night, she texted Su Qingming, "Mu Qingci, Meng, Officer Feng and I are inviting you to dinner tomorrow night. Will you join us?" Su Qingming, "No thanks. Sitting at the same table as Officer Feng is too stressful. If you want to treat me, do it separately." Mu Qingci, "Really not coming?" Su Qingming, "I'd love to, but sitting with Officer Feng is really stressful." Mu Qingci, "That's a shame. I also invited a few of Officer Feng's colleagues." Su Qingming, "Are they all guys?" Mu Qingci, "Yes." Su Qingming, "Are they the ones from the rescue operation in your town? The ones in those viral videos?" Mu Qingci, "Yes." Su Qingming excitedly dialed the video call, and soon enough, Mu Qingci's face appeared on the screen with a teasing smile. "Cici, since Instructor Feng is now your boyfriend as your best friend, I can't avoid seeing you just because I feel pressured dining with him, right?" "That wouldn't make me a good friend," Su Qingming said, pulling a comically scared face. "Even though I have a deep respect for Instructor Feng, for you, my dear friend, I'll definitely be there for dinner tomorrow." She turned to face her wardrobe, pointing her phone's camera at the array of colorful clothes. "Cici, help me choose what to wear tomorrow. As your friend, I can't embarrass you, right? So, I have to take tomorrow night's dinner seriously." Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh. "Just make sure you don't get too shy when you see him tomorrow." Su Qingming's hand froze midair, and her expression fell. "You know how shy I am. You'll have to look out for me, and I'll just sneak a peek at the handsome guy," she said with a sweet expression, adding, "Besides, I think there's something between Yang Yunshu and me. He wasn't initially going to choose the same professor as me, but when he heard I picked Professor Wu, he decided to as well. He's been calling me every day to ask about the doctoral exams." Mu Qingci was familiar with Yang Yunshu. He was someone Su Qingming often mentioned during her master's studies, and she had met him a few times. He had an intellectual look and worked in the student council at S University, gaining a bit of a reputation. He was indeed nice to Su Qingming, but Mu Qingci always felt he was intentionally keeping her hanging. If he truly liked her, he wouldn't have gone years without confessing. Yet, he seemed focused on his studies and maintained an appropriate distance from other girls, showing a special interest only in Su Qingming. Mu Qingci didn't say much, just replied, "Let's see if Professor Wu will accept him." "I'll help him fight for it," Su Qingming said confidently. Mu Qingci frowned. "Meng, don't mix academics with feelings. It might cloud your judgment." "Don't worry," Su Qingming reassured, "I can clearly distinguish between the two. Love is important, but not as important as academics." Mu Qingci nodded, "Exactly." They chatted a bit more about Yang Yunshu before the conversation shifted back to the dinner the next evening. As someone who appreciated good looks, Su Qingming was excited about the dinner. Although she was shy around unfamiliar handsome men, it didn't stop her from secretly admiring them up close. "It's a pity Z doesn't have this privilege," Su Qingming suddenly said. "But then again, Z got rejected by the one she liked, so maybe it's better she's not there. It would be awkward if they met." Mu Qingci just responded with a soft The two chatted for a long time before reluctantly ending the video call. Mu Qingci glanced out the window and decided to go for a walk. Inside the Grand Shui family mansion, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire courtyard. The patriarch had just returned home from the hospital for convalescence, and a professional medical team was on standby. The doctor's warnings echoed in everyone's minds. Avoid agitating the old man. However, with the large Shui family and various factions vying for the position of CEO, undercurrents of tension were inevitable, and it was only a matter of time before someone did something to provoke him. Amidst this delicate situation, Feng Lie returned from City X at the patriarch's summons. As soon as he stepped into the old man's courtyard, he was called for a private conversation that lasted half an hour. When Feng Lie emerged, his brother Xueyin was already waiting outside. The brothers walked side by side toward the main house, the air tinged with tension. Xueyin couldn't help but speak, his tone laced with obvious displeasure. "Did Grandpa ask you to pressure me into an arranged marriage again?" Feng Lie glanced at his brother and instead of answering asked, "What do you really think?" Xueyin scoffed, resolutely declaring, I will definitely secure the position of head of the Shui family, but I refuse to marry for alliances. Feng Lie didn't scold his brother. He simply looked ahead and calmly said, Grandpa mentioned he plans to give the Middle Eastern market to our uncle's family. The statement hit Shui like a heavy blow to the chest. He snorted angrily, his voice low and threatening. I built that market from the ground up. Let anyone try to take it. Feng Lie remained calm, softly saying, if you want to anger Grandpa to death, go ahead. Shui Yin's frustration grew, his temper like a volcano ready to erupt. After a stretch of silence, he seemed to relent, muttering, fine, I'll marry, but I choose who it will be. In his mind, women were far less important than his career. If he had to marry, it would be to someone who wouldn't interfere with his life or ambitions. Feng Lie simply replied with a quiet, all right. When they returned to the main house, their father and mother, Feng Bijuan, were already waiting in the living room. Feng Bijuan eagerly asked as soon as the brothers entered, what did your grandfather say to you? Feng Lie replied succinctly, about Yin's marriage. Feng Bijuan's expression darkened, her tone sharp, it's always about that. She then turned to Shui Yin's father with irritation, does your family really need marriages to advance? Clearly wary of his wife's temper, Shui Yin's father could only explain helplessly, you know how dad is. If Yin doesn't want to marry, he can just give up the heir position like I did. I will not give it up, Shui Yin stated firmly to Feng Bijuan. Mom, start planning the banquet. Feng Bijuan frowned, somewhat disbelieving, you've compromised? This was unlike the decisions her younger son usually made. Shui Yin retorted, what else can I do? Let Grandpa get so angry that the Shui estate becomes an inheritance for the other families to divide. He cast a glance at Feng Lie, his tone even harsher, if I don't take that position, you and that woman will have endless troubles. Smack. Feng Bijuan, unable to tolerate it any longer, smacked Shui Yin's arm, scolding. What do you mean that woman? The Mu family girl is your future sister-in-law. You better be polite to her when you meet. Feng Lie also gave him a warning look. Shui Yin grunted in annoyance and sat down sulking. Feng Bijuan ignored her second son, knowing full well he was overly attached to his brother. If he dared to be rude to Cici, a few reprimands from his brother would straighten him out. Thinking of her eldest son's special trip to City X to bring back the Mu family girl, her face lit up with a bright smile as she eagerly asked, son, when are you going to introduce us to the Mu family girl? Feng Lie thought for a moment before answering, I'll take her to see Grandma on Saturday. Then I'll go too. Feng Bijuan exclaimed excitedly. I'll pretend I don't know and stay at your grandma's place the night before. I'm going too, Shui Yin interjected, planning to expose any flaws in the woman to his brother. Feng Lie and Feng Bijuan both glanced at him. Feng Bijuan decisively refused. You and your father stay home. You're not going. Having come from an ordinary background herself, Feng Bijuan felt she could relate better to Mu Qingci. The inherent superiority of the Shui family might leave a bad first impression on the girl. Shui Yin's father seemed hesitant to speak but ultimately remained silent. Shui Yin's expression grew even darker. Feng Bijuan enthusiastically discussed the Saturday plans with Feng Lie. What is the Mu family girl like? I should prepare a gift for her. She likes antiques, Feng Lie replied succinctly. Shui Yin sneered inwardly. That woman is obviously after his brother and their wealth. Feng Bijuan was overjoyed. Great, I'll pick out a few impressive ones for her. Maybe if she likes them, she'll agree to marry you. Then I can finally be a mother-in-law and show off my daughter-in-law everywhere. Just one will do. She'd feel too embarrassed to accept more, Feng Lie cautioned. All right. Feng Bijuan readily agreed. Shui Yin muttered to himself. His mother is desperate for a daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, by East Lake. The summer night at East Lake was breathtaking, with the lake shimmering and bustling with people walking and jogging along the shore. Mu Qingci had planned to run a few kilometers, but recent business trips had left her exhausted, and she was breathless after less than a kilometer. She found a secluded bench to sit and habitually checked her phone. She noticed a message from her master's wife. Cici, are you free tomorrow night? Come over with your master for dinner. Mu Qingci replied, sorry, master's wife, I have dinner plans with someone else tomorrow night. Sister-in-law, let's meet the day after tomorrow. Xiaofei's coming back and he's bringing his girlfriend along. You young folks will have plenty to chat about. Mu Qingci read the message with a sense of relief. She didn't need to return home on Friday, and the prospect of conversing with the younger crowd was appealing, so she agreed without hesitation. After replying to the message, Mu Qingci put away her phone and gazed at the night view of Donghu Lake. The area, close to a residential zone, was quieter than the bustling commercial district across the way, despite the joggers and walkers around. Sitting there, she could enjoy the light show across the lake, finding it more captivating from a distance. As she admired the dazzling lights, Mu Qingci reflected on her visits over the past 2 weeks to the 3 famous embroidery styles. She pondered how to craft an engaging narrative about the 4 renowned embroideries, hoping to inspire a global appreciation for Chinese embroidery. Without realizing it, the crowd around her began to thin. When she checked the time, it was nearly 11 p.m. Just then her phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Officer Feng. Mu Qingci smiled slightly and answered immediately, Officer Feng, what brings you to call? You're not home. Feng Lie asked directly. I'm walking by the lake, Mu Qingci replied, then asked, are you back? Yes, Feng Lie responded briefly, where exactly? Mu Qingci described her location in detail. She wasn't far from the Donghu residential area, no more than 3 kilometers away. I'll come pick you up, Feng Lie said. Mu Qingci readily agreed, okay? After hanging up, she decided to wait for Feng Lie right there. Just then, a group of young people, who seemed to be high school students, passed by. As they walked by, several glanced at Mu Qingci. After moving a short distance away, they stopped, nudged each other, and eventually pushed a girl forward towards Mu Qingci. The girl approached Mu Qingci with a bright smile. Hi there. Mu Qingci smiled back. The girl's eyes lit up as she sat beside her and took out her phone. My friend wants to add you on WeChat. Is that okay? She pointed to a group not far away, the guy in the number 7 jersey. Following her gesture, Mu Qingci saw the tall, slim guy with a ball in his hands. Noticing her gaze, he spun the ball on his fingertip, trying to show off. Mu Qingci turned back to the girl and politely declined, sorry, but I won't add him on WeChat. Why not? Do you have a boyfriend? The girl asked. Yes, Mu Qingci replied. Alright then, the girl put her phone away. You look really pretty. Your boyfriend must be handsome too, right? Mu Qingci nodded. To me, he's the most handsome. The girl stood up, giving a thumbs-up gesture. I wish you both everlasting happiness. Thank you, Mu Qingci said. The girl left with a smile. Thinking about her well wishes, Mu Qingci couldn't help but smile as well. Not long after, Feng Lie arrived, jogging up to her. Mu Qingci looked up at the tall, striking man before her and gave a sweet smile. Officer Feng, why are you back so early? I thought you'd stay at the Shui family tonight. I came back as soon as I was done, Feng Lie replied, his previously stern expression softening at her smile. Mu Qingci asked again, do you want to go for a run? If you do, I'll wait here. I'm too tired to join you today. No run, I'm here to take you home, Feng Lie answered. Mu Qingci's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. She wanted to exercise her girlfriend privilege, but I don't feel like walking. She extended her arms towards him. Why don't you carry me back? She had always wanted to experience being carried by her boyfriend. Feng Lie didn't refuse Mu Qingci's request. He simply turned around silently, bent his knees, and placed his hands on them. Mu Qingci swiftly got up and nimbly climbed onto his broad back. With steady steps, Feng Lie carried her towards the Donghu community. Mu Qingci rested her cheek against his firm shoulder, her gaze lingering on his sharply defined profile. She couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind for a long time. Officer Feng, why don't you live with the Shui family or with your grandmother in the old district? Why did you choose to live alone in Donghu community? Feng Lie's pace remained steady, his voice low. Grandma says she finds us young people annoying and doesn't like living with us. Mu Qingci instantly grasped Grandma Feng's intention and couldn't help but chuckle. I think it's not that she doesn't like living with young people, but she wants to push you out to find a girlfriend, right? Feng Lie replied succinctly. But aren't you worried about her living there alone? Mu Qingci pressed on. I've arranged for someone to take care of her, Feng Lie answered. Really? Why didn't I see anyone when I visited last time? Mu Qingci asked, puzzled. Grandma doesn't like bodyguards, so the people protecting her generally stay out of sight, Feng Lie explained. Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh again. I see. She continued with another question. Then why don't you live with the Shui family? Is it because your last name isn't Shui? No, Feng Lie replied. The Shui family is quite far from my workplace, and I don't have the time for all the mind games. Imagining the complexities of life in a wealthy family, Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. It seems like living independently is indeed better than being a young master in the Shui family. Just then, Feng Lie slightly turned his head, and Mu Qingci's lips accidentally brushed against his cheek. Feng Lie quickly turned back, his voice a bit husky. When you visit Grandma on Saturday, would you like to come by my company for a tour? Yes, I'd love to, Mu Qingci replied with a smile. I've been wanting to see it for a while. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Donghu community. Mu Qingci hopped off Feng Lie's back, and they happened to run into Butler William. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mu Qingci and Feng Lie continued towards Building 2. Back in apartment 8001, Feng Lie had just said goodnight and was heading to the bedroom when Mu Qingci grabbed his hand. Puffing her cheeks, she asked, what is our relationship now? Boyfriend and girlfriend, Feng Lie replied. Mu Qingci immediately stood on tiptoe and gave him a quick peck on the lips. Since we're boyfriend and girlfriend, we should have a goodnight kiss. Good night, boyfriend. As she was about to pull away, Feng Lie's strong arm wrapped around her waist. He lifted her chin and kissed her deeply. Only when Mu Qingci was nearly out of breath did Feng Lie release her, letting her rest against his chest. Breathing heavily, Mu Qingci's small hand wandered up to his chest. She looked up at Feng Lie with an expectant gaze. Officer Feng, can I feel your chest muscles? Feng Lie didn't respond, but Mu Qingci's hand was already reaching for the hem of his shirt. At that moment, Feng Lie took a deep breath and caught her hand, placing a gentle kiss on it. His voice was husky as he said, "Qingci, you should go to sleep now." Mu Qingci gazed at Feng Lie's face. His expression remained indifferent, but his eyes bore a depth that filled her with an inexplicable fear. Her heart began to race, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Biting her lip, Mu Qingci found herself at a loss for how to respond. Feng Lie, misinterpreting her silence as displeasure, conceded with a hint of compromise. "If you really want to touch, I'll let you do it tomorrow morning." This unexpected statement made Mu Qingci's heart race even faster, and she instinctively nodded. Only then did Feng Lie release her hand. Mu Qingci turned and headed towards the bedroom. At the door, she couldn't resist glancing back at him. Feng Lie stood there, his gaze following her. She offered him a slight smile before entering the bedroom and closing the door. Once the door was shut, Feng Lie took a deep breath and then turned to head to his own room. The following morning, Mu Qingci got up early, denying to herself that it was for the chance to touch Instructor Feng's abs up close. As she opened the door to freshen up, she first searched for Feng Lie. Not finding him at home, she called him directly. The sound of background noise from training, mixed with Feng Lie's slightly labored breathing, came through the phone. He said briefly, "I'm out for morning training. Since you're up, I'll come back and teach you some self-defense moves." Mu Qingci was taken aback. This wasn't what she had imagined. Before she could respond, Feng Lie had already hung up. With no other choice, Mu Qingci proceeded to wash up and change into sportswear. Feng Lie soon returned, still wearing his camouflage pants, with a military green tank top that exposed his arms and shoulders. Seeing his strong muscular arms and the healthy sheen of his slightly sweaty skin, Mu Qingci couldn't help but swallow discreetly. She suddenly had a strong desire to see him train under the sun, especially without a shirt. Upon entering, Feng Lie wiped his face with a towel and said, "There's a gym on the first floor. Let's go there." Mu Qingci then remembered that the first floor of the building hadn't been rented out. It had been converted into a gym and leisure area, where the building manager also resided. She grabbed the gift she had prepared for William, the building manager, and followed Feng Lie to the gym. As they stepped into the gym, Mu Qingci was surprised to find it fully equipped, with various fitness machines, a yoga area, and a sparring zone. The room was empty at that moment. Feng Lie led her to the yoga area and explained, "We'll practice here. There are mats, so if you fall, it won't hurt too much." Mu Qingci couldn't help but praise, "Instructor Feng, you've thought of everything." Feng Lie nodded, giving her no time to say more, and gestured for her to stand in front of him. He then began seriously teaching her self-defense techniques. When you kick at an opponent's knee, don't rely solely on brute force. It's about using leverage, especially if your upper body is restrained. Like this. Feng Lie demonstrated and then instructed Mu Qingci to practice on him as if he were the enemy. Initially, Mu Qingci was hesitant to use force, afraid of hurting him. But after Feng Lie's stern criticism and memories of military training were stirred up, she suddenly saw this as a perfect opportunity for payback. She then began to kick at Feng Lie without reservation, employing various techniques. Reality is often harsh. Mu Qingci used every ounce of her strength, even her last reserves, but to Feng Lie, it was no more than a tickle. After more than half an hour, seeing Feng Lie still unmoved, Mu Qingci, exhausted and aching, finally gave up. "Officer Feng, you're doing this on purpose," she complained, plopping down on the mat. "Your legs are like steel, and I'm just flesh and blood. I'm the one getting hurt here. Look how red my calves and feet are." Feng Lie crouched in front of her, carefully inspecting her legs and feet. Mu Qingci was wearing sports shorts and socks. Feng Lie gently removed her socks, revealing the alarming redness on her feet and calves. He said with concern, "I'll put some ointment on them when we get back." Mu Qingci's eyes twinkled mischievously as she suddenly leaned forward, pressing her hands on his shoulders and lunging at him. Feng Lie let himself fall back to the ground, and Mu Qingci landed on top of him. She playfully bit his chin before triumphantly sitting on his waist, looking down at him with a victorious smile. "Officer Feng, I've got you pinned." Feng Lie watched her smug expression, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He subtly lifted her a bit higher until she was sitting above his stomach, then softly acknowledged her. Mu Qingci didn't notice his maneuver and started shifting on his stomach, intending to pull up his tank top. Suddenly, Feng Lie grasped her thighs and lifted her up. In a low voice he asked, "Qingci, what are you doing?" Mu Qingci, chin raised defiantly, replied, "Of course, I'm going to feel your abs. You promised last night that I could do it this morning." Still holding her aloft, Feng Lie proposed, "I'll let you if you agree to train with me for an hour every day in self-defense." Despite knowing her legs and feet would be sore for a while, Mu Qingci nodded, realizing she needed to protect herself from future threats. Seeing her agreement, Feng Lie set her back down, pressing lightly on her back so she lay atop him. She was momentarily dazed as Feng Lie whispered in her ear, "Let's get up first before anyone sees us." Realizing their intimate position, Mu Qingci blushed and tried to climb off, but Feng Lie held her, springing to his feet with her in his arms using his leg and core strength. Mu Qingci's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Face to face, their breaths mingled. Her gaze traveled from his deep eyes down to his strong nose, well-shaped lips, and defined jaw, finally resting on his slightly moving Adam's apple. She suddenly felt parched. Feng Lie softly called her name, Qingci. His voice entranced her, and she murmured, Feng Lie asked, "Do you want to feel them? Then come down." Mu Qingci actually wanted to kiss him. Just as her lips were about to touch his, Feng Lie's voice, husky, reminded her, "Someone might see us through the window." Mu Qingci snapped back to reality, quickly releasing his neck and jumping down from his waist. She glanced warily outside. The area faced a building where passers-by could easily spot them. While she could be bold with Officer Feng in private, she'd die of embarrassment in public. Scanning the room, she noticed a corner obscured by curtains, invisible from outside. She grabbed Feng Lie's hand and led him there. She wouldn't rest until she felt his abs. Feng Lie followed her lead. In the corner, Mu Qingci pressed him against the wall, lifted his tank top, and eagerly ran her hands over his defined, powerful 8-pack abs. She wasn't satisfied until she had thoroughly explored every inch. If someone walked in at that moment, they'd be shocked by the sight. A petite girl pinning a tall, muscular man against the wall, her hands all over him. But Mu Qingci didn't care. She just wanted to savor the moment. Feng Lie's muscles were firm and warm, with a springy feel under pressure, a tactile delight. He stood still, allowing her small hands to roam his chest, only occasionally taking a deep breath to suppress the rising heat within him. At that moment, he silently thought, "Let the little girl enjoy herself now. She'll repay me for this many times over in the future." Mu Qingci was completely unaware of Feng Lie's feelings. She was intently caressing his firm back until she was satisfied and let go of his tank top. When she looked up at Feng Lie, her eyes sparkled. Feng Lie gently tapped her head and asked, "Satisfied now?" Mu Qingci shyly smiled and nodded. Unable to resist any longer, Feng Lie was captivated by her expression. He leaned in and kissed her soft lips, savoring her unique sweetness. If it weren't for the fact that she had to go to work soon, he would have continued the kiss. After the kiss, they quickly washed up, changed clothes, and enjoyed the breakfast Feng Lie had prepared. After the meal, Feng Lie offered to drive Mu Qingci, but she politely declined. Driving at this time is too slow. Taking the subway is faster. Despite Feng Lie's insistence, Mu Qingci firmly refused. They walked to the subway entrance together, where Mu Qingci waved goodbye to him before heading inside. Back at the company, her colleagues warmly greeted her, "Xiaomu, you're back from your trip." Mu Qingci smiled and responded to each greeting, distributing the special treats she had brought back. Sister Zhang praised her, "You always bring back the best local specialties, better than what I find on my own trips." Mu Qingci laughed. "I like the specialties you bring back too, Sister Zhang." Her return made the office feel complete again. After some small talk, Mu Qingci went to Jiang Zheng's office, where they briefly discussed work matters. Once she left his office, she immersed herself in a full day of work. As the workday ended, Su Qingming's video call came in right on time. She had already dressed in the outfit Mu Qingci had chosen for her, put on light makeup, and was visibly excited. "Qingci, I'm heading out now." Mu Qingci had already sent her the address of the private restaurant provided by Feng Lie. Su Qingming was thrilled to discover the restaurant was on a famous street in S City. "Wow, this street in S City is well known. I heard all the restaurants there are member only, and to dine there, you need to be worth at least tens of millions. I never thought I'd get to eat at one thanks to you." She joked. "Isn't this like one person attains enlightenment, and even their pets ascend?" Mu Qingci nodded with a smile. "Exactly." The two were accustomed to such jokes and burst into laughter. Su Qingming was about to leave and mentioned she'd check the subway route first. If there wasn't a direct line, she'd take a taxi from the nearest station. Mu Qingci reminded her to call once she arrived. After hanging up, Mu Qingci was about to leave the office when Jiang Zheng stopped her. They briefly discussed the 4 great embroideries as they walked. Just as they stepped outside, Mu Qingci's phone rang. It was Feng Lie. "Qingci, look to your right." Following his instructions, she saw Feng Lie's car parked by the road. Mu Qingci quickly said goodbye to Jiang Zheng. "Xixiao, I'm heading off." She hurried towards the car. Jiang Zheng assumed she had called a car and reminded her, "Don't stay out too late, head home early." Mu Qingci replied as she walked, "Got it." Reaching the car, Mu Qingci opened the passenger door and got in. Jiang Zheng was a bit surprised to see her in the passenger seat, but didn't think much of it and headed to his own car. After Mu Qingci got into the car, she fastened her seatbelt and teasingly asked, "Officer Feng, didn't you say if you're busy, you shouldn't come to pick me up?" Feng Lie, focused on starting the car and looking straight ahead, replied, "I'm not busy today." Mu Qingci smiled knowingly, aware that as a big boss, he was never truly free, especially after being away on a trip for a few days. She cheerfully began to recount her shopping haul from today. I bought you a men's apron and a gift for grandma. Before she could finish, Feng Lie suddenly interrupted her. Mu Qingci paused, then nodded in understanding. Okay, grandma. She continued. How about we buy her a bouquet when we visit on Saturday? Do you think that's okay? Feng Lie, still concentrating on the road ahead, answered warmly. Grandma will love it. It's the thought that counts for her. Our family isn't really used to buying flowers. She would prefer if we visited more often. He paused, then added. But it would be best if we could bring a granddaughter-in-law home. Mu Qingci couldn't help but laugh at this. After her laughter subsided, she didn't disturb Feng Lie, who was focused on driving. Instead, she took out her phone to browse. Su Qingmeng was already on the subway, and Chen Zi, having heard about tonight's dinner, was chatting with Su Qingmeng in the group chat. Chen Zi, I'm so jealous. I wish I could join you guys for dinner. Even though Mr. Shen turned me down, it doesn't stop me from wanting to see some handsome guys, especially those ex-soldier colleagues of Mr. Feng. Just looking at them could make me eat an extra bowl of rice. Su Qingmeng, hee tonight I'll be dining with a bunch of handsome guys. Mu Qingci, Zi, how's everything going on your end? Chen Zi first replied to Su Qingmeng, take some sneaky photos, especially if you can capture their abs. I love seeing that. Then she told Mu Qingci, it's going well. We're almost certain to be back in S City within 3 days. Su Qingmeng, do you think I dare to take photos? With Officer Feng there, I wouldn't even dare to take out my phone. Chen Zi, you should be a bit braver. Su Qingmeng, why don't you come here and do it? Chen Zi, I'm not in S City. Mu Qingci, alright, stop arguing. When Zi comes back, Officer Feng and I will treat you both to a private dinner. The group chat suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Chen Zi curiously asked, Cici, you've already confirmed your relationship with Mr. Feng, so why do you still call him Officer Feng? Su Qingmeng agreed. Yeah, Cici, you should come up with a nickname for your Officer Feng. Mu Qingci glanced at Feng Lie, who was focused on driving, and replied, it's a habit, and I like calling him that. Every time I do, it reminds me of the way he used to train me during military drills. Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng both sent surprised emojis. Chen Zi, so you're a masochist? Mu Qingci looked at Feng Lie again, a small smile playing on her lips. Not at all. Thinking about how he used to train me, and now that we're together, I just want to make it up to myself in other ways. Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng simultaneously asked, like what? Mu Qingci replied with a laugh, like making sure he can't do anything about it, so he can feel how helpless we felt back then. Chen Zi and Su Qingmeng both exclaimed, impressive. The three of them were so absorbed in their conversation that Su Qingmeng nearly missed her stop. It wasn't until then that Mu Qingci noticed the car had already stopped. The place they were dining at tonight was called Cloud's Edge, featuring a facade with a rich traditional Chinese courtyard style. Beyond the entrance was a large decorative wall with exquisite carvings. Walking around it, the scene opened up to a landscape of rock gardens, small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and a vast array of blooming roses, their fragrance filling the air. The restaurant owner and several of Feng Lie's friends were chatting in the courtyard. Seeing the two of them, they immediately came over to greet them. Boss, Sis and Lawyer here. Hello, Mr. Feng. Feng Lie shook hands with the owner and introduced him. His last name is Wu. Mu Qingci smiled and greeted, hello, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu gestured invitingly, since Mr. Feng and Miss Mu have arrived, I'll have the kitchen start serving the dishes. Everyone please to the main hall. Mu Qingci remembered that Su Qingmeng was about to arrive and said, I have a friend who will be here soon. You all go ahead, I'll wait for her outside. Feng Lie, you guys go ahead. I'll wait here with Cici for a moment. Everyone exchanged a knowing smile, nodded in agreement, and filed in. Mu Qingci and Feng Lie remained in the courtyard, where she curiously looked around and exclaimed, I didn't expect S City to have a restaurant like this. The owner or their family must really love roses to have planted so many. She counted the varieties she recognized. I can identify 7 or 8 types here, not to mention those I don't know. Feng Lie gazed at her and softly asked, do you like them? Mu Qingci smiled and nodded. I do like them, but they're too hard to take care of. I can only manage to keep succulents alive. Feng Lie fell silent at her words. After a short wait, Su Qingmeng appeared in their sight. As she got out of the car, she immediately saw the two waiting outside and respectfully greeted Feng Lie like an obedient student. Hello, Instructor Feng. Feng Lie merely nodded slightly in response. Understanding Su Qingmeng's apprehension towards Feng Lie, Mu Qingci took the initiative to link arms with her. The three walked together, and though Su Qingmeng had much to say, she remained silent under Feng Lie's imposing presence. Mu Qingci smiled knowingly and briefly introduced, there are 5 friends of Instructor Feng here today. Excitement flickered in Su Qingmeng's eyes, though she pretended to admire the courtyard, remarking, this restaurant's traditional Chinese garden style is beautiful, especially those flowers. Mu Qingci smiled knowingly, and Su Qingmeng discreetly squeezed her hand. Led by the owner, the 3 of them arrived at a private room. Before they even entered, They could hear lively conversation inside. As they reached the door, the room fell silent, with all eyes turning towards the entrance. Shen Yuxuan was the first to break the silence. Smiling warmly, "You must be sister-in-law's close friend. It's a pleasure to meet you." Before Su Qingmeng could respond, Xiaomo added, "Sister-in-law's friends are indeed as graceful and charming as she is." This compliment made Su Qingmeng's cheeks flush with color. Feng Lie simply said, "Go sit," and Mu Qingci led Su Qingmeng to their seats. Although Su Qingmeng wore a shy smile, she clung to Mu Qingci's hand with increasing intensity due to her excitement. Looking around, aside from the stern instructor Feng, the other gentlemen were either gentle and refined, cheerful and sunny, or silent and rugged. Even sitting down, their tall statures and muscular builds were evident. The scene filled Su Qingmeng with inner joy, and she secretly congratulated herself on facilitating the relationship between her best friend and instructor Feng, realizing how wise her decision had been. Despite Feng Lie and a few other men being rather quiet, the dinner gathering was lively thanks to Shen Yuxuan and Xiaomo. Xiaomo, in particular, was the life of the party, with his humor and wit making everyone feel at ease. His tales of long journeys and amusing company anecdotes had Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng laughing nonstop. "Our company has quite a few retired military dogs," Xiaomo said in a conspiratorial tone, capturing everyone's attention. "Guess what? These war heroes are terrified of marriage." "Really?" Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng exclaimed in unison, their eyes alight with curiosity. "So, did they eventually manage to mate?" Su Qingmeng eagerly asked. Xiaomo grinned with satisfaction. "After much effort, we finally had a couple of successes. Now, these former commitment phobes are proud grandparents." He looked at the two women. "You should come by the company sometime to see their grandpups. They're absolutely adorable." Mu Qingci was visibly intrigued and glanced at Feng Lie with anticipation. Feng Lie understood and whispered, "I'll take you to see them this Saturday afternoon." Mu Qingci nodded happily. Laughter and chatter filled the dining table. Mu Qingci initially intended to order a few bottles of wine to show her appreciation, but the men politely declined. So, everyone settled for juice and tea instead. Before long, Su Qingmeng felt the call of nature. She discreetly tugged at Mu Qingci's skirt under the table and whispered in her ear, "Qingci, I need to use the restroom. Let's go together." Feeling the same need, Mu Qingci put down her chopsticks and informed Feng Lie, "Meng Meng and I are going to the restroom." Feng Lie nodded in acknowledgement. The two women left the restaurant, walking through a courtyard filled with blooming roses. The evening breeze carried their fragrance. Su Qingmeng couldn't help but remark, "This place is so upscale. Every corner is like a scene from a movie." Mu Qingci suggested, "How about I take some photos of you later?" Su Qingmeng happily agreed. After finishing in the restroom, Mu Qingci sent a text to Feng Lie, and then she and Su Qingmeng began an impromptu photo session. The private dining venue was picturesque, with rock gardens, pavilions, small bridges over flowing water, and decorative lanterns, creating a fairy tale atmosphere. Once they had taken enough photos, the two women sat in a pavilion to admire their work. Su Qingmeng came across a group photo and excitedly declared, "I'm using this one as my computer wallpaper." Mu Qingci glanced at it and couldn't help but tease, "Your photography skills are so bad. Even a dog would disapprove." She then started giving some tips. Just then, they overheard a conversation from behind the rock garden. They were about to leave quietly when they heard Mu Qingci's name mentioned. "That woman from the small town Mu Qingci, who works at Gujin Yuhua. You mean Feng Deshao is interested in her?" "Yes. The Shui family is looking for a marriage alliance with someone of equal status. With our family's current standing, we don't stand a chance against the other families. We need a new strategy. I have a hunch that Mu Qingci could be the key to you marrying Shuayin successfully. I have nothing in common with someone like Mu Qingci. Then develop some common interests. Spend the next few days reading up on artifacts and her published works. I'll arrange for you to meet her. Whether you can win her over is up to you." "All right." Mu Qingci and Su Qingmeng exchanged a glance and quietly left the area. Once they were a safe distance away, Su Qingmeng whispered, "Qingci, what should we do? They're targeting you. Shouldn't you tell Instructor Feng?" Mu Qingci pondered for a moment before responding, "I don't know who those people were, and telling Instructor Feng now won't help. I'll keep an eye on anyone who tries to approach me. Once I figure it out, I'll inform him." Su Qingmeng nodded in agreement, and was about to speak when she saw Feng Lie striding towards them from across the way. Mu Qingci's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled Su Qingmeng along to greet him. "Instructor Feng, what brings you out here?" Mu Qingci asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I came to pick you up," Feng Lie replied succinctly, his gaze softening as it landed on Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci smiled, her excitement evident. "It's so beautiful in there. Meng Meng and I took a lot of pictures. Want to see them later?" Feng Lie responded with a gentle sure, and the three of them headed towards the private room. Mu Qingci naturally walked alongside Feng Lie, while Su Qingming followed a bit hesitantly, maintaining some distance from him. As they reached the door of the private room, Xiaomo teased them, "If you two beauties hadn't come back soon, we would have had to send out a search party." Mu Qingci laughed and explained, "Ming Ming and I were taking pictures outside." Xiaomo nodded in agreement. "Beauties should definitely take lots of photos. Next time invite me along. I've studied photography and promised to make you look stunning." Su Qingming couldn't help but praise, "You all have so many skills, that's impressive." Xiaomo flashed a bright smile and modestly replied, "It's nothing, just a personal hobby." After dinner, they cleared away the dishes and brought out some snacks and tea, continuing to chat leisurely. The men seemed eager to help Mu Qingci learn more about Feng Lie, sharing tales of his bravery, which left the two girls in awe and admiration. As the clock struck 10, Feng Lie suggested, "It's getting late." The group then prepared to leave. On their way out, Mu Qingci was about to ask Feng Lie to accompany Su Qingming to the subway station when Su Qingming took out her phone and said, "It should be pretty easy to call a ride from here." Feng Lie turned to the group of men and asked, "Who drove here? Can someone give Su Qingming a ride?" Su Qingming tensed up, about to politely decline, but Mu Qingci held her hand and glanced at the men. They exchanged looks, and although only one car was available as gentlemen, they couldn't let a girl go home alone. Considering that Shan Yuxuan and Xiao Mo had been more talkative and Su Qingming was comfortable with them, they decided on one of them. Shan Yuxuan had work to attend to, so he said to Xiao Mo, "Old Xiao, could you give Miss Su a lift? I've got some work to finish." Xiao Mo nodded in agreement. Su Qingming grew more nervous but couldn't refuse. Outside, Xiao Mo brought the car around, and Mu Qingci gently ushered Su Qingming into the front seat. As she closed the door, she said, "See you, Ming." Xiao Mo assured with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll get her safely back to school." Mu Qingci nodded in appreciation, "Thanks a lot." And with a glance at Su Qingming's slightly resentful eyes, she shut the car door. Xiao Mo then drove away. As soon as Mu Qingci and Feng Lie got home, she eagerly showed him the new apron she had bought. It was a specially large men's apron, and when Feng Lie tried it on, it fit perfectly. Mu Qingci beamed, saying, "Now you won't have to worry about oil splashes on your clothes anymore." Feng Lie softly said thank you, to which Mu Qingci cheerfully replied, "You're welcome." Feng Lie then asked, "I'm planning to go for a run, wanna join?" Mu Qingci was about to decline, but Feng Lie added, "You can run a few kilometers, and I'll teach you how to escape in case of emergencies." After a moment's thought, Mu Qingci nodded in agreement, realizing that learning self-defense skills would reassure those who care about her. Mu Qingci changed into her workout clothes, still wearing her usual shorts. Feng Lie asked seriously, "Don't you have long pants?" Mu Qingci looked puzzled. "It's so hot, shorts are cooler." Feng Lie pressed his lips together and explained, "You're prone to mosquito bites. Loose long pants might be better." Mu Qingci stared at his expression for a few seconds, then suddenly understood. Mischievously winking, "Officer Feng, do you not want me to wear shorts outside?" She recalled he hadn't objected when she wore the same outfit to the gym that morning. Feng Lie's expression grew more serious. His gaze slightly averted, and his ears turned a subtle shade of red. Mu Qingci, as if discovering a new continent, quickly walked up to him and playfully nipped his ear. Feng Lie let out a low grunt, pulled her into his arms, and sternly said, "Qingci, no mischief." Mu Qingci giggled, locking eyes with him, and gave him a quick peck on the lips, saying, "I'll go change into long pants." Feng Lie finally let his serious expression slip, replying softly. When Mu Qingci came out wearing loose harem pants, Feng Lie was on the balcony making a phone call. He briefly said, "Tell him the video meeting is at 12:30. As he hung up and turned around, he met Mu Qingci's playful gaze. She deliberately asked, "Officer Feng, are these pants okay?" Feng Lie nodded, and Mu Qingci smiled. The two headed downstairs to start running. After 5 kilometers, Mu Qingci was visibly exhausted. Feng Lie suggested they walk slowly, and if she couldn't continue, they could take a cab back. Gasping for breath, Mu Qingci said, "Officer Feng, you go ahead, don't worry about me." But Feng Lie chose to stay and walk with her. Mu Qingci noticed a basketball court nearby and curiously asked, "Officer Feng, do you guys play basketball?" Feng Lie replied, "Yes, there's a sports ground at the company." Mu Qingci excitedly said, "Next time you play, let me know, I'll come cheer for you," and made a cheering gesture. Just then, a group of young people walked by. One of the girls recognized Mu Qingci and greeted her warmly, "Hello, beautiful." Mu Qingci smiled in response. As they approached, they seemed intimidated by Feng Lie's presence and stopped a few meters away. The girl cautiously asked, "Is this your boyfriend?" Mu Qingci smiled, taking Feng Lie's arm and leaning against him. "Yes, isn't my boyfriend handsome and cool?" The girl nodded repeatedly in agreement, while the others remained silent, seemingly overawed by Feng Lie's aura. Mu Qingci stopped in her tracks and turned around to ask, "Are you guys planning to play basketball, or are you done already?" "We're done. We're heading home," high school student replied. Mu Qingci nodded. Alright, it's getting late. You should head home early, you have school tomorrow. Okay, the students responded. One curious girl asked, are you a college freshman? Which university do you attend? Mu Qingci smiled and replied, I'm at S University, but I'm already pursuing my PhD. Wow. The girl exclaimed, you don't look that old at all. Her comment left everyone around them shocked. Mu Qingci chuckled. I skipped a few grades, so I'm younger than most PhD students. The girl looked at her with admiration and cautiously asked, so, can I ask how old you are now? Mu Qingci replied calmly, I'm 23. Wow, gasps of amazement echoed around. Suddenly, another girl whispered, I feel like I've seen this pretty sister somewhere before. Her words triggered a chain reaction, with several others agreeing they also recognized her. Someone even mentioned having seen Feng Lie somewhere. Mu Qingci understood immediately, guessing they might have watched the video from the flood incident. She remained composed and simply smiled, saying, take your time figuring it out. My boyfriend and I are going to continue our run. With that, she let go of Feng Lie's arm and gave him a knowing look. Feng Lie nodded in understanding, and the two continued jogging. After some distance, excited shouts finally erupted behind them. They're the beautiful sister and cool volunteer guy from the viral flood video. Yes, yes, sister. We admire you so much. I even left a comment on your Weibo. Sister, don't run away yet. Once they could no longer hear the high schoolers' voices, Mu Qingci stopped, panting. She placed her hands on her knees and said to Feng Lie, Officer Feng, I really can't run anymore. You go on, I need a break. Feng Lie helped her walk slowly, saying, I'll call a cab for you. Mu Qingci initially planned to rest and walk back, but now she just wanted to get home quickly, so she agreed. Feng Lie used his phone to call a ride, and after helping her into the car, he walked to the front to take a photo before signaling the driver to go. As Mu Qingci stepped through her front door, her phone rang with an incoming video call. The screen displayed a call from Su Qingming. Upon answering, Mu was startled by what she saw. Su Qingming was still in her clothes from earlier, her makeup untouched, slumped in a chair with a complex expression on her face. Meng, what's going on? Mu Qingci asked urgently. Did Mr. Xiao do something to you? If he did, I won't let him get away with it. No, Su Qingming quickly shook her head, defending Xiaomo. Mr. Xiao was great. We had a nice chat when he drove me back. Don't be fooled by his humorous and witty remarks. He's actually a true gentleman. Mu Qingci breathed a sigh of relief and asked, then why do you look like this? Don't even mention it, Su Qingming sighed. After Mr. Xiao dropped me off near the dorm, I got a call from Yang Yunshu as soon as I reached downstairs. At this point, Su Qingming's expression turned indescribable. It turned out that the doctoral dorm at S University was in a separate area, quite far from the main gates. On the phone, Yang Yunshu had interrogated her about whose car she was in and pressed her about her relationship with Mr. Xiao, questioning why they seemed so cheerful together. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingci was speechless. She said, even if you like him, maybe he chose you as his doctoral student because he likes you too. But since you haven't defined your relationship, what gives him the right to question you like that? Su Qingming frowned and said, that's what I thought too. His tone really felt like he was interrogating me, and it made me uncomfortable. Mu Qingci asked how she responded. Su Qingming looked sheepish, as if asking Mu to scold her, and admitted she had explained about Mr. Xiao, which seemed to improve Yang Yunshu's tone. He even invited her to a student council social event on Saturday night. Mu Qingci was silent. Su Qingming, a bit anxious, asked, Qingci, do you think he might confess to me then? It's possible, Mu Qingci replied. Do you think I should say yes if he does? Su Qingming asked. Mu Qingci said, if you like him, then say yes. It's not something I can decide for you. Su Qingming slumped back in her chair, saying, my mind's a mess right now. I need to think it over. Mu Qingci was puzzled. Wait, do you even like Yang Yunshu? You used to get excited just talking about him. What happened tonight? Su Qingming gave Mu Qingci a plaintive look and explained, I did like him and hoped he'd confess. But now that it might actually happen, I'm kind of scared. You know, may talk a big game but have no idea how to actually date. Mu Qingci concluded, I think you're just overthinking it. If you both like each other and he confesses, just go for it. You need to see if you're compatible together. What if we're not? Su Qingming worried. Mu Qingci countered, if you find you're not compatible, would you be so devastated by losing that ambiguous relationship that you couldn't even focus on your research? Su Qingming sat up straight immediately. Absolutely not. For me, love is just a part of life. My main goal is to get my PhD and hopefully teach or do research at S University. Well, there you go, Mu Qingci said. Su Qingming was convinced, her earlier confusion gone. She stood up and headed to her wardrobe. Help me pick something to wear for the day after tomorrow. After finishing the video call with Su Qingming, Mu Qingci washed up and continued organizing her notes on her laptop. It was past midnight when she finally closed her computer. As she headed to the bathroom, she noticed the study door slightly ajar, with English conversation coming from inside. Remembering that Feng Lie had mentioned a video conference at 12:30, she didn't disturb him and went straight to the bathroom before returning to her bedroom. The next morning, around 7, Mu Qingci woke up. Expecting Feng Lie to be out, she left the bedroom and was surprised to find him emerging from the kitchen with breakfast. To her delight, he was wearing the apron she had bought yesterday, his usually stern face now exuding a homely vibe. Mu Qingci smiled, her eyes curving like crescents, and greeted him sweetly. "Good morning, Officer Feng." Feng Lie nodded in acknowledgement. "Go freshen up. Once you're done, have breakfast. Afterward, I'll teach you some self-defense techniques for half an hour." Mu Qingci nodded and quickly headed to the bathroom. Skipping makeup, she joined Feng Lie for breakfast. As she sipped her porridge, Mu Qingci asked curiously, "Officer Feng, did you stay home just to wait for me to wake up and teach me self-defense?" She recalled that during her previous stays, he was always out by the time she got up. Feng Lie didn't deny Mu Qingci's words. He calmly pointed out the key to practicing self-defense. "Consistency is crucial," he said. "Otherwise, when you face danger, the techniques you've learned might just be for show." Mu Qingci recalled the embarrassing incident of being grabbed by her hair by a drunken man last time and nodded in agreement. Determined to practice seriously, she told Feng Lie, "Instructor Feng, I'll start getting up early to practice with you. This way, you won't have to wait for me so long, and it won't interfere with your work." Feng Lie responded gently, "It won't interfere at all. Just follow your own schedule." He knew she usually stayed up late. Mu Qingci smiled at him, suddenly remembering seeing him working late the previous night. "Does your company have many overseas clients?" she asked. "I saw you having a video conference in the study when I got up to use the bathroom last night." "Yes," Feng Lie replied briefly, then added, "but it's rarely necessary to communicate in the middle of the night. Unless there's a special situation on their end, they usually adjust to our time." Mu Qingci gave him a thumbs up, sincerely impressed. "You guys are really impressive." Feng Lie just glanced at her and continued focusing on his meal. After breakfast, they went downstairs to practice self-defense. Today, they were still working on kicking an opponent's knee. Inevitably, Mu Qingci ended up hurting her shin and instep again. This time, Feng Lie was prepared. After practice, he asked Mu Qingci to sit on a chair while he crouched in front of her, carefully placing her foot on his knee to apply medication. Mu Qingci thought of her plans for the evening and softly said, "Instructor Feng, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I'm going to my senior brother's house." Feng Lie, focused on applying the ointment, simply replied with a soft, "Okay." Mu Qingci continued to explain, "My senior brother is twice my age, and he and my sister-in-law treat me like their daughter. They often invite me over for meals. They have a son named Jiang Fei who's a year older than me and got into M University in the US right after high school. He's back with his girlfriend these days, and tonight's dinner is for me to meet her." Feng Lie responded softly again, concentrating on finishing applying the ointment and helping her put on her sneakers. He stood up and asked, "Do you want me to pick you up tonight?" "No need," Mu Qingci replied, instinctively reaching out her hand to him. "They'll probably drive me back." Feng Lie took her hand, gently pulling her up, and simply said, "All right," without insisting on picking her up. After returning from the gym, Mu Qingci quickly changed into appropriate work attire, freshened up, applied some makeup, and hurried to the subway station. Upon arriving at the office, she immersed herself in her busy schedule, taking only a brief pause by midday. During lunch, the entire department gathered in the employee cafeteria. At the table, Sister Zhang jokingly asked, "Editor-in-chief, I heard your son is back and brought his girlfriend along. When are you treating us to a wedding feast?" Zhang Jing chuckled and shook his head. "Young folks have their own plans. If they decide to get married someday, my wife and I will naturally take care of the arrangements." "True," Sister Zhang agreed. "Young people these days prefer to marry and have kids later. They want to enjoy life a bit longer." She turned to Mu Qingci with a teasing look. "When Jiang Fei returned, we thought you two might hit it off, but you quickly became like siblings." Mu Qingci replied earnestly, "Jiang Fei and I are a generation apart. If we ended up together, how would I address my senior brother? Besides, our teacher wouldn't approve either." Her response drew laughter from everyone. Zhang Jing laughed even more, picturing his son being reported by the young girl and then getting a good talking to by his wife. After work, Mu Qingci caught a ride with Jiang Jing to the restaurant they had reserved. On the way, Jiang Jing briefly described their residencia, a conveniently located apartment between the university town and the historic district. The car stopped at the restaurant across from the shopping center, where Mrs. Jiang Fei, and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign lady were already waiting. As Mu Qingci stepped out, she cheerfully greeted, "Sister-in-law, Jiang Fei, beautiful ladies, good evening." Jiang Fei pretended to flick her forehead, but Mu Qingci deftly dodged. She immediately complained to Mrs. Jiang, "Sister-in-law, look, Jiang Fei wants to hit me." Jiang Fei grinned and wrapped his arm around the foreign lady's shoulder. "See? I told you my dad's junior sister loves to tattle. Better steer clear of her." The foreign lady, however, shrugged him off and warmly hugged Mu Qingci. "Hello, I'm Lisa. It's a pleasure to meet you." I'm Mu Qingci. Nice to meet you too, Mu Qingci replied with a smile. Lisa studied Mu Qingci closely, admiring, you really do look like a classic beauty from a Chinese painting, with an air of scholarly elegance. Mu Qingci blushed slightly. Don't flatter me too much, or I might get conceited, she joked, making Lisa laugh heartily. Lisa turned to Mrs. Zhang and Zhang Fei. I like Cici. Then she asked Mu Qingci, can I call you that? Of course, many people do, Mu Qingci replied. Zhang Fei interjected, dissatisfied, Lisa, how could you switch sides the moment you met her? You promised to be on my side. Just then, Zhang Zheng joined them after parking the car. Lisa greeted politely, hello uncle. Zhang Zheng nodded and said, let's head inside. Once inside the private dining room, Lisa chose to sit next to Mu Qingci. Mrs. Zhang left a space between them, explaining, you young people have a lot to talk about. I won't interfere tonight. Zhang Zheng and Zhang Fei agreed. Although a bit puzzled, Mu Qingci didn't dwell on it, as Lisa's enthusiastic conversation kept her engaged. When the server brought the menu, Lisa admitted she was unfamiliar with it, so Mrs. Zhang asked Mu Qingci to order. Mu Qingci selected dishes favored by the Zhang couple and patiently described the flavors to Lisa, allowing her to choose. Finally, she added a couple of her own favorites before preparing to hand the menu back to the server. Zhang Fei pretended to be upset, his lips curling down slightly and a mischievous glint in his eyes. Mu Qingci, that's too much. You ordered food for my parents and Lisa without asking what I like. Mu Qingci glanced at him sideways, a hint of smugness in her voice. You hit me, and the master sister said you have to eat our leftovers tonight. This seemed to hit a funny bone, and Lisa couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Zhang Fei made a gesture as if to hit Mu Qingci again. Quick as a flash, Mu Qingci clung to Lisa's arm, playfully pleading, Sister Lisa, help me. Without missing a beat, Lisa gently tapped Zhang Fei's outstretched arm with her fist, chiding him, don't scare her. Zhang Fei withdrew his hand helplessly, feeling a bit stifled, and bared his teeth at Mu Qingci, you tattletale. Mu Qingci smiled triumphantly at him, challenging, come on, hit me. Zhang Fei was left speechless, resorting to a silent eye roll. Mrs. Zhang watched their childish interaction and took the menu, smiling as she explained to Lisa, these two always act like kids. Don't mind them, Lisa. With that, she marked a few more dishes on the menu. Lisa chuckled in response. I love having a sister like Zhe. She affectionately hugged Mu Qingci, adding, Zhe, I'll help you keep Zhang Fei in line from now on. Mu Qingci's eyes curved into crescents with her smile. Okay? Zhang Fei was once again at a loss for words, left to grumble inwardly. While they waited for the food, Mrs. Zhang suddenly turned serious and addressed Mu Qingci, Qingci, there's something I need to tell you. Mu Qingci immediately sobered up, responding earnestly, Master Sister. Please go ahead. Mrs. Zhang habitually adjusted her glasses, her already stern demeanor now even more authoritative, making everyone tense up. She spoke slowly, we've invited 2 more people to join us for dinner. Just then her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Mrs. Zhang told the group, let me take this call, and answered the phone. Is everyone okay? Mrs. Zhang asked with concern. After listening to the response, she said, it's fine if you're late, as long as everyone is safe. We'll start eating first. After hanging up, Mu Qingci curiously asked, Master Sister, is someone else joining us for dinner? Mrs. Zhang explained, a friend of mine wanted to meet Lisa, but their car broke down on the way, and there was also a traffic jam. They aren't sure when they'll arrive, so they told us to go ahead without them. Mu Qingci nodded. As long as your friends are safe, that's what matters. Mrs. Zhang smiled in agreement. That's exactly what I said. Soon, the dishes began arriving at the table. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere was harmonious. Lisa showed a keen interest in Chinese culture, and both Mu Qingci and Zhang Zheng were well versed in it. By the end of the meal, Lisa's appreciation for Chinese culture had deepened. After dinner, the group went to the Zhang family home. While Mu Qingci and Mrs. Zhang were in the living room teaching Lisa how to make tea, a voice from outside called for Mrs. Zhang. She immediately got up and headed to the door, saying, my friend and her son are here. It's a good chance for you young people to get to know each other. A sense of unease suddenly crept into Mu Qingci's heart, and she thought to herself, why do I have a bad feeling about this? As Madame Zhang went out to greet their guests, Zhang Jing also stood up. Taking advantage of the moment, Mu Qingci quietly asked Zhang Fei for help. Fei, help me out. Zhang Fei, however, leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with a smug expression. Oh, now you remember to call me brother? Mu Qingci shot him a glare. Are you going to help or not? Zhang Fei complained to Lisa. Look at this girl, asking for help with a threat. Lisa, noticing Mu Qingci's reluctance, advised. If Cici doesn't like it, we should help her. We can't just force a match. Mu Qingci nodded in agreement. Zhang Fei turned to Mu Qingci. You haven't even met Su Zichen yet. How do you know you won't like him? Just have a chat, and if it goes well. I have a boyfriend, Mu Qingci interrupted him directly. Zhang Fei looked skeptical. Are you making up such a lie just to get my help? If you really had a boyfriend, why would my mom still be setting you up with someone? We just made it official, and I didn't have time to tell Deshirsha. I didn't know she was inviting someone over tonight, Mu Qingci explained. Then show me a picture of your boyfriend, Zhang Fei insisted, still doubtful. Mu Qingci quickly took out her phone. Just as Zhang Zhang and his wife returned with a middle-aged woman and a well-dressed man in glasses, the three of them stood up immediately. Zhang Fei greeted them warmly. Aunt Feng Zichin, you're here. He then introduced, this is my girlfriend Lisa. Lisa also greeted them. The middle-aged woman, referred to as Aunt Feng, smiled and nodded. We plan to have dinner with you all tonight, but the car broke down on the way. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Mu Qingci with a scrutinizing look. Madame Jiang introduced. Qingci, this is my friend Feng Lan. You can call her Aunt Feng like the others. This is her son, Su Zichin, 3 years older than you. Mu Qingci greeted them politely. Hello, Aunt Feng, Mr. Su. Feng Lan seemed to take a liking to Mu Qingci and promptly told Su Zichin, who was holding several gift bags. Zichin, give them the gifts. Su Zichin handed gifts to Madame Jiang and Lisa, finally reaching Mu Qingci. He said, I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I just picked something. Hope you like it. Looking at the gift offered to her, Mu Qingci politely smiled. I appreciate the thought, Mr. Su, but I'm also a guest here, and it wouldn't be right for me to accept. Otherwise, I'd feel like I'm just here for a free meal and wouldn't dare to come again. Su Zichin pursed his lips, looking at her for a few silent seconds before retracting his hand. Mu Qingci secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Zheng suggested everyone sit down for tea, mentioning that Xiao Fei and Lisa had just returned and were planning to start a business, and that Zichin was also looking to work in the area. He thought they would have much to discuss. Feng Lan agreed and gave her son a nudge, signaling him to sit next to Mu Qingci. Mu Qingci discreetly showed Zhang Fei the photo of Feng Lie on her phone. Although still a bit skeptical, Zhang Fei, seeing her strong aversion to the match, decided to lend her a hand. When Su Zichin moved to sit beside her, Zhang Fei pulled him to another sofa and started a conversation about starting a business back home. Mu Qingci sat with Lisa. Seeing this, Feng Lan began inquiring about Mu Qingci's background. Mu Qingci only shared common knowledge, withholding other details. Lisa seemed to intentionally steer the conversation, resulting in Feng Lan learning little after half an hour. Checking the time, Mu Qingci decided to leave. She told Zhang Zhang and his wife, I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll head out now. With that, she stood up. To prevent Feng Lan from suggesting her son escort her, Mu Qingci directly asked Zhang Fei, Fei, can you and Lisa see me off? Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. Then, Mu Qingci smiled and said to Zhang Zhang and his wife, next time I come over for dinner, can I bring my boyfriend? Her question left everyone momentarily frozen. Zhang Zheng looked at her, puzzled about this supposed boyfriend, while his wife, despite suspecting Mu Qingci was being cheeky, nodded and said, sure, bring him along next time. The smile on Mu Qingci's face grew even sweeter as she gently linked arms with Lisa and waved goodbye to the others in the room. No need to see us out, I'm heading off now, she said as she left with Zhang Fei and Lisa. Once the car drove out of view, Feng Lan's expression turned slightly serious. She looked at the others and asked, does Xiaomu have a boyfriend? Mrs. Jiang also looked inquisitively at Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng, sensing that his junior sister might have intentionally put them on the spot earlier, explained, young girls can be shy. Hearing this, Feng Lan felt somewhat reassured and turned her attention to Su Zichin. Zichin, what do you think of Xiaomu? Su Zichin adjusted his glasses, openly expressing his admiration for Mu Qingci. I've been following Miss Mu's work abroad and am impressed by her talent. I might not have made the best impression this time, but impressions take time and more interactions to form. Feng Lan suggested to Mrs. Jiang, how about you arrange another meeting for Zichin and Xiaomu? Mrs. Jiang thought for a moment and replied, let's do this when Xiao Fei gets back, I'll ask Qingci if she mentioned anything. Then I'll see if I can arrange for you two to meet alone. Su Zichin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Zhu. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the car had become much more relaxed. Mu Qingci let out a long breath as soon as she sat down, as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Zhang Fei couldn't help but tease her, all you had to do was chat with Su Zichin. Look at you, as if you've just fought a battle. Was it that intimidating? Mu Qingci gave him a sidelong glance and retorted, how would you feel if someone set you up on a blind date without telling you? Hey, that's different, Zhang Fei defended himself. I have a girlfriend. He then turned to Lisa with affection, honey, you're the only one I love. Sitting beside Mu Qingci in the back seat, Lisa couldn't help but smile. Qingci was just making a point. I got it. Mu Qingci chimed in, exactly, so you're the pig. Mu Qingci, if you keep this up, I'm throwing you out. Zhang Fei pretended to be angry. Go ahead, then I'll run away with Sister Lisa, Mu Qingci shot back defiantly. You wouldn't dare. Listening to their banter, Lisa couldn't help but chuckle. After leaving Zhang Fei speechless, Mu Qingci returned to the earlier topic. You can't go on blind dates if you have a girlfriend. I have a boyfriend. How do you think he'd feel if he found out I was on a blind date? Zhang Fei persisted. I don't believe you have a boyfriend. That photo you showed me must be from the internet. Mu Qingci was at a loss for words and took out her phone to text Feng Lie, asking if he was home. If the instructor was back, she planned to have him wait for her at the apartment entrance. Feng Lie quickly replied, I'm still at the office. He then asked, Are you done there? Should I come pick you up? Mu Qingci responded, No worries, just checking. Feng Lie sent a few more messages, alright. I might be home late tonight. There's ice cream in the fridge. A smile appeared on Mu Qingci's lips. She had forgotten to buy ice cream the night before, but he had bought some today. She told Zhang Fei, Not everyone is as free as you. My boyfriend is busy and doesn't have time to meet you. See? I knew you were lying, Zhang Fei said smugly. Mu Qingci then texted Feng Lie, Instructor Feng, can we video call for a minute? Feng Lie replied, Give me a minute. Mu Qingci said, Okay. She announced to Zhang Fei, I'm going to video call my boyfriend in a minute. Zhang Fei, without a word, turned the steering wheel and parked the car. He said seriously, Then we'll wait here. Mu Qingci sighed, Is this really necessary? Feng Lie said he'd call in a minute, and true to his word, he started the video call exactly 1 minute later. On screen, he appeared in a crisp camouflage uniform, with a bustling scene in the background, countless large trucks lined up neatly, and numerous figures busily moving between them. Mu Qingci asked with concern, Am I interrupting your work? No. Feng Lie replied succinctly, There's a shipment going out tonight, and I was just discussing the transport details with the other party. Mu Qingci acknowledged quickly, then explained the reason for the call. Zhang Fei doesn't believe I have a boyfriend and keeps saying I'm lying, so I need you to confirm it for me. She handed the phone to Zhang Fei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, already turning his head to look at her intently. Feng Lie simply agreed with a sure. Zhang Fei took the phone, ready to assert himself as an elder. However, when his eyes met Feng Lie's on the screen, he instinctively straightened his back. Are you Qingci's boyfriend? Zhang Fei asked, trying to maintain his authority. Yes, Feng Lie replied, keeping it brief. When did you start dating? Feng Lie calmly stated a date. What do you do for a living? Why are you still at work? Zhang Fei continued his questioning. I run a long-distance transport company, and there's a shipment that needs to go out, Feng Lie answered, maintaining his concise style. Despite the noisy background on Feng Lie's end, Zhang Fei tried hard to maintain his imposing demeanor. However, after just a few exchanges, Mu Qingci and Lisa, sitting in the back seat, could clearly see Zhang Fei's bravado gradually diminishing. Suddenly, there was a brief silence in the conversation. Curious, Mu Qingci leaned forward, only to see Feng Lie had turned the camera to show the inside of the company. Rows of large trucks, workers in camouflage moving back and forth, the whole scene resembling a mini military base. Zhang Fei observed for a while before hesitantly speaking, Your company doesn't quite match my idea of a transport company. They're all veterans, used to military-style management, Feng Lie explained. Zhang Fei was left speechless. Mu Qingci lightly tapped the back of the driver's seat and asked, Zhang Fei, do you believe me now? Zhang Fei, with a complex expression, handed the phone back to Mu Qingci. She looked at Feng Lie on the screen and smiled sweetly. Instructor Feng, we won't disturb you further. Keep up the good work. All right, Feng Lie replied. Mu Qingci ended the call. Zhang Fei suddenly jerked upright as if poked, hitting his head on the car roof with a thud, grimacing in pain. Lisa teased, Zhang, why are you so excited? Zhang Fei turned to Mu Qingci, questioning, Is he really your boyfriend? Mu Qingci, uninterested in engaging, simply turned to look out the window. Zhang Fei continued talking to himself. The guy's aura is overwhelming, even through the screen. Especially after seeing their company, even just a glimpse, I noticed the XX system, which is a top international transmission system. And their place is like a military fort. I wonder which security system they use. At this point, he turned to Mu Qingci again, suddenly speaking familiarly. Mu Qingci knew what he was up to once she heard the term of endearment and crossed her arms, refusing flatly. I don't know, no, not willing, impossible. Zhang Fei persisted. How about arranging a meal with your future brother-in-law? You know, Lisa and I work on security system chips. Maybe we could collaborate with him. Mu Qingci was amused by his persistence but corrected him. Instructor Feng is 6 years older than you, so please don't call him brother-in-law. All right, I'll call him brother. Zhang Fei immediately adjusted, but why do you call him instructor? When I was a freshman, he was my military training instructor. Zhang Fei's mouth twitched. Mu Qingci turned to Lisa. Lisa, how do you put up with Zhang Fei's antics? Lisa laughed. I love his interesting personality. Did you hear that? Lisa loves me just the way I am, Zhang Fei said smugly. Mu Qingci was speechless for a moment, then made a proposal. Convince my senior brother and sister-in-law to stop worrying about my personal life. Zhang Fei patted his chest confidently. Leave it to me. Mu Qingci nodded with satisfaction. I'll see if everyone's free next week for a meal. Good sister. I'll be waiting for that meal, Zhang Fei said excitedly. Call me aunt, don't mess up the seniority. Mu Qingci corrected. Sister, 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 Zhang Fei teased her deliberately. The car continued on its way. When they reached Donghu residential area, Zhang Fei exclaimed, Qingci, you rented a place here? Yes. Is it safe? Very safe. That's good. After getting out of the car, Mu Qingci asked, would you like to come up for a bit? Zhang Fei declined. No, I need to sort things out with my parents first, so I can meet your boyfriend in peace. With that, he drove off. Mu Qingci watched the car disappear into the distance, chuckled to herself, and then turned to enter the residential area. Mu Qingci didn't know what time Feng Lie returned last night. She worked until midnight and then went to bed. The next morning, despite setting her alarm for 7, she woke up a little after 6. With sleepy eyes, she quietly opened her bedroom door and immediately heard sounds coming from the kitchen. Curiosity led her to the kitchen door, where she saw Feng Lie standing at the counter, focused on rinsing rice to make porridge. His broad back looked especially upright in the morning light. Good morning, Instructor Feng, Mu Qingci greeted softly. Feng Lie turned at the sound of her voice, his deep eyes meeting hers. You could have slept a bit longer this morning. I couldn't fall back asleep, Mu Qingci shrugged slightly. Although she had visited her grandmother before, this time felt different due to her changed status, and she was a bit nervous. I'm going to freshen up. After she finished washing up and returned to the kitchen, Feng Lie was preparing a cucumber salad. Leaning against the doorframe, Mu Qingci casually recounted the previous day's events, omitting the part where her elder sister-in-law tried to set her up on a blind date. My senior brother's son, Zhang Fei, is just a year younger than me. He brought his girlfriend over last night, and they gave me a ride home after dinner. Zhang Fei didn't believe I have a boyfriend, which is why I video called you. Feng Lie tilted his head to look at her, a hint of depth in his eyes. If you encounter situations like that again, feel free to video call or phone me anytime. Mu Qingci smiled. I wouldn't want to interrupt if you're busy with work. This is more important, Feng Lie said earnestly. Mu Qingci's smile deepened, revealing dimples, unaware of Feng Lie's Adam's apple moving slightly as he watched her. She continued. Zhang Fei and his girlfriend Lisa are both in the chip industry. They previously interned in Silicon Valley and now want to start their own company. He wants to talk to you about your company's security facilities. Feng Lie nodded. Sure, you can set the time. Unable to resist, Mu Qingci moved closer and wrapped her arms around his waist. Just follow the company protocols. Don't agree to anything just because of me. Just treat it like meeting my friends. Feng Lie put down what he was holding, removed his disposable gloves, and gently pulled her into his arms, his large hand softly caressing the top of her head, responding quietly. Do you want to learn some self-defense today? He asked. I do. Mu Qingci looked up at him. Since I woke up early, we can learn a bit more today. Feng Lie nodded, and together they headed downstairs to the gym to start a new day of training. It was still early, and the gym remained empty. Mu Qingci turned to Feng Lie with curiosity. Instructor Feng, doesn't anyone else use the gym here? Feng Lie explained. Most people use it in the evenings and on weekends, but on weekends everyone tends to sleep in. Mu Qingci nodded in understanding, and the two began their unknown training session. The morning hour flew by, and after training, they went upstairs to have breakfast together. During the meal, Mu Qingci's nervousness became more apparent. She uneasily laid out the gifts she had prepared for Feng's grandmother and asked, Instructor Feng, do you think your grandmother will like these gifts when I meet her? Mu Qingci was always popular with the elders and had a knack for choosing gifts. She understood that the needs of the elderly differ greatly from those of younger people. With her impression of Feng's grandmother as lively and fashionable, she carefully selected a beautiful silk scarf and a stylish wide-brimmed hat. Additionally, she chose some handmade items from her previous visit to the renowned embroidery artisans, packing them in a lovely tote bag. When we head over, I'll also buy some fruits and flowers for your grandmother. How does that sound? Mu Qingci asked, her voice tinged with unease. Sensing her nervousness, Feng Lie moved closer and embraced her, gently stroking her back. He reassured her, don't worry, my grandmother is very fond of you. Just treat it like visiting any other elder. Mu Qingci looked up at him, and his steady, composed gaze gave her great courage. Feng Lie took her right hand and placed it on his chest. Feeling her palm against his firm chest, Mu Qingci's eyes widened slightly, and her fingers instinctively moved. Feng Lie's voice turned deep, feel it. This way, you won't be so nervous. Mu Qingci continued to touch him through his shirt. Unsatisfied, she unbuttoned the top few buttons and slipped her hand inside. Feng Lie controlled his breathing as he watched her. Her slender, fair fingers roamed over his bronze chest, occasionally prodding the muscles as if playing with the most intriguing toy. Mu Qingci was having fun, unaware that he was barely restraining himself. As she touched him again, Feng Lie suddenly grasped her hand, kissed it lightly and hoarsely asked, still nervous. His voice entranced her, and she looked up at him. Despite his restrained expression, his eyes were deeper than usual, and the open shirt collar added a touch of wildness. Feeling inexplicably parched, Mu Qingci wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe, and offered her lips. Then kiss me, and I won't be. Her words were cut off as he captured her mouth. Feng Lie's large hand cradled the back of her head, deepening the kiss. The air seemed to spark with electricity. Despite the intensity, Feng Lie's hands stayed respectful, knowing that any movement could lead to losing control. Only when he sensed her breathing become erratic did he release her. Mu Qingci rested her head against his chest, her mind blank and body weak, having forgotten her nervousness. After a while, Feng's grandmother, more anxious than they were, called to ask when they would arrive. Only then did Mu Qingci follow Feng Lie out with the gifts. On the way, Mu Qingci asked Feng Lie to stop at a flower shop. As they got out to buy flowers, Feng Lie suggested, "Qingci, you might want to get 2 bouquets." Puzzled, Mu Qingci looked at him and then seemed to realize something. She widened her eyes and asked, "Is there someone else at your grandmother's place?" Feng Lie patted her head and said, "Don't worry, it's just my mom." Mu Qingci pouted. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? It would have made you more nervous." Mu Qingci had no response, especially with other customers in the flower shop watching them. She reluctantly chose 2 bouquets, paid, and got back in the car. Still upset, Mu Qingci grabbed Feng Lie's arm and bit it before he started driving. Feng Lie let her bite, and when she released him, he glanced at the spot, seeing just a bit of saliva on his sleeve. Mu Qingci let go of his arm, huffed, and said, "Instructor Feng, you're so mean. You didn't give me any time to prepare." Feng Lie started the car and said, "There's no need to prepare. My mom didn't want me to tell you so you wouldn't overthink it." Mu Qingci turned to look at him as he focused on driving. She knew it was too late to say anything now, so she thought for a moment and asked, "Then should I give the handmade items I prepared to your mom? Will she like them?" "She will," Feng Lie assured her. "Qingci, let me tell you a bit about my grandmother's place." Mu Qingci attentively watched his profile, ready to listen to what he had to say next. Feng Lie was driving slowly through the city's streets. Mu Qingci sat in the passenger seat, listening intently as Feng Lie recounted his family's history. "My grandfather was a detective who sacrificed his life for the country, leaving behind only a number, no name," Feng Lie said calmly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "My mom initially took up my grandfather's number, but had to step down due to some circumstances before she married my dad." Mu Qingci was momentarily surprised by this revelation but quickly regained her composure. She turned to Feng Lie and softly asked, "Your mom probably doesn't enjoy the life of a wealthy family, does she?" Feng Lie nodded. "That's true. She stayed with the family only because she loved my dad." After a brief pause, he continued, "When my mom was pregnant with me, she hadn't married my dad yet. To convince my grandmother, my dad knelt at her house for a whole day and night, promising that I would take the Feng surname and he would marry into the family." Mu Qingci was taken aback, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say. After a moment's hesitation, she voiced her curiosity. "Did Grandpa Shui approve of your dad's choice?" "No, he didn't," Feng Lie shook his head. "Before my brother was born, Grandpa said he wouldn't acknowledge my dad or us unless I changed my surname back. It wasn't until my brother was born that Grandpa relented and took him into the Shui family. Only then did my parents return." Mu Qingci nodded thoughtfully, picturing the contrasting lives of the 2 brothers. She couldn't help but ask, "Officer Feng, have you ever considered changing your surname back to Shui?" Feng Lie shook his head, his gaze unwavering. "No, I really like my surname." The car stopped at a red light, and Feng Lie glanced at Mu Qingci. She smiled at him and asked, "So, in a way, you followed in your grandfather's footsteps?" "In a sense," Feng Lie replied briefly, "but now I serve the country in a different way." Sensing the sensitivity of the topic, Mu Qingci didn't press further. She softly remarked, "Listening to you, I have a lot of admiration for your mom. She must have been an incredible woman back then." Feng Lie nodded in agreement. As they drove into the old town, Mu Qingci got out to buy some fruit. Once back on the road, Feng Lie gave her a brief overview of his grandmother's and mother's personalities. "You've met my grandmother. You know she's easygoing and cheerful. My mom is generous but had to restrain her temper in the Shui family. Don't be surprised if you see her with 2 different faces. She only shows her good side to those she likes and respects." Mu Qingci mused. "That's probably how she managed to hold her ground in such a big family like the Shuis, right?" Feng Lie nodded in confirmation. They soon arrived near the alley where the Feng family lived. Feng Lie parked the car at the nearest spot they could enter, and they got out, carrying gifts and flowers as they walked toward the alley entrance. To their surprise, Grandma Feng and Feng Bijuan were already waiting at the alley entrance. Seeing them approach, smiles of delight spread across their faces.